The food in the cafeteria was far from tasty, so Zhu ate very slowly. She couldn't even finish one bite in 3 minutes. Which high school are you planning to go to? Wang Ziming sat across from her. The food in his lunchbox was made by his family chef. Having grown up eating fine dishes, he ate at a steady pace. Watching Zhu Yu's frown somehow made his meal more enjoyable. Zhu Yu glared at him. I'll go wherever I get accepted. With her average grades, getting into a top high school with the best record was difficult, but entering a regular one wouldn't be a problem. Still, Zhu Yu wasn't thinking about the exams a few months away. She kept remembering the nightmare she had last night. In the dream, she had traveled back to the 1960s or 70s, when food and clothing were scarce. She became a young woman sent to the countryside for labor. Unable to bear the endless hard work, she ended up marrying an older widower with 2 children and lived a tough life as their stepmother. After years of hardship, she passed away in her early 40s, worn out from exhaustion. Even now, Zhu Yu could still feel the deep fear of marriage that dream had left her with. But ever since she woke up, every time she blinked, she could see lines of red text appearing in the lower right corner of her vision. Storyline: The young stepmother of the 1970s loading. Countdown to time travel in progress. What did that mean? Zhu Yu really didn't want to believe what she was thinking. But after reading so many novels, she couldn't help but wonder. Could this be the start of a time travel story? She was only 14. Was she really going to travel back in time to become someone's stepmother? That didn't make any sense. Although Zhu Yu often thought she was more mature than her classmates, she didn't see herself as a real adult. To her, adults were like her parents, reliable and knowledgeable. Not someone like her, a middle school student who hadn't even finished compulsory education. How could she possibly be anyone's mother? That was ridiculous. But time travel wasn't something she could control. After school, lying on her bed in a daze, Zhu Yu noticed 2 new lines of red text appear. Storyline loading. Halfway complete. Time travel will begin in 3 days. Please prepare, new participant. Zhu Yu suddenly sat up in bed. 3 days, it was far too short. There wasn't enough time to learn any truly useful skills. She thought for a moment. If she really was going to become that young stepmother, then the first scene should take place at home before being sent to the countryside in the year 1969. In 1969, the 15-year-old stepmother had just graduated from junior high. She was accepted into high school, but her family refused to let her continue and forced her to go to the countryside. What if she insisted on going to high school instead of being sent away? Would that work? If it did, even if she still had to go to the countryside after finishing high school 2 years later, she would at least have more time to adjust, and she wouldn't meet that older man who had been married before. Maybe then she could avoid the fate of becoming someone's stepmother. Zhu Yu remembered her grandfather once saying that in those years, keeping a low profile, living simply, and blending in with ordinary people was often the smartest choice. Her grandfather had been grateful that, with a friend's help, although he was also sent away, he didn't suffer much and was able to return home after a year or 2. Zhu Yu hoped she could be as lucky as her grandfather, facing hardships but ending up safe and fortunate. Binding space will be activated soon. Please select a carrier within 10 seconds. A sudden beeping sound echoed in her ears. Zhu Yu snapped back to her senses and saw a new line of large, bold red text flashing twice, as if afraid she might miss it. She quickly lowered her head and gripped the jade pendant on her wrist tightly. It had been a gift from her parents on her 10th birthday. Carrier selected successfully. Space binding complete. New employee handbook and random equipment have been delivered to your personal space. Please check carefully. The jade pendant gradually turned transparent and became a small, unnoticeable red mark on the inside of her wrist. Zhu Yu's heart was pounding fast, part excitement at discovering a new world, part fear of the unknown. She touched the red mark with her other hand and silently thought about opening the space. Sure enough, when she closed her eyes, she saw a bright space of about 20 square meters. In the center floated a booklet and 3 white porcelain bottles. The new employee handbook was exactly what its name suggested, very detailed. It explained that the newly formed Cosmic Alliance had established a time-space survey bureau. Every new employee was required to travel through newly created small worlds to locate and record information about them for the Alliance. The speed at which these new small worlds appeared was astonishing. The Survey Bureau had gone from recording every single one to only sampling 1 in 1,000, then 1 in 10,000, yet it was still overwhelmed with work. So, they randomly released some systems, hoping to recruit qualified temporary workers to share the workload. Zhuyu was both lucky and unlucky. The system she received had drifted for too long and was half broken. Only the basic functions, accepting tasks and paying wages, still worked. It currently had no energy to contact headquarters for repairs. Fortunately, once Zhuyu completed 3 tasks and became a full employee, she would have one chance to contact headquarters, which would solve the problem. The tasks weren't difficult. All she had to do was live out a full life in each small world. She didn't have to follow the original storyline. That meant she didn't need to marry an older man or raise someone else's child like in the book. What a relief. Zhuyu held the 3 bottles of pills given to new employees. There were labels on the bottom. One was a beauty pill, which could enhance a person's features and subtly change their appearance and body over time. One was a wisdom pill, which could increase intelligence, sharpen the senses, and nearly grant a photographic memory. One was a strength pill, which could make a person twice as strong as an average adult man. Each bottle contained 10 pills. Zhuyu was very pleased. Without hesitation, she swallowed 1 beauty pill and 1 wisdom pill. She didn't use the strength pill. Her original world was safe, and her family and friends knew her well. Suddenly becoming much stronger would be hard to explain. The beauty pill worked gradually, so no one would notice anything strange, and she would become more beautiful. Zhuyu was thrilled. For someone who loved beauty, becoming prettier effortlessly was a dream come true. The wisdom pill's benefits spoke for themselves. Zhuyu began to feel grateful for this unexpected system. She didn't even mind that she would have to visit another world every month for tasks. Time in her real world wouldn't change, so it was like getting free adventures. How wonderful! She could almost laugh in her sleep. The world set in the 1960s and 70s didn't seem dangerous, so she hadn't yet thought about what to do if she ever encountered a world with martial arts or magic. Feeling sleepy, Zhi sent a message to Wang Ziming before bed, asking him to help her take 3 days off. She planned to wake up early the next morning to stock up on food and drinks to store in her space. Zhuyu began to calculate her savings. All the money she had received over the years, from New Year gifts and pocket money from her family, added up to about 30,000 yuan. For her childhood friend Wang Ziming, that amount was just the price of a pair of shoes, but for Zhuyu, it was quite a lot. She took out some paper and a pen, thinking about what she should stock up on, something cheap in modern times but valuable in the 1960s and 70s. The first thing that came to her mind was watches. Zhuyu didn't know much about that era, only that most people back then weren't well off. Life was tight, and buying things often required ration coupons. Most daily necessities were limited in supply. Items like watches, bicycles, and radios were especially valuable. Watches were even considered one of the 3 must-haves, making them very popular. At that time, a watch cost more than 100 yuan, even without ration coupons. But in the modern world, you could buy one for just a few dozen yuan. From the year she was traveling to 1969 to the start of the reform era in 1978, there were 9 years in between. First, she needed to prepare food for 9 years. Zhuyu wasn't sure how much grain one person ate in a year, so she looked it up online and found that if she only ate rice, it would be about 200 jin per year. So, she decided to store 300 jin per year, making it 3,000 jin for 10 years. At the wholesale market, rice cost 3.5 yuan per jin, so 3,000 jin would be 10,500 yuan. Zhuyu wanted to bargain, but after standing there for a long time, her shyness got the better of her. She regretted not learning from her grandmother and mother, who were both great at bargaining. I really lack real-world experience, she thought. With food taken care of, she wouldn't starve. Next, she bought 500 old-style watches from an online marketplace at an average price of 18 yuan each, spending 9,000 yuan in total. After these purchases, she had already spent 20,000 yuan. She would have to be very careful with the rest. Although she could ask her parents for more money or borrow from Wang Ziming, Zhu didn't want to affect her real life just to complete her mission. She believed she could use the mission rewards to improve her life, but she shouldn't sacrifice her current comfort for it. Zhu thought that someone like her would probably never be the kind of employee a boss truly liked. Then she remembered that women in that era mostly used cloth pads. She checked the prices of the sanitary products her family used and found them too expensive, so she immediately started searching for cheaper options. The cheapest option was a new brand being promoted on a live streaming platform, 3 yuan for a pack of 10. Zhu Yu was instantly tempted and bought enough for 20 years, 12 packs a year, spending a total of 720 yuan. She thought that in 20 years, sanitary pads would surely be common and no longer limited in supply. By then, she could buy them anywhere. With the rest of her money, she bought an old-fashioned bicycle, a sewing machine, a radio, an iron pot, a full set of kitchenware, 4 thick 10-pound quilts, 100 rolls each of dark blue and army green fabric, and another 100 rolls of floral fabric that was popular at the time. She also stocked up on medicine, cold and fever remedies, painkillers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and others for common illnesses. In addition, she bought several dozen pounds of milk powder and hard candies made of brown sugar, which she planned to use as gifts. Her grandfather had told her that such things were rare and very respectable gifts in those days. She also bought some inexpensive accessories, sparkly hair clips, hair ties, and several sets of underwear and warm clothes. She kept only 500 yuan for herself, tucked inside a book. She had spent every last bit carefully. Zhu Yu had never paid such close attention to daily life before, especially to things like clothing, food, housing, and travel. When she checked her storage space, it was only about half full. After preparing everything, 2 days had passed. Having been unable to reach Zhu Yu for 2 days, Wang Ziming finally sent a warning message. Zhu Yu had to set aside her wild thoughts about time travel and go out to meet him. So, why did you suddenly take 3 days off? Don't try to lie to me. I can always check with your parents. Zhu Yu first grinned, then smiled sweetly. You're overthinking it. I just twisted my ankle when I went downstairs too quickly. She muttered inwardly, annoying guy, always reporting everything. After dinner, you should head back. I'll return to school the day after tomorrow. And don't tell my parents I took time off. Wang Ziming said, got it. After sending him away, Zhu Yu didn't rush home. She strolled slowly into a shopping mall. When it came to clothing, she had already bought a sewing machine and hundreds of rolls of fabric. Although she didn't yet know how to make clothes, she could learn in the mission world. In fact, Zhu Yu had thought about downloading modern scientific knowledge to bring to that world. After all, advanced knowledge could be a kind of special advantage. It could help that world's country develop faster and also make her own life there much better. There was no reason for her to refuse. But this was not allowed in the employee handbook. The Alliance hoped that every employee would try not to interfere with the natural evolution of small worlds. Fortunately, Zhu Yu herself didn't insist on it. She was rather laid back. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come from a scholarly family, yet always had average grades. The topic returned to daily life. Because of limited money, Zhu Yu only cared about having enough to eat. As long as she had rice, whether for porridge or cooked meals, she wouldn't go hungry in any situation. In that era, she never dreamed of having fancy meals. She bought so many watches because she planned to sell them as soon as trading opened, to gather some starting funds. She didn't plan to sell them early, it was too risky. After thinking it over, Zhu Yu couldn't find anything she had missed. She had done her best within her ability. On the last day, she began packing the snacks stored at home. Because of her parents' jobs, one a doctor, the other a lawyer. Both were workaholics who rarely came home, let alone cooked for their child. So, Zhu Yu had good self-care skills. She could handle simple home-cooked dishes and chores. But because her parents weren't around much, she was also lazy and lacked self-discipline. She didn't study seriously, cooked casually, and often filled up on snacks instead of proper meals. There was even a small room at home just for storing snacks, always packed full and regularly restocked. More than half of her pocket money went to snacks. She hadn't gained much weight only because her family's slim genes were strong. But if she kept eating like that, it might not stay that way. Zhu Yu continued packing. 5 boxes of milk, 3 boxes of extra spicy pork jerky, 20 pounds of sausages, 2 boxes of canned meat, 2 boxes of canned peaches, 3 boxes of instant noodles, and 2 sacks of chili sauce. She loved spicy food and often used it with meals. There were also 2 boxes of self-heating hot pots and 6 boxes of chocolate with a hint of liqueur. Everything was packed away. Zhu Yu sighed with satisfaction. To be honest, she felt a little nervous. Emotionally, she wanted to share this with someone, to ease her feelings, but rationally she knew it was best not to tell anyone. Her father often said that human nature cannot always stand the test. It was true. Having something valuable can bring trouble. Besides, who would believe a teenager anyway? Zhu Yu struggled to turn over and forced herself to sit up. Through the rough curtain, she looked at the sky outside. It was gray and dull, just like her mood. She had been woken by faint sounds of shouting and scolding. Now that she was awake, the noise was clearer. It came from a nearby house, another family that favored sons over daughters. You want to study? Stop dreaming. Girls studying is just a waste of money. Why can Su Xiaobao go to school but I can't? My grades are better than his. Because I'm your mother. You live under my roof. You listen to me. Girls don't need school. Stop thinking nonsense. You're always picking on your brother. What's a girl doing comparing herself to a boy? Zhu Yu frowned in disgust and stopped listening. Fortunately, Su Area, the girl being scolded, didn't give up after finishing middle school. Like the original Zhu Yu, she was sent to the countryside, but she kept studying. When the college entrance exam was restored in 1977, she became one of the first students to go to university. Zhu Yu thought about the story and truly admired that strong and determined girl. Unfortunately, she couldn't use the same method to escape her own oppressive family. With her appearance, going to the countryside would only lead to another kind of suffering. Still, her household registration was controlled by her family, leaving her completely trapped. She had to find a way out, and soon. Speaking of her family, they were even more unpleasant than she remembered. After the time-space distortion of her mission, everyone now called her by her real name, Zhu Yu. There were 7 people living in this tiny 30-square-meter home. Her father and mother had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Both sons were married, and the eldest son's wife was now pregnant. That made everyone treat Zhu Yu even worse. In front of outsiders, the Zhu family acted kind and honest, pretending to be simple and good-hearted. But in truth, it was all a lie. Inside the house, every single person took turns criticizing and belittling Zhu Yu, constantly wearing her down. Living in such an environment, surrounded by scolding and humiliation, it was a miracle the original Zhu Yu hadn't lost her mind. Now that she thought about it, the original Zhu Yu's strange decision to marry and willingly become a stepmother probably came from years of emotional manipulation and mental exhaustion. Even though it was just a story, Zhu Yu couldn't help but clench her teeth in anger at what the original girl had suffered. She wanted to take revenge on this family for how they had hurt the original girl without any guilt, even if that girl might no longer be alive. Zhu Yu recalled the story from the book. There wasn't much written about this family, only that after the economic reforms, they used their wealth to live very well. Since everyone was out at work, she decided to search the house to see if she could find anything useful. The parents' room was never locked. Zhu Yu focused on the cabinets and finally found a loose brick under the bed. Inside was a thick bundle of money wrapped in oiled paper. She smiled as she counted it. Wow, there was a full 1,000 yuan. And yet, these selfish parents always told the girl that the family was poor, making her feel guilty. She would only eat a few bites at each meal and was often hungry and thin, while the others, especially the 2 older brothers, were all well-fed and strong. Zhu Yu put the money into her secret space, carefully replaced the brick, and then found more cash and a bank book hidden in some old clothes. The bank book showed another 1,000 yuan, and there was over 300 in loose bills. She stored those away too, then quietly left the room, making sure everything looked the same as before. She couldn't use the bank book herself, but she had no intention of leaving it for that family either. Since they cared so much about money and appearances, she would make sure they lost what they valued most. There was no rush. The girl in the story would graduate from middle school in a month, about the same age as Juyu, only a year older than her original self. Standing before the mirror, Juyu studied the frail girl reflected there. She was 15 but looked no older than 12 or 13, with dull hair, patched clothes, and a pale, sickly face. How strange. Why had none of the neighbors ever suspected anything? Despite her poor condition, the girl's features were delicate. Even now, it was clear she would grow into a beautiful young woman. No wonder the male lead in the book had been kind to her when he came to the countryside, easily winning over the lonely girl with small acts of care. Imitating the timid manner of the original girl, Juyu slowly found the right feeling. She opened the door and walked toward the school. Fortunately, the girl's quiet, unnoticed personality made it easy for Juyu to blend in without drawing any attention. Only one person came, her former desk mate, Zhu Qing. She carefully looked at Juyu, checking to make sure there were no injuries on her, and then sighed in relief. Hey, how have you been at home lately? I wanted to visit you, but my mom wouldn't let me go out. I'm really sorry. Juyu shook her head. It's fine. We can hang out another time. Are you really not planning to go back to school? Juyu nodded. I want to, but you know my family situation. It's better if I get my diploma early, find a job, and move out. Zhu Qing felt sorry for her deskmate. She was a kind and soft-hearted person, which reminded Juyu of her cousin in real life, someone with the same gentle nature. That's a good idea, too. Your sister-in-law isn't easy to get along with. She's always been calculating since she was young. You must be careful and stay away from her. Zhu Qing paused, then looked at her seriously. I'll help you look for a job. When I hear something, we can go to the interview together. Zhu Yu's eyes brightened, filled with gratitude and trust, just like before. She smiled at her. Thank you, Zhu Qing. It's okay even if there's no news. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't let anyone bully me again. Zhu Qing was a good person, but sadly, her fate was even worse than the main characters. She was deceived into marriage by a dishonest man, suffered great loss, and later passed away from illness. She died even earlier than the original Juyu. It was hard being a woman. Even in modern times, freedom was still limited in many ways, like invisible threads tightening around women's throats. Marriage was one of those threads. Zhu Qing studied her friend carefully and noticed that something about her had changed. She used to be timid, but now she seemed calm and confident. Although Zhu Qing didn't know what caused the change, she was truly happy for her. I brought you some milk candy. Try it. I saved some fruit candy for you too. Here, take it. Don't say no. It's a special treat I kept just for you. If you don't take it, I won't take yours either. The candy was sweet, and the two girls smiled at each other. As Zhu chatted with Zhu Qing, her mind was busy thinking. Zhu Qing's family was much better off than hers. Her father was the head of the supply and marketing cooperative, and her mother was a team leader at the textile factory. It shouldn't be hard for her to find out about job openings. The problem was, if she really got a job now, how could she keep it rightfully, instead of being forced to give it up to her unemployed sisters-in-law? It was clear how troublesome it was to be seen as a weak and gentle person, someone everyone thought they could take advantage of. After her noon class, Juyu didn't hurry home. Usually, all the housework, washing clothes, cooking, cleaning was done by the original girl who lived in this body. Juyu clenched her teeth. From now on, she didn't plan to do any of it. That morning, she had taken a special energy pill. Now, she just had to wait for the effect to build up before going home to deal with them properly. Leaving the school, Juyu walked slowly along the street. To the eye, everything looked dull and gray. Many walls were covered with slogans. Everything for the people, everything depends on the people. There are no saviors, no gods, or emperors. To create happiness, we must rely on ourselves. Many people passing by looked busy. The spirit of this era was very different from later times. Though life was hard, people's hearts were full. Their genuine smiles showed pride and happiness in their nation. Zhu Yu couldn't help but pause. No matter how much her grandfather had told her about those days, it couldn't compare to the feeling of walking through it herself. Life would be easier in the future, but why did people seem less happy then? Shaking off her wandering thoughts, Zhu Yu felt her stomach ache with hunger. She wasn't used to being hungry and couldn't stand it, so she stopped wandering and quickly looked for a state-run restaurant. Luckily, it was only 2 streets away from the school. The restaurant looked cleaner and brighter than most buildings around. Zhu Yu quickly glanced at the menu. "Big sister, please give me a serving of braised pork, a bowl of tofu and vermicelli soup, and 4 tails of rice." The woman at the counter, an older lady, looked lazily at Zhu Yu's thin face and replied, "Braised pork, 8 cents, no ticket needed. Soup, 2 cents. Rice, 4 cents, and a grain coupon. That's 1 yuan and 4 cents plus the coupon." Zhu Yu quickly handed over the money. "Stand over there. I won't bring it to you. Wait for it yourself." The woman gave Zhu Yu, clearly a newcomer, a quick glance before turning back to stare blankly out the window. Zhu Yu nodded. "Okay, thank you, big sister." Seeing the sign by the door that said no hitting or scolding customers, Zhu Yu decided she had no more expectations for the service staff. At this time, having a job in a state-run restaurant, supply store, or department store was considered one of the best jobs. It was easy, not tiring, paid well, and had good benefits. Zhu Yu thought about it. In 1969, the movement to send people to the countryside hadn't yet reached its peak. Jobs were still available, mostly for high school graduates, but it was still much better than a few years later when job postings disappeared completely. Even if she had to pay for a job, Zhu Yu had no plans to go to the countryside. Even with great determination, she didn't believe life in the countryside would be easier than in the city. She knew nothing about farm work, and going there would only make things harder for the locals. She was 15 now. In 9 years, she would be 24, just the right age to take the college entrance exam. In the city, being unmarried at 24 was still acceptable, but in the countryside, it was almost impossible. Considering everything, going to the countryside was not a good choice for her. While she was thinking, her meal was ready. Zhu Yu quickly took a big bite of rice and meat. Delicious. It tasted even better than the braised pork she remembered from later years. The meat itself was rich and flavorful. Pigs raised on grass and grain were far better than those fattened with feed in the future. She finished the rice, a plate of braised pork, and a big bowl of tofu soup in no time. Maybe this body had been hungry for too long because her appetite was huge. She could eat more than an adult man and still not feel too full. Her mind even told her to keep eating, but Zhu Yu used her strong self-control to stop. Her stomach was already full, and eating more would only make her uncomfortable. Wasting food at a time like this was not right. She counted the savings she had taken from that household. More than 1,300 yuan, plus quite a few ration tickets, a large sum for this time. Checking the time, Zhu Yu headed to school. After a busy afternoon, she said goodbye to Zhu Qing, tested her current strength, and smiled slightly as she walked home. Just as she reached the door, she heard her mother's voice, suppressed anger mixed with a hint of panic. "Dear, the money is gone, all of it. Our savings are gone. What should we do now? Without that money, our second son's job." Zhu Enong, who had always looked down on Zhu Yu and often made sarcastic remarks, suddenly panicked. "Mom, you must be joking. How could the money be gone? When it was my older brother's turn, you had money to buy him a job, but now I can't even get a temporary one. If Xia Mei didn't like me and agreed to marry me, would you have even helped me find a wife like you did for my brother? How can you be so unfair? Second son, that's not fair of you to say. How are we being biased? You and your brother are different. He's the eldest, and Xia Mei can't compare to the grandchild I'm expecting," said the eldest daughter-in-law proudly. "Second brother, I think Mom isn't lying. The money might really be gone," said Zhu Onghua, the eldest son, who always listened to his wife. The only one who stayed silent was Xia Mei, the newly married second daughter-in-law. Father Zhu sighed deeply. There was no peace in this house. "You, eldest daughter-in-law, stop talking. And you, second son, your mother, and I have no reason to lie. The money is really gone. A thief broke in. I've already asked the neighbor to call the police. When the officers arrive, you'll see for yourselves. The noise stopped. Everyone slowly realized that the money was truly gone. Zhu Onghua and Zhu Enong turned pale, just like their parents, unwilling to accept the truth. The second daughter-in-law's eyes moved slightly before she said, "Mom, Dad, why hasn't little sister come back yet? I didn't see her when I came home at noon." Hearing this, Zhu gave a cold smile. What did the second sister-in-law mean by that? Was she hinting that the missing money had something to do with her? Mother Zhu had never liked this second daughter-in-law, disliking that her son had chosen her himself instead of letting her pick, like she did with the eldest daughter-in-law. And now, hearing her words, Mother Zhu didn't believe for a second that Zhu had the courage to do such a thing. She had always looked down on her daughter. If anyone were to be suspected, it wouldn't be Zhu. For more than 10 years, she had been the one tidying up the house. If she wanted to take the money, she would have done it long ago, not waited until now. Zhu entered the house following 2 police officers, but at that moment, no one in the Zhu family was paying attention to her. "Officer, please, you must catch that awful thief. That money was what our whole family worked so hard to save." The young officer spoke kindly. "We'll do our best." How much was lost? Mother Zhu was about to say over 2,000 yuan without thinking, but Father Zhu quickly squeezed her hand, snapping her back to her senses. The source of that money didn't match their income. They couldn't tell the truth. Father Zhu answered instead, "Comrade, we don't remember the exact amount, but it was around 400 yuan. The crowd gathered outside the Zhu family's house gasped. That was no small sum. In a time when a family of 7 could live on less than 30 yuan a month, most people couldn't save much at all. The Zhu family had just married off their eldest son last year, bought a new bicycle, and a few months ago married off their second son. Yet they still had so much saved up. That was unusual. Hidden among the onlookers, Zhu noticed the couple's brief, unnatural reaction and grew suspicious. Could there be something wrong with that money? Thinking carefully, it really didn't add up. Father Zhu worked at the lumber mill as an ordinary laborer, earning 41 yuan a month. Mother Zhu had no steady job and relied on him. Sometimes she took temporary work for a few months a year, earning a little extra, usually just over 10 yuan, and she often sent some of it to her own family. With 41 yuan a month and 6 people to feed, their life shouldn't have been comfortable. Yet, except for Zhu, the family never seemed to struggle much. They didn't eat meat often, but they always had fine grains and eggs, things not every family could afford. It was clear their income barely covered daily needs. How could they have saved over 2,000 yuan? Zhu couldn't understand. There was definitely something wrong with that money. But now that it was stolen, she couldn't use it as evidence to report them. She would have to investigate quietly on her own. The police checked the house and asked the neighbors if they had seen any strangers nearby, but there were no real leads. With the limited means of the time, finding the thief would be difficult. The officer suspected it might be someone from the household, but didn't say so aloud. After the officers left, everyone's faces looked grim. At that moment, they all realized that the money was probably gone for good. The neighbors had already left, and now only the family remained. Mrs. Zhu was furious. When she looked up and saw Zhu, she no longer hid her anger. "You useless girl. Can't you see what's going on? All you do is make me angry. Go cook dinner right now." What a waste. Zhu lowered her eyes and pressed her lips together. As usual, she quietly walked toward the kitchen. Fine, she thought, I'll cook. But this time, I'll hide some food in my secret space. It wasn't that she didn't want to take the food earlier, it was just that the lock wouldn't open. Her mother had locked up all the grain in the house. Besides, she had to hurry to school and didn't have time to waste. "Little sister, I'll help you," said her second sister-in-law, following her into the kitchen. The small kitchen felt even more crowded with another person inside. Zhu could barely turn around and secretly rolled her eyes. A visit from her second sister-in-law was never a good sign. This woman, Xia Mei, was much more cunning than the loud and foolish eldest sister-in-law. She liked to stay in the background, stirring up trouble and spreading gossip. It was her influence that had made the second brother speak out earlier. Now that she was following Zhuyu, she was surely up to something again. And Zhuyu was right, Xiaomei did have a plan. Her own family wasn't as well off as the eldest sister-in-law's, and when she married into the Zhu family, she brought almost nothing with her, just a couple of old dresses. Deep down, she resented her mother-in-law and the eldest sister-in-law for looking down on her, though she never showed it. She often said kind words to the original Zhuyu in private, pretending to be friendly. The old Zhuyu had believed her, but the current Zhuyu didn't. Still, it wasn't the right time to confront her. Second sister-in-law, you've worked hard all day.
Please go rest.
I can handle things here, Zhuyu said gently, keeping up her usual kind and considerate image. Xiaomei's small doubts faded away. The younger girl really didn't seem suspicious at all. What a pity about the money, she thought. At least half of it should have been hers and her husband's. But then she remembered something she had heard about Zhuyu's friend's background, and her eyes darkened slightly. All right then, little sister, you keep busy. I'll rest for a bit. If you need help, just call me from our room. Don't be shy, we're all family. Zhuyu smiled and nodded. When the kitchen was finally empty, she quickly grabbed 2 handfuls of fine grains and hid them in her space, then added a bit of seasoning and oil as well. If she didn't have to worry about being noticed, she would have taken everything. The meal had been cooked by Zhuyu, but she wasn't allowed to sit at the table. Fortunately, she also disliked that family and didn't want to eat with them. She went straight to the small storage room where she stayed, quietly blocking the door with a piece of wood so she could hear if anyone tried to come in. Calling it a room was generous. It was just a cramped corner with 2 sacks and a thin blanket that no one else would even want. There wasn't even a quilt. She couldn't imagine how the original owner had managed to survive this long. Zhuyu had never seen parents like these before. When she used to read stories about terrible parents, she could never truly relate. Her own parents had always loved her deeply, even if they were busy. She had grown up surrounded by love, with a strong and happy heart. Whenever she read about characters who didn't fight back against their family's cruelty, she would get angry and look down on them for being too weak. But now, after experiencing this kind of life herself, she finally understood. She deeply realized what it meant when people said that an unhappy childhood takes a lifetime to heal. Those awful people didn't deserve to be parents at all. Suppressing her anger, Zhuyu took a few deep breaths to calm down. She took out a clean set of underclothes from her space and changed, then spread out an old floral quilt she had saved, half covering herself as she lay down. Closing her eyes, she quietly planned what she would do later that night. She remembered the envelope full of letters she had found that morning while searching the house. She hadn't had time to read them then, and had just hidden them away. If she hadn't noticed something strange, she might have forgotten about them completely. Before, she hadn't cared who those letters were for. It had nothing to do with her. But now, things were different. Zhuyu was sure those letters were not ordinary. Late at night, everything was silent. Most people were already fast asleep. Zhuyu took out a small flashlight from her space and began reading the letters. Well, she muttered. They really hid this carefully. It turns out they were working with traders. The couple must both know what's going on. You could tell from how well they covered for each other today. Whether the 2 sons know or not, they're still spending dirty money, so they're not innocent either. The original girl was really pitiful. Zhuyu turned off her flashlight, put the letter away, and waited for a while. When she didn't hear any noise outside, she finally lay down to rest. She had thought this family was just secretly taking things from the factory to sell. She planned that if she couldn't find proof, she would quietly investigate at the factory again. If she did find evidence, she would report them right away. She never expected this family to be so bold and reckless. This kind of crime couldn't be reported easily. If she exposed them, she might get dragged down too, since she was still known as their youngest daughter. She had to first make people see that she was different from them, that she had been mistreated for years and had nothing to do with their wrongdoing. Only then could she reveal the truth without being suspected. She needed a careful plan. Feeling frustrated, Zhuyu lay under the blanket. She wanted to tell the system that in future missions, she'd rather be an orphan than deal with such a messy family. Her mission was only to live out a full life, not to take revenge or punish anyone. But now that her safety was at risk, she had no choice but to handle things one by one. As her mother used to say, this was like working overtime for free. She decided she would definitely bring this up with headquarters later. Thinking about it, Zhu slowly fell asleep. The next morning, she was woken up early by scolding and had to make breakfast for the family. After everyone left, she was left with a pile of dirty dishes and clothes. Instead of cleaning right away, she listened carefully to the sounds next door. Then, as she stepped outside, she accidentally bumped into Auntie Yang, the head of the women's committee. Zhu eyes rolled back, and she fainted on the spot, making sure her sleeves slipped up so that the old scars on her arms were clearly visible. Those scars, from whips and burns, were years old, but still shocking to see. She immediately heard Auntie Yang's panicked cry. "Oh my goodness, Xiaoye, what happened to you? Someone come quickly. She's fainted. We need to get her to the hospital." Hearing the noise, the neighbors who hadn't gone to work yet all gathered around. Naturally, they noticed Zhuyu's pale, thin face and the frightening marks on her body. When Zhuyu looked through the original owner's memories, she could hardly bear to watch that part of the past. She suspected that her father had become mentally unstable after years of stress. While her mother mainly scolded her and sometimes hit her lightly, her father was far more cruel. He would burn her with cigarettes and hit her with a salted whip. These things happened when she was about 10 years old and continued on and off for 2 years. It only stopped after the Yang family moved in next door. From then on, even in the hottest weather, she never dared to show her arms or legs. She became so timid that she couldn't even look people in the eye, speaking only when forced to at home and staying silent in front of others. Her parents did this on purpose, wanting others to think their youngest daughter was just shy and strange. To outsiders, they looked like open-minded parents who treated their son and daughter equally and sent both to school. Family violence has always been the hardest to notice. Soon, the whole neighborhood was talking about it. When the Zhu family came home for lunch, they noticed the strange looks from their neighbors, looks filled with disgust, as if they were seeing monsters. Zhu's father's eyes turned cold. Could it be that someone had found out? No, if they had, he wouldn't still be standing here free. Mrs. Su, who lived 2 doors down and was known for favoring her son, became excited when she heard the news. Compared to the Zhu family, she thought she wasn't so bad. At least she never hit her daughter, only gave better things to her son. "Zhu Guozhu, Fu Mei, I can't believe you too. All these years, and no one knew you were this kind of people. Even wild animals protect their young. How could you treat your own daughter like that? People say my family favors boys, but I think you're the real ones who look down on girls. You don't even treat your daughter like a person." After Mrs. Su spoke, more and more people joined in to condemn them. No one could accept such behavior, especially the Yang family, who had witnessed it firsthand. "Honestly, Lao Zhu, we've known each other for so many years. I thought we understood each other. Tell us, what happened to your younger daughter? Who hurt her and why?" It must have been Zhu Guozhu and his wife. Those injuries are clearly old, 2 or 3 years at least. I remember back then, their daughter suddenly started keeping her head down and wouldn't greet anyone. Turns out it wasn't shyness. They were treating her badly, on purpose. Exactly. I always knew they weren't good people. They act so nice outside, but behind closed doors, they're cruel. Who else could it be if not them? Of course it's them. Why even ask? Someone should report this to the Women's Federation. People like that shouldn't get away with it. Just then, Mrs. Yang, who had just returned from the hospital and was the local Women's Federation director, arrived. Her face was dark with anger as she glared at the couple, who stood there red-faced and speechless. "Director Yang is here. Let's hear what she has to say." The crowd made way for her. Director Yang walked forward, frowning. "The doctor said the child has been underfed for a long time and is severely malnourished. Her body is so weak that even a small illness could become dangerous. She must stay in the hospital for at least half a month for treatment. And another thing, the doctor saw all the injuries on her body. If you weren't her parents, the police would already be involved. Zhu Guozhu, the organization will issue a serious public warning to you and your wife, Fu Mei. You must write a statement promising never to treat her this way again. Otherwise. Director Yang narrowed her eyes, her tone sharp with warning. Mr. Zhu quickly nodded, his face flushed with shame. Thank you, Director. We were wrong. We were foolish. We'll never do it again. We'll write the statement right away. And you? He turned to his wife. Go get the money for Director Yang and pay the hospital fees for our daughter. Mrs. Zhu nodded repeatedly. The onlookers, seeing this, didn't stop them anymore. After all, paying for the child's treatment was most important. And from now on, it would be hard for the couple to mistreat their daughter again. Everyone in the neighborhood would be watching. The crowd slowly dispersed. Mr. Zhu sent his two sons to buy something to eat before heading to work. But once he returned to the house, his face twisted with anger. Father Zhu, who had always been cautious and low-key, knew that it would be very hard to send out any more messages. The matter had become too serious, and from now on, many people would be watching him. The bad effects of the incident had only just begun. Needless to say, his chances of promotion at the factory were gone. He would be lucky not to be dismissed. With no room for progress at work and no chance to earn extra money, all the savings he had built up over the years were nearly gone, leaving only a little over 1,000 yuan in his account. Zhu Guozhu was close to losing his temper. At this point, the person he hated most was no longer the thief, but Zhu Yu, who had dragged him into this situation. He secretly thought that once she was discharged from the hospital, he would send her away to a remote mountain village and tell others she had married. That way, he could get some money and remove this troublesome stain from his life. Even if people talked, it wouldn't matter. No one could keep watching him forever. Zhu Yu closed her eyes and quietly organized her thoughts, listening to the voices of doctors and nurses passing by, and to her mother, who came in a hurry to pay the bills before leaving again. She was in no rush to wake up. Being in the hospital and away from home was actually a good thing. Next, she planned to find a way for the injured soldiers staying here to accidentally discover the clues and letters she had left behind. There was no need to rush. It would be best to do it when she was about to be discharged. Right now, her family was under close watch and wouldn't dare to send out any messages. She might as well stay longer, eat better, and spend more of their money. For the sake of the original owner, this was her last chance. The supplies stored in her secret space were almost untouched. It wasn't the right time to use them yet. She would wait until she found a job and a place of her own before slowly taking them out. Zhu Yu was now considering whether she should go to the black market to sell some things. She had just overheard a patient nearby mention that there was a black market in the woods near the hospital. The prices there were higher, but no ration tickets were needed. After coming here, Zhu Yu realized that if she wanted to live on her own, she lacked many things. Since most goods required ration tickets, she planned to sell some of her extra fabric to get more tickets. After carefully counting, she decided to keep only 10 bolts of dark blue, 10 of army green, and 10 of floral fabric for herself. The remaining 270 bolts would all be sold in exchange for money and ration tickets. A single piece of cloth could make at least 5 sets of clothes. With the 30 pieces she kept for herself, she could make about 150 sets. Considering how thrifty most people were, usually making only one new outfit every year or two, these clothes would last her a lifetime. But Zhu Yu wasn't that frugal, though she didn't want to draw attention either. 2 or 3 new outfits a year would be enough, so the cloth she had was more than sufficient. What she needed most now were industrial coupons and oil coupons, things she hadn't prepared for. She needed to fill in the gaps. Industrial coupons could be used to exchange for lunchboxes, tea mugs, kettles, and similar items. Oil coupons worked the same way. She had completely forgotten about them. And then there was meat. After arriving here, she realized how much she missed it. Just thinking about the braised pork made by the state restaurant chef made her mouth water. It was simply delicious. Zhu Yu also thought that since life was long, she might as well learn a skill she was interested in. She could take her time over the years, and when she returned to the modern world, she would have a craft of her own. She made a conscious effort to remove the emotional influence of the original person's memories. She could sympathize and help, but she always remembered that she was Juyu. She would not sink into the darkness and despair of the original owner. Then she thought that when the mission ended, all these borrowed emotions would fade away anyway. That was fine too. A person's heart has limits. When it holds too much and experiences too much, it can grow numb. Juyu would never let herself become like that. The following days passed as she focused on recovering her health. She didn't use the intelligence pill or the beauty pill. The beauty pill wasn't necessary. Her natural looks were already good, and with some care, she would look even better. For now, keeping her weak and pale appearance helped her maintain the image of a fragile, pitiful girl. As for the intelligence pill, in this environment, being too smart wouldn't help much. An average mind was enough. In this first world, Juyu only wanted to live quietly and peacefully until the end of her life. The doctors and nurses at the hospital treated her kindly and took good care of her. Her background and experience had probably spread around by now. 3 days before her discharge, Juyu stopped lying in bed all the time. She began walking around occasionally, without drawing attention. She quietly found out that there was only one soldier recovering in the hospital, and his injuries weren't serious. He would likely be discharged and return to his unit about a week after she left. That meant she had to act quickly. Juyu took out a few letters from her space, letters that could easily expose her parents' wrongdoings, and tucked them into her pocket. Lowering her eyes, she pretended to be timid as she walked toward the hospital room, but before she could get close, a young orderly stopped her. Juyu understood right away. Anyone who could afford to have an orderly must hold a high position. That was even better. It would make dealing with her family easier. "Little girl, what brings you here?" Even though Xiao Wang hadn't asked around, his training in the army made him quick to pick up information. He already knew a bit about this girl. He guessed she might be here to ask for help, afraid to go home and face her parents again. To be honest, Xiao Wang felt troubled. They could warn her parents, but that might not change anything. Once they returned to their unit, they might never see her again, while she would still have to live under her parents' roof. In such families, it was hard for outsiders to intervene. Still, he couldn't just ignore her situation. Juyu wasn't foolish. She could roughly guess what the young soldier was thinking. Taking a deep breath, she pretended to gather her courage, pulled the letters from her pocket, and handed them over. "Big brother, once you read these letters, you'll understand why I came to you." Both Xiao Wang and the silent man on the bed raised their eyebrows. "Give them here." Yan Jin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them when he heard their voices. Sitting up straight, he took the letters, quickly skimmed through them, then his expression grew serious. He read them carefully 3 more times before handing them to Xiao Wang to keep. "What's your name? And what's your connection to the person who wrote these letters?" Finally, they were getting to the main point. Juyu straightened up, her nerves tightening. "My name is Juyu. I found these letters while cleaning my parents' room. I don't know who sent them. Most of the time, the letters and packages at home were addressed to my parents." Yan Jin's sharp gaze stayed fixed on her. "Do you understand what these letters mean?" Juyu paused, then decided to tell the truth. "I do. I know because our teacher once told us a similar story in class. I don't want my parents to keep making the same mistakes. And they haven't treated me well. Deep down, I resent them. All these letters are real. You can investigate them. I promise every word is true. My parents are not good people, so it shouldn't be hard to find out the truth." As she spoke, Juyu looked a little hesitant. "I know what I'm doing might seem unfilial, but I'm really scared. 2 years ago, after Aunt Yang moved in, my dad stopped hitting me. I thought I could endure it until I graduated and found a job. But now that I suddenly fainted and their true faces have been exposed, I know they won't let me go. I'm terrified, really terrified. I only found these letters recently. Ever since our house was broken into, my parents haven't allowed anyone into their room. I hid these letters myself, and I don't know if they've noticed they're missing. They must have noticed, but they probably don't dare to make a fuss or act rashly, hoping the thief won't expose them. What a joke. Zhu Yu wasn't afraid of them. She had hidden the money safely, and no one could prove she was the thief. Zhu Yu didn't expect the sharp-minded officer to believe everything she said. As long as they were willing to check and investigate, her goal would be achieved. Yanjin nodded, his expression softening slightly. We'll look into this. I remember you're about to be discharged, right? It's best not to alert them. I'll contact the hospital so you can stay under our protection until this is over. Hearing that, Zhu Yu looked relieved. She nodded quickly. Okay, thank you. After Zhu Yu left, Xiao Wang sent a message saying that someone had been assigned to keep watch. Leaning back in his chair, he mentioned Zhu Yu to Yanjin. That girl is quite smart. She knew the best way to handle this was to come to us. Yanjin smiled slightly. Yes, it's good for a girl to be smart. It helps her suffer less in life. Yanjin also had a daughter, only a few years younger than Zhu Yu. He sincerely hoped his daughter would grow up to be just as wise. That girl is really pitiful, being mistreated by her parents for so long. No wonder she came to us as soon as she found out the truth. They brought this on themselves. Yanjin said, those who do too many wrong things will bring about their own downfall. I'm giving this matter to you. Check it carefully. Although I don't think she's involved, we still need to investigate. If she truly has nothing to do with it, reporting that will be a credit to you. We must treat those who do good work fairly and make sure they have no worries. Xiao Wang nodded in understanding. He knew what the boss meant. For that young woman, the best outcome would probably be never seeing her parents again. Back in her hospital bed, once she pulled the blanket over herself and closed her eyes, Zhu Yu finally allowed herself to smile freely. How could she not be happy? Seeing that family suffer made her feel satisfied. Now she just had to wait to see what would happen to them. Sometimes, Zhu Yu remembered that the original person she replaced was a character in a novel. If nothing changed, she would have been the tragic heroine. Zhu Yu never liked sad stories. She preferred cheerful and sweet ones. She hoped she could change the heroine's fate and turn the sad story into a happy one. Once they found a clue, the investigation became much easier. The only reason it hadn't been discovered before was that the people involved had hidden themselves well, and the information they sent wasn't highly classified. Still, it was a serious crime. Using Zhu's father as a lead, they uncovered a deeply hidden group of 8 people, all of whom were caught. When Xiao Wang came to tell Zhu Yu the good news, she let out a real sigh of relief this time. It's good that they were caught. Her parents would probably never be released again. If things were serious, they might not survive. It wasn't something she needed to ask about. What about my 2 older brothers? She asked. Xiao Wang replied, they'll have to face the consequences too. Zhu Yu felt even happier, though she kept a worried look on her face. Do they know I was the one who discovered this? She asked. Don't worry, Xiao Wang said. We'll keep your identity secret. No one will know. By the way, you're graduating soon, right? The house in the family compound was given to your father by the lumber factory. It'll be taken back soon. What are your plans? Zhu Yu lifted her head slightly and looked at Xiao Wang. Was he hinting that they might arrange something for her? I plan to stay in the dorm for now, she said. After I get my diploma next month, I'll find a job and move into the housing provided by the company. Zhu Yu quickly glanced at Xiao Wang again. A sudden thought came to her mind, and she could no longer hold it back. She decided to say it out loud. She didn't really want to stay in this city anymore. If they could help her move her household registration to another city, that would be great. Even if they couldn't, it didn't matter. She probably wouldn't see them again anyway. Making such an untimely request might offend them a little, but she didn't care. I want to ask, can I leave the city? I don't want to stay here any longer. Xiao Wang smiled with satisfaction when he heard that. Of course you can. You've done a great service and the organization will help you. Here's what we'll do. We'll help you get your graduation certificate early. Pack your things, and in 3 days, come with us to City H. We're stationed there and can help you find a job. She was such a young girl. It wouldn't feel right to just leave her here alone. Even though no one would know who had exposed the truth, once people learned about her parents' crimes, her life here would never be peaceful again. That wasn't what they wanted. By arranging for her to move away and find work in another city where no one knew her, they could make sure she had a fresh start and a better life. At that moment, Zhu finally relaxed completely. Her smile became genuine. Okay, thank you so much. It was normal for a girl her age to be shy and not very talkative. Being too smooth or flattering would have seemed strange. So Xiao Wang didn't mind her awkwardness at all. After helping Zhu Yu with her discharge from the hospital, he soon left. Zhu Yu happily walked home. As she neared her house, she forced herself to hide her joy and return to her usual timid, quiet self. The neighbors she met on the way still treated her kindly, with sympathy and warmth. But she knew this kindness wouldn't last. Once time passed, and people remembered that her parents and brother had committed crimes, they might not treat her so well anymore. That's why Zhu Yu had to leave, and soon. Yeah, once you settle down, you must remember to write to me, Zhu Qing said, holding Zhu Yu's hand reluctantly. She still didn't know about the injuries on Zhu Yu's body, and Zhu Yu had no intention of telling her. It wasn't something worth mentioning. Talking about it would only bring sadness, worry, and pity. Nothing good. Better to stay silent and let those things fade away with time. All right, I'll definitely write to you.
Don't worry about me.
Life will be easier there than it is here. Qing, if my brother and his wife come to ask you where I am, please don't tell them. Zhu Qing nodded. Don't worry, I understand. You finally managed to get away from them. I won't let them bother you again. They only make your life harder. Tears quietly filled Zhu Qing's eyes. The original person had only her as a friend, and Zhu Qing also saw her as a dear friend. Maybe not the closest, but still a precious bond. Zhu Yu never took anyone's kindness lightly, no matter how small. This is for you. Please don't refuse. Think of it as a keepsake. Zhu Qing gave her a maple leaf bookmark, beautifully made. Zhu Yu carefully placed it between the pages of a book. Thank you. I'll treasure it. Qing, I'm leaving now. Goodbye. They hugged and said their farewells. Zhu Yu carried her small bag and boarded the train. Packing had not gone smoothly. The problem was that her second sister-in-law, Xia Mei, didn't want her to leave. She had planned for Zhu Yu to take over her work, so she wasn't willing to let her go. But Zhu Yu wasn't about to give in. She firmly pushed her aside and continued packing, ignoring her pregnant eldest sister-in-law's endless scolding and her second sister-in-law's fake kindness. She treated their words like air, finished packing, and left without looking back. Neither of them knew that Zhu De and Zhu Er would never return. They were about to be sent to a labor camp. Let them keep waiting. Zhu Yu was done with them. It had been a month since she came to this world. Now, watching the scenery outside the train window slowly fade away, Zhu Yu finally felt the weight lift from her heart. From now on, she no longer had to live inside a story. Her life would be her own. Xiao Wang had bought sleeper tickets. Zhu Yu's bunk was above Xiao Wang's, and across from them slept a senior official. Lying on her bed, Zhu Yu slowly drifted off to sleep. The past few days had been exhausting. Now that she could finally relax, she realized how tired she truly was. She didn't wake up until mealtime. Earlier, Xiao Wang had asked if she still had money and offered to help her apply for some assistance. Zhu Yu refused, saying she still had enough savings to live on for a while. As long as she found a job soon, she would be fine. Xiao Wang and Yan Jin had probably guessed a little, but as long as they didn't say it out loud, Zhu Yu didn't care. Living happily was what mattered most to her. The food on the train was quite good. Some meat dishes looked delicious and didn't even require meal tickets, but Zhu Yu didn't dare order them for the sake of her image. She had to keep up appearances, so she mostly ate flatbread with hot water. When she wasn't eating, she was sleeping. Xiao Wang and Yan Jin exchanged a look. This young woman clearly had no intention of getting close to them or making friends. She didn't even seem worried about her new job. Even after getting off the train, Zhu still hadn't warmed up to them. Her quiet and reserved image stayed firmly in place. Yan Jin had arranged a job for her as a file clerk at a textile factory. It was an easy job with little pressure. The dormitory she was given was small, only about 20 square meters, but considering the housing situation, having a place all to herself was already very good. Zhu Yu expressed her thanks again. After finishing the paperwork, she said goodbye to the two and went back to her dormitory. They had helped her as much as they could, so the two soon returned to their own duties. Zhu Yu began cleaning the dormitory carefully. Once it looked livable, she took her money and went out. The small room had only a single bed and a cooking area. Nothing else. She needed to buy some basic things. After buying what she needed and having it delivered, she went to the supply store, spent most of her ration tickets, and bought some snacks to keep in her room for when she got hungry. She thought about how she would start work in 2 days. Then she could ask her coworkers where to get clothes made, or maybe learn to sew herself. The clothes she had were so worn out that she didn't even dare wash them, afraid they would fall apart. After eating, she decided to visit the department store to buy a new outfit. Zhu Yu had no plans to save money. Once her position became permanent, her salary would be 32 yuan plus an industrial coupon. She wanted people to think she spent all her wages every month and couldn't save a thing. A young woman living alone in a place where most families had 3 generations under one roof was already noticeable. Add a good job to that, and she would easily attract attention. Though she looked young, she knew she had to be careful. She needed people to think she didn't know how to manage money and had a strange, distant personality that made her hard to approach. In this world, Zhu didn't trust anyone and had no plans to get close to anyone or build deeper connections. Even her original self's friend, Zhu Qing, would be gradually and reasonably distanced in the days to come. She hadn't forgotten what her real job was. Her task was to locate and record small worlds, live out her life naturally, and never interfere in things that weren't her concern. Marriage and children were out of the question. To her, even though this world was real, it felt almost like a simulation. She looked at the people here the way a gamer looks at NPCs. The events that happened were like parts of a game storyline. She might feel emotions while watching, but they never truly touched her heart. It was all quite superficial, hard to truly immerse in. Zhu Yu believed that this mindset was actually helpful for her missions. There was no need to change it, just keep it that way. That way, she would never grow attached to any world she experienced and would always remember where her real home and family were. The clothing section in the department store was crowded. Zhu Yu squeezed her way in, glanced at the clothes on display, and felt a flicker of disappointment. They really didn't look good. Losing interest, she quickly picked out a small-sized Lenin-style outfit, paid for it, and decided not to browse anymore. It wasn't fun. She'd rather go back and listen to the radio. On the way, she also bought a large mirror to take back to her dorm. Her own appearance was the sweet and cute type, but the Zhu Yu of this world had a different kind of beauty. When she wasn't smiling, her expression was calm and distant, with a faint trace of melancholy between her brows. Even though her soul had changed, there was still a fragile quality about her that made Zhu Yu feel a bit of pity when she looked too long. She was clearly a beauty with a story. However, this kind of look probably wasn't popular in this era. People here preferred faces that looked bright, healthy, and full of good fortune. Zhu Yu had always been good at appreciating different kinds of beauty. If she met someone like the original Zhu Yu in real life, she might not take the initiative to befriend her, but she would definitely feel a sense of admiration. Before going to work, Zhu Yu mailed a letter to Zhu Qing, along with a package, half for Zhu Qing and half for her to deliver to Director Yang. It contained some local specialty foods Zhu Yu had bought after arriving here, as well as some pork jerky she had brought from the modern world. She had removed the packaging and wrapped it neatly in oiled paper. This pork jerky was really delicious. Zhu Yu gave everyone a small bag, about half a pound each. Before leaving, Zhu Yu didn't go to say goodbye to Director Yang, but she still felt grateful. The director had helped her a lot. Sending a small gift to show her thanks was enough. After that, she could continue living her own life peacefully. She changed into new clothes, tied her hair into a ponytail, admired her calm reflection in the mirror for a moment, then happily took her lunchbox and water cup to work. "Hello, my name is Zhu Yu. I'm the new employee in the archives room." The people there didn't seem surprised to see her. They must have known she was coming. Two young women stood up at the same time. The girl at the desk on the left was a little chubby, very fair-skinned, and had an ordinary face, but her smile was quite cute. In this time when most people were thin, being a bit plump showed that her family was at least well off. Zhu Yu could tell at a glance that she was probably from an influential family. Her manner was a bit like Zhu Qing's, but she likely had a stronger temper. Zhu Yu decided to stay polite but not get too close. Hi, I'm Li Weiwei, and this is Fong Lu. We both joined last year. Welcome. Fong Lu also smiled. Her skin wasn't as fair as Li Weiwei's, and her figure was similar to Zhu Yu's, thin, showing she had probably gone through some hard times. The two seemed a little tense with each other. Fong Lu's look reminded Zhu Yu of a classmate from elementary school. They seemed like the same type, sensitive, insecure, and easily jealous. In short, whether or not they were really alike, it was best to keep some distance. I'll remember. Nice to meet you both. After a brief introduction, they each sat down at their desks and stopped talking. None of them were very talkative. Zhu Yu looked about 13 or 14 years old. She had grown a bit recently from eating better, while Li Weiwei and Fong Lu were 19, both high school graduates. The age gap made it natural that they didn't have much to talk about. Fong Lu glanced at the clock, then leaned over and whispered, "Today the chef is making his special dish, sweet and sour pork. It's limited, so you have to hurry at lunch, or it'll be gone." Zhu Yu accepted the kind reminder and nodded. "Okay, I'll make sure to run fast later." Li Weiwei heard a few words, glanced at Fong Lu, and felt quite annoyed by her whispering. There were only 3 people in the office. Who was she trying to hide from? She wasn't about to let Fong Lu pull others to her side and leave her out. "You're talking about the sweet and sour pork for lunch, right? I heard you. The director only works part-time here and spends most of the time in the workshop. Usually they come by every few days, so don't worry, just talk normally. It's only the 3 of us here." Fong Lu looked a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, Weiwei, I didn't mean to. I'm just used to speaking softly at home." Although she said this to Li Weiwei, her eyes were actually on Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu had no choice but to nod. "Oh, I see. That makes chatting easier then. I didn't know our supervisor doesn't come by often." Now Li Weiwei was truly irritated. Who was Fong Lu trying to fool? Saying it was just a habit from home, then why did she talk normally before the new person arrived? That excuse was clearly insincere. Li Weiwei wasn't impulsive, so she didn't say anything to make things awkward. She simply decided to keep her distance from Fong Lu from now on. Zhu Yu didn't pay much attention to the tension between the two. It had nothing to do with her, and she didn't want to be caught in anyone's little rivalry. She glanced at her watch. It was hard to keep track of time at work, so she had picked one from her collection yesterday. In just 5 minutes, she could rush to the cafeteria for lunch. She hoped the chef's sweet and sour pork was as good as everyone said. She couldn't wait to try it. When the bell rang, Zhu grabbed her lunchbox and happily joined the others in line for food. Along the way, she met quite a few people and learned which departments they were from. Everyone seemed friendly and easy to get along with. People naturally had their own interests. Human nature was like that, but there weren't many truly bad ones. So good. The moment Zhu Yu tasted the sweet and sour pork, her eyes lit up in surprise. It was delicious, just as good as what a top chef at a state-run restaurant would make. Though she hadn't yet tried the food at the local state-run restaurant, she decided she definitely would someday. Feeling satisfied, she finished every bite. Zhu Yu walked slowly with a crowd toward the studio. She planned to take a nap in the afternoon since there wasn't much work to do. After sorting some files, she could go home by 5 o'clock. What a perfect job. It seems I don't have many meat coupons left, she thought. She decided to visit the black market after work to sell some fabric and exchange it for meat coupons. When it was time to leave, Zhu Yu said goodbye to 2 colleagues and quickly returned to her dorm. She took out the old clothes that originally belonged to her, along with some cheap makeup she had prepared, and made herself look plain. After checking that most people were still at work and no one was outside, she quietly left the textile factory through a small path. Her destination was the city hospital. Inspired by her earlier thoughts, Zhu Yu believed there must be a black market nearby. Where there's demand, there's always a market. "Sister, how much is this?" If you don't use coupons, it's half more expensive than in the store. What if I use coupons? This time, all prices are without coupons. The woman, wearing a headscarf as a disguise, gently touched the floral fabric. I'll take 3 yards. Zhu Yu nodded, took the money, counted it carefully, and cut the fabric for her. 1 roll of fabric could sell for about 30 yuan. After selling 2 rolls, Zhu Yu stopped. She then exchanged for 10 pounds of meat coupons, enough for a month or 2. She planned to use the coupons to buy cooked meat since she wasn't good at cooking and didn't want to waste it. Eating at a shop was more expensive, but that was fine. She had a salary now and could afford it. She suddenly understood why her parents were so devoted to their work. Earning money really did feel satisfying. Still, her parents probably worked more for their dream of helping others, while she was simply happy to earn money. Zhu Yu felt proud of her wonderful parents once again. When she returned to the textile factory's residential area, she was surprised to see Xiao Wang standing not far away, clearly waiting for her. Zhu Yu's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't imagine why he had come to find her. She thought they would meet again after saying goodbye. Luckily, she had already changed back into her usual clothes after leaving the black market. She had only done it to avoid looking suspicious to her co-workers, but it turned out to be a wise move. Brother Wang, long time no see. The main point is to stay confident and not show any signs of weakness. Xiao Wang didn't notice anything and smiled happily when he saw that Zhu Yu's complexion had clearly improved. Brother Yan asked me to pick you up for a meal. Don't worry, there's nothing urgent. It's mainly to get to know each other. We'll all be in H City from now on. Brother Yan's daughter is here too, so you can chat if you want. He looked at me with a friendly expression as if to say, you see, well, sure, I'd love to eat. Brother Wang, wait a moment. I need to change my clothes and grab something, then I'll come out. Xiao Wang nodded. No rush, go ahead. It was really strange. Zhu Yu didn't understand. Wasn't her distant attitude on the train obvious enough? They were all smart people. Actually, both Yan Jing and Xiao Wang understood her meaning. Their invitation to dinner was deliberate, pretending not to understand her intentions. Yan Jing didn't fully trust a young girl like her living alone in the city. He asked Xiao Wang to check out the textile factory so people would see that Zhu Yu had some backing to prevent anyone from bullying her. He also planned to invite her over for meals from time to time. Yan Jing wasn't someone who easily sympathized with everyone. Mostly, Zhu Yu reminded him of his young daughter. He often traveled for work. After his wife passed away a few years ago, he spent less time with his daughter. Unlike his eldest son, who was in the army and kept in touch, his daughter, who lived with her grandmother, rarely contacted him and became more silent. He hoped they could get closer and that Zhu Yu could influence his daughter's personality. Yan Jing could see that Zhu Yu was gentle on the outside but strong inside, smart and resilient. He hoped his daughter could become like that too. His daughter, Yan Yuyao, was also 11 years old this year, not much younger than the 15-year-old Zhu Yu. He moved her closer, arranged some work for her, partly out of personal reasons. The fake reason was that Zhu Yu was changing clothes. The real reason was to prepare a gift for her visit. Even young, she understood some social manners. She packed 1 kilogram of fruit-flavored candies and 1 kilogram of brown sugar into her bag, then headed out to meet Xiao Wang. The destination was, as expected, the military district compound. What surprised Zhu Yu a little was that the top leader was truly impressive, over 40, a very capable division commander. He lived in a 2-story, small Western-style house. She followed Xiao Wang smoothly inside. The little girl swinging in the yard looked curiously at Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu smiled slightly. She guessed this was probably the daughter of the big leader. My name is Zhu Yu. I'm here for a meal. What's your name? Yan Yuyao's eyes lit up. You look very pretty. This is my home. My name is Yan Yuyao. Do you live nearby? Do you go to school here? It was clear that Yan Yuyao was very interested in Zhu Yu, maybe because she looked like someone her age. Xiao Wang didn't disturb their chat. He carried the gift Zhu Yu prepared and went inside, signaling Zhu Yu to play here and that they would be called for the meal later. Getting along with a little girl was easy, and Zhu Yu was happy about it. I don't live here. I work at a textile factory over there. Yan Yuyao was surprised. You work? You look about my age. I will only be in 4th grade next year. How old are you? I am about 4 or 5 years older than you. I just finished middle school, so I am 15. Yan Yuyao was still curious. Then why don't you keep going to school? Is working more fun than studying? I also want to work and not go to school. Zhu Yu was a little surprised. It was true, kids from different times all had their dislike for school. She didn't answer her first question. Honestly, it was hard for a little girl to understand, and lying wasn't necessary. Why don't you want to go to school? Yan Yuyao sighed. There are classmates I don't like. They always talk bad about me. I don't want to pay attention to them. Zhu Yu paused. Why do they talk bad? If they bully you, why don't you tell your dad? He's very powerful. Yan Yuyao shook her head, not agreeing. Problems between classmates should be solved by themselves. How can you tell adults? If you do, everyone will ignore you. My dad isn't very powerful. I see him rarely, so I can't rely on him. Zhu Yu couldn't help but smile at such childish words. That familiar feeling, she thought, was probably how her parents felt about her a few years ago. She had also been the subject of gossip and bullying in elementary school. She also chose not to explain, believing that people who didn't trust her were fools and didn't deserve her explanation. She started to isolate everyone around her. It wasn't until she reached middle school and grew older that she realized those people probably just wanted to bully her, but because of Prince Ming, they didn't dare, so they used petty tricks instead. But Yan Yuyao's situation was different. Did her classmates know her father was a military officer? Zhu Yu thought they probably didn't. Adults often think children are naive and innocent, but at this age, children are very perceptive and good at reading people. Once they found out Yan Yuyao's background, the bullying would stop and her parents would advise her to build good relationships. Yan Yuyao seemed like someone with a refined, gentle personality, which made her more likely to be bullied in school. Bullies tend to pick the soft targets. As long as you let others know your father is Commander Yan, no one will bully you anymore. Instead, they might even want to be friends with you. Yan Yuyao couldn't believe it. Just like that, Zhu Yu nodded. If they still dare to bully you after knowing this, you should tell your father. Don't hide things. You know the saying, those who are close suffer, and those who are enemies rejoice. If you have an advantage, there's no reason not to use it. I'm not telling you to bully others with power, just to scare those bad people. Yan Yuyao nodded seriously. I understand what you mean, Zhu said. If you don't like those classmates, you can come to this school instead. Your father lives in the military district. You just said you're staying with your grandmother now. She's getting old, and she should enjoy her life more. Not worry about us. Yan Yuyao listened carefully to these words. She cared deeply about her grandmother, who had loved her since she was a child. You're right. My grandmother didn't want me to live here before because I was too young and my father was busy and didn't have time to take care of me. Now that I'm grown up, I can take care of myself, so I should come back to live with her. Thinking about her grandmother, who was so old now and still had to wake up early every day to prepare breakfast and wash her clothes, Yan Yuyao felt deep regret for not thinking this way sooner. Don't worry, it's not too late now. Your grandmother must also miss you. Just have a good talk with her. Yan Yuyao nodded, feeling both grateful and close. Sister Zhu Yu, can I call you that? If you were my real sister, I wouldn't feel so lonely when I was little. Helping others made Zhu Yu feel happy too. Of course you can. I think dinner is almost ready. Let's go inside. Unbeknownst to her, Zhu Yu had already noticed the strict teacher hiding nearby and listening in. When she saw the girl at the door, she had already guessed what her father, Jian, wanted her to do. Her words to Yan Yuyao were just a polite gesture. As for the relationship between the father and daughter, it depends on whether they want to get closer. She didn't plan to interfere in others' family matters. Today, if she didn't owe a favor, she wouldn't have spoken so openly. Unlike her sweet and cute appearance, Zhu Yu's true personality was warm on the outside but cold inside, slow to warm up and difficult to get close to. Over the years, she only had one true friend, Prince Ming. This friend was arranged by her family, a family acquaintance. They had known each other for a long time, even before she learned to hide her true self. Thinking of Prince Ming, Zhu Yu reminded herself to make a note when she got back. He liked collecting stamps. She should gather stamps from this era and sell them at a high price later. Gifts weren't given for free, they were just friends with benefits. Sure enough, just as she reached the door, she heard Jian's voice. Yao Yao, Xiao Yu, dinner's ready. During dinner, Zhu Yu deliberately only talked to Yan Yu Yao. It made sense. Her age gap with Xiao Wang and Lao Jian was big, creating a generation gap. Now, it was just right. Chatting with a little friend, eating some good food, then heading back home. It wasn't even dark yet, so she refused Xiao Wang's offer to send her back. She had promised Yan Yu Yao to wait until she transferred schools before hanging out again. Zhu Yu had no reason to refuse this little friend. Simple-minded and from a powerful family, she wasn't sure if she would face difficulties in life. Having such a friend was a help if anything happened. Meanwhile, Lao Jian and Xiao Wang were talking about her. Master, bringing Xiao Yu here was a good idea. I see Yao Yao is much livelier today. Kids her age are easier to talk to. Jian was happy, thinking about his daughter's words earlier. She wanted to transfer schools. He was in a good mood now. This young girl is very smart. She helped us before, and today she noticed Yao Yao's problem, which was a big help to me. I should take care of her more when I get the chance. By the way, how did you find her at the textile factory? Xiao Wang, whose name is Wang Yang and is only 21 years old, thought for a moment and remembered how she looked when she saw Zhu Yu. She seems to be doing well. Yan Jin nodded with satisfaction. I'm very full. Wrapped in a soft, warm blanket, Zhu Yu lay quietly for a long time without moving. She has been working for a month now and has received her first paycheck. This job is really easy. She only needs 1 or 2 hours a day to finish her work. The rest of the time, her colleagues chat or knit to pass the time. Zhu Yu also plans to find something to do. In the coming days, she can take her high school materials to the office and start studying on her own. It's okay if she learns slowly. The exam is 9 years away. Life is boring but peaceful, and time flies quickly. In the blink of an eye, 6 years have passed. Zhu Yu is now 21. She hasn't taken any pills except for Dolly Dan, but her body has been well taken care of over the years. Now she is fully grown up. Without beauty-enhancing pills, she is already a very striking beauty. She plans to take the college entrance exam first and go to Beijing. Over the past 2 years, Zhu Yu has decided to study hard. She won't repeat the past pattern of working hard for a few days and then taking a break. She has made this decision clearly. Her relationships with 2 colleagues have always been superficial. A few years ago, both of them got married, and now they have 2 children. They focus on their kids, so they don't talk much anymore. This makes Zhu Yu feel more comfortable. Of course, many male colleagues are also interested in her, and the pressure to marry has increased every year since she turned 18. Every time, Zhu Yu responds with a smile and the same answer. I have a fiancé, an arranged marriage, no rush. No one can really find out if she truly has a fiancé or not, as they haven't reached that level of familiarity. Even if they suspect, those suitors can only give up. With Zhu Qing, it's the same. They stopped writing letters after the 3rd year. They no longer know each other's recent news. As for Yan Yu Yao, they have been in intermittent contact over the years. Their relationship has always been pretty good. Better than just friends. At least, it is a way to understand each other's current situation. 3 years ago, Yan Yu Yao's father, Yan Shizhong, suddenly remarried. Fortunately, Yan Yu Yao is now grown up. According to current standards, she will be able to get married in a couple of years. She supports this decision. After all, her mother has been gone for many years, and her father can't be single forever. Having someone to care for him is a good thing. I look so beautiful. Before going to the exam with her admission ticket, Zhu Yu couldn't help but admire her reflection in the mirror. Her cold heart surprisingly matches her calm appearance, making her stand out even more. She has an ethereal kind of beauty. Beautiful people are common, but good temperament is rare. Zhu Yu believes that all of these qualities are rare, and she wants them all. She shook her head and walked into the exam hall. After 3 days of exams, more than half of the candidates had dropped out. There were really a lot of examinees in the first round. Returning youth, recent graduates, and former students, it said there were as many as 1 million people. Thanks to the long preparation time, Zhu Yu was quite confident. She applied to Beijing University. A month before the exam, she had already sold her work. She sold it for 800 yuan. Over the years, she had saved more than 8,000 yuan from selling fabrics. She spends her salary slowly, as she is alone, and things are cheap these days. Now, Zhu has more than 9,200 yuan saved in her space. She took her admission letter, planning to go to Beijing now. The street office would send the acceptance letter directly to Beijing. She was also thinking about selling her watch. A total of 500 watches. Fortunately, her space remained still, and the items always look new. She wondered if selling these shiny watches could help her buy 2 courtyard houses in Beijing. After a bumpy trip to the city, Zhu Yu wasn't in a hurry to sell her things. She was exhausted and first lay down at the guest house for a while to rest. She then went to a state-run restaurant for a meal, filled her stomach, and leisurely strolled through the streets. The atmosphere now is much better than a few years ago. Not far from the state-run restaurant, Zhu Yu quickly found a large black market. She no longer disguised herself as before. It is still winter. Zhu Yu only covered her head and face with a large, wide scarf, leaving only her eyes visible. At the entrance of the black market, she spoke to the lookout. "I want to see your boss and discuss a big deal." The 2 young men on lookout duty exchanged glances. When she came out again, Zhu Yu had already cleared out the goods. She sold all her watches, 100 in total, to the black market boss nearby. The total value was 50,000 yuan. Zhu Yu originally planned to keep the money and buy 2 houses in the capital to wait for their value to rise. But now she thought maybe she didn't need to do that. She almost fell into a wrong way of thinking. In the end, she would return to her own world, and she wouldn't have children in this life. So, why keep so many houses? She couldn't take them back anyway. Unknowingly, she was being foolish. So, Zhu Yu only took 20,000 yuan and the remaining 30,000 was for gold. Gold is only 30 yuan per gram now, but in her world, she remembers gold had risen to over 600 yuan per gram. That was the best investment for her, quickly turning over 20 times. But now, it's a bit late to buy gold. Back in 1970, gold was only 3 yuan per gram, 10 times cheaper than now. That price will never come back. It will only get more expensive. The boss asked Zhu Yu if she wanted old items. She shook her head and refused. Mainly because she couldn't tell if they were real or fake. Without that skill, it's better not to get involved. Even if just one item was genuine, it would be worth a lot. But Zhu Yu didn't love money that much, and she didn't want to gamble on the unknown. 3,000 yuan could buy about 3 big yellow croakers. Zhu Yu also took out a few thousand more and exchanged for 4 big yellow croakers. These would be worth about 800,000 yuan when she took them back. The remaining money was about 20,000 yuan. She found someone local in the capital to help her find 2 houses, one small one for herself, and another to rent out later. The 2 houses cost about 10,000 yuan in total. Zhu Yu decided not to touch the rest of the money. She would treat it as her living expenses for the next few years. College was free, and she received a monthly subsidy of 12 yuan. The country was really very good. After avoiding the people from the black market who were following her, Zhu Yu returned to the guest house. Now she could be so bold and straightforward in trading because, first, the atmosphere wasn't as strict as before, and they rarely arrested people for this anymore. Second, because she was friends with Yan Yuyao. Under Xiao Wang's guidance, they had learned self-defense and fighting skills for several years. Plus, with her strength, it was no problem to take down 2 or 3 adult men. If she didn't run and just fought, no matter how many there were, they couldn't catch her. Xiao Wang personally confirmed she was a good candidate to join the army. After settling in, she was sure she wouldn't go hungry with those 2 houses. By now, more than half a month had passed, and she had received the notice. Zhu Yu arranged for someone to clean up the small house. Although called small, compared to the large courtyard with 4 entrances, the house was about 200 square meters, more than enough for one person. Once her living space was ready, the start of school was approaching. Zhu Yu began to go to school. She planned to study traditional Chinese medicine carefully over the next few decades. In case she traveled to ancient times or dangerous worlds, having some skills would be helpful. Although she didn't really enjoy studying medicine, she hadn't found her true interest yet, so she would learn what was needed. She didn't want to waste her precious time. Even though the current task seemed easy, Zhu remembered that if she failed 2 tasks in a row, the system would disconnect and she could never travel again. Traveling was so fun now, with many benefits like immortality, which she didn't want to lose. So, she had to avoid failure at all costs. She needed to gather more chances for success. The more chances she had, the better her odds. Although Zhu wanted to live in her own house, her first semester at university required her to stay on campus. She could only wait until next year to move back home. She carried her luggage and politely declined her male classmates' offer to help, heading toward her assigned dorm. The Chinese medicine program had about equal numbers of boys and girls. On the 4th floor, in room 401, she found most of her roommates already there, except for her. The other 7 roommates ranged in age. 2 looked quite mature, around 30. At the introduction, 2 were 18, 2 were 22, Zhu was 24, and the oldest 2 were 28 and 29. They were among the first groups sent to the countryside as young, educated people. They looked older than their actual ages, which was understandable. Zhu listened to a lot of gossip on her way from campus to the dorm. Most of the cases involved people abandoning their spouses or children. Almost every few days, someone from the countryside would come to complain about getting into college and then disappearing, taking most of their family's money. When the school investigated, they found that almost none of these students admitted to being married, even at 29 years old, insisting they were single. It was quite funny. Zhu guessed something was wrong. From the behavior of her 2 experienced roommates, she suspected they were both married and probably had children. However, she decided to pretend she didn't know. Other people's matters were none of her business. In the dorm, only one girl shared her major. They agreed to leave together when it was time. Later that evening, there was a class meeting. Zhu felt a little sleepy and took a short nap. Zhu, wake up. Huang Yingying patted her shoulder. We need to go. The meeting is starting. Zhu nodded and quickly got out of bed. She was a bit excited about starting college for the first time. The class teacher was quick and efficient. After entering, he looked around and made the chatting students quiet. Students, my surname is En and my name is Rue. You can call me Teacher En. Now let the first student on the left introduce themselves, just your age, hobbies, and talents. If you prefer not to, that's fine. Also, students interested in running for class committee can try to get votes during their self-introduction. I believe everyone here is talented and has high expectations for their college life. Tonight, only the positions of class monitor and study committee member are open. Let's begin. The first student confidently stepped forward after teacher and nodded and introduced themselves. Hello everyone, my name is Yu Un and I come from.
Hello, I'm called.
When it was Zhuyu's turn, she also spoke briefly and then returned to her seat. Her short introduction didn't dampen many people's enthusiasm. Little did Zhuyu know, since she arrived at school yesterday, many had already noticed her beauty. This might be the power of being the school beauty. Surprisingly, many students wanted to run for class committee. Some students introduced themselves by talking about their previous work experience, with many having worked in government offices or organizational departments. Each speech was very inspiring, and Zhu watched and occasionally clapped along. She was truly impressive. Based on the principle of the most votes, the class monitor was the male student who had experience working in the organizational department. The student representative was a girl, chosen because she was the top scorer in the entrance exam. It was fair. After selecting the people and planning their tasks for tomorrow, the class meeting ended. Zhuyu slowly walked back to her dormitory with a crowd. Wang Yingying looked at Zhuyu's face with envy. Zhuyu, you're so beautiful. Many people are looking at you. Zhuyu smiled. You're very cute too. The original girl was indeed very pretty. Are you hungry? Let's go to the cafeteria to eat. Zhuyu shook her head. You go ahead. I want to go back to the dorm early and sleep. Wang Yingying nodded understandingly. She was quite tired today. As they walked, they parted ways. Zhu, you wasn't very hungry. The school cafeteria's food was average, not as good as the master chef at the textile factory or the standards of state-run restaurants, which were much better. Zhu decided to eat less. When she reached the dorm door and pushed it open, she heard a heated argument. What do you mean, Li Xia? How can you bring the child to the dorm? If you make noise at night, how are we supposed to sleep? There were 8 people in the dorm. Some had good family backgrounds, others not so much. Now, the person shouting emotionally was Wang Roland, an 18-year-old who had just come of age. She was a local girl from a well-off family. Occasionally staying for a few days is fine. We're not unreasonable people, but you must tell us how long you plan to stay. Are you planning to stay long? You brought all the child's clothes. Are you planning to stay permanently? Li Xia looked helpless as she hugged her child tightly. Sorry, everyone.
I didn't mean it like that.
I just haven't been able to move out this past year. My family, they don't agree with me going to school. They stopped me from taking the college entrance exam and divorced me. The child is a girl, and they don't want her. They just left her with me. I really don't know what to do. Although her words sounded pitiful, they were also shameless. There are now 3 people in the dormitory. Besides Li Xia and Wang Roland, there is another person, Su Xiao, who is about Li Xia's age. She is only 1 year younger than Li Mei, at 28 years old. She had been looking down the whole time and couldn't see her expression clearly, but now she looked up at Li Mei. You can send the baby to the nearby kindergarten and find a part-time job nearby. With the school's monthly allowance, raising a child should be enough. Wang Roland nodded in agreement. Yes, but if you live in the dorm, how will you attend classes? Will you take the baby with you, or leave the baby in the dorm? Li Mei bit her lip, looking reluctant. She also wanted to send the baby to a nursery, but it wasn't cheap, 5 yuan a month, which only covered 1 meal. The baby was still breastfeeding, so if she fed the baby herself, she could save that money. As for finding a job, she thought it could wait until the baby was weaned. She's very obedient. She'll eat and then stay in the dorm. I'll come back right after class. You don't need to help take care of her and she won't bother you. Please, the baby isn't weaned yet. She's too young. Nursery schools probably won't accept such a small child. Wang Roland, unable to persuade her and feeling annoyed at the idea of living with the baby, looked increasingly frustrated. No, I can give you a few yuan each month. You can rent a place and take care of the baby. She really didn't want to live with the baby. It was too troublesome. But seeing Li Mei look so pitiful, she couldn't bear to refuse. Li Mei's eyes lit up, a greedy look flashing in her eyes. It would be great not to have to spend her own money to move out. Really? I can really move out? The school doesn't allow new students to move out in the first 6 months, right? That's a special case. The school didn't say you couldn't bring the baby and you brought her anyway. Li Mei was stumped by this and felt some resentment. She resented that they didn't understand her situation. There are many stories of people resenting others for their own gain. Zhuangyu couldn't agree with Wang Roland's approach. The money shouldn't be given, and she shouldn't be the one to solve this problem. Doing so would only encourage greed, and it wasn't the best solution. Wait a moment, Wang Roland. Don't rush to talk about giving or not giving money. This is a matter for our entire dorm. Just tell the class teacher. Maybe the school has some support for situations like this. It might be better than you exhausting yourself. Many students, like Li Mei, are probably facing similar situations. Since we haven't seen many children appear at school, there must be a way to solve this problem. Wang Roland didn't expect Zhu to say this, but after thinking for a moment, she realized that this solution might be better than giving money. Her family's money isn't easy to come by, so it's better not to give if they don't have to. Li Mei was both hopeful and frustrated. She hoped the school would really help with this issue, but she was upset that the money was gone. To her, her roommates all seemed wealthier than she was. Helping her wouldn't be a big deal for them, and for Li Mei, it was like life-saving money. Even Su Xiao, who seemed similar to her, was much better off. She was married and had a child, and her husband was the local team leader who supported her going to school, so she had no worries. Just by seeing her eating and drinking without restraint, it was clear she was much better off. But she was wrong. Su Xiao's husband had tricked her. During exams, her in-laws wanted to keep her from taking the test. Su Xiao ran away at night and never returned. Even her admission letter was collected by someone else. Even though she hated her husband and mother-in-law for how they treated her, she still missed her child. But now, she had no ability to do anything. Seeing Li Mei, she couldn't help but think of herself. If Li Mei could get help, maybe she could also take her child back from that family. Su Xiao couldn't help but dream about it. As her roommates went to eat, they gradually returned, and everyone was surprised to see a child with her. Wang Yingying looked at Li Mei with confusion, then turned to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu briefly explained what had happened. Some roommates were angry about Li Mei's situation, while others were unhappy about sharing a room with a child. Overall, most felt sympathy and wanted to help. Only Wang Ruolin and a girl named Qin Xianghong were dissatisfied. After Zhu Yu finished explaining, everyone agreed to tell their class teacher. It was getting late, so they decided to choose a few people the next day to go and talk to the teacher. They started washing up and preparing for bed. Zhu Yu didn't have any opinion about Li Mei, but since she was the one who led her to this point, she decided to go with her after class. I understand your situation. The school does offer some help. For students who are divorced and raising children alone with children under 3 years old, they can apply for a monthly subsidy of 8 yuan. This subsidy can be received for up to a year. In such cases, the school can approve for students to live outside the campus. Zhu Yu and everyone else let out a sigh of relief. Li Mei happily took the application form and left. Su Xiao looked disappointed. Her daughter is already 5 years old. After everyone left, Zhu Yu asked the teacher privately, "Teacher, could you give me a reading list? I have a lot of free time and want to study some more in-depth books on my own." Teacher and looked at Zhu Yu with admiration. Who wouldn't like a student eager to learn? I don't have a specific list because we just resumed the college entrance exam, so there aren't many study materials. However, the school recently renovated the library, and you can look at the medical books there. Hearing this, Zhu Yu felt a bit disappointed but understood. Due to the recent chaos, many books were probably destroyed. She regretted not exploring places like junkyards for old books when she first arrived in this world. At that time, her mind was focused on escaping her original family, so she didn't pay much attention to other things. Now she has some regrets. First, she missed the chance to collect antiques, calligraphy, and old books during those years. Every time she went to the black market, she just bought tickets for meat and left quickly, not daring to stay. Looking back, buying things at the black market and collecting old items involves similar risks. She had already taken risks for meat, so why not collect valuable items? Even if she didn't recognize them, cheap items could be worth a lot in the end. Bringing them back could be a real treasure and lead to sudden wealth. Second, she wanted to collect stamps but was never very dedicated. After asking about the red stamps and monkey stamps, her interest in other stamps waned. Now she only has 5 sets she collected casually from 1972, 1974, and 1975. Even if they aren't valuable, collecting them doesn't take much effort and they hold sentimental meaning. Looking back on those years, Zhu Yu felt both oppressed and lost. After thinking carefully, she realized it was probably because she kept encountering dangerous situations where people were being captured. Those scenes frightened her. She was so scared, she had a high fever for several days afterward. Since then, she had been like a frightened bird, afraid to make any mistakes. Honestly, even though she was a woman with space for travel, her life was very ordinary. When Zhu Yu first arrived here, she was young and not very mature. Over the years, she was shaped and strengthened by her experiences. Now, she can honestly face her past shortcomings. In the future, she would try not to miss such opportunities again. In the next few years, Zhu Yu mostly stayed in the library, memorizing texts, learning about herbs, and studying prescriptions. After graduation, she went straight to an old pharmacy, apprenticed to an experienced traditional Chinese doctor, and began to learn how to diagnose pulse conditions and practice acupuncture seriously. Traditional Chinese medicine has no shortcuts. It requires hard work and lots of practice. Without experience, she couldn't have treated so many cases successfully. Reading books alone wouldn't make her a good doctor. In this world, Zhu lived to 72 years old. She learned continuously and truly believed in lifelong learning. Time is fair to everyone. From the age of 50, Zhuyu's skills had already surpassed those of her old mentor. Over the next 20 years, she traveled to different cities, practicing medicine, experiencing various schools of Chinese medicine and difficult cases across the country. This enriched her knowledge and skills. When she was 70, feeling her days were limited, Zhuyu began to organize her assets in this world. First, she took out everything stored in her space from her original world, clearing the entire space. She carefully placed her important medical cases and prescriptions into her space, 10 thick notebooks, which she considered her greatest achievement here. She also sold her 4 or 5 properties, converting all the money into gold and storing it in her space. Once everything was done, she closed her eyes in this world, and at the moment she lost her breath, she opened her eyes in her own world. She immediately checked her space. Her notes and gold were all there. Then she tried to recall her medical skills. Sure enough, she remembered everything. Zhuyu couldn't help but laugh happily for a while. She declared that at this moment, she was the happiest person in the world. Feeling happy, Zhu looked at the space for a while before starting to summon the system interface. First task settlement in progress. Settlement successful. Reward has been sent to the bound space. Please check carefully. Attribute panel unlocked. Zhuyu first opened the attribute panel. ID. Zhuyu age, 14 skills. Basic medical skills others. To be unlocked, Zhuyu was confused. How high did the system require? She had studied medicine for decades in that world, ranking among the top 3 before her death, almost a master in her field. Yet on the system panel, her medical skill was only listed as basic. She brushed off her dissatisfaction and checked the rewards from this task. A beauty pill, an enlightenment pill, and a strength pill. There was also a new glowing point beside them. Zhuyu used her mind to touch the glow, feeling her mind clear. The glow dispersed and merged into the space. It turned out the first task reward was a doubled space. After completing the task, it could eliminate mental fatigue and restore a pure, comfortable feeling like that of a baby. Zhuyu tried it. She didn't know if it was truly pure or not, but it was very comfortable. Plus, the space had doubled in size. She was very satisfied with this reward. The system's technology was really impressive. She really wanted to live there and try it out. Surely it would be very interesting. She wondered if future tasks would involve such advanced civilizations. Ding, ding, ding. She ran to the full-length mirror in her room and carefully looked at her face. Her skin was getting whiter, her pores more delicate, and her features looked like they had been professionally retouched. Much more beautiful. It had only been 3 days since she took the beauty pill. The effect was truly amazing, and this kind of adjustment didn't make her look like she had plastic surgery. Zhuyu started to look forward to how beautiful she would be after the beauty pill's effects fully took hold. System unlock tip. Completing character wishes can increase task rewards. Zhuyu froze. She thought about the original owner's wish. Wasn't it just to escape that home? Had she already completed it?
Wait, no.
The true wish of the original owner seemed to be having a home of her own. Since Zhuyu was single her whole life, she definitely didn't meet that wish. The overbearing brother who loves me in the talent show is loading. The plot introduction is complete. Please start the task within 3 days. Zhuyu takes a deep breath. Since the talent show is set in modern times, it shouldn't be too dangerous. She quickly reads through the plot, feeling nervous and tapping her toes on the ground. This is the first time she's seen a story filled with lines like, "Woman, you've crossed the line with me. No one but me is allowed to look at her, and if I can't cure her, I want all of you to be punished." It's hard not to feel awkward about such dramatic lines. Fortunately, she's not the heroine this time. She's just one of the 100 ordinary contestants, and in the story, Zhuyu gets eliminated in the second round. Looking at the famous big company known for training stars, Zhuyu relaxes. Luckily, the scene where her task begins is right when she's about to sign the contract. As long as she doesn't sign this contract, she won't have to participate in the talent show, which means she can avoid following the story's plot entirely. In this story, Zhiyu's character doesn't have a good ending. The contract she signs with the company is very strict, lasting 20 years, with a huge penalty for breaking it. She doesn't debut successfully and is quickly assigned to do live stream selling products and other busy work. She works 24 hours a day, 18 hours of which are spent working, and the rest is on the way to work. She can only sleep in short bursts while rushing around. As a result, after 3 years, she suddenly dies from exhaustion. Her death is both tragic and a bit funny. Knowing the danger ahead, Zhiyu turns around and takes a taxi to the airport. The original owner signed with a talent agency because she was tricked. The person who deceived her is her cousin in her home country. Yes, Zhiyu is currently studying abroad in Korea. Her cousin introduced her to this company, claiming it was reliable and that she would become famous and earn a lot of money. The original owner trusted her family too much, signed without checking, and worked tirelessly like an old ox to contribute to the company. Zhiyu plans to return to her home country first. The original owner was a poor student who only came here because of money to attend an international school. Now she doesn't want to continue studying here and can just go back to school at home. Her family doesn't care much about her. In this world, Zhiyu's parents are wealthy and each do their own thing. They only care about giving her money and are indifferent to everything else. This is better for Zhiyu, as she doesn't get to know the original owner well without frequent contact, and she won't notice the differences in their personalities. After boarding the plane and putting on sunglasses, Zhiyu begins to absorb all the memories of this body. The original owner is 17 years old. Her dream in life is to become a star, a shining, famous celebrity. Her strong determination even influences Zhiyu. For example, Zhiyu initially wanted to learn farming and try growing crops, but as soon as the idea appeared, she felt a strong rejection in her heart. This resistance is too intense. Don't worry, I will help you. Becoming a star is just a small thing, Zhiyu quietly asks in a voice only she can hear. It seems this body still has some leftover instincts. Just hearing the word, celebrity, makes her feel repulsed, but then it turns into a burst of energetic enthusiasm, as if she had been injected with chicken blood. Now I finally understand how you worked yourself to death. She still has a workaholic personality. Inside, Zhiyu considers the original owner a distant friend. She lives in her friend's house, even though they can never meet or communicate, and technically, they are just digital images. With her friend's wish and the task reward, she proceeds. And since celebrities are mostly young and vibrant, she figures she can retire by 30. After retiring, she can learn farming without any worries. Back in her own house in China, she stands in front of the mirror. Looks like I have to take the beauty-enhancing pill this time. Zhiyu's mind is buzzing. Seeing her current appearance, she realizes how difficult this task is. From every angle, she has no advantages. Usually, well-known companies recruit trainees under 16. Zhiyu is already a bit old for that. Unless she has special talents or looks exceptionally good, she probably has no chance. She doesn't have any talents. Medical skills or acupuncture aren't exactly popular with audiences. She remembers that the only dance she learned was half a year before she gave up, and she's long forgotten it. Her face is plain and ordinary. If her previous appearance was an 8 out of 10, her current look is only about a 6. The stunning beauties who appear on stage are nothing like her. Although they all have 2 eyes and 1 mouth, this face, even with heavy makeup, can only be considered a small beauty. It is not comparable to the stars and celebrities on screen. It's like the difference between a fish eye and a pearl. How can this face become a shining superstar? Usually, when internet celebrities and stars appear together, the stars tend to outshine them. Currently, Zhiyu looks less attractive than an internet celebrity. Looking at her strengths, the only possible advantage is that she has been single since birth, with no history of early dating. Also, her studies are okay. She's only a second-year high school student and still has time to become a top student. This can be seen as a small advantage. Zhiyu, feeling hopeless, takes out a wisdom pill and swallows it. She decides not to care anymore. She wants to improve her intelligence first, then see how her face-enhancing potion works in half a month before deciding whether to regret not becoming a star. Sometimes, people really shouldn't be too stubborn. Ring ring, her phone rings. It's a call from her cousin. Juyu unlocks her screen and, out of curiosity, answers the call. Hello, Yaya, have you returned to the country? Her cousin Qin Yuning's voice comes through. Yeah, Juyu responds calmly. Qin Yuning quickly notices the cold tone in Juyu's voice. She pauses and asks worriedly, Sister, what's wrong? I heard from friends that you didn't go to sign the contract that day. It's nothing. I suddenly don't want to enter the entertainment industry anymore. Of course, this is a lie. Juyu doesn't want to reveal her true thoughts. Her cousin, knowing her conditions, still pushes her into this circle in a way that seems unkind. She has bad intentions. She's like a poisonous snake, and Juyu must be cautious. Why? Qin Yuning instinctively asks, her tone not very good. Do you have something to say? If not, I'll hang up. Without waiting for her cousin to reply, Juyu ends the call. Whatever her purpose, she will find out in the future. For now, Juyu cares more about how effective the face-enhancing potion is. Taking the wisdom pill was because Juyu decided to give up on being a contestant or idol and become an actress. There's so much to learn. Baidu is really a good tool. Juyu searched what skills are needed to become an actress and found that there are so many things to learn. Body movements, dialogue, singing, and acting all need to be mastered. Among these skills, the most effective are dialogue and acting. Juyu paid a lot of money to enroll in the class. The tutor was very professional. She truly felt transformed from being clueless to having a general understanding of the profession. She realized that acting also requires skill. Juyu wanted to improve her lines. The teacher asked her to record her voice while speaking. After listening, she realized her speech was not very pleasant, often hurried, and her pronunciation was unclear. The teacher suggested she start with basic skills like reading newspapers and tongue twisters, practicing until she became more confident. Juyu practiced for 2 hours every day. The teacher told her that many performers give a fake impression because they haven't fully immersed themselves in their characters. When playing a role, you must truly believe that you are the character, not yourself. You shouldn't feel shy or hesitant, or it will be hard to get into the role and improve. The same sentence can sound very different depending on the emotion, tone, and voice used. Seeing her confused look, the teacher smiled and asked her to try saying, I love you, to her parents and to someone she liked. She would notice how the feelings conveyed are completely different. This is called delivering lines. The teacher said many acting students go through training to free their nature, but few do it easily. Most still lack this ability. It involves concepts like relaxation and ease. For example, try shouting in public, I am crazy, and see if you can stay calm when others look at you. These are not very difficult tasks, but the key is practicing every day until you master them. The teacher also expressed regret that many actors today are almost considered uncultured. It's a sad fact, but it reflects reality. Many actors read very little, have shallow knowledge, and know very little. If Juyu wants to become a good actor, she must read more. As the saying goes, travel 10,000 miles and read 10,000 books, which shows the importance of both experience and knowledge. The more knowledge you have, the better you can become a good actor that directors and audiences like. At least, you can understand the script. Many actors often make mistakes because they don't recognize many words in the script. This makes it hard to become a good actor. After taking the wisdom boost pill, my mind became very sharp. I could remember everything the teacher said after just one listen. The rest was just practice. The beauty boost pill works very well. After half a year, the girl in the mirror looked so beautiful, it was almost dizzying. She is 1.67 meters tall, with a slim waist, long legs, delicate features, and fair skin. According to her acting teacher, this face belongs on the big screen. The teacher suggested that if she plans to enter the industry, she should start preparing for the acting exams now. It's also best to sign with a company. With her looks, it's easy to sign with a good media company. As a professional, the teacher advised that Juyu is very obedient. She is busy attending various training classes, preparing for exams, and sending her resume to several well-known media companies in the country. Most trainees sign contracts when they are very young. Juyu decided to skip that and pursue acting. Luckily, she is still young enough to attend acting school and start her career from a good foundation. Her impatient cousin, who kept trying to involve her with a Korean company, was simply blocked and ignored. Juyu had already noticed that her cousin was either foolish or mean. She didn't seem to be less intelligent than average, but she just liked to see others fail. After thorough research, Juyu chose the company with the best reputation from several options. She has finished her exams and is now an adult. The company asked her to bring her ID to sign the contract. Her agent, surnamed Fu, is a tall, elegant woman who treats Juyu warmly, like a spring breeze. Take a look. If everything's okay, just sign, Fu Shuer said, pouring a glass of water and placing it beside Juyu. She sat down and said, "You still have nearly half a year before school starts. If you sign now, the company will arrange for you to star in a TV drama they invested in. It's a big production with 46 episodes. You'll be the third female lead. Your first role will help you get familiar with acting. If it's well received, you might even get the main role in the next project." Fu Shuer spoke quickly but paused now and then to give Juyu a chance to respond. It showed she was careful and attentive. Juyu focused on multitasking, listening to her while quickly reviewing the contract, paying special attention to the numbers. This contract is quite good for a newcomer. The company will provide resources for 10 years. In the first 5 years, the company holds a 70% share, and she has 30%. In the next 5 years, it will be a 50-50 split. During this time, the company will cover training costs. If she needs plastic surgery, the company will pay for it. She will receive a fixed monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, which will be paid even if she doesn't participate in any TV dramas or variety shows. Earnings from company-arranged activities are separate and not included in the fixed salary. The company will also pay for social insurance, housing, transportation, and meals, and will buy her commercial insurance. It's a very considerate company. However, if within 5 years she cannot make good use of the resources provided, meaning she doesn't gain popularity no matter what, the company has the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. If the company terminates the contract, she won't receive any compensation. If she wants to end it herself, she must pay a penalty equal to 3 times her total salary. Juyu swallowed hard, thinking about the gold bars and valuable jewelry stored in her space. She's not worried about money. Also, the contract is for 10 years. Juyu is 18 now, so she will only be 28 when it ends. The company added a considerate rule. The contract can be renewed every 5 years. This means the terms can be renegotiated and updated every 5 years. After reading the contract, Juyu felt calm inside. Compared to a pure newcomer, this contract is much better, but it depends on her current appearance being very outstanding. If she doesn't sign this, no other contract in the industry would be better. Juyu paused her pen at the signature line and neatly signed her name, Juyu. Fu Shuer saw her sign and put down her water cup. She picked up the contract and said, "Nice handwriting. I heard your art exam results were excellent, congratulations." Both received a copy of the contract. Juyu smiled shyly. The acting teacher is very professional and teaches well. Our company also has very professional teachers. Come to class these days to practice acting. I'll give you the key to the dormitory arranged by the company. By the way, Fu Shuer took another sip of hot water. She only had the impression that this girl was hardworking. She still wasn't sure about her acting skills. "I've arranged an assistant, a makeup artist, and a driver for you," she thought, 3 people before even starting work. Juyu couldn't help but raise her eyebrows slightly. Juyu sat on a fancy stage made of foam boards, surrounded by bright lights. 2 black arms reached over her from above, fixing in place and filming her from above. The camera crew and control room exchanged signals. Focus on the fairy deity. Find the right angle. Move to position 5. Juyu's flawless face was enlarged on all the screens from different angles. 2 editors with earpieces watched her, the actress playing the 3rd female role. "She looks really beautiful. I heard she's only 18, not sure about her acting skills. In the control room, the assistant director looked at the files in his hand and spoke into the microphone. Remember to focus on the shot. The close-up will be in 3 minutes. Ji nodded. Her character, the third female role, is a righteous figure who helps the male lead with her support in this typical hero story. Fu Shueru arrived at the set 2 hours later. After greeting all the staff, she went to find the on-site cameraman and asked for Zhu Yu's performance clips from today. The entire crew was from the same company, and they mostly watched their own artists. Since they often saw each other, even if it wasn't proper procedure, no one would make things difficult. Fu Shueru put on her headset and watched Zhu Yu's face through the high-definition camera. It was a pleasure. Her acting couldn't compare to veteran actors, but it was natural and believable, which was enough, better than most people in the industry. After watching once, Fu Shueru greeted the director, handed him a drink, and then left. Zhu Yu's scenes would be shot here for a month. She needed to quickly check if there were better scripts at her company. Zhu Yu's performance gave her great confidence and motivation. She had a feeling that Zhu Yu was at least a promising second-tier actress. Right now, Zhu Yu was lying comfortably in her hotel. Her phone holder played one of the male lead's previous works. She watched it while zoning out. She was deeply affected. Today on set, I truly saw what it means to be a top actor. Ji Yu believes that if acting skills have levels, the male lead Jiang Siming is at least a top-tier champion, while she is still at the platinum level. In today's scene, her performance was quite dull. Finally, she understood what the acting teacher meant by natural and seamless performance. Jiang Siming, at 27, convincingly played a 17-year-old boy with no flaws. However, Ji Yu, at 18, couldn't quite portray a 19-year-old fairy spirit convincingly. At least, she couldn't truly embody the character she envisioned. After filming, the top actor was quite friendly to her. Ji Yu could see from his eyes that he liked women. She also understood that the current look of the original character, enhanced by a beauty potion, was very attractive to men. She saw many times that the opposite couldn't help but stare at her. It seemed women didn't attract as much attention. Both men and women thought she looked very beautiful. Ding ding ding, her phone rang. Ji Yu opened it and saw a message from Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming. Are you reading the script? Jiang Siming. Someone acting with you might make the scene better. Do you need help? Thinking about Jiang Siming's acting skills, Ji Yu felt a little excited.
But
she still had concerns. Would acting together in a room cause rumors? Given their difference in fame, Ji Yu knew she would be criticized by Jiang Siming's fans. Maybe sensing her hesitation, Jiang Siming quickly changed his message. Jiang Siming, bring your assistant. We can also meet in the conference room. The hotel has several soundproof meeting rooms. This way, there's probably nothing to worry about. Since they'd be filming together for a long time, she couldn't keep refusing. Ji Yu. Okay, I'll ask Sister Yuan if she can come. On the other end, Jiang Siming saw her message and frowned, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Ji Yu arrived with the female lead, Lu Yuan. The three sat at a table, with their assistants on the other side. Lu Yuan, a former child star, has always been popular with audiences. She's a rising star with moderate fame, neither too hot nor too cold. Her position in the industry is probably second or third tier. She can't compare to the male lead. In this film, the male lead is the main character, but her role has limited scenes compared to the third female lead. Her role is mainly to highlight the young male lead's unwavering innocence, serving as a childhood sweetheart background. The second most important role in the film is the villain, who adds many challenges and points of interest to the male lead's journey of growth. The scenes are few. After finishing the scenes with the male lead, Ji Yu has only 5 scenes left. Today, they shot 1 scene, and there are 4 more to go. The process of acting together was quite enjoyable. At least in this film, no one tried to intimidate Ji Yu, the newcomer. Probably because she is the only one from the investment company's talent. After filming, they chatted casually. This film will be finished soon. Do you have any plans after winning the Best Actor award? Lu Yuan twirled her curly hair playfully and looked at Jiang Siming. Jiang Siming glanced at Ji Yu and said with a smile, just follow the company's plans and join the next project. You're really busy. You haven't had a break in 3 years, right? With a slightly affectionate tone, Lu Yuan and Jiang Siming had worked together twice. Jiang Siming is a year younger than Lu Yuan, but in the industry, status matters more. Jiang Siming smiled, but didn't reply to Lu Yuan. His manager had mentioned that Lu Yuan's side wanted to create a romantic storyline between them, but he didn't agree. Over the years, he focused on acting, avoided variety shows, and refused roles with too much or intimacy. He's never been involved in any scandals and is considered a pure figure in the industry. Now, he wouldn't make an exception for Lu Yuan. It's easy for a talented actor to hide his emotions. At least in this regard, no one noticed that Jiang Siming's attention was always fixed on Ji Yu from the moment he entered. His greedy, commanding gaze kept examining Ji Yu from head to toe repeatedly. Even Ji Yu didn't realize this. She thought Jiang Siming simply appreciated her beauty and saw him as a respectful senior in the industry. In fact, even Lu Yuan, who's used to seeing all kinds of beauties and considers herself above average, would sometimes be distracted when looking at Ji Yu. The reason she didn't feel hostility toward Ji Yu was because she hadn't noticed Jiang Siming's special interest in her. She thought Jiang Siming was still the same as before, unaffected by anyone. Jiang Siming casually glanced at Ji Yu and asked, "Are you still in school?" Lu Yuan added, "Xiao Yu's manager told the director yesterday that she's only 18 this year and will start college next year." Ji Yu smiled. She didn't dislike Lu Yuan or Jiang Siming. The kind, handsome seniors gently teaching her acting and asking about her life made her feel no need to be guarded. "Yes, Sister Yuan. I'm still attending the same school as you and Jiang Ge. I'll be your junior in the future." "That's great. If you have any questions at school, you can ask me. By the way, Xiaoya, I don't think I've added you yet." "Come on, let's add each other." Zhu Yu picked up her phone. "I'll add you now." She already had her friend's number, but she hadn't added her on Feishin yet. She clicked to send a request. On the other side, her friend silently took out her phone and held it out to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu didn't think much and added her friend. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. She remembered she had known Jiang Siming for 4 years, and only recently had they reconnected because they worked together again. It was her who reached out first. A bad feeling arose in her mind. Zhu Yu's role was very small. Her scenes finished in about half a month. After thanking the staff and some leaders who brought her takeout and desserts, Zhu Yu finished filming and left. She wasn't sure if her performance was good or bad. Her character didn't require much acting skill, just a pretty face with no expression. That was enough. Although she became an actress mainly because of her original obsession, now that she was here, Zhu Yu didn't plan to just go along. She wanted to do her best. As for the outcome, she left it to fate. Zhu Yu took many acting courses. She bought many online classes after researching. She wasn't sure if they were helpful or which ones were good, so she planned to watch them all again. If she found a course that made her suddenly understand something, she would watch it several times. She believed it would be useful. After finishing one online class, she received a message from Fu Xueru. "Fu Xueru, I've arranged a new drama for you. 2 roles don't require an audition. One is the second female lead, and the other is the 4th female lead. The main female role does require an audition."
Zhu Yu, so many?
"Do you think I can handle these roles?" "Sister Fu, I need to take more classes before I can act."
Fu Xueru, don't worry.
"The roles I've arranged for you don't require much acting. Just be yourself." Zhu Yu couldn't help but smile helplessly. It seemed these roles were probably for young girl types. Although filming these kinds of dramas didn't have much depth, Zhu was still happy. She didn't regret signing with the company. Fu Xueru had discussed her plans. As a newcomer, it was most important to shoot more scenes early on. Not every project would be approved smoothly. If she only filmed one drama a year, and that drama didn't pass review due to bad luck, she could disappear from the screen for 2 years. That was very risky during her rising period. Even top-tier celebrities wouldn't do such things. Everyone is busy, usually filming at least 3 movies a year. This way, at least one film will be released and seen by the audience each year. "Fu Xueru, I'll pick you up tomorrow to go to the audition. Rest early tonight." "Zhu Yu, okay, Zhu blinked and opened her profile panel. Name: Zhu, human female, age 18, task age, fame. Level 18, low level, appearance 99 out of 100, better than 99.999% of similar beings on this planet, at the maximum individual limit, cannot be improved, intelligence 80 out of 100, better than 80% of similar beings on this planet, can continue to use the wisdom elixir for hints. Zhu looked at her personal panel with a frown. Only 80 after taking the wisdom elixir? So, how low is my IQ? There are no free lunches in the world. It turns out that fame also has requirements. Although being at level 18 and having acted in a film makes her a minor star, the system clearly doesn't allow shortcuts. Reaching first-tier fame completes Task 1. Once the condition is met, you can apply to end the task early or end it after completing Task 2 and passing away peacefully. When Zhu clicked on her fame level, more titles appeared: Extra, Low-Level Extra, Perspective Extra, Featured Extra, Level 18 Actor, Level 3 Actor, Level 2 Actor, Level 1 Actor, Top-Tier Star. The divisions are quite detailed. Zhu felt a bit relieved that she started at level 18. Her starting point is much better than an extra. The goal of reaching the first tier is still far away, so she'll leave it for now. With her current beauty score of 99, any random show she appears in will surely boost her status. She won't stay at level 18 for long. Zhu glanced at the system panel again, casually closed it, and decided to go to bed early since it was getting late. She had an audition tomorrow and needed to rest well. The next morning, her alarm went off, and Zhu woke up. She always felt she wasn't meant for big things. Her mindset is just an ordinary person's. She gets excited easily when faced with new things and isn't very composed. But that's not a big flaw. She plans to improve over time. Zhu quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. While there was still time, she quickly cooked a bowl of vegetable noodles with 2 eggs. It was a low-calorie quick meal prepared by her assistant. Assistants, makeup artists, and drivers are not always with her. Currently, the makeup artist only accompanies her during filming, mainly doing makeup for the company's crew. The assistant also has multiple responsibilities and shares the same assistant and driver with 2 other people living on the same floor. Therefore, Zhu prefers to handle her own matters without bothering others. She is an average cook but can take care of herself. She eats 1 boiled egg and keeps the other for later to prevent hunger during the day. She fills her thermos with hot water and quickly leaves the house. When she reaches downstairs, Shu Ruoyu is already in the car. She greets her and looks at Zhu's face, nodding in satisfaction. This audition requires a natural look, and you look perfect as you are now. At the audition location, there are many people. As she enters, she sees many attractive and well-dressed young men and women. Hongdian always has plenty of beautiful people. However, she also notices that many of the handsome and beautiful actors in real life don't look as good on camera. She often watches online videos criticizing ugly men in dramas. She's seen these videos many times. Maybe the actors aren't actually bad, but the criticism is harsh. Still, they don't look good on screen. It seems that real-life beauty doesn't always translate well on high-definition cameras. No matter how pretty someone looks in person, they might not look as good on screen. The audience doesn't care about that. Lost in her thoughts, it's her turn to audition. She enters a room where 4 or 5 people are seated. The person in the middle is probably the director, with 2 others behind him, likely investors or producers. On one side is the head screenwriter. Surprisingly, next to the director is Jiang Siming. Zhu is momentarily surprised, but quickly regains her composure.
Now her focus is on the audition.
The director is a man in his 30s, not as serious as she expected. He looks at her face on the screen, asks her name, and hands her an A4 paper. He speaks kindly, "Get ready. The audition will start in 10 minutes. Zhu feels nervous, but tries to stay calm. She looks down at the paper. The script is dense with many lines. Most people would find memorizing it in 10 minutes difficult, but after reading it carefully, Zhu quietly cheers herself on. It turns out this is a medical drama. She feels incredibly lucky. Her strongest skill is her medical knowledge. Within 2 minutes, Zhu Yu understands her lines and what she needs to express in this scene. This story is likely a short drama episode. It begins with a patient suffering from respiratory failure seeking medical help. The female lead examines the patient, gives a preliminary diagnosis, and suggests treatment options. Later, she argues with the male lead. Both of their plans are correct, but the female lead is more aggressive, while the male lead prefers a conservative approach, recommending rest before surgery. This scene shows the two characters debating passionately using their professional knowledge. Zhu Yu repeatedly memorizes the details in her mind, and 10 minutes pass quickly. She doesn't notice Jiang Siming's slightly intense gaze. The screenwriter, turning her head casually, happens to see this moment and can't help but glance at both of them, smiling kindly. There are rumors about chaos in the entertainment industry, but our country has strict laws. Most people have to wake up early for work. Few have the energy to worry about anything else. Ultimately, this is just a job. The editor-in-chief earns her daily wage and doesn't sympathize with capitalists. She has written scripts and even thought about who the main actors might be, even though she knows she has no say in it. Still, she thinks it's not illegal. Jiang Siming is a top actor with excellent acting skills and great fame. He is handsome beyond compare. When she heard he was cast, she thought she was dreaming and felt very happy. What right does she have to be involved with such a talented actor? Zhu Yu puts on a white coat over her clothes and quietly tells the director, "I'm ready to start." Jiang Siming stands up and cooperates with her. Suddenly, she imagines herself back in her previous world, truly facing her patient. Zhu Yu quickly gets into character. Jiang Siming's eyes show surprise. He had already prepared to help her get into the scene and give her the spotlight, determined to make her the lead actress. But now, it seems unnecessary. She is very talented on her own. The director looked at the two people in the camera with surprise. The tall, handsome, and serious young doctor looked very commanding, while the small, beautiful female doctor had a tough expression on her face. Their simple appearance together was very eye-catching. The director could imagine that many viewers would ship them as a couple. This show would definitely become popular. The director's face turned red with excitement. He whispered to the producer behind him. Jiang Siming slowly approached Zhu Yu. Seeing that she was still a bit stunned after the scene, he gently opened a bottle of water and handed it to her. "Are you okay?" Zhu Yu didn't immediately take the water. She was a little confused about whether Jiang Siming's strong attitude just now was acting or real, and found it hard to accept. Under his intense gaze, she couldn't help but blush. She glanced at the director and, seeing he hadn't noticed, she let out a breath of relief. She glared at the man and said irritably, "Don't look at me." Jiang Siming touched his nose and looked away. Zhu Yu gradually regained her composure, and the redness on her face faded. Unbeknownst to her, the man was still secretly watching her out of the corner of his eye. After a brief, quiet discussion, the director and others took out the contract and signed Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu looked at the numbers on the contract. Oh my god, 24 episodes. 10,000 per episode. That's a total of 2.4 million yuan for the whole show. The entertainment industry paid really well. Zhu Yu even humorously thought to herself, is this fake money? So much. When she left, Zhu Yu carefully controlled her happiness so others wouldn't notice. She whispered to Fu Xueru that she would leave, and then walked away. Jiang Siming wanted to go with her, but he couldn't. The female lead had been found, and other important supporting roles hadn't been cast yet. The male lead was needed to hold the scene. In the car, Fu Xueru smiled. She noticed Zhu Yu was different from usual. She seemed to have guessed the result. Still, she asked again to confirm. Is the female lead decided? Zhu Yu happily nodded. Yes, I signed the contract. Sister Fu, guess how much my pay is? Fu Xuer thought for a moment and said, this show isn't very long, less than 30 episodes. Based on your market price, it should be around 100,000 to 150,000 per episode, so about 3 million in total. Zhu Yu was really surprised. Almost 2.4 million. I thought the crew paid too much. Is this normal? Sister Fu, I'm not a newcomer, am I? Fu Xueru understood her meaning. She looked at her and smiled. Do you think they paid too much? Zhu nodded quickly. That's so high, over 2 million. That's enough to buy a house where I'm from. You're a new artist that Jue is really supporting. This is a normal price for you. Once the contract is confirmed, our company will invest more. Besides, Fu Xiueru paused for a moment, then added, Zhang Siming's pay is there for comparison. He's the lead actor, so yours can't be too much lower. Zhu Yu shook her head in disbelief. This is considered normal? Now I'm curious how much Zhang earns. I actually know that. For the last project, when you played the third female lead, his pay was 10 times what you're getting today. For this one, it's about the same. And with his current status, he also signs profit-sharing contracts. Compared to those bonuses, the base pay is just a small part. The entertainment industry was truly a strange world. Just when Zhu Yu thought she was getting used to it, something would surprise her again. This time, too, she thought about the 2 million yuan. That was about what she could save in a lifetime. If she had stayed in her old job, helping people and never taking private clients, she might never have earned that much. Realizing this, Zhu Yu lowered her eyes, hiding the complicated look in them from Fu Xiueru. She wasn't really a teenager anymore. She understood that society was complicated, that most things worked well, but unfairness always existed. And if she didn't have the power to change it, it was better not to speak of it. When she looked up again, she was once more the pure, bright newcomer in Fu Xiueru's eyes, still young, but full of potential. Ms. Fu, the director said my hair is too short and doesn't fit the character. Fu Xiueru glanced at Zhu Yu's shoulder-length hair. It is a bit short, but that's easy to fix. We can add extensions. Make it as long as you need. Zhu Yu smiled. Also, the director said my figure is just right, and I shouldn't lose any more weight. All right, then tell Xiao Teng not to prepare low-fat meals for you anymore. You can eat normally, but keep an eye on your weight. Once you gain it back, you'll need to maintain it. Don't worry, I won't gain weight. The beauty elixir worked perfectly. Not only would she age much slower than others, but her figure would also stay in perfect shape. Zhu Yu's first task is to get her hair done. Her manager, Fu, handed her over to the company's makeup artist, Xiao Ma, who had worked with Zhu Yu on her last project. Assistant Xiao Teng packed 5 large 32-inch suitcases to send her to the set. To prepare her mentally, Xiao Ma briefly explained what to watch out for when acting in modern dramas. Xiao Ma. Once you're on set, they won't shoot in order. Usually, they'll film one scene all at once, so you won't have time to get used to your co-actors or build relationships. One scene might be in the morning where you just broke up with someone, and in the afternoon, you're acting like you're meeting for the first time. Then in another scene, you're in love again. Unlike your last show, where you only appeared in one scene with little change, this one will be more intense. Be prepared. The director I worked with before is usually gentle, but when filming, he can be very tough on actors. You know Xiao Feng, right? Xiao Feng, also living on the same floor as Zhu Yu, is a signed actress of Jue. She shares a makeup artist and assistant with Zhu Yu. They haven't spoken much, but have seen each other around the building. Zhu Yu nodded to show she understood. Xiao Ma continued. Xiao Feng's first project was with this director's team. She was a minor character, just a background extra who appeared twice. She couldn't show the fear the director wanted, so they shot her scene 12 times. Xiao Feng cried after filming, and she still remembers the pressure of those takes. She now has some fear of this director. As the lead actress, your demands might be even higher than Xiao Feng's. If your audition shows you fit the role, that's good. But the problem is, if there's a misunderstanding about the details on set, it could lead to a lot of suffering for everyone. Xiao Ma, who just wants to finish her work on time, isn't just worried about Xiao Feng. She also doesn't want to work with this director's team. The pay is similar, but she knows this kind of team often requires overtime, which she really wants to avoid. She hopes that Xiao Feng and Zhu Yu, the 2 newcomers she's working with, will quickly become popular. If they do, she can rise with them, become a top makeup artist, and maybe even open her own training school or give some lectures to boost her fame. The money she could make then would be much more than now. I'll start by doing your hair. Once the director has seen it, We'll go for the audition this afternoon. Xiao Tang was packing Zhu clothes, while Xiao Ma was doing her hair and chatting with Zhu. Zhu, Sister Ma, I asked you last time what I should pay attention to, but you haven't answered me yet. At that time, you were still in class. Your teacher would have told you when school started. They speak more professionally and correctly. I only see things from a makeup artist's point of view. I was worried it might affect you. But now you've acted in a film, so you're no longer completely inexperienced. I can tell you now. I think the most important thing you need to change is your posture. Your appearance is flawless. You're a rare beauty, even among industry insiders. We see you as top-level beautiful. Your looks are already perfect, but your temperament could be improved. Better posture naturally enhances your elegance. They go hand in hand. Zhu thought for a moment. My posture isn't as good as Xiaofang's.
Xiao smiled.
I'm not criticizing you. Xiaofang looks graceful because she has studied ballet for over 10 years since she was young. Many girls learn dance from a young age. But Zhu, your beauty is truly rare. If you want to improve your posture, start practicing dance for a few hours each day. People who dance often, especially classical dance, move and stand with grace. Speaking, sitting, and acting all become more charming. Maybe because they have a calm aura, unlike most people who are restless. That makes them stand out in a crowd. She sighed regretfully. Honestly, the more I see, the more I regret not learning dance when I was a kid. Even Latin dance would have been good. Zhu couldn't help but nod, completely convinced. After fixing her hair, Zhu, Xiao Ma, and Xiao Tang took the company's car to the set. I heard the director paid respects and lit incense before filming. When Zhu and Xiao Ma arrived at the set, the assistant director called them aside. They signed a confidentiality agreement. It states that revealing any information about the TV show through print, online media, social media, phones, friends, cameras, computers, or paper, by words, calls, hints, images, or videos, will lead to legal action and fines. The contract was voluntary. Zhu and Xiao Ma couldn't refuse by citing fines, as the penalties were not too large. After signing, others had their phones confiscated, but Zhu's phone was not taken. Maybe out of respect for the lead actress? Zhu felt happy. She could still play games in her free time. The director, after a moment of thought, remembered the actress he had chosen as the lead and waved to call her over. Go get your makeup done and change into the costume from the script. When the male lead arrives, you two will film scene 37. Zhu followed the makeup artist, flipped through the script to find scene 37, and blushed after a quick glance. Scene 37 was a kissing scene. She tried to control her nervousness and remind herself that this was normal. It was just acting, all pretend. Although kissing such a handsome top star was not a bad thing, she knew it was only slightly better than kissing a stranger. Jiang Siming arrived on set and naturally went to get his makeup done. When he came out, he pretended not to notice Zhu's slightly resistant look and walked straight to her. The crew members didn't suspect anything, thinking the leads were just preparing for the scene. But only the two of them knew the truth. Don't look at me if you're not doing anything. Zhu turned her head, so Jiang Siming could only see her profile. Why can't I look? He insisted. Zhu held back her urge to glare at him. This person was really shameless. He had tried to get close to her several times, but she hadn't responded. Did he not understand her hints? If she made it too clear, it would be awkward for them to meet again. So she had been gentle in her hints. She didn't expect him to pretend not to understand. Stop pretending to be stupid. Zhu's voice lowered noticeably. A top star like him, who liked you but couldn't have you, was very tempting. Most people would find it hard not to soften. Zhu was just an ordinary person, but she had principles. She wouldn't fall in love during her mission in this world. Can you tell me what kind of man you like? Jiang Siming wasn't willing to give up. He felt this was the first person he truly liked, and he didn't think he'd meet someone else like this in his life. If he didn't hold on tightly, he'd be restless at night. What kind of man do you like? Zhu had never thought about this question before. She was surprised when she discovered and linked with the system. Although she had lived to over 70 in her first world, she had been in a simple academic environment, mostly focused on medical research. She rarely thought about other things. Now that she thought about it, her reasons for sticking to principles and making excuses were really just because she didn't want feelings. Maybe it was also because she hadn't met anyone interesting. Juyu did not look at Jiang Siming and lowered her head, saying, "I'm not interested in dating." Juyu is 18 years old, and Jiang Siming is 27, with a 9-year age difference. Actually, Juyu doesn't care much about age. The gap isn't really big, but it's a good excuse. Jiang Siming's eyes darkened slightly. He noticed the awkwardness when Juyu mentioned her age. He knew it was just an excuse. She didn't really care about it. She just hadn't realized her feelings yet. It's okay. He can wait, stay close to her, and be patient. As long as she doesn't get together with someone else, he can take his time. The camera was set up, and the director started calling for action. Juyu listened and went to change into a champagne-colored slip dress for the kissing scene. After changing clothes and getting ready, Juyu deliberately avoided looking at Jiang Siming. She didn't want the crew to notice anything suspicious. She didn't want the audience to think of her as someone else's scandalous girlfriend. She is Juyu, not just an accessory. Compared to that, she would rather rely on her looks to be a pretty star.
Why?
You've always looked at me unfavorably. I thought we were just ordinary colleagues. What I wear is my choice. Why do you care? Juyu said her lines. After long, persistent practice, her delivery had improved a lot. This scene is where the heroine argues with the hero, then meets with an old classmate at a dinner. She's dressed beautifully, and the hero notices that the old classmate has a crush on the heroine, using her clothes to hide his jealousy. At this moment, the hero will kiss her directly. Juyu's mind drifted to all sorts of random thoughts, deliberately trying not to think about anything. Suddenly, the man leaned in and kissed her. One hand tightly wrapped around her waist, the other hand on her neck, pressing her head to meet his kiss. Juyu reflexively pushed twice, but couldn't break free. She was almost out of breath, and only after he loosened his grip on her waist was she able to breathe again. But then he pressed her again, deepening the kiss. It looked like an angry kiss. Jiang Siming saw her discomfort and portrayed it very well, aiming to do it perfectly in one take. Juyu felt her whole body go soft, her face turning red. She cursed silently in her mind, herself, for reacting so unprofessionally. She thought she performed badly, like a wooden doll. In fact, her reactions on screen were just right for her character. Finally, the director called cut. Jiang Siming releases his hold, using his body to block the camera, giving her time to fix her hair. Actually, he wants to help her tidy her loose hair, but thinking of her rejection, he hesitates and can't bring himself to raise his hand. Juyu lowers her head, even afraid to look at the staff around her. Fortunately, Xiao Tang comes to the rescue, holding her coat to drape over her. "Are you hungry? The takeout I ordered has arrived. Want to go eat now?" Juyu nods quickly and follows Xiao Tang to leave the scene. Luckily, she didn't see the look in the man's eyes as he stared at her back. Otherwise, she might have lost her appetite. In the lounge, Xiao Tang thoughtfully doesn't ask about any gossip related to the male lead. Juyu feels even more grateful and decides to tell Sister Fu that she plans to ask for Xiao Tang to become her personal assistant, 24 hours a day, following her around. Actually, Xiao Tang doesn't need to ask. She already understands what Jiang Yingdi means. She's not blind. She believes that anyone present today could see that Jiang Yingdi definitely likes the female lead, though he hasn't yet pursued her. Thinking of the kiss they shared, Xiao Tang blushes. She feels Jiang Yingdi really wants to be with Xiaozhu. The atmosphere between them is so tempting. She really wants to help Jiang Yingdi realize his feelings by sending her to bed. They are such a perfect match. She feels sorry for Xiaozhu. It's all Jiang Yingdi's fault for being so handsome. She feels Xiaozhu deserves someone like that, someone good-looking, so she won't be at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the director is still editing the scene. Today, he plans to cut a few seconds and include it in the trailer because it's so beautiful. The screenwriter has been watching him edit, smiling like an Annie, making the director shiver with goosebumps. Enough already. Stop being so perverted, okay? The screenwriter rolls her eyes. You don't understand. I tell you, this movie will definitely be a hit. The feelings are real. We're just acting. I've already shipped the couple, and the audience will too. The director can't help but laugh. I get it. If I didn't, could I keep filming today? I should be thanking myself. But it looks like our male lead's love life isn't smooth. Later, ask the female lead what she thinks. The two of them are a perfect match. If they really get together, the scenes will be even better. Maybe they'll even become legendary. The chief screenwriter frowned and said, "If you call me perverted, I think you're the real pervert." Do directors usually have no sense of humanity? To get a good shot, they'll say anything shameless. If someone disagrees, it's just because they don't want to be together. Let's not pressure anyone or force things. People can look at each other but not truly know their hearts. If they're mismatched, it could be a disaster. The director thought for a moment and agreed. He couldn't be so heartless as to force actors to fall in love just for the scene. He also heard that Jiang Ximing's real name might be Hua, and his background was mysterious and difficult to deal with. He sighed and said, "All right, I'll just mention it." Jiang Ximing returned to the hotel. When he came out of the bathroom, an hour had passed. He stared at the photos on his phone of Zhu Yu dozing on set, lost in thought. He kept replaying her words from today. Her reactions made him like her more.
He wanted to see her all the time.
On set today, only he knew he wasn't acting. He had lost control. When he held her, he couldn't help showing a bit of dominance. He just wanted to get closer to her, to have her near him, closer and closer. If the director hadn't called cut in time, he might have lost his composure. After today, she probably liked him even less. Jiang Ximing couldn't help feeling annoyed. He didn't want her to see him as a bad person. Fortunately, there was still enough time left for him to try to fix things. After the first day of acting practice, although it wasn't perfect, it was clear that the awkwardness between them had eased a lot. So, filming over the next few months went more smoothly, and the director's goal was achieved. There weren't many intimate scenes in the movie, and only one kissing scene. That's why Zhu Yu didn't care much about the male lead's obsession with her at first. She thought as long as she didn't want it, she could just focus on acting. But after filming for a few months, she realized things were still different. Performing and acting is quite different from truly healing and saving lives. Of course it is. When saving someone, the scene is quiet. Only the patient and their family are present. In filming, the environment is chaotic. Except for the brief, quiet moments during filming, at least dozens of people are working together, and their voices are low. Also, acting in front of many people takes some getting used to. In my previous company, the crew she was with didn't stay long. Looking back, the director was quite considerate of her. When it was her turn, they would clear the set with no more than 10 people. Zhu Yu gradually learned to ignore the people around her during filming. She focused on her performance and felt she had improved a lot, especially in her mindset. She no longer cared as much about others' opinions. Actually, no one said this openly, but she's not used to being watched constantly. After being beautified with filters, Zhu Yu can always feel the subtle gazes, discussions, and even secret photos taken of her. Most of these aren't meant with malice. They're just influenced by her appearance. She tells herself this is normal. To become a shining star, she must get used to being in the spotlight often. Once she got used to it, it became easier. The assistant director was on set, giving instructions. He handed her a shooting schedule and said, "Xiao Zhu, you'll have a tough day today. The schedule is tight. We need to finish all the scenes today. Once we do, most of the shots will be ready for rough editing." Zhu Yu agreed. She took the schedule and mentally rehearsed a few times, aiming to perform smoothly and avoid mistakes. Soon, Jiang Ximing arrived, dressed and made up. When they met, the crew watched. Zhu Yu greeted him first. "Hello, brother Jiang." Jiang Ximing was drinking water and nodded slightly. "You came so early. Have you eaten?" Like the camera, Zhu Yu was used to Jiang Ximing's intense gaze every time he looked at her. She didn't need to be afraid. She couldn't really eat her after all. She nodded and looked away, then checked the shooting schedule, signaling she didn't want to chat. Jiang Ximing's gaze at her was always intense. The more they knew each other, the more she realized Jiang Ximing was actually quite reserved. He spoke as little as possible. Usually, he just nodded and greeted staff, and when someone needed him, he went straight to the point. He rarely engaged in small talk. Juyu suspected that he probably didn't have many friends. During the last filming crew, she didn't realize this person's intentions and tried to get along with him since they would be working together for a while. He was a very talented senior, so she thought it was best not to get too close after observing that he didn't welcome such interactions. Juyu understood that he was also someone who didn't like to socialize much, and sometimes she was the same. Jiang Siming watched her avoid him and smiled, saying nothing more. Soon, the director came over and said, "Come on, both the male and female leads, come here. I want to talk about the key scene today." Both of them looked up at him. The director smiled satisfied and said, "Although our show is a medical drama focused on the great work of healthcare workers saving lives, it is also a love story. The romantic parts can be fewer, but they must be exciting. If we do well in today's scene, the audience will believe that your characters truly love each other. That's when we can say the show is really good and well acted." Jiang Siming turned his head to look at Juyu, but she didn't look at him. She was a little annoyed and said, "Director, I will do my best." Jiang Siming nodded and said, "Me too. All right, get ready. We're starting now." The director sat back in front of the camera, observing their performances. He wasn't worried about Jiang Yingtai. His emotions were strong enough that he needed to tone them down. Today, his main goal was to focus on the female lead. The head writer's previous instructions hadn't worked well. To make the show look sweet and appealing to viewers, he was willing to temporarily set aside his principles. In the past, the female lead performed well professionally, showing genuine concern for patients and being a good doctor. But whenever it came to romantic scenes, she needed Jiang Yingtai to help her get into character. It always seemed a little awkward. The director hadn't noticed the problem before, but recently he suddenly realized that the female lead was resisting the male lead, which made her look unnatural on camera. He couldn't tolerate this. He understood that it was normal for a young girl to react this way when facing an unwanted admirer, but as a director, he was disappointed in her acting. Juyu also realized this. She knew she couldn't keep avoiding her feelings anymore, unless she wanted to ruin the show. Juyu's heart was only focused on doing well in this film. She had already put in a lot of effort before and wanted to finish perfectly. So, she started to let go of her feelings toward Jiang Siming. She no longer felt the same resistance as before and began to face the situation honestly. Changing her attitude, she became more like the main female character, which made the movie more interesting. The director nodded repeatedly and praised her, making Juyu feel a bit shy. Jiang Siming always looked at Juyu with gentle, longing eyes. Now, the director had learned to ignore him and focused on the actress's performance. "Director, is it okay now?" Yes, perfect." "That's a wrap." Juyu sighed in relief, clapped happily with the crew, and felt like she had just finished a long, difficult operation, full of a sense of achievement. She told Xiaotang to invite the whole crew for a celebration. Juyu didn't wait for anyone and quickly took off her makeup and returned to the hotel. She was really tired and didn't want to think about anything. She just wanted to relax and sleep well. Before sleeping, she deliberately turned off her phone and set it aside before lying down. When Xiaotang returned, he saw Juyu sleeping deeply. He covered her with a blanket and went to the balcony to call Fu Shueru. "Hello, Sister Fu." Juyu is fine. She might be too tired. She had a lot of scenes today and is now asleep. "Is everything going smoothly on set?" "Nothing happened?" Fu Shueru asked. Xiaotang paused briefly. Is Jiangge pursuing Juyu?" "Ah? When did that happen?" "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Xiaotang said. "Juyu told me not to say anything until after filming finished." "Maybe she's embarrassed." "Sister Fu, I think Jiangge is just infatuated. Juyu doesn't seem interested in dating." Fu Shueru smiled. "You might be right, but Juyu probably can't escape this love." Xiaotang didn't understand and asked, "What do you mean?" "Juyu doesn't want to date Jiangge, but can he force her?" "Jiangge is a senior, but our Jiayu isn't a small company." "Sister Fu, why do you say that?" Fu Shueru explained. "I can't go into details now. Just do as I say. When Juyu wakes up, take her back to the company dormitory." She's worked hard today. Tell her she won't have any work for the next week and should rest well. Okay, I understand, Sister Fu, said Xiao Tang. Zhu woke up after a good sleep and found that everything had been tidied up by Xiao Tang. After that awkward kissing scene, Zhu privately contacted Fu Xueru and arranged everything so that Xiao Tang would be responsible for her from now on. Meanwhile, Fu Xueru asked whether she should follow the makeup artist, Xiao Feng, or stay with her. The makeup artist, Xiao Ma, was chosen by Zhu Yu simply because she thought Xiao Yu looked the best and had the highest chance of becoming popular. Since then, Zhu Yu finally had her own small team. Does the company have any plans? Is everything packed? Are we leaving now? Zhu Yu was confused. She quickly took out her phone and turned it on, worried about missing any important messages. Xiao Tang heard her misunderstand and hurriedly said, "No, it's nothing. When you were sleeping, Sister Fu called and said you could take a week off. She said you've been working hard and asked me to send you back to your dorm so you can rest well." Zhu Yu was touched. She immediately jumped up from the hotel bed, quickly tousled her hair, put on her shoes, and grabbed her suitcase. Sister Fu is amazing. I love Sister Fu. Hurry up, I'm ready. Let's go quickly. They wanted to leave now to avoid running into someone after filming. Zhu Yu's little secret plan was hidden from Xiao Tang. She, unaware, pulled her luggage and followed her downstairs. When she pressed the elevator button, Zhu Yu froze because she saw the person she was most afraid of in the elevator. The atmosphere became a bit awkward. Xiao Tang quickly tried to smooth things over and pulled Zhu Yu to walk inside together. "Hello, Brother Jiang." Jiang Siming nodded and looked at her luggage, then said softly, "Are you leaving now?" Xiao Tang saw that Zhu Yu didn't seem to want to speak, so he answered, "Yes, Brother Jiang. You're almost done filming, right? Then you can rest well." Jiang Siming nodded and said no more. Fortunately, the elevator arrived quickly. The two hurried onto the company's car. Once inside, they both sighed in relief at the same time, looked at each other, and couldn't help but smile. Xiao Tang, whose full name was Tang Yu, looked at Zhu Yu, who was glowing with whiteness. She was also a fan of looks and couldn't help but stare at Zhu Yu's face, forgetting her own stance and unconditional in her support. Xiao Tang thought that if she weren't already Zhu Yu's assistant, she would have become her loyal fan after she debuted. Could this be another form of a fan working out of love? Zhu Yu thought Xiao Tang was laughing at her awkwardness just now. She also felt that she was quite shy. When it came to Jiang Siming, she really couldn't look him in the eye or talk to him confidently. She thought she couldn't blame herself. It was all his fault for being so aggressive toward her. He was not gentle like he was with others. Back in her dorm, Xiao Tang put down her things and left. Only she was left. Zhu Yu finally relaxed. Her awkward, unnatural expression disappeared, and she returned to her usual blank face. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, Zhu Yu applied a face mask. She lay on her bed scrolling through her phone. The filming schedule actually went by pretty fast. Before she knew it, more than 3 months had passed. Zhu Yu only felt relaxed when she was alone like this. Having gone through the experience of the crew's final scenes and accepting others' feelings, Zhu Yu also started to think. She kept her feelings locked inside a glass jar, separated from others by a thick barrier. Others couldn't see her clearly, and she couldn't see theirs. Was her guard too strong? Since she was a child, she was more guarded than most. When others tried to get close or be friends, she would simply push them away. She preferred to find a quiet place to build sandcastles alone. Her teachers even called her parents a few times, suspecting she might have autism. After talking with her, her parents told her she was fine and didn't need to change. They said that having some guard isn't a bad thing for a young girl. Zhu Yu wasn't sure if her parents' words were just meant to comfort her back then. She felt she might really be a bit abnormal. No other kid was like her, having no friends and unable to form close relationships. Maybe that was a kind of illness too. So, should she try to be part of this world?
Anyway,
it wasn't real, and she didn't have to take responsibility for it, right? Zhu Yu couldn't help but start thinking like this. She realized that Jiang Siming had noticed her rejection. Her refusal didn't seem to affect him much. In some ways, he was a bit like her, very self-centered. And she always thought she wasn't interested in forming close bonds, but rather that she simply couldn't. There was a big difference between the two. She wanted to prove this. After proving it, if she regretted it, well, it wasn't the real world anyway. Okay, she admitted she was a bit of a
So what?
who made him like her. No matter how she refused, he wouldn't listen. Ji remembered her anger when she caught him secretly filming on set, and her gaze darkened. She also discovered by chance that Jiang Siming's last name was he. She was signed with Jiayue, one of the two biggest entertainment companies in the country, a branch of the He Group. She wouldn't naively think that if she refused him now, he would truly let her go. If she really liked someone else, things might get out of control. Zhu, you didn't want both of them to get hurt. She also didn't completely dislike him. After thinking it through, Zhu felt happy and relaxed. Jiang Siming kept sending messages like a persistent ghost. Jiang Siming, are you home? Jiang Siming, are you asleep? Jiang Siming, don't sleep too long during the day. It will be hard to sleep at night. 3 minutes later, Jiang Siming, when you wake up, reply to me. 20 minutes later, Jiang Siming, are you really asleep? Jiang Siming, when you wake up, call me back. I have something to tell you. Zhu sighed in relief and decided to ignore him for a while. She played 2 rounds of games before finally finding his number and calling him. It was answered quickly. Are you awake? Jiang Siming asked happily. What's the matter? Zhu pretended to be cold. If there's nothing, would you hang up immediately? There was a suspicious silence.
Don't joke.
Just tell me. The man's deep, pleasant laugh sounded, making Zhu almost blush and get angry enough to hang up. I'm not joking. The show is over. I can't see you every day just because I want to. Can you give me a chance? Zhu sneered. So many secret photos aren't enough for you to look at. Jiang Siming stayed silent, then couldn't help but laugh again, this time with a sense of determination. No, it's not enough. I want to see you. I'm going crazy thinking about it. Zhu couldn't help but feel touched and embarrassed. How can you say such cheesy things seriously? You win. Listening to her sweet voice, no matter what she said, it was a reward and blessing to him. I win. So, does that mean you agree? Zhu bit her lip and softly responded. She decisively booked a ticket to Sanya, planning a 1-week trip to relax among beautiful scenery and shopping. Zhu had traveled a lot before, so she no longer felt excited about new places. She just wanted to rest and lie down, unless there was good food to eat. No one wanted to bother her to leave her bed. Jiang Siming was still filming, and it would take at least half a month to finish. She felt relieved that she wouldn't have to see him immediately. She also didn't need to visit her parents. Her parents, perhaps because they were just arranged marriage partners without much affection, treated her like an object to handle. They didn't have much sincerity. The original owner had long lost any expectations of them. Zhu felt a bit of a tight chest. This pair of parents reminded her of her own. Thinking carefully, her parents seemed better. They loved and accepted her more. But they were more focused on work, so they often left her with her grandparents or relatives. She saw them at most once a year. They could video call sometimes and ask about her recent life, but clearly, her parents loved her more than anyone else. Their little world was better with her, and children belonged to others. Maybe her indifference was also inherited from them. She didn't like to think deeply about her parents. Better to forget it. By 1 p.m., she was starving. Zhu couldn't hold on any longer, so she quietly opened the door and thought for a moment before putting on a hat and heading downstairs. The car that usually took her to the crew was probably gone. She had also let the driver take a day off this morning when she gave Xiaoting a day off, so he was probably doing other work now. Zhu stood at the door, ready to call a ride to the food street. She had been filming nonstop in this city and hadn't had a proper meal. But Zhu overlooked one thing. She was no longer just an ordinary passerby. She was dressed very simply in loose pants and an oversized t-shirt, wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, with her hair tied in a low ponytail. But standing there, she looked like a striking scene. Her hair was shiny and black, her skin was very white, and her legs, arms, and half her face visible under the sunglasses were all very pale. The large sunglasses couldn't hide her delicate nose and chin. Her lips, unpainted, were naturally pink. People coming and going from the hotel, including the doorman, all focused their attention on her. Having been on set for so long, Zhu was used to being under such gaze. The Didi car arrived quickly, and as the driver got in, he kept glancing at her through the rearview mirror with admiration. "Beautiful lady. Are you a celebrity? You're so pretty. You must be famous. Can you sign something for me?" Zhu awkwardly bit her lip. "I'm not a celebrity, driver. My signature isn't worth much. It's okay, you're so good-looking. You'll definitely become a big star someday. Good luck with that." When they reached the destination, Zhu hurriedly got out of the car. The food street was busy and lively, but there weren't as many people paying attention to her as before. Zhu didn't want to attract too much attention, so she chose a quiet restaurant to go into. "Do you have private rooms?" The waiter was a bit excited to see a beautiful woman and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this way." While waiting for the food, Zhu took out her phone. Jiang Siming had over 10 unread messages. She decided she would warn him to stop sending pointless messages when they met. The most recent message was, "Jiang Siming, after filming at 6 p.m., I'll come find you?" Zhu checked the time. About half an hour ago. "Zhu, you have to get up early to film tomorrow. Aren't you tired?" Jiang Siming replied quickly. "Jiang Siming, not tired." "Zhu, okay. Remember what you promised me." Jiang Siming, "Okay, I will." Although Zhu agreed yesterday to try things out with Jiang Siming, they set some ground rules. The first was that their relationship couldn't be made public, and if discovered, they couldn't admit it. Jiang Siming wasn't very willing, but he agreed after her insistence. The second and third rules were left blank. Zhu hadn't decided on them yet. No wonder there were fewer people. This food wasn't very good. Zhu returned to the hotel at 4 p.m., rested for a while, took a shower, changed clothes, and turned on the hotel TV to watch Jiang Siming's previous works. Someone soon finished their work and came over, along with his assistant, but they didn't come inside. They went to the room next door. "Are you watching my drama?" Jiang Siming sat beside Zhu. He didn't expect her to follow his work secretly. He always thought their relationship was something he was forcing, and she only agreed reluctantly after resisting. Zhu nodded. "How can you act so well? Teach me." Jiang Siming also looked at himself on the screen and softly said, "Interest is the best teacher. You've improved a lot since the beginning. Keep going, and you'll soon surpass me." Zhu didn't believe it and pushed away someone's hand that was resting on her shoulder, trying to hold her close. "Why are you suddenly praising me? I know my own limits compared to you." Zhu suspected Jiang Siming was trying to deceive her with sweet words. She thought he had bad intentions. Jiang Siming realized that Zhu didn't actually enjoy acting that much. "What is your goal for the future?" he asked her. Zhu thought for a moment. To become a big star, a top-tier actress. Honestly, she also wanted to hear her boyfriend's advice from an industry veteran's perspective on how to achieve this faster. Although she felt a sense of achievement from filming 2 dramas, she didn't really enjoy it. Jiang Siming slowly moved closer, holding her in his arms, gently stroking her head and running his fingers through her hair. "Once your 2 dramas air, you'll be a 3rd-tier star. If you become popular, moving to 2nd tier won't be hard. If you reach the top, we can announce our relationship when the dramas are released." Here he goes again, trying to persuade her to make their relationship public. Zhu was not convinced by this approach, and stuck to her original idea. "Announcing our relationship will only bring fake popularity. I don't want that. Think of another way. Having a boyfriend shouldn't be foolish." His experience as a big boss was a shortcut for her. Try acting in movies. Director Li Wei has a unique way of working with actresses. She can bring out your beauty. Jiang Siming patted her little head and arranged her schedule. Besides him, he wouldn't let her have the chance to film intimate scenes with anyone else. Only with him. Right now, Zhu didn't know how scheming her boyfriend was. When she heard the name Li Wei, she started searching online. Looking at the list of her works, she asked, "Is she a famous director?" The more she looked, the more hesitant she became. "Can her movies be easily released?" "For you, it's as simple as wanting to be in them." Zhiyu fell into deep thought. Is this what it feels like to be protected by a big shot? Her boyfriend was just like a wealthy backer. Jiang Siming gently touched her face and asked softly, "Can I kiss you?" She remained silent and did not answer. The man took this as a sign of agreement, pushed her onto the sofa, and kissed her deeply. After a while, he gently parted his lips and softly said, "Open your mouth." Zhiyu instinctively obeyed, but by the next second, it was too late to refuse. By the end, her face was so red it was almost glowing. She looked at the time and realized why her mouth was sore. This man had kissed her for nearly an hour. Zhuyu glared at him fiercely and urged, "You should go now." Huijiang didn't want to leave. One hand still rested on her waist, a possessive gesture. "I could shrink you and carry you in my pocket," he said. Zhuyu's face grew even redder. She wondered how he was so good at saying such bold things. It didn't seem like his first time in a relationship. He wasn't shy about these words. Listening to him, she felt embarrassed, yet he looked so sincere. Each time, it became even more overwhelming. Her palms were sweaty, and she heard his deep, clear voice say, "I'll finish early tomorrow and come find you. Wait for me." Zhiyu lowered her eyes, unable to meet his fixed gaze. "All right, you should go now. It's getting late. Be careful when you leave." After he left, Zhiyu sighed in relief and sank back onto the sofa. She changed the channel from the show he was acting in and watched something else. She couldn't look at his face directly anymore. It always made her think of how he had pressed her down with such greed and dominance. The love she imagined and the real love were two different things. When she was with Huijiang, Zhiyu always felt stiff and helpless, unsure how to respond to his advances. She also wanted to push back, but when faced with him in person, she would freeze up. Zhiyu didn't dare give any response. Huijiang almost seemed to swallow her whole, and she was afraid she couldn't handle the consequences. But she also realized she had some feelings for Huijiang, though not as deep as his feelings for her. During this week of rest, Huijiang came to see her every evening. Just as she was about to suffocate from his clinginess, the holiday finally ended. She almost couldn't wait and called Fu Shueru to ask for work. Fu Shueru told her not to rush and to prepare for the new semester. After military training, she should be able to discuss a film with director Li Wei. She was busy now and should take some time for herself. Although she didn't say it directly, Zhiyu could sense that Fu Shueru probably knew about her relationship with Huijiang. After all, Huijiang is considered the big boss of the company, so it's not surprising. "Xiao Teng, are you sending her to school?" Zhiyu nodded. "Yes, let's pack our luggage. I'm moving to the school. I won't be coming out before joining the team." Her luggage was easy to pack, just a few outfits, her phone, toiletries, all in one suitcase. Zhiyu planned to buy anything she needed at school. Money in this world was just a number to her now. With her spending habits, she could never run out of money. She was also stockpiling supplies, and her space mostly held some gold, silver, and a month's worth of food. The rest was mostly empty, as she planned to fill it up again in her last few years of life, just like before. The military training wasn't intense. It was even less tiring than her daily dance practice. It didn't wear her out at all. Zhuyu resumed her dance classes, including the dance she was advised to learn by Xiao Ma to improve her posture. She practiced happily but painfully. Classical dance was really hard to perform beautifully instead of looking like a flying goose. Her beautiful teacher's comment about her dance was that she looked like a flying goose. She looked at herself in the big mirror in the dance studio, then at her teacher's performance, and she was convinced she still had a lot to learn. The same moves, but her teacher's performance looked much better. The teacher's natural beauty was simple and elegant, but when dancing, her appearance didn't matter. Only her graceful aura stood out. Zhuyu would describe her as shining brightly. The more she watched, the more beautiful she seemed. Her motivation to learn grew stronger every day. Her teacher was always blunt, saying she looked stiff like a man. Zhuyu watched herself in the mirror, agreed inwardly, but still argued with her teacher. "I'll learn it soon." She was starting to get the feeling her teacher talked about. "Zhuyu, obsessed with dancing, set her phone to do not disturb mode. Besides Fu Shueru, who went out to meet the director for a day, she spent all her time in the school training room practicing her dance moves. Even with her boyfriend, she only video called for a little while each day as a homework task. After hanging up, she pushed him out of her mind. When she met director Li Wei, she had just started to find her rhythm, so her overall aura changed a lot. Xiao Tang said, "Xiao Zhu, even if you dress very conservatively now, I still find you very like a fairy." Director Li Wei saw her clearly pause for a few seconds, then asked the person beside her, "Fu Shueru, is this the new talent you mentioned?" Acting modestly, she pretended to be humble, but her true elegance shone through. She was a stunning beauty. As a well-known female director in the industry, Li Wei has always had excellent taste. She thought of Hu Jiang and decided to cast this girl because of the Hu family. Even without the Hu family, as long as she could bring this level of beauty in front of her, she would actively contact her to be the lead actress. Such beauty adds immense value to the film. Fu Shueru could see that Director Li was pleased. She smiled quietly and didn't interrupt. She was also increasingly satisfied with Zhu Yu. With her own talent and someone to support her, it's easy to bring people up. Thankful for this great gift from heaven, she was determined to help a big star rise. At this moment, she was already thinking about the acceptance speech for the Best Actress award. Zhu Yu was a little happy to be praised. Her bright eyes looked at the director and said, "You're overpraising me." Director Li Wei covered her chest and said, "Who are you looking at like that? Anyone would be unable to resist your charm." The three of them enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Agent Fu took Zhu Yu back to school and said, "The movie is still in set construction. It will take about 2 months to finish. Later, Director Li will send you the script. Use this time to study it more." "Oh." Director Li is very happy with your current look. "I called Xiaoma over. Beauty needs maintenance to last longer. Every night, let Xiaoma help you take care of it." Zhu Yu nodded in agreement when she heard this. "Also, the boss wants to see you. He said if you don't come out soon, he'll come to the school to find you." Fu Shuer glanced at her with a mischievous smile and said happily. Zhu Yu was drinking water and couldn't help coughing twice. "What boss? Are you talking about Hu Jiang?" Fu Shuer replied. "Who else could it be? Do you have a second lover behind his back?" Zhu Yu glared at her. "Stop joking. I'll go back and tell him that it's inconvenient for me to go out and live because I'm learning dance. You saw how much I've changed. Director Li Wei even praised me today. How can love or relationships interrupt my studies? Aren't you my agent and supposed to support me?" Zhu Shueru kept smiling and said, "Of course I support you. Otherwise, where would you find a few months of quiet time at school? But now you're not single anymore. Taking some time to see your boyfriend is also part of your responsibility. I also contacted your dance teacher and discussed everything with her. Living outside is more convenient for classes than staying at school. The road was blocked, so Zhu Yu had to agree. All right," Shuer said, "go back and pack your things. Xiao Tang will come to pick you up." Zhu Yu took out her phone, found Jiang Hu's chat, and tapped his profile picture twice, thinking to herself, he's really not honest. The first drama she filmed, where she played the third female role, was already airing. She hadn't had a chance to watch it yet. She followed Xiao Tang back to the company dormitory, quickly turned on the TV, and waited to watch. Xiao Tang said, "Stop watching. Your scene comes in very late, probably in the last few episodes." "It's still early." Hearing this, Zhu Yu was disappointed and turned off the TV. "I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. I live downstairs." Zhu Yu nodded to show she understood. She was distracted and didn't notice the beeping sound from the unlocked door until Jiang Hu suddenly grabbed her hand. The July night was still hot, but Jiang Hu's hand was cool, just like his calm demeanor. Maybe it wasn't cold, just that his body temperature was lower than Zhu Yu's, creating a natural temperature difference when they held hands. Zhu Yu wanted to pull her hand back, but Jiang Hu sensed her intention and held it tighter. She was awkwardly pulled along by him, gradually feeling their hearts beating faster unknowingly. Jiang Hu led her toward the sofa, where they had their first intimate moment. Zhu Yu kept her head down. Her ponytail was a bit loose, with a strand of hair falling by her ear, fluttering in the breeze and feeling a little itchy. She wanted to lift her hand to tuck the hair behind her ear, but Jiang-Hu was standing there. She didn't want to move, as if she did, they would just stand silently like this forever, with nothing else happening. Jiang-Hu looked at her with a faint smile. Zhu Yu, like a student who had made a mistake and was called outside by the teacher, seemed about to face a strict scolding. But he wasn't her teacher, and he didn't want to criticize her. Instead, when he spoke, Zhu Yu's heart beat faster. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye. Huijiang, you haven't talked to me for a week, and you don't want to see me? Zhu Yu nervously tilted her head to the other side. Huijiang turned around, his eyes following her as she avoided his gaze. Can you like me a little?
Just a little is enough.
I don't ask for much. The more he spoke, the more Zhu Yu wished she could shrink away. She muttered gloomily. And you? Can you like me a little less? Like student couples do, meet occasionally and each focus on their own things. She truly didn't understand. With their current situation, his desire for closeness scared her. She was indeed pretty, but there are many beautiful women in the entertainment industry. Zhu Yu always thought Huijiang couldn't be so superficial. It's just strange. Why does he like her so much? Huijiang, I can't say for sure, but I do have feelings. He moved a step closer, his figure completely surrounding her. Zhu Yu instinctively backed away, but when her back hit the sofa, she realized there was nowhere to hide. Huijiang grabbed her neck and leaned in to kiss her. His feelings, or love, were so intense and passionate that Zhu Yu felt like she was about to be burned. Everything was getting out of control. She felt his feelings coming on too quickly. She was slow to warm up to him, and while she liked him enough to not reject intimacy, she didn't feel deep love or anything more serious. She always thought that after getting involved with him, she could finish her task quickly, but she was afraid she might never be able to truly get rid of him. She accepted her choice. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't imprison her soul.
At most, she could give him her lifetime.
After the makeup was done on Xiaoma, a girl with cold, stubborn eyes appeared in the mirror. The camera focused on her. Zhu Yu's legs went weak, and she started to kneel on the ground. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out. She bit into the blood bag in her mouth. To make it look real, the prop master had told her earlier that for authenticity, Li Wei demanded strict standards. So, the blood in her mouth wasn't just honey water with food coloring like in typical TV shows. It was imported blood plasma, so she was mentally prepared. Even though she had prepared in advance, the smell of blood still made her feel sick when it spread in her mouth. She collapsed to the ground, her eyes half open, trying to clear her mind. A soft tapping sound of footsteps reached her ears. The antagonist actor was approaching her. She seemed reluctant to bow her head before this intruder. Her tied legs moved slightly, as if she was trying to stand up. In the camera view, you could see her toes move subtly. Li Wei excitedly made a gesture, signaling the cameraman to move closer along the track toward Zhu Yu, then lowered the camera angle. In this scene, Li Wei thought Zhu Yu performed as well as a seasoned actor with many years of experience. She showed no signs of losing. Even in the final scene where Zhu Yu spat out blood with a poo, although it wasn't written in the script, Zhu Yu's improvisation was even better than planned. She brought the character to life, echoing her earlier scene where she faced threats with unwavering resolve. In the shot, Zhu Yu's eyes seemed to lose their shine. Li Wei lightly tapped his toes on the ground, making a ta-da-da-da sound. Interesting. She performed well. She really brought this role to life. At first, they thought she was just a pretty face, but now they saw she was more than that. Young, beautiful, patient, and with some acting skill. Someone like her in the entertainment industry, if she has ambition, could be the next big star like Huijiang. The scene ended perfectly. The director was about to leave, clearly pleased with his spontaneous visit to the set, which turned out to be a happy surprise. He smiled as he gave gentle instructions to the assistant director. The scene was over. Zhu Yu was helped to her feet. The crew removed her handcuffs and handed her bottled water to rinse her mouth. It was getting late. After filming the scene, the crew brought over boxed meals. Xiao Tang carried the boxes and sat with Zhu Yu under a sunshade, eating together. Today had been quite exhausting for her. Her makeup was still not fully removed, and her neck and ears were red from the sun. The other crew members sat in small groups at different tables. Nearby, extras carried their lunchboxes and found shady spots to sit. Although this scene was finished, it didn't mean the work was done. They still needed to reshoot from different angles. The filming of this movie had already taken a year. How old is Zhu Yu? After the male actor finished speaking, before Zhu Yu could reply, Xiao Tang smiled and said, Teacher Yu, Xiao Zhu is 19, just a sophomore, and still has 2 years to graduate. Zhu Yu is very beautiful, with a face and figure that catch people's attention. Many people are attracted to her, not just Huijiang. Xiao Tang has already refused to share any experience. The male actor was smart and changed the subject to funny stories from the filming. Zhu Yu smiled along, but she couldn't help thinking about other things. Most of the suspense movie was already filmed. Playing the dual role of a good and evil personality was really exciting. Li Wei wished she could be even more beautiful in the movie. She wore over 30 stunning dresses, and by the end, Zhu Yu almost became numb to it. When she changed into dresses, it was hard to tell if they looked good or bad. She opened the system panel. ID: Zhu Yu, human female, age, 19 appearance, 99 out of 100, better than 99% of similar beings on this planet, at the maximum individual limit, cannot be increased, intelligence, 80 out of 100, higher than 80% of similar beings on this planet can be improved. The 2 dramas she filmed with Huijiang have already aired. She is no longer an unknown actress at the bottom. Especially the medical drama she starred in, which boosted her popularity along with Huijiang's. The show was very popular last year, and now some people recognize her on the street. They call her by her character's name, but she's already satisfied. Now that the movie is finished, Zhu has signed up for 2 more films, 1 historical fantasy and 1 political drama. The political drama is about a female emperor. Usually, men dominate this genre, and women are just side characters. Both movies have some investment from the Hua Group. Zhu Yu refused at first, but couldn't really decline. According to Huijiang, it was to protect her. Zhu Yu kept a pace of at least 1 movie and 1 TV show each year. When she was 23, in her 5th year, her system task was completed. After some hesitation, she chose not to submit the task early and leave. She was able to succeed so quickly thanks a lot to Huijiang's help. Most of these 5 years, she spent working. He was the one making sacrifices for her, always taking the initiative. It seemed she underestimated how much he liked her. Zhu Yu has worked so hard over the past few years, pushing herself to succeed as quickly as possible. Although her fame on the system panel is only considered first tier and not top tier, in real life she enjoys the treatment and recognition of a top celebrity, both in resources and reputation. Everyone she meets is very polite, almost as if everyone is supporting her. It's like, besides her little horse assistant, other makeup artists now carefully seek her opinion before starting makeup, afraid she might be unhappy with a look. But this feeling seems fake, as if they are forced to do so out of obligation rather than genuine respect. However, once she shows her good acting skills, everyone's attitude seems to become more sincere. Hearing people call her teacher Zhu doesn't sound so harsh anymore, almost like a tease. Zhu Yu isn't sure if it's because Jiang interferes too much, making her feel insecure, or if she's overthinking, or if the truth is really like that. But it's clear that the audience's attitude towards her has changed. Now, even directors she works with are more relaxed on set. The production is well-funded, and the actors' schedules are flexible. There's no rush to finish scenes, and each shot is carefully done. Xiao Tang enjoys chatting with staff during breaks. He's told her many times that fans are very passionate now. Recently, they've been saying she's even more popular than Jiang. Zhu Yu doesn't believe it at first, but Xiao Tang shows her his phone with fans' enthusiastic comments online. He tells her that now, the business deals they get are prioritized for her, and only if she declines do they go to others.
Now,
not only do many top directors want to talk to Zhu Yu about acting, even the most aloof investors make a point to greet her. In this industry, capital rules everything. It seems that having no acting skills, just a pretty face. Or sometimes no face at all. As long as someone supports you, you can stay in the public eye. But in reality, acting skills are always the biggest confidence for an actor. A few years ago, Zhu Yu no longer needed Jiang to support her from behind. She feels very happy, believing her efforts over the years have paid off. Compared to the skyrocketing, unreal-looking paychecks, what truly matters are the veteran actors and professional directors who genuinely love this industry. Long-term in the world of fame and fortune, surrounded by many who praise her, Zhu Yu doesn't want to become arrogant. She's already used to her assistants taking care of her in every detail, but she also knows she can take care of herself whenever needed. Zhu Yu is relaxing in her spacious apartment, lazily basking in the sun. She has told Fu Xueru that she plans to take a few years off, go abroad to study, or find a master to train with for a few years. She hasn't been in a learning state for 4 years and has been living off her past achievements. Also, she wants to make up for her boyfriend. I thought you had forgotten you have a boyfriend. Hu Zhang's deep, clear voice carried a hint of complaint. Zhu Yu smiled sweetly at him. It won't be like before anymore. I've achieved my dream. Hu Zhang raised an eyebrow, looking at her with some doubt. Does finishing your dream mean you won't act anymore? Zhu Yu thought for a moment. Yes, I've played all kinds of roles I wanted. Now I can retire. Hu Zhang was truly surprised. Are you serious? He wondered if he had ever truly understood her. He thought she loved acting very much, so he supported her all along, happily. Now, he wondered if he had been going in the wrong direction. What do you plan to do after that? Hu Zhang had stopped acting years ago. He had gradually stayed out of the public eye and was now busy with the company's affairs. He was just as busy as Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu thought for a moment. She realized that farming wasn't as easy as it seemed. In ancient times, without enough power to protect oneself, even if you farmed well, others could take your harvest. Even sweet potatoes and potatoes existed in ancient times, but they were common in every household because they were hard to spread. And what the common people wanted wasn't always what rulers wanted. Feeling a bit confused, she hugged Hu Jiang and said, I don't know what I want to do next. Do you have any suggestions for me? Hu Jiang held her tightly in return. Marry me. How about that? Zhu Yu rolled her eyes slightly and couldn't help but bite Hu Jiang. Married, and then what? I still need my own goals in life. Become my wife and help me run the Hor family business. He held her even tighter, wishing he could merge her into his bones and blood, never to part. Zhu Yu faintly sensed his feelings. She thought that his lack of security might be why he mentioned marriage. Hor family is your family name, not mine. Even if we marry, I am just Zhu Yu. I am not anyone's wife. I still need to find what I want to do next. Hu Jiang lowered his head and kissed her hair, asking, Why do you make such a clear distinction between us? Zhu Yu gave a small hum. A woman should have her own career. Love is just something that adds flavor to life. After thinking for a while, Zhu Yu decided to continue studying classical dance. In life, being able to do one thing well is already an achievement. Classical dance is an important part of Chinese cultural tradition. It has a long history and is a treasure of Chinese civilization, as well as a valuable part of the nation's heritage. In ancient times, dance was divided into 3 types: ritual dance, court dance, and folk dance. What Zhu Yu learned was more like modern classical dance, which combines the grace of ballet with more complex movements. Xiao Tang couldn't understand why she wanted to retire from the entertainment industry at just 23. Not only Xiao Tang but also Fu Xueru felt the same. In her eyes, Zhu Yu was at the peak of her youth, the best time to achieve great success. She was only one step away from reaching the top. With her popularity, the next step would be winning awards and going international. Ever since Wind and Cloud became a hit, famous directors from abroad have been contacting me every month, wanting you in their films. I didn't tell you, because your schedule was already full. I thought you could finish working with all the top domestic directors this year. What's going on? Don't tell me you're planning to retire at your age, Fu Xueru said angrily. Zhu, you felt a little guilty. Sister Fu, I've been filming nonstop these past few years, and I feel like my life is empty, as if I haven't really left anything behind. I want to do something meaningful. Fu Xueru was shocked. Making movies isn't meaningful? From your first medical drama that showed the greatness of healthcare workers, to the mystery film that raised awareness about mental health, even the fantasy series taught people to cherish those around them. You should use your fame and the public's love for you to bring them more good works. That's the greatest meaning, and what everyone expects from you. Fu Xueru thought Zhu Yu was a bit naive, but perhaps that was just her idealistic nature. Zhu, you had actually thought about what she said too. I've been acting for 5 years now. Is there any type of role I haven't tried? I don't think so, Zhu Yu said hesitantly. I'm not quitting right away. I'll just finish my current contracts and won't renew them. How about this, Sister Fu? I'll do 3 more films with those foreign directors, and then I'll announce my retirement. Let's release the news now. Although Zhu Yu usually followed Fu Xueru's arrangements without complaint, that didn't mean she was easy to control. It was just that what her manager planned often matched what she wanted to do herself. Over the years, she has not neglected anyone around her. They worked together to earn money and rise to power. Xiaoma started a school early on to start his business. Zhu Yu invested a lot of money, and Xiao Tang bought several houses back home. Fu Xueru only gives more, and she also benefits secretly from Huijiang. She has used this to bring in many new people over the years. Zhu Yu knows all this, but doesn't care. She truly doesn't mind these benefits, but she and Fu Xueru no longer confide in each other. She hopes they can part ways peacefully. When Fu Xueru realizes she can't change her mind, her face turns pale. Think about it again. I'm going back to the company first. She doesn't want Zhu Yu to leave the industry like this. It would be a big loss for her. Fu Xueru is already preparing to leave Joy and start her own company. If she signs Zhu Yu, she can also take some talented artists with her. As long as Zhu Yu is in her hands, the company won't object, and the Hor family will continue to provide resources as before. Fortunately, Zhu Yu doesn't know her plans yet. Otherwise, she might refuse to shoot those 3 movies and tell her to stay away. Seeing Fu Xueru acting strangely, Zhu Yu narrowed her beautiful eyes and said to Xiao Tang, "Go check what Fu Jie has been up to at the company lately, especially who she's been signing." Xiao Tang nodded. She already knew Zhu Yu's decision long before Huijiang did. Zhu Yu has never hidden her thoughts from her closest confidant. She understands completely. If she were Xiao Zhu, beautiful and rich, she wouldn't work anymore. She'd spend her time traveling around the world, dating a new handsome guy every month. She's also the only one around Zhu Yu who doesn't advise her to hold on to Huijiang. Zhu Yu truly trusts her. All right, Zhu. Besides a photo shoot the day after tomorrow, you have no other work. Zhu Yu smiled and nodded. I know. The game you recommended before, I finally have time to play it properly now. Xiao Tang also smiled. I knew you'd play. You're probably not as good as me yet. Want me to teach you? Zhu Yu shook her head. Xiao Tang thought too much. Sister has money and can hire game companions. All the girls and guys in the game are very nice to talk to. You don't need to. Xiao Tang laughed and said, just remember to be careful. Don't let your fans find out, or your image will be ruined. The most important thing was to find a little brother to play games with without letting Mr. Her find out. Zhu Yu waved her hand casually and said, no one will notice me online. Don't worry too much. Let's go. Xiao Tang made a funny face, picked up her bag, and left. She also wanted to live her own free and easy life. Playing games was really fun. Not just games, Zhu Yu also got addicted to reading novels. She prepared several hard drives to store movies, books, and various entertainment works from this world. She also placed a few solar power generators in her space. These would be her spiritual food in the future. She used the money from her acting fees in her bank account to donate half to charity, kept half for investment, and used the rest to invest in some real industries, especially food. Compared to what Huijiang owned, these were just a drop in the bucket, but they were earned by Zhu Yu herself, so she felt more secure. Huijiang gave her even more. He owned several properties in top cities and shares in major tech companies. These were more than 10 times her money. He forced Zhu Yu to accept these gifts. Huijiang said these assets were just small things he invested in during school. Giving them to her was like giving her the years before they knew each other. He kept giving her gifts one after another, making Zhu Yu dizzy and forget to refuse. In the end, they didn't get married. Huajiang saw she wasn't interested and stopped mentioning it. He handled the family's constant urging alone, making sure no one disturbed Zhu. It's worth mentioning that since Zhu acted in a drama, her cousin kept appearing online to smear her reputation, but it was quickly dealt with. Zhu threw out evidence of her cousin buying fake followers and spreading rumors. She bore the consequences herself. The few days of administrative detention weren't a big deal, but exposing her true nature in front of friends and family was the most serious. Zhu parents changed their attitude after learning she was with Huajiang. They started caring about her late and asking about her health, pretending to be caring parents, which annoyed Zhu a lot. She specifically told Huajiang that her relationship with her parents was cold, so there was no need to please them or give them benefits. Giving too much was beyond her ability and unworthy, which was not a good thing. It was better to keep a normal relationship like with ordinary relatives. After 10 years of dating, 37-year-old Huajiang and 29-year-old Zhu peacefully parted ways. The disagreement lies in Zhu's insistence on not getting married or having children. Her parents, Mr. and Mrs. Hua, already didn't like her much. In their eyes, Zhu was not suitable for their son and lacked the qualities to be the head of the Hua family. Moreover, she was unwilling to agree to marriage or become the family matriarch, which they saw as selfish. They believed their son was misled. Huajiang didn't want to break up, but Zhu no longer wanted to continue. She was tired of him constantly balancing between her and his parents. Mostly, she found the arrogant attitude of a certain wealthy woman very annoying, and Huajiang couldn't stop his mother from bothering his girlfriend. Zhu also didn't want to endure it anymore. Maybe she was truly selfish. Her feelings for Huajiang couldn't compare to how much she cared about herself. She loved herself the most. This relationship taught her a deep lesson. When two people have different values, they shouldn't force themselves to stay together. Forcing two mismatched people to be together, even if they love each other, only causes pain. Haven't I always told you I wouldn't force you to do things you don't like? Aren't we still happy like before? Huajiang didn't want to let go. His eyes reddened as he thought about her leaving him. It hurt like his heart was being torn apart. I won't let you face anything you dislike. Just stay with me. Zhu felt cold inside. She didn't want to see him so humble. Your parents only have you. They've raised you and been so good to you. Are you really willing to disappoint them? When we're old, we can adopt a child. They will accept it. Huajiang didn't understand why she didn't want to have a child with him. He wasn't that fond of children either. If losing her was inevitable, then maybe having a child wasn't necessary. Zhu blinked slowly, feeling a wave of exhaustion from deep inside, something that had been there for a long time, until she could no longer bear it. You don't understand. I'll say it clearly again. Zhu paused, then said coldly, I don't want a man to go against his parents and pay such a high price to be with me. I don't want to carry the guilt that might come with it for the rest of my life. If we break up, you won't have to give up your plans to marry and have children just to please me. I won't have to betray my principles for our relationship. She avoided looking into his eyes, afraid she might soften. Brother Jiang, this is the last time I will call you that. Please don't insist anymore. Now, while we still don't hate each other, it's best for us to part ways. Zhu was lying in a hotel in Sanya, soaking in a hot spring. Her red swimsuit made her skin look even whiter, flawless, like smooth white jade. Her long, curly hair lazily spread over the stone steps behind her. She looked so beautiful that even the finest ink paintings would struggle to capture her beauty. Xiao Tang couldn't hide her envy. Xiao Zhu, did you take the youth pill? Why do you still look like you're 18? I spend so much money on beauty treatments, but maybe some people are naturally beautiful. Is being ageless also something you're born with? Zhu sank deeper into the water, her eyes half closed, her gaze more distant. Don't exaggerate. I'm not even 30 yet. Everyone gets old eventually. You'll understand when you reach that age. Maybe it's because I keep dancing. Exercise can slow down aging. Zhu would never admit it, but she wasn't naturally perfect. You look more beautiful every day. Xiao Tang raised her glass. Here's to us, two single women, happy and always having money to spend. Zhu shook her hair and clinked glasses with Xiao Tang, then drank it all in one go. She would never try to please anyone who didn't like her. She knew how to get along with elders and make people like her more, but she didn't want to. She was selfish and self-centered. Even if she was with Huijiang, she didn't feel like she became part of the Hu family. To her, Huijiang was someone she was close to, but his family was not. In her heart, Huijiang was someone she cared about, but his family was not. Xiao Tang had been living abroad for the past few years to relax. Now, Ji was staying with her here, planning to wait a year or so until Huijiang started a new relationship or accepted reality before returning. By the way, do you know that Fu Xueru is now managing Xiaoxing? Xiao Tang sneered and poured herself another glass. Since the year I insisted on breaking up with her and caused trouble, we haven't had any contact. I don't know anything about her. Thinking about how Fu Xueru had threatened her with scandalous secrets back then, Jiu felt a bit sick. People are unpredictable. You never really know what someone around you is thinking. Fu Xueru had truly given her a harsh lesson. But she only dared to threaten her with those false rumors. She didn't even dare let Huijiang find out. When Huijiang eventually discovered everything, she came back and begged her not to take it to heart. Zhu Yu frowned tiredly as she poured drink after drink. She felt a little regretful about coming to see Xiao Tang. Xiao Tang probably thought she suddenly visited because of a fight with Huijiang and expected they would reconcile soon. She wasn't sure if they were truly broken up. Zhu Yu didn't want to involve anyone else or explain why this happened. In many people's eyes, breaking up with Huijiang was seen as unwise. Huijiang had been so caring and attentive to her, and Zhu Yu felt that even if she were with someone else in the future, it would be hard to find someone who could match Huijiang's kindness. But this relationship was only visible on the surface. People couldn't see how tense she was underneath. Zhu Yu was barely managing to keep a balance under Huijiang's strong control. She also realized that the more Huijiang liked something, the stronger his possessiveness. He was very controlling of the company, and even more so with her. Over the years, she had to report everything to him. She knew he secretly installed a GPS on her phone. The more she spent time with him, the more she felt he wasn't a normal person. Huijiang also didn't grow up in a healthy family environment, so he might not even know how to properly love someone. Zhu Yu wasn't much better. She was also a person who tended to withdraw when faced with emotional difficulties. Her child was a big reason for her feelings, but she was also tired. If her love for Huijiang was like a glass of water, now it was cracking and almost empty. Maybe she preferred being alone. The next day, after waking up drunk, Zhu Yu said goodbye to Xiao Tang and left for another country. She deliberately left her phone at home, only taking her bank card and ID, and bought everything else locally. She traveled to a new country every week, going around the world. In foreign countries, fewer people recognized her. She took the opportunity to stock up on many things, filling a third of her luggage with food and drinks. The days of eating and playing went by quickly, and before she knew it, 3 years had passed. Zhu Yu got off the plane, took a deep breath of her home country's air, and turned on her phone. It froze for 2 seconds because of too many messages. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her fingers swiped through the screen. Huijiang had sent her many messages and missed calls. In these 3 years, she hadn't contacted anyone.
He
probably was married now, maybe even had children of his own. Zhu Yu dragged her suitcase and quietly went to a property she had bought without telling anyone, a lakeside villa outside the 3rd Ring Road. Fortunately, I called a cleaning service in advance, so the place was still livable after tidying up. Lying on the bed, Zhu Yu opened the system panel. ID: Zhu Yu, human female, age 32, fame, top tier, out of date, remaining lifespan. 5 days. Zhu Yu's gaze paused at the remaining lifespan, and she froze for a moment.
Zhu Yu thought about it.
Usually, after each trip, she would rest at home for a week. In 5 days, she would still be at home. So, what exactly caused her death? These days, Zhu Yu had been very nervous, feeling both eager to die and afraid. Who wouldn't want to finish work early? Although she was living happily in this world. Recently, she looked up information about Huijiang. Even if she changed her phone's location, her whereabouts still weren't hidden from him. Almost every time she left a country, he was right behind her. He knew she didn't want to see him and never dared to bother her. Zhu Yu's eyes turned slightly red, feeling a bit sad. She hated that he couldn't just follow his own path in life. Why did he have to insist? Couldn't he let go of himself and her? She looked at her remaining lifespan again. A firm look appeared in her eyes. She had initially wanted to struggle, to see if she could change her fate. But now it seemed unnecessary. Better to end it quickly than suffer longer. Zhu Yu didn't want Hujiang to be trapped in the past, nor did she want herself to be weighed down by this unreciprocated love. Remaining lifespan, 7 hours. She waited quietly for time to pass. Suddenly, her eyelids felt sore, and overwhelming drowsiness took over. She lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was back. Zhu Yu called out to the system. "How did I die?" The system automatically displayed a screen. It replayed a conspiracy involving 2 women, Fu Xiueru and her cousin. Seeing these 2 again didn't surprise Zhu Yu. She knew they had always hated her. The next scene showed Hujiang pushing open the door. Zhu Yu quickly closed the screen. "You will definitely avenge me, I know. I hope you forget me, and live your own life well." Zhu Yu left a letter under her pillow and a small box. Inside the box were things Hujiang had given her over the years and most of her assets. She didn't have time to deal with them, so she asked him to donate everything to those in need. There are also pills made from ginseng and other herbs to improve health. The recipe was collected from the previous world, and the effects are very powerful. Zhu Yu doesn't have many of these pills, but considering Hujiang's workaholic nature and his age, she decided to leave them for him. She feels that this man needs them more than she does. In her letter to Hujiang, she told him not to be sad about her death. It was her own choice. She hopes he can forget her in the future and live his own life. That way, I won't owe you anything anymore. Thinking about how quickly she reached the top, Hujiang had helped her a lot behind the scenes. Over the years, he tolerated her temper. She feels she can't repay his kindness, and she doesn't want to carry this sense of debt forever. So she decided to give him the ginseng pills. These pills can improve health, and she hopes his future days will be safe and healthy, especially since she once loved him. Zhu Yu breathes a sigh of relief, hugs a soft pillow, and plans to sleep first. When she wakes up, she will check her system rewards. First task is being settled. Settlement successful. Reward has been sent to your linked space.
Please check.
Lottery interface has been unlocked. Zhu Yu first opens her attribute panel. ID. Zhu Yu skills. Basic medical skills, basic acting, basic dancing points. 100 in the system space. She received 2 rewards this time. One is a chance for a single lottery draw from the prize pool, and the other is an additional 100 pills of 3 different types. She is very satisfied with the pill rewards. These will help her a lot and save her a lot of trouble in the task world. Zhu Yu clicks to draw the lottery. The roulette spins with bright colors flashing, but she can't see the specific words. Excited, she taps to draw. Congratulations! You have won 3 Realms Red Envelope Group. Her phone vibrates nearby. Zhu Yu looks over and sees a new group chat on her phone. She freezes, frowning as she reads aloud. 3 Realms Red Envelope Group? She can't guess what kind of group this is. It looks like a game group. Cautiously, she opens the group chat. As soon as she opens it, many new messages flash by. Clearly, it's a lively group. Wasteland Post-Apocalyptic Squad Leader. What is this? A mobile phone that hasn't been connected or charged for over 800 years still receives messages? Wasteland Post-Apocalyptic Squad Leader. Are there real people on the other side? In the post-apocalyptic world, the term wasteland end times usually refers to a scene of the world's destruction. In such a setting, civilization on Earth may have been destroyed or severely damaged. This style often shows major disasters like nuclear war, biological crises, or natural calamities. After these events, society tends to collapse, and civilization regresses, sometimes nearing extinction. The core elements of the wasteland style include chaos and the decline of civilization. The chi-refining cultivator roughly understands what this group is for. There is also a fellow cultivator asking if anyone is there. The Wasteland End Times squad leader calls out to a brother to speak. He tries sending a red envelope, a gift, to see if it works. He sends a crystal core, hoping others can receive it. He sends the red envelope and waits for it to be claimed. Zhuyi looks at her title in the group, smiles slightly, and clicks to claim it. She receives a beautiful, glowing white crystal, very shiny and eye-catching, better than a diamond. The temporary worker of the quick travel world sees she received it. The chi refining cultivator asks what it is, noting it looks different from a spirit stone and contains more spiritual energy. He sends a red envelope to others. He also sends some spirit stones from his space, gathered from the previous world, for fellow End Times friends to see. Zhu Yu clicks to claim again. The Wasteland squad leader exclaims that she really received something out of nowhere. It's amazing. He says the spirit stone looks like an attribute-less crystal core, but with slightly less energy than a crystal core. Zhu Yu also sends a red envelope, which contains 10 boxes of chocolate-flavored compressed biscuits she stored from the last world. He sends the red envelope and waits. The squad leader is shocked and excited, realizing it's food. He exclaims that he loves the chocolate flavor and hasn't tasted normal food in over 10 years. Thanks, big brother. He offers to trade the crystal core for some food. The chi refining cultivator comments that the taste is a bit unique. Thank you for the quick transmission friend's red envelope. Do you need food in the end-of-world scenario? Sending a special red envelope. Please claim it. Here's a month's supply of fasting pills for you. Thank you for the red envelope. Brother, the fasting pills don't taste good. You don't need to send them anymore. We now have a bug infestation, and eating roasted bugs every day keeps us full. What we lack are normal foods from before the end of the world. I see. I am currently at the sect, only with fasting pills. Eating other things would slow down our cultivation. Only the people at the foot of the mountain have regular food. I hope I can go down once I reach the foundation building stage. Brother, how long until you reach the foundation building stage? I am now at the 3rd level of chi refining. I should reach the foundation stage within 50 years. Brother, I might be gone in 50 years. Looks like I can't rely on you. Hey, the big shot from the quick transmission world. Do you need crystal cores? Zhu Yu is playing with his spiritual stones and crystal cores in her hand. Besides their pretty appearance, they seem to have no other use for now. Temporary worker from quick transmission. Let's trade for something else.
These are not useful to me.
Chi refining cultivator. I have other pills too. Take a look. Sending a red envelope. Please claim it. Refining chi cultivator. The determination face pill can keep your appearance forever. The longevity pill can extend your life by 10 years. Ordinary people can only use it once. The rejuvenation pill can heal most injuries in minutes, except for severed limbs. The 100 poisons pill makes a person immune to all poisons. My cultivation level is too low, so I don't have many good items. These are low-level pills that even mortals can use. Except for the determination face pill, Zhu Yu doesn't need the beauty pill. I want all the other pills. Temporary worker from quick transmission. I need everything except the determination face pill. Do you need anything? Wasteland end-of-world squad leader. The rejuvenation pill, 100 poisons pill, and longevity pill are useful to me too. Brother, I'll buy enough with 100 crystal cores. If not enough, wait for me. I'll have more tomorrow. Our squad exchanges points daily with the crystal cores we get. Sending a red envelope. Please claim it. Chi refining cultivator. 100 is enough. Chi refining stage cultivator. I don't know what I need either. Zhu Yu thought for a moment. The items she had were without spiritual energy and might not be very attractive to this group member. On the other hand, the one from the apocalyptic world probably needed them more. Although the pills for chi refining stage cultivators are useful for the small team leader in the apocalypse, the longevity pill can only be used once, and the 100 poison pill also only needs to be used once. Only the revival pill is needed by the team leader in the apocalypse. But she was different. She could never have too many of these pills. Every time she went to a new world for missions, she would have a new body. Quick transmigration temporary worker. How about I send food or other supplies that fellow apocalypse travelers need, and let him exchange them for energy crystals? Is that okay? Chi refining stage cultivator, yes. Wasteland apocalypse team leader, sure. Quick transmigration temporary worker. Fellow traveler, you can tell me what you want to eat. I am in modern society now, but in a month, I will go on a mission. I don't know if I will still be in the modern world then. Wasteland apocalypse team leader. Okay. Wasteland apocalypse team leader. Instant noodles, fried chicken, beer, cola, spicy hot pot ingredients. Brother, I want to eat everything. You can buy whatever you want. I need it all. Chi refining stage cultivator. All right. Zhuyu looked at the supplies stored in her space and decided to send half of them. The amount was enough to exchange for many items. A month passed quickly. There were only 3 people in the group, and they spent their time chatting casually, so time flew by. Zhuyu also finished her high school entrance exam. Her current grades were good enough to aim for top scores, but she didn't change her plans impulsively. Good high schools are very strict.
She didn't need to go there now.
The knowledge in high school wasn't difficult for her, so there was no need. She could just attend an ordinary school with a relaxed atmosphere and average grades. Wang Ziming also went abroad to study. Zhuyu saw him off at the plane and then clicked to start the mission. The world for this mission was natural disasters. Her dimples are slightly sweet. Zhuyu prepared some gold and silver, supplies for 3 months, and other items besides beauty-enhancing pills and strength pills. She also packed many revival pills and detoxification pills, as well as items exchanged with group members in the red envelope group. She first received the memories. The original host was killed when someone twisted her arm and stabbed a dagger into her heart, dying in the 10th year of the apocalypse. 1 month later, this planet would experience a catastrophic event, starting with an abnormal temperature drop. One disaster after another would follow, becoming increasingly difficult to handle. Her several roommates were taken back by their families at the first sign of disaster. Before leaving, they left all their snacks for the main character. These foods were her lifeline during the end-of-the-world survival. The main character had been forced to be a loner in the early days. Later, she chose to stay alone, valuing her life and struggling to survive for 10 years in the disaster. She finally returned to her hometown and died there. By the 10th year of the disaster, she no longer trusted anyone. Because men and women have different physical strengths, even when she discovered 2 men's bad intentions, she could only fight to the end with them. Ziyue recalled the main character's situation at that time. She had already done her best, returned home, and died peacefully, not feeling regret. Her only regret was probably not seeing the end of the disaster herself. So, Ziyue's task now is to live longer than the main character, to see if the disaster can end before her life runs out. She wondered whether the disaster would wipe out humanity or if humans would survive it. Ziyue opened her eyes, found her counselor's phone number, and called. She was here a month before the disaster, and the main character was still a college student. She told the counselor she was feeling mentally unwell and wanted to take a leave of absence. If the disaster still comes, at least she can prepare in advance and face this nightmare. The counselor, knowing the main character was an orphan, hesitated for a moment. She then swallowed her comforting words and sighed softly, saying, "If you insist, come and sign the papers later." Ziyue agreed and looked around. It was familiar, yet strange. The dorm had a bunk bed and desk layout. The other 3 desks were piled with books, scattered makeup, miscellaneous items in the corner, and a few unopened packages. The main character had lived in this dorm for half a year in her previous life. Ziyue rolled up the bedding the main character had used, tied it with plastic cords, and fixed it to the pole of her suitcase. Taking a leave of absence was not unusual. The procedures went smoothly. When Ziyue went to sign the papers, she met her 3 roommates downstairs. They were surprised to hear she was taking a leave, but since they weren't very close, they didn't ask many questions. They spoke cautiously. One roommate offered to give her a ride. Ziyue smiled and waved her hand. "No need, I called a car. It will arrive soon." Zhu thought for a moment and then took out her phone. "Let's exchange contact information," she suggested. Although she had only experienced the original owner's 10 years of surviving in the end-of-the-world scenario, it still had a significant impact on her. At least now, she wouldn't go around telling people she was reborn and that the apocalypse was coming. That was impossible. However, at the very beginning of the disaster, giving a few friends some hints, like buying more supplies, was something she was willing to do. After completing her leave of absence procedures, Zhuyu didn't go straight home. She avoided people and first stored her belongings in her space. She took several rides and rented a remote warehouse in the countryside. The province where the original owner went to school is a major agricultural area. Zhuyu planned to buy the most needed grains here before heading to the original owner's hometown. For a large city like He Province with a population of tens of millions, even if Zhuyu bought dozens of tons of rice at once, no one would notice. Even if someone did, the end of the world would arrive soon, and they wouldn't be able to find her. In this kind of world, food is extremely important. Zhuyu was a bit timid, so she had to be very careful. Her space was quite large now, nearly 300 square meters after 2 missions. Time inside was frozen. Whether she put in hot or frozen items, they would stay the same after 3 days. The only downside was that living animals couldn't be stored inside, but plants could. Thanks to this space, Zhuyu now felt more confident about surviving longer than the original owner. She wouldn't immediately eat all the food she found in the apocalypse, fearing it might spoil or be stolen. She now had enough time to fill her space with the supplies she needed. The warehouse manager collected the rent, handed her the key, and said, "If you're worried, you can change the lock." Zhuyu nodded in understanding. The manager didn't ask any more questions and drove away. She first opened the warehouse doors and windows to let in some air. From the original owner's memory, she knew the prices of grains, but to be cautious, she also asked a small shop owner about the wholesale prices of rice, flour, fruits, and vegetables locally. Now, she planned to review her funds and then, based on her financial situation, create a list of suitable supplies. I went to the largest jewelry store in town, sold all my gold and silver jewelry, and got over 5 million yuan. The items were definitely discounted, but now time is the most precious thing. Ziyue didn't have the luxury to wait. The next day, Ziyue went to the wholesale market. She arrived early and didn't waste time. She directly asked the shop owner, "What are your prices? How much do I need to buy to get delivery?" The owner handed her a price list. Wholesale and retail prices are on the list. If you buy over 100,000 yuan, we can deliver nearby. Ziyue took the list and started to look at it. Compared to the prices she asked the small shop owner and remembered, the wholesale prices were indeed cheaper. "I need 3 tons of fine salt and also 1,000 jin each of cooking oil, soy sauce, and vinegar. These are all boxed with various sauces and spices mixed in, claiming to be for opening a supermarket." After the apocalypse, these seasonings became luxury items, and salt was a necessity. "It's okay to stock up more." Thinking for a moment, Ziyue said, "I also need 1,000 jin of various chili powders, but no dried chili. I want 500 jin of fresh too." Ziyue loves spicy food. After the cold wave, chili and became the most popular seasonings. Stock up plenty. If not used, they can be traded with others. The shop owner smiled when he heard the quantities Ziyue wanted. She continued to list what she needed. Also, all spicy sauces in the store, 200 jin, 1 ton each of white sugar and brown sugar. After the owner calculated the total, Ziyue checked the bill. Everything seemed fine, so she scanned the code to pay. She asked the owner to deliver to her warehouse. The total cost was over 300,000 yuan. Ziyue estimated in her mind. In the first world, she had stocked rice during her historical novels, so she knew roughly how much she ate each year. Assuming an adult's consumption, about 1 jin of rice per day, she would need 400 jin of rice annually. For 100 years, she would need at least 20 tons of rice. She also needed cooking oil. Compared to rice, she didn't buy as much flour. She preferred rice-based meals, so she ordered 20 tons of rice, 10 tons of white flour, and 3 tons of cooking oil. She also went to a farm and ordered a large batch of chicken, duck, fish, and meat, plus 5 pigs, 2 cows, and 2 sheep. These foods would last her for many years. In just one day, She bought most of her main supplies. The most important materials still missing were medicines. At this speed, Ji should be able to leave tomorrow and return to her hometown. In her previous life, the main character traveled this path for 10 years. At night, Ji stood in the warehouse, waving her hand to put everything into her space. She mentally entered the space to organize supplies. Staple foods like rice and flour were grouped together, meats in another pile, and common seasonings along with her purchased chili peppers were placed nearby. Suddenly, Zhu realized that the smell from cooking might pose a danger to her. If she processed the rice and flour a month before the end of the world, it would be too late. So, she planned to hire someone to cook and store the prepared food tomorrow, then directly put it into her space. All the flour would be made into steamed buns, and all the rice would be cooked. Instead of risking her life to cook later or hesitating to eat the stored food, she decided to spend a little more money now to prepare ready-to-eat meals. The order of society during the end of the world hadn't completely collapsed, or at least the main cities hadn't. Zhu planned to wait until chaos started to buy some supplies from zero-yuan purchases, then head to the few cities still under official control. Those cities, at least before the main character's death, were still safe. Moreover, mental food supplies must be sufficient. Zhu thought she couldn't save money on this. She ordered online, buying over a dozen large-capacity hard drives, several tablets, a solar generator, and a few hand-cranked power banks, though she wasn't sure if they worked well. She hired people to turn several tons of rice and flour into cooked food and store it in her space. She also bought various medicines generously. Half a month had passed, and Zhu felt her preparations were almost complete. She started buying tickets to return to her main character's hometown. In front of her were tall buildings, and around her, the noise of bustling crowds. This lively, vibrant scene, full of human activity, might not last much longer. Zhu listened to the calls of street vendors, honking cars, and the laughter of pedestrians. She blinked. Such an ordinary scene would become the most luxurious in the future. Zhu stretched lazily and looked at her remaining savings, more than 200,000. She decided to keep 50,000 and spend the rest. First, she would continue buying supplies, and second, she would renovate her house. In the early days of the end of the world, although food shortages began, the society's basic order remained intact thanks to the absolute military strength of the authorities. It wasn't until the second month of cooling temperatures, when continuous heavy rains for 3 months flooded many areas. After the rain stopped, there was another half-year of cold weather. The water froze, trapping most things under the ice. Food and water supplies quickly ran out. The authorities were overwhelmed and unable to help. People in long-term panic lost control. Zhu wrote down the order and general details of the 10-year disaster from the original owner's memory. She sent this information to all major cities' email addresses in the country. After sending, she stored the anonymous computer she bought on the dark web in her space. She didn't know if it would help, but it was all she could do. The house where the original owner lived was quite good quality. It lasted through the second year of the end times without major problems. Its 17 floors wouldn't be destroyed by heavy rain or cold. If nothing unexpected happened, it could shelter Zhu for a long time. As long as the house didn't fall, Zhu was willing to stay there forever. Unfortunately, after the cold spell, earthquakes would destroy everything. While thinking about this, Zhu's eyes started to feel heavy. When she opened them again, it was the next day. Today is July 25th, 2021, according to the lunar calendar. There are 7 days until the big global temperature drop and 37 days until the heavy rain. She had reinforced the house already. Standing in front of the mirror, Zhu looked at herself in sports clothes. Suddenly, she remembered she might have forgotten to stock enough clothes and warm supplies. She quickly went to the largest wholesale market in the province. She bought 100 thick cotton blankets, several thick waterproof down jackets in black, and many warm packs and cold patches. She also bought lots of thick blankets. The house has double-layer tempered glass windows, which keep in heat, block sound, and prevent odors. The ceiling is very good. Such double windows can even withstand winter cold of 30 or 40 degrees below zero. In the end times, There aren't many kind people knocking on doors. Having only one door isn't very safe. So Zuyu chose the thickest security door, plus a layer of the store's strongest anti-theft door. This door was expensive, but Zhu didn't bargain and just bought it. She also bought a large van, filled it with several barrels of oil for use before the heavy rain, and a small boat and a few small yachts, which she stored in her space. She didn't buy more because heavy rain wasn't common over the 10 years. She also bought several mountain bikes and many spare parts for repairs and replacements later. After the end of the world, energy became scarce, and ordinary people found it very hard to get fuel. Most vehicles that used oil became useless scrap metal. Moreover, with frequent disasters like cold weather, heavy rain, and earthquakes, there was little space for regular cars to drive. The best transportation in these harsh conditions was a mountain bike that could run without oil and still work well. Zhu Yu also went to a restaurant to buy food. She ordered the restaurant's signature dishes at each place, hundreds of servings each time. This time, she chose dishes that produced a lot of smoke and had strong smells. She didn't ask the shop owners to deliver. Instead, she drove her new van to each place, picked up the food, and quietly stored it in her vehicle's space. Zhu Yu thought she shouldn't put everything in her space. If her empty home was discovered, it would be hard to explain. She needed to make her home look normal. So, she turned around and drove to the biggest supermarket nearby. Pushing a shopping cart, she stocked up on many cheap and affordable seasonings, a lot of snacks, rice, flour, yogurt, instant noodles, beef jerky, and plenty of milk powder and chocolate. She also bought many eggs, which she could keep at home openly. She also bought smoked meat and various snacks from the supermarket's own production. Zhu Yu didn't stock up on water because her space wasn't unlimited. Water would take up too much room, and she thought she wouldn't need to store much for the first half year of the disaster. She bought several sets of water purifiers and a new set of toiletries. She also bought some soda and her favorite fruits, 5 boxes of large peaches. A bunch of miscellaneous items filled her car. She stocked up on tissues and hygiene products first, even before medicine. She wasn't short of these, but she took 2 large rolls to keep at home. On her way back, she met 2 or 3 familiar neighbors' grandmothers. Zhu Yu smiled politely and nodded, avoiding small talk. Young people now mostly kept to themselves, respecting privacy and boundaries, so no one suspected anything. Zhu Yu didn't want others to know she had stored a lot of supplies, but she also needed to appear normal, like everyone else. This would help her not to go out so often looking for food. Outdoor supplies such as tents, sleeping bags, fire starters, waterproof hiking backpacks, protective clothing, and gas masks were all carefully prepared by Zhu Yu. The quality of these items is very important. Saving money on them is not wise. Zhu Yu chose the most reputable outdoor brands and bought over 10 sets of camping gear. She also purchased more than 100 sets of cold weather clothing for polar regions, along with masks, disposable protective suits, and heavy-duty protective gear. Although the disaster in the original memory did not involve nuclear leaks, no one can guarantee it won't happen. The original owner only lived 10 years, so if these supplies are not prepared now, it will be very difficult to get them later when needed. In China, regulations are strict. Zhu Yu bought supplies from underground markets, including dozens of sharp-edged knives and dozens of pepper spray bottles, which are very convenient to use. She has already taken 2 doses of the powerful health pills. In addition, Zhu Yu deliberately placed the rejuvenation pills in the most visible and easily accessible spot in her space. She also took poison-proof pills. She prepared several useful tools like engineer axes, fire axes, and electric saws. These can be used for self-defense or for chopping trees and opening doors. There are 20 sets of powerful water purification devices and 100 boxes of water purification tablets. In the late stages of the apocalypse, clean water sources are priceless. She plans to trade these items with others. Her own water supply problem has already been solved. Zhu Yu opened the system panel. She discovered that since arriving in this world, she could open the red envelope group in the task world. It can be operated directly from the system panel or installed on her phone. Even if others get her phone, they cannot see the group. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. Bro, our water resource problem is solved. 1 ton of water can be compressed into a brick-sized piece. This isn't valuable here. Many things can be broken down into water, purified, and used. I'll give you 200 units. If that's not enough, just tell me. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader, sending red envelopes. Please claim. Zhu Yu was interested and claimed the red envelope. She examined the transparent brick in her hand and tried it. It worked very well. The water quality was even better than tap water, clearly beyond current technology. Great, the water problem is solved. And the red envelope group can be used, which made her feel relieved. She plans to ask the 2 people later if they have any weapons for self-defense. There are also solar panels, small generators, batteries, a boat for use during the rainy season, and a manual inflatable kayak. These items cost you quite a bit of money. Zhu Yu prepared these just in case of emergencies. She didn't prepare many supplies. Since these items are not rare, she can take some risks later and buy them at 0 cost before a heavy rainstorm. If these items are not stored away before the storm, they will be damaged and unusable afterward. Spending 550 yuan on these items adds up quickly. Now, Zhu Yu only has 5,000 yuan left. Zhu Yu also prepared a survival backpack for herself. When disaster strikes, she can carry this backpack and go. It contains a water brick, enough compressed biscuits to last a week, some common medicines, a military shovel, a small knife, a lighter, a thermal blanket, and other outdoor survival tools. This kind of backpack is common abroad, and many survival enthusiasts in China also have them. In areas prone to earthquakes or floods, such escape backpacks are often kept at home. They are not very rare. With this backpack as a cover, she can leave quickly in case of emergencies or before an earthquake. It provides some disguise and convenience. Many military shovels sold online are not sharpened. Zhu Yu bought a sharpening stone. Since she is now free at home and has spent most of her money, she manually sharpens the shovel herself. Fortunately, Zhu Yu is very strong now. Her strength surpasses that of 3 adult men combined, making sharpening easy for her. While Zhu Yu was sharpening the shovel at the door, an elevator came out of the stairwell. A man and a woman appeared. The man is nearly 1.9 meters tall, with a crew cut. The woman is almost 1.8 meters, also with short hair. Both are tall and muscular. The shorter woman saw the shovel in Zhu Yu's hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, look at that, brother. She's really strong." Zhu Yu looked up. These 2 looked unfamiliar. They might be new neighbors. The community has good facilities, and it's normal for new residents to move in frequently. The tall man felt a bit embarrassed. He pulled his sister and said to Zhu Yu, "Sorry about that. My sister is a bit too friendly. Don't mind her. She's just praising you. Thank you for sharing your story." Here's the improved version in simple, clear English. Xiao Yao finally realized what was happening and quickly said, "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to offend you. I just think you're really impressive. I've also used a small shovel before a while ago and it was tough. You're really talented." Zhu Yu smiled and said, "It's okay. I know you're kind. I like traveling a lot. This is just for fun." Seeing that Zhu Yu wasn't upset, Xiao Yao immediately smiled and said, "That's great. We have similar interests. I live in 1701. My name is Xiao Yao. The tall guy next to me is my brother, named Xieting. He's a retired soldier and now runs his own business. I'm a fitness trainer just down the street behind our community. Feel free to come visit me anytime, no charge." After saying that, she looked at Zhu Yu with anticipation, waiting for her response. The building Zhu Yu lives in has 2 apartments per floor. In the original owner's memory, 1701 had always been empty. Zhu Yu is always like soldiers. She put down her things, stood up, and shook hands with both of them. "I'm Zhu Yu, living in 1702. I'm still in school." Xieting also looked at Zhu Yu and said, "Xieting, we just moved in. Please take care of us." Zhu Yu looked at her young face but sensed her calm and elegant aura. She seemed very special at first glance. Looking closer, she appeared very composed. Xiao Yao looked at Zhu Yu's sharpening stone and remembered her confident tone when talking about outdoor gear. She felt a bit jealous and said, "I really envy you. I've always wanted to travel and see different places, but since I opened a gym after graduation, I haven't had time. Every day is busy. I regret not traveling more during college." Xia patted Xiao Yao and saw they were about to start talking again, so he quickly interrupted. "All right, no chatting in the elevator. Miss Xu is busy. He had helped a sister at the gym yesterday. They worked hard all day and barely slept." Xia felt so tired he could almost fall asleep standing, and he wondered how she still had so much energy. Zhu noticed this and smiled. She said to both of them, "It's okay. I'm happy to meet you today. Maybe we can have dinner together sometime. I'm almost done here, so I'll head home now." Xiao Yao nodded eagerly and said affectionately, "Okay, next time we'll chat more." She watched Jiyu go inside her home, then the two of them returned to their rooms. Last night, Jiyu picked up some supplies ordered online and then drove around the nearby streets for a while. She only returned home when it was dark. After the end of the world, there was hardly any spring or autumn. Yu didn't prepare clothes for those seasons. A few days ago, she packed nearly 5,000 sets of clothes-fitting underwear and many disposable underwear, enough to last her a lifetime. She also bought about 5,000 sets of comfortable, breathable, and soft long-sleeved shirts and pants. She looked at the original owner's memories and decided there was no need to buy short-sleeved clothes. After the disaster, the weather was rarely normal. Sudden high temperatures not only made it hot but also brought plagues and countless mosquitoes. In the original owner's memories, Zhu saw that during high temperatures, some people wore short sleeves under the sun. In just a few seconds, their exposed arms were burned and peeled. Later, after a few days of rain, the temperature didn't drop, but swarms of mosquitoes appeared, almost driving the survivors to despair. Fortunately, the government later developed a gas that was very effective against mosquitoes. Zhu decided to give up on short-sleeved clothes and buy only long-sleeve shirts and pants. Her requirements were simple: all dark colors like black, gray, and dark blue. She also bought winter clothes from the factory stock. The styles weren't very attractive, but the quality was good, thick and solid, and nearly half the normal price. She was very satisfied. In the memories of the original owner, the climate was always unpredictable, droughts followed by floods, cold spells followed by heat waves. There was rarely normal weather. During extremely cold times, with temperatures below -60 or 70 degrees Celsius, thick cotton clothes and heavy down jackets could save lives. Of course, the most useful was the extreme cold-proof suit she bought. As for shoes, Zhu didn't budget much. She only bought the cheapest sports shoes, 300 pairs. Compared to shoes, socks were very cheap, costing only a few cents each. She bought about 30,000 pairs of regular socks and cleared out 50,000 pairs of winter-thick socks from the sock factory. She also thought that stockings could be used to prevent insects, so she ordered quite a few. Additionally, Zhu bought 300 pairs of work gloves. She also stockpiled 2,000 sets of disposable protective suits. 5 million wasn't enough anymore, so Zhu sold a gemstone for 3 million to cover the costs. Besides gas masks, the most protective and 99 masks were bought in boxes of 1,000. Zhu purchased 20 boxes, enough for her entire life and even extra to share with others. Protective glasses and ear muffs may seem small, but when the sky is filled with flying dust, they become very valuable and essential. Zhu bought 100 of each. She also bought 200 sets of raincoats and rain pants. To store all these items, Zhu used 2 large storage bags, each as big as 2 sports halls, which she traded for with a chi training stage cultivator in the red envelope group, using 2 strength pills. After the apocalypse, besides heavy rain, there is also acid rain, highly corrosive rain. Because of this rain, all the land around the world started to become barren. This effect lasted. In the first year, harvests dropped by 80%, and in the second year, nothing could grow at all. That was truly despair. Zhu hoped her letters would be taken seriously. At least, she wanted to gather enough clean, unpolluted, and uncorroded land. Her strength is tiny compared to the disaster, but perhaps the country could help improve the situation. She was also doing it for herself. If humanity cannot survive this disaster, she alone would not be able to live either. Ji Yu bought many household items. She bought 50,000 disposable underwear. Thinking about the pain the original owner experienced during her periods, Ji Yu empathized and promised to take good care of her body. She stocked up on boxes of sanitary pads and tampons. She also bought condoms that could last 3 generations. Since her space was large enough, these items, after the apocalypse, became as valuable as luxury goods. Many people needed them, so Ji Yu bought a lot, planning to trade them later. They are better trade items than cigarettes or alcohol. Even after the apocalypse, even if the main base restored some production lines, no one would waste manpower on these items. She also stocked skincare and makeup products. After the apocalypse, makeup would be as noticeable as lice on a bald head, unnecessary. Ji Yu only stored Vaseline, baby cream, and frostbite ointment, which are useful. She also bought toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shampoo, body wash, and disinfectant for laundry. She stocked enough for 2 lifetimes, buying these from factories without packaging, which made them very cheap. These are small but essential items that affect quality of life. Usually, I didn't think it was very important, but when I lost it, I realized how inconvenient it was and understood its true value. You must buy in boxes. Ji Yu doesn't want to experience the feeling of using leaves and sticks. There is also medicated oil and floral water. These are quite effective against mosquitoes, and I also bought a lot of realgar, which has a stronger insect repelling effect. There are also several boxes of summer essentials. Prickly heat powder. At Ji Yu's age, she didn't even know about prickly heat powder. She only saw others use it in the original owner's memory. When the air conditioning stopped working, some people developed large patches of prickly heat on their bodies. Using this magic powder worked very well. Ji Yu bought 10 air conditioners and 30 small humidifiers. Air conditioners can be used in both hot and cold weather, but when the weather becomes extreme, their durability decreases. Ji Yu has space to store them, and they're easy to put away. She prepared these for emergencies. After all, these items could only be produced before the end of the world. She also bought 10 rice cookers and 10 pots for cooking rice. With a safe home, she can prepare cooked food herself. Ji Yu thought for a moment and bought many vitamin tablets. These would be very expensive in the later stages of the apocalypse. Long-term hunger, irregular eating, and lifestyle have weakened many people's bodies and caused deficiencies in many nutrients. Even if these vitamins expire, they still have some effect. She bought bottles of multivitamins costing only 2 yuan each, with dozens of tablets per bottle. She bought several thousand bottles in total. One day, Ji Yu saw a small pharmacy at the entrance of the community having a sale. She went in for a browse and bought a well-stocked medical kit for home use, planning to keep it openly at her residence. In the elevator, she met Xia Yao Yao, who was unusually early to leave work. She smiled at Ji Yu and invited her to dinner at her home. Ji Yu thought for a moment and declined, but she gestured to the medical box in her hand and suggested that Xia Yao Yao also buy one. Xia Yao Yao's eyes lit up and said, "Okay, I'll buy one later. I'll get one for my brother too. We both really need them." Ji Yu did have other plans that day. Otherwise, she wouldn't mind having dinner with Xia Yao Yao. She wanted to remind them to stock up for the upcoming cooling period, but she still had 2 appointments. According to her plan, she needed to go to the frozen food processing plant to store enough meat and semi-finished products, and also to the pharmaceutical factory to buy large quantities of common over-the-counter medicines, topical wound medicines, and disinfectants. In the last few days of free time, Ji Yu needed to hurry and stockpile supplies. While visiting the frozen meat section at the food factory, I ordered 5 tons of pork, 1,000 processed chickens, 1,000 ducks, and 1,000 jin of frozen beef. The price of frozen beef here is about 1/3 lower than fresh beef, so I decided to buy more. Ji Yu is a true lover of Chinese cuisine. She doesn't care much for hamburgers, steaks, or bread. She prefers dishes like braised beef, marinated beef, or thin slices of beef cooked in hot pot. Sometimes she also stir-fries beef slices. She loves lamb even more and has stored up to 5,000 jin of it. She also bought 100 boxes of various fried, semi-finished products. Besides eating them herself, she keeps some as luxury reserves. Based on her past experience, if she reports these supplies to the authorities, she can get good treatment at the base. Since she was there, she couldn't resist stocking up on various skewers, including different bean products, meat skewers, hot pot meatballs, purple sweet potato balls, and yam balls. All together, they weigh over 1,000 jin. She also bought large quantities of frozen chicken rolls, fish rolls, and other frozen meats, which are much cheaper than fresh meat. She plans to buy 2 more tons of pork. Compared to other meats, she is most used to eating pork. For the coming decades, she plans her meat supplies based on the consumption of several generations. Next, she headed to the pharmaceutical factory. On the way, she passed a small stall selling snail rice noodle snacks. She was tempted and bought all 200 portions of semi-finished products the shopkeeper had prepared, ready to cook directly. She couldn't help but sigh. If only the 10 years of the apocalypse she experienced were just a dream. She feels that the original owner might prefer to believe they had a mental illness and hallucinated rather than face the real end of the world. Better to be a loyal dog in a peaceful age than a person lost in chaos. After finishing a portion of snail rice noodles and holding a glass of cold cola, Zhu continued driving toward the pharmaceutical factory. The saying, "Great disasters are followed by great plagues," has been a long-standing ancient phrase in China for thousands of years. It has been proven true by countless lives. After the apocalypse, viruses are everywhere, and every day feels like an endless gamble. The stakes are everyone's remaining lives. It seems as if heaven is telling humanity, whether you die early or late, you will still die eventually. Thinking of this, Zhu couldn't help but smile. It was like a furious storm on Blue Star because humans have not valued their environment over the years. The severe backlash from overexploitation is very serious. The main character was always alone, wandering and unable to go home, partly because of ongoing epidemics. Zhu bought a lot of medical alcohol, planning to disinfect 5 times a day when the epidemic started. The wholesale price of alcohol was very cheap. A small bottle of spray alcohol in a pharmacy could be bought in bulk from a factory. She also bought burn ointment, frostbite cream, painkillers, Yunnan Baiyao spray for external injuries, erythromycin ointment, penicillin, 5 boxes of each. She ordered 5 boxes of radiation protection medicines, as well as hydrogen peroxide and iodine tincture. She also bought 20 boxes of Yunnan Baiyao powder spray, which can quickly stop bleeding. She bought 10 boxes of various medical gauze and bandages. Inflammatory drugs were in the highest demand. Ordinary people living in the end times dare not get hurt, but injuries are easy to happen. Although the base produces basic medicines, the supply is not enough. The gap is too large. While searching for food, doing hard labor, or even just sleeping at home without doing anything, there's a risk of insect bites and injuries. Even small wounds in such an environment and air quality could lead to infections. Even the wealthy who still live on the top floors after the apocalypse cannot escape these dangers. During dry seasons, skin can and bleed, and sudden cold spells could even take their lives. That's why Zhu bought many anti-inflammatory medicines. She thought for a moment and bought 5 boxes of strong fever reducers and cold medicines, including Manhwa Qingwen. She wasn't sure if these would be effective for her, but since taking the Great Strength pill, Zhu felt her resistance and physical health had greatly improved. The Great Strength pill seems to do more than just increase strength. Zhu remembered the high praise from cultivators in the group after using it, so it probably really improves the body's quality. Even if she couldn't use all these items, it was okay. They were good to have. She also bought a lot of painkillers. 10 boxes should last her 3 generations. She also bought deworming medicine and 100 jin of arsenic powder. Although she used the 100 poisons pill and recently noticed fewer mosquito bites, she still believed in being prepared. She gave up on buying other less-used medicines. If she had a chance for free supplies later, she would take them. If not, it didn't matter. People can only do their best and then leave the rest to fate. Zhu thought for a moment and bought 10 more buckets of water to store at home, so she didn't put them into the space. When she carried 2 buckets of water upstairs, she bumped into Xia Ting and Xia Yaoyao. Both of them looked at the buckets in her hands with surprise. "You're really strong." Their faces clearly showed this thought. Zhu Yu helplessly smiled. "Stop looking, just use the elevator." "Oh, okay." Xia Yaoyao quickly snapped out of her surprise and pressed the button for the 17th floor. Seeing her easily carry 2 buckets, the two of them were amazed. Zhu Yu then started chatting with them about the unusual weather lately. Although the temperature drop was expected to suddenly reach below freezing in 3 days, there were already signs of abnormal weather. For example, the weather was very dry and cold now, and it hadn't rained for 2 or 3 months. The three of them talked about the weather, and as it was dinner time, Xia Yaoyao suggested they eat together. Zhu Yu happily agreed. They sat at a small restaurant behind the community, eating and chatting. Zhu Yu mentioned she had bought a lot of instant noodles and rice because the weather had been so dry for a long time. She felt a heavy rain might come soon, which could affect transportation. Xia Yaoyao and Xia Ting had never really noticed this before. Neither of them was from the city. Although Xia Ting bought the house, he had only been in this city for a few years. They listened carefully to what Zhu Yu said. After dinner, they decided to go to the supermarket to stock up on food. Zhu Yu followed along, saying she also wanted to buy some more. The young people supported each other, eager to make friends, and easily got into conversation. Zhu Yu subtly stirred the pot, and before they knew it, both of them had bought enough food to last a whole year. When they took the elevator home, they looked at their shopping with a dazed expression, as if waking up. Zhu Yu smiled happily, hiding her true skills. Neighbors also stockpile supplies, so she wouldn't become a storage warehouse, right? Actually, Zhu Yu liked Xia Yaoyao. The girl was kind and lively, and helping her was just a casual favor. When she returned, her online shopping had arrived. She went to the parcel station, drove her van to pick up the items one by one. After filling the van, she pretended to go back to the warehouse, then stored everything in the space. After going back and forth about 10 times, she finally finished collecting almost everything. She didn't open the packages. She just placed them directly into her storage space. Since she didn't have much time now, she planned to open them later when it cooled down at home. The trash from opening the packages could also be used as fuel in the future. When Zhu Yu finished tidying up and got back home, it was already very dark. She parked her car in a place without cameras, waved to put the van into her storage space, because collecting the packages took too long. By the time she reached her apartment, it was already 11 o'clock. She took a shower first, then put on slippers, turned on the air conditioner, and let her hair dry naturally. She turned on a movie and took out some ice cream she bought at the supermarket a few days ago. One bite made her feel all the tiredness from the day disappear. She was well prepared for this trip and decided not to go out again unless necessary. That night, at midnight, Zhu was woken up by her alarm. She looked out the window and saw the cold air coming in clearly. The double-glazed windows were making squeaking sounds from the wind. She stared for a few seconds, then put on her Arctic winter clothes. She was ready to go to the zero-cost shopping event. J-City is a port city with international trade ports. Every day, countless goods are shipped from here to the world, and many arrive here from abroad. Zhiyu's goal was to deal with the hundreds of containers at the port. 2 hours after the temperature dropped, the port would collapse. All these containers would sink into the sea. After a few years, even if the heat melted them, they would only be left as wreckage. Her purpose was to collect these containers before they collapsed. Others might find other things, but she wouldn't bother with those. This container was an accident. Only someone like her with space abilities could get these goods. She also didn't mention this in her letter to the country. She thought that if they didn't see disasters like the ones in her letter firsthand, they wouldn't believe it. If they didn't believe, they wouldn't take measures to fix it. So, it was better for them not to know about this shipment. Late at night, Zhiyu didn't use her van. She was worried the cold weather might prevent the engine from starting. Instead, she switched between her mountain bike and electric scooter, quickly moving to the port. She ran through the darkness, collecting everything into her storage space. Even if the surveillance cameras caught her, they would be destroyed by the disaster, and no one would find her. Still, she stayed cautious, dressed all in black, wearing a mask, sunglasses, and a thick black down jacket to disguise herself. I finished packing all the containers in half an hour. Ji looked back at the empty port and rode away. She took the stairs to avoid people and went up to the 17th floor. Only after closing the door did she breathe a sigh of relief. At this moment, an air raid siren suddenly sounded outside the window. A drone with a loudspeaker repeatedly echoed in the sky, warning people who were sleeping to wake up and put on more clothes to stay warm. This had never happened in the original owner's memory. Ji widened her eyes, wondering if only this city was being warned or if it was a nationwide alert. She wondered if her letter had been believed so quickly. After thinking for a long time and unable to figure it out, Ji decided to sleep first. She believed she would know more tomorrow. The air conditioner was always on. She planned to only turn it on at night when sleeping and turn it off during the day to help herself get used to the cold. Otherwise, it would be hard to endure when the power went out later. Although she had a generator, she knew she couldn't stay indoors forever. Without resistance to the outside world, she wouldn't be able to live long. The next morning, Jiu confirmed her guess. Her letter had indeed been seen, because an official statement had been released online. The air raid alert from yesterday was a nationwide measure, which saved many people who would have died in the first wave of the disaster. Jiu looked at the online statement and couldn't help but smile. This showed that the country had already started collecting land and water supplies in advance. She stood by the window, thinking that at least she would have more than those who knew nothing. At the beginning of the temperature drop, power was still available intermittently. If it became too hard to bear, people could go to rescue centers. The locations of these centers had also been announced online. Jiu's living room didn't have an air conditioner. During the day, she exercised for 2 hours on the treadmill and other equipment she had prepared in the living room. After she warmed up, she started eating. The water and electricity were still working. Jiu used 5 rice cookers to cook rice and steamed buns day and night. In the early days of the apocalypse, the original owner stayed at the rescue station. During the drought and water shortage, the rescue stations dug dry toilets. Amid the chaos, the population sharply decreased. After the land on Earth turned into sand, many people simply buried themselves in the sand in uninhabited places. However, if living in the official base, many people would specifically collect these human organic fertilizers and exchange them for points. This left a deep impression on Juyu. She thought about the insects that flooded during heavy rain and knew the toilets would be sealed. After the toilets are closed, she needs to think about how to solve her physiological needs. After thinking for a while, besides using plastic bags, the only reliable option was cat litter. Out of the hundreds of containers Juyu collected, she didn't look through all of them, only opened the first 2 or 3. Coincidentally, the second container was filled with pet supplies, tons of dog and cat food, as well as cat litter. Juyu took out a sack and a litter box and placed them in the toilet. She had seen online before that people said cat litter is used for cats because they have the habit of burying their waste, which adult cats teach from birth. Dogs, on the other hand, don't do this. If dogs are made to use cat litter, they might dig everywhere like Alaskan dogs tearing up the house. Looking at all the big brand dog and cat foods, Jiu paused for a couple of seconds. She didn't want to keep pets, and these seemed useless to her. She opened the red envelope group chat. Quick travel temporary worker. Do you want dog and cat food? At Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. Quick travel temporary worker. Photoed JPG. Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. Yes, yes, yes. Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. In the past, many people could eat pet food. It's good stuff. If I collect it, I can sell it to others easily. Do you want to trade crystal cores and pills with fellow cultivators instead? Chi Gathering Cultivator. The dog and cat food look pretty good. Quick travel temporary worker. Send red envelopes. To be claimed. Quick travel temporary worker. Try some first. It's all from this brand. Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. Nice. Chi Gathering Cultivator. It really is good. Quick travel temporary worker. Wait a moment. Quick travel temporary worker. By the way, I'm doing a task in the end-of-world world. There are no zombies or supernatural powers here, just natural disasters. Do you have any suggestions for surviving better in the end times? At Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader, I think that for ordinary people, the best way to survive in the end times is to follow the strong. It's safer under the big trees, so to speak. For example, our leader once followed a top scientist for protection. Now, we work together at the base and support each other. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. In the end times, technology is very important. It's almost as crucial as supernatural powers in our world. No one can do without it. If you don't have powers, you can't evolve, and you're likely to die easily. So, developing science quickly and finding ways to deal with problems early is the best strategy. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. In such a global disaster, individual strength is small. Even our strongest supernatural users can't match the power of cannons and missiles. That's why having more ordinary people is also very powerful. Keep going. The end of the world will come to an end someday. Temporary worker in quick travel, I understand. Temporary worker in quick travel. Has the end of your world finished? Chi cultivator. Keep going. Does that mean encouragement? Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. Yes, it's encouragement. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. We believe it will end within 20 years. If we can't find a way to purify the zombies, we will have to eliminate them all. The surviving humans will build a united home. Chi cultivator. That's not bad. Just like how we have to defend against demons, every 10,000 years we face great wars. All forces will start over again. Temporary worker in quick travel. Do you have any hidden weapons for self-defense? I don't even have a sharpened knife here, and I'm worried about my ability to protect myself if things get chaotic. Chi cultivator. We have talismans, fireball talismans that can shoot a fireball, peace talismans that can block attacks below the 5th level of Chi training, invisibility talismans that make you invisible for 15 minutes, underground movement talismans that let you hide underground for 15 minutes, which might suffocate a normal person. Immobilization talismans that can hold a person still for 15 minutes, healing talismans similar to restorative pills, as well as ice ball talismans and lightning strike talismans. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. These are similar to our supernatural powers. You should recognize our weapons, cold weapons like broadswords and various large blades, all very sharp. We also have different guns and bullets, but they are quite expensive. Zhuyu breathes a sigh of relief. Having weapons really eased her mind. This time, all the crystal cores will be used to exchange for weapons. Please help me get a few sets. You can choose, and if it's not enough, let me know. I will use other supplies to make up for it. Okay. Fellow cultivator at Refining Chi Stage Cultivator. Your talismans are very useful to me. I need 10 of each. Keep track at Wasteland Post-Apocalyptic Squad Leader. I will send you crystal cores. All right. After resolving the weapon issue, Zhi relaxed a lot and was in a good mood to chat with Xia Yao Yao. The sudden drop in temperature kept everyone at home. With this weather, no one can go out. In the morning, someone left the house wrapped in a thick quilt. After less than 10 minutes outside, their hands and feet were so cold they lost feeling. In a worse case, they might need to have a limb amputated. They were frozen through. Xia Yao Yao kept sending her messages, expressing happiness and gratitude. She only now realized how good it is to have enough food at home in this weather. Xia Ting also sent a thank you message. Zhuyu replied to each one. Before returning to her hometown, she had already warned the original owner's roommates. They are now with their families and have stocked at least half a year's worth of food. This is the result of Zhuyu daydreaming about the apocalypse and talking nonsense. Outside, the cold wind howled. Inside, the rice cooker kept steaming and the range hood was still working hard. Bored, Zhuyu opened a novel app and randomly browsed some apocalypse-themed stories. She found that the protagonist's special abilities were really impressive, either capable of farming and raising animals or possessing spiritual springs. The worst was an infinite space that could be used to report to the country for resource management. Compared to these, she was just a little brother. After exchanging messages in the red envelope group, She and the squad leader are seen as the younger brothers by the powerful in the telekinesis community. They don't doubt that she's at the chi refining stage, just minor followers. In the cultivation world, she's at the lowest level of cultivators. Zhuyu is similar, an intern at the Quick Transmigration Bureau, not yet in contact with the headquarters, just a single employee. Thinking about it makes her feel helpless. Fortunately, once this world ends, she can become a full member. She wonders if she can unlock new features after contacting the headquarters. The second day of the temperature drop was still very cold. Zhuyu snuggled into her quilt, reluctant to get up. Her phone on the bedside table buzzed. She opened it. The main group chat was lively, with over 999 messages already scrolled through. Most people are talking about the sudden drop in cold weather. Everyone is stuck at home and can't go out. They realize that the temperature drop is happening worldwide, not just in one or two places. The end of the world rumors are spreading online. The authorities haven't tried to control these rumors. Instead, they issued a short notice telling people to save food, stay indoors, and prioritize safety. After scrolling through her phone for a while, Zhuyu delayed for another half hour. She slowly got dressed and got out of bed. First, she checked the thermometer hanging in the kitchen. It was a thermometer she bought during her last stock-up. Sure enough, the temperature had dropped to minus 53 degrees Celsius. It's not the coldest yet. In a few days, it could go below minus 60 degrees. Many residents in the neighborhood have started to react. A few people wearing extreme cold protection suits gather downstairs, trying to stock up on food. Whether they sell it at high prices or keep it for themselves, Zhuyu could faintly hear the noisy sounds outside through her double-layered glass. The residents' group chat is also discussing this. Building 7, apartment 1401 at everyone, can someone take me to the supermarket? I usually order takeout and I only have a few packs of instant noodles left at home. Building 11, apartment 201, at least you still have instant noodles. I don't even have that. Can anyone help bring some food? I'll pay high prices. Building 15, apartment 702. Yes, I need some too. Does anyone know which building the people going out are from? Building 5, apartment 401. It's our building. I heard some noise. Seeing this, Zhuyu's eyes turned cold. Going outside now would be dangerous. If she was spotted, the storm that follows would be even worse. People are greedy. When others have something they don't, they can become cruel, even if that food was bought at the risk of life. They don't want to take risks, but still want to get something for nothing. Xia Yao Yao also sent a message privately. Xia Yao Yao, my brother says it's too dangerous to go out now. We should wait and see what happens. Xia Yao Yao, don't go out either. Zhuyu replied that she wasn't planning to go out and put her phone down. Today, she didn't want to cook. She took a spicy hot pot from her space, turned on the TV, and ate while watching. After finishing her meal, she continued her exercises. Once done, she brewed a pot of honey red tea. She poured a cup into her thermos and stored the rest in her space. Currently, at this temperature, boiling water cools down in about 10 minutes. Insulated bottles can keep it warm a little longer, but she plans to finish within 5 minutes. After finishing these tasks, Zhu opened her phone and checked Weibo. As expected, the trending topics were all about the cold weather across different regions. The early cold snap isn't due to location. Such temperatures are only found in the polar regions of the planet. Most people are experiencing this for the first time. She looked at the weather forecast for various parts of the country. The temperatures were quite similar everywhere. All these events are exactly the same as in her memory. The end of the world has arrived. Zhuyu leaned back on the sofa. Because she was dressed very warmly, moving was a bit difficult. She bounced a little on the sofa. Her phone kept vibrating. She checked it and saw a message from the neighborhood group reminding everyone to store water in time. After the temperature drops, water pipes will definitely freeze solid. The only usable water now will last for a couple of days. The property management used a generator, but it won't last long. The fuel will run out soon. There's no way to refill it now. Water outages are certain. Zhu Yu wasn't surprised. Many residents in the group were upset. In such freezing weather, Water outages are bearable, but power outages are a different story. Just thinking about it makes life feel worse than death. No one knows how long electricity will last. Without central heating, everyone relies on air conditioners. Many families are sleeping in one room to stay warm and look after each other. On the first day of the cold, many people living alone quietly lost their lives. To others, it might just be a number of casualties, but for families, it's a long-lasting pain. Power restrictions have already started. Her hometown might have slightly better infrastructure than the city where she studies, but it's definitely not as developed as northern cities. Zhu followed the trend and took out all the water buckets at home. She connected a hose from the kitchen to fill them with water. The tap water now can be used for washing. The water flow from the tap has decreased. Zhu used a hot towel for a while until it returned to normal. All these buckets are quite large. Zhu specifically bought the biggest ones. Filling each takes about half an hour. Zhu carried the full water bucket to the door and set it down. The water was heavy, and she was sweating from lifting it repeatedly with her current strength. She worried that once she cooled down, the cold air might directly invade her body. So, Zhu took a cold shower in the bathroom, changed into new clothes. Luckily, she had enough clothes stored. Otherwise, with the current weather, after washing and hanging outside for a while, she would freeze into an ice block. Not to mention, after heavy rain, the air would be even more humid. Although it wouldn't freeze again, the damp cold was very dangerous, and her clothes would never dry completely. While the air conditioner still worked, Zhu hung her freshly washed and dried clothes where the air could reach them. Taking a hot bath in the middle of winter warmed her from her feet to her head, feeling extremely comfortable. Looking at the time, after all this busy work, it was already dark outside. After the bath, Zhu felt her bones relax completely, and the coldness was entirely driven out of her body. She comfortably turned on the electric blanket and snuggled into a thick, soft quilt. She casually ate a bowl of pre-packed porridge from the space, as she had been planning to eat porridge these days. This kind of weather is perfect for eating spicy food and drinking porridge.
The first day just passed like that.
The next morning, Zhu woke up at 9 o'clock. She stayed in bed for a while, scrolling through her phone. The latest weather forecast had been updated, predicting that the temperature would stay the same for the next month across the country. Zhu turned off the weather forecast and found the Apocalypse Survival Forum. Several posts on the homepage were sharing screenshots of the weather forecast. She clicked on the first post with the most comments. Screenshot to JPG. I want to ask some experts, professors, or professionals to explain what's going on. Is this real? For over a month, it's been at least minus 50 degrees Celsius. Is this normal? Does this mean we are on a real blue planet? Is this climate about to start a new era? Upvote, I want to ask too. Upvote. Saved for the experts to answer. Several pages of meaningless comments followed, but after scrolling to the third page, she saw some responses that made sense. Our professor said it might be the start of a little ice age. Our mentor also sent a message in the group today saying that the current temperature might not be the lowest yet. Rational discussion. Is there an extreme heat after the extreme cold? From an architectural perspective, if the cold continues, the houses we live in could freeze and become brittle, risking breaking. These discussions made Zhu widen her eyes. They are close to the disasters that might happen soon. Indeed, many people are knowledgeable and their understanding is impressive. Is this the power of knowledge? She hadn't yet figured out how to steer the conversation toward future disasters, but everyone seemed to have a rough idea of what might happen in a few months. Is there some official guidance behind this? But it makes sense. After such a sudden and strange drop in temperature, the authorities are probably gathering top experts to investigate the unusual cause. Zhu silently encourages these researchers, hoping they can find some answers. Even small progress could change many things for humanity, given our large population. She followed the comments in the chat, riding the wave of apocalyptic talk, then happily turned off her phone and got up. After washing up and eating, she continued her usual exercise routine. Only after exercising did she realize the water had been off for a while. Xia Yaoyao knocked on her door, bringing sugar water. Zhu, who was behind her, also took out a cup of sugar water and smiled at Xia Yaoyao, saying, I made some too. Since the apocalypse officially began, she no longer eats food or drinks provided by others. There's no need to, and to stay cautious of potential dangers, she doesn't trust anyone. Xia Yaoyao and Xia Ting should also be exercising at home. Zhu Yu saw the beads of sweat on Xia Yaoyao's forehead and reminded her, be careful not to catch a cold. The hospital ambulances are overloaded now, so you need to find your own way to the hospital if needed. Xia Yaoyao is in good health and rarely catches colds in years. She didn't think much of it. Seeing Zhu Yu also made sugar water, she nodded and said, I'll go back now. Message me if anything happens. Zhu Yu replied, okay, you too. The sugar water was made by Xia Ting and was also a reminder from her brother. Xia Ting thought it was necessary to maintain good relations with the other resident on the 17th floor, especially since they had helped with the grain issue before. In the future, they should help each other whenever possible. Zhu, you guessed a little. Xia Yaoyao didn't seem very detail-oriented. Right now, she was fiddling with her weapons. Just then, the red envelope group pinged with notifications. The weapons are ready. Sending a special red envelope. Please claim it. The spell still needs more time. My senior sister is still drawing it. Okay. The red envelope from the Wasteland team leader contained quite a lot. It was a large package with 2 sharp tang swords, 3 pistols, a submachine gun, and 2 boxes full of bullets. Zhu Yu touched the cold gun barrel. She had been to a shooting club and was fairly accurate, but the feel of a real gun was different and needed some time to get used to. Each bullet used meant 1 less. Using a bow and arrow was too slow, and the arrows, like bullets, couldn't be used many times. In this cold weather, it was normal for arrows to break inside a target. The spell charms for the cultivator were very convenient, but in this world, they might be hard to explain, so they are kept as a secret backup. In the far north of China, the temperature is dropping more than elsewhere, and snow has already started falling early. This year is unusually cold, and the snow is heavier. Many people posted pictures of snow falling outside their doors and windows, and some found it quite beautiful. People from the south, who haven't seen snow many times, were commenting with envy. Zhu Yu thought that once it really started snowing, they would only regret it. A day or 2 of snow is fun, but a whole week would be terrifying. At that point, without daily efforts to clear the snow, people could easily freeze to death buried under it. Online, the topic was very lively. More than half the country had never experienced such cold temperatures, so the discussion grew naturally, without Zhu Yu needing to stir things up. Just a few comments under popular Weibo posts about accidents in the south could make the topic trend. Northern netizens, more resistant to cold, shared various useful or even ridiculous tips, and many clever replies appeared, making the topic even more popular. Many netizens recommended heating beds and preparing smokeless charcoal or coal in advance to survive the cold. Seeing these hopeful discussions, Zhu Yu was quite satisfied. Many areas had already started power restrictions, and her neighborhood would soon follow. The next step after power cuts was complete blackouts. Starting now, collecting and storing fuel gave them a better chance to survive the extreme cold. 2 months of extreme cold, 1 month of earthquakes, and half a year of intense heat. There are still many more disasters to come. People who get used to these hardships and start helping themselves early are more likely to survive. Zhu Yu took a big bite of spicy crayfish and sipped her bubble tea. She thought about the contents of the other 2 containers she saw. The first container was filled with hardware and building materials, including many metal parts, magnetic materials, scrap iron, stainless steel, aluminum alloys, cement, wooden planks, putty powder, and more. These are heavy goods, usually shipped by sea because it costs less. She looked inside, then closed it again. Later, she planned to exchange it for points at the base, as these could be used for building and rebuilding her shelter. The second container held pet supplies. Zhu Yu had already sent the items to the Wasteland team leader, asking him to gradually exchange everything for weapons and ammunition. In the third container, there were mainly ceramics and glass items, such as finished glassware, broken glass, ceramic vases, tiles, cups, and mugs. These are fragile items, so they need to be carefully packed and insured during shipping. Fragile goods often get damaged. Zhu Yu didn't expect there to be so many glass products. There were nearly 10,000 cups alone. These items felt a bit useless. She contacted a cultivator from the Qi refining stage and sent him a sample package, asking if ordinary people in their world could produce these items. The cultivator showed the sample to a servant who couldn't cultivate. The servant said these items are very valuable in the mortal world and can be exchanged for a lot of money. Zhu Yu knew this, so she sent an entire container to the cultivator. He said he would distribute it to the servant disciples of their sect. With this amount, it could be sold across hundreds of mortal countries easily. Zhu Yu only wanted the gold. Although these items couldn't be exchanged for spiritual stones in the cultivation world or many crystal cores at the team leader's place in the mortal world, they could almost be exchanged for half a container of gold. Zhu Yu was very happy with this. Trading useless items for valuable gold made her very pleased. She piled the gold in her room, basking in its glow, and lay there for a while. When the cold air woke her up, she stored the gold away again. This was what you call a wave of wealth. From now on, she could truly see money as nothing more than floating clouds. On the third day of the apocalypse, she spent her time counting gold. At the same time, the community also experienced a complete water and electricity outage. On the early morning of the fourth day, Zhu Yu was awakened by a loud knocking at the door. She opened the door to find an anxious Xia Ting outside. Yao Yao has a fever almost 40 degrees. There are no cars outside to take her anywhere. Do you have medicine? Zhu Yu also looked worried. After thinking for a moment, she said, That's strange. I saw Xia Yao Yao buy a medical kit a few days ago. Does she have fever medicine? Xia Ting froze in surprise. Medical kit. Zhu Yu quickly nodded. Yes, she might have forgotten to tell you. She bought 2 boxes of common medicines. Wait here, I'll go with you. I have some medicine too. Use mine first, and when your sister gets better, we can see about hers. After saying that, Zhu Yu hurried to her room, avoiding Xia Ting's gaze. She grabbed some warm patches and, in front of Xia Ting, picked up the medical kit and went out to the building across. Yao Yao's face was unusually red. Zhu Yu took out the medicine according to the dosage, and Xia Ting helped her sit up. They took turns feeding her medicine, and Zhu Yu also stuck warm patches on her body. Seeing this, Xia Ting swallowed his gratitude. He knew words couldn't repay her now, so he kept it in his heart and reminded himself silently. They waited a while until Yao Yao's fever dropped to about 38 degrees. Zhu Yu then left. With her body strong enough to handle it, Yao Yao's fever was on the mend. She had agreed with Xia Ting that once Yao Yao recovered, they would go to the nearby supermarket to check the situation. Although they all had enough food, it was better not to appear as if they lacked supplies in front of others. Going out occasionally could also help gather information. 2 days later, after Yao Yao recovered, the 3 of them headed out of the community. But before reaching the stairs, they saw a fight. A few cars, clearly just back from the supermarket, had been robbed. One car owner was pushed and was still on the ground, unable to get up. The robbers were middle-aged men. They didn't hurt anyone. After grabbing things, they simply ran away. It was cold, so everyone was dressed warmly and heavily armed, making it hard to see their faces. The robbers only cared about avoiding law enforcement because they knew the police wouldn't respond to small thefts like this. Xia Ting frowned and held back Xia Yao Yao, who wanted to step forward to help. Surprised, Xia Yao Yao asked, Is there no law anymore? People are stealing in broad daylight. Zhu Yu also gave up on going to the supermarket. With the situation like this, going there wouldn't help her get anything back. Xia Ting sneered and said, Mind your own business. We can't even take care of ourselves right now, let alone cause trouble for the country. The 3 of them went back together. When Zhu Yu returned outside, she took off her gloves. Her hands were already freezing cold. She gasped and poured water on her hands. The warm water froze into ice before it even reached the ground. Immediately, Zhu Yu dried her hands and put them into her pocket with a hand warmer to warm up. She curled her hands and didn't want to move. She thought she was from the north, so she could handle it, but now she couldn't hold on. She knew logically that -50 degrees was extremely cold, but she hadn't gone outside after the temperature dropped. She didn't expect it to be so much colder outside than inside. Such cold was no longer something she could simply get used to. Zhu decided not to go out again, at least not while it was still so cold. She connected her phone to the charger and placed it by the stove to warm up slowly. The power outage had lasted for a while. Not many people could go online, but the authorities still posted notices on the internet. With the third big temperature drop, countries issued a joint statement announcing that the planet had officially entered an ice age. Zhu finished reading the notice and was about to check the comments, but the internet suddenly cut off. She had to give up.
She was also hesitant.
She had been firm in her idea to stay home and avoid the disaster outside, but she didn't expect the situation outside to be much worse than she thought. If she couldn't get information from outside in time and didn't adapt to the environment, could she survive future disasters even if she stored more supplies in her space? Zhu couldn't help feeling anxious. Going out had both advantages and disadvantages. In the end, she decided to go out. She thought that if she had extreme cold weather gear and many weapons, it would be cowardly to fear the first wave of the apocalypse. Her conditions were definitely better than most people struggling on this planet. Zhu took out a spicy beef brisket with rice to fill her stomach. When it was completely dark and nearly 10 o'clock, she changed into a new set of cold weather gear, put on night vision goggles, and wore combat boots. She held a tang sword in her left hand and kept her pistol in her pocket, carefully pushing open the door. Zhu walked alone on the street for 2 hours. She didn't meet anyone. In the dark night, even the most ordinary tall buildings looked like huge, scary monsters. She didn't come out just to find supplies. She already had enough. But she wanted to check the port. The nearby shops might be flooded later, and if she could get some items now and exchange them at the base, it would be better than watching them disappear. Thinking about this, Zhu sped up. The street was silent and empty. She released her bicycle and quickly rode toward the port. The weather was cold, and there was no electricity. Her long hair was troublesome in these conditions. Zhu cut it to chin length. As she rode, the wind made her feel a chill around her neck. Her protective suit couldn't block the cold. She took out a long, thick scarf from her space and wrapped her head and face to stay warm. Only then did she continue on her way. When she reached the port area, it looked very quiet compared to the lively scene she remembered. Turning a corner, the first shop was a home goods store. Zhu pried open the door, used her flashlight to look around, and quickly collected sheets, pillowcases, various 4-piece bedding sets, and curtains. She didn't have time to organize or look carefully. She just gathered everything as fast as possible and planned to go back early. The street seemed to sell mostly household items. Zhu collected items along 4 streets before riding her mountain bike away quickly. When she returned to her home on the 17th floor, it was already around 4 in the morning. After taking a bath, Zhu was extremely tired. She fell asleep as soon as she lay on the bed. All her belongings were stored together in a container. Zhu didn't feel like looking at them now. When she woke up the next afternoon, she stood by the window. She wasn't in a hurry to eat or check what she had collected the day before. She silently recalled the days when the heavy rain started. There were 15 days left. The 15 days passed quickly. Zhu kept exercising, and a few days earlier, the cultivator had given her some talismans. Zhu touched the special textured yellow paper in her hand, feeling a restless desire. She wished she could learn to draw charms, but unfortunately, there was no spiritual energy in this world. After going out that time, Zhu went out a few more times. As she got used to it, her ability to resist the cold improved. Soon, a month of heavy rain arrived. When the rain stopped, temperatures began to rise rapidly. The floods ended, and earthquakes started and stopped intermittently. Luckily, their city was not severely affected. However, before people could fully recover, the extreme heat began. The water levels dropped quickly, visible to the eye. Water shortages and stockpiling became hot topics. From flooding to drought, it was a slow process, like boiling a frog in warm water. In ancient times, A 50-liter bucket of water could last a family of 3 for 3 or 4 days, excluding bathing and laundry, when there was no running water. But under extreme heat, even a day might not be enough. Many people changed their habits, no longer washing rice or vegetables. They simply boiled rice with half a bucket of water. At the same time, each disaster prompted the government to offer solutions. Life was still hard, but there was hope. Many people still looked forward to the future, waiting with the country for the disaster to end. So, many were eager to know how long the water supply system could be repaired. Most people understood the water shortage situation beforehand. First, water wasn't completely cut off. If they queued early, each person could still get a bucket of water daily. Second, the rivers, lakes, and streams around the city hadn't dried up completely. Although collecting water was difficult, it was still possible. Now, water stations were about to close. No matter how early they went, they couldn't buy water anymore. The water levels in rivers and lakes were dropping at a frightening speed. Water was no longer the endless resource people once thought it was. Meanwhile, some northern cities with lower latitudes also faced water shortages. The few cities still able to supply water started limiting it daily. At this point, people realized that across the country and perhaps the world, there had been no rain for at least a month. Shouldn't it be icy and snowy at -40 degrees? What about this year's snow? As more water stations close and supermarkets run out of supplies, a strange sense of panic spreads among the people. Zhu noticed that, due to official control, the water prices, which had been kept in check, were now rising uncontrollably. Now, there are many cases of extremely expensive water. If water supply isn't restored soon, the hot weather will become unbearable, and this situation cannot be stopped. This heat wave lasts much longer than the cold spell. During this time, Zhu has not gone outside. The Xie siblings have also gone out occasionally over the year, stockpiling some food, and they even brought her supplies twice. She accepted them but told them not to bring more, as she is alone and has a small appetite. The current supplies could last her 2 or 3 years. In this period, the three of them have become more familiar with each other. Now, whenever her phone vibrates with a message alert, Zhu mostly knows it's from them. The two of them also have solar panels, so their home isn't completely without power. Zhu thinks it's about time to leave this place. She plans to stay at a relief station for a while and then go to the base. She looks at her current food supplies and feels a headache coming on. Without the supplies from the Xie siblings, she could have almost used up her food. But now, these items are also registered at the official base, so she can't put them in her space and carry only a bag to the relief station. Taking these foods is also not realistic. They could last her 2 years, but if she takes them out, they will be stolen. She wouldn't even make it to the relief station. Zhu sends a message to call Xie Ting and Xie Yaya. She opens the warehouse, which is full of food, and says, "I want to leave. I don't know what disasters might come next. The official base might be safer. I can't take these with me, so I'll give them back to you." Xie Ting and Xie Yaya exchange looks and both smile. Seeing Zhu Yu's confused expression, Xie Ting says, "What a coincidence. We were just about to tell you we're leaving too, and we're worried about how to convince you to come with us." Zhu Yu's body stiffens but quickly relaxes and says, "Are you also planning to go to the nearest official base?" Xie Ting glances at her face and asks yes. "Are you coming with us?" Zhu Yu looks at the food in the room and asks, "What about these?" Xie Yaya giggles and explains, "My brother has a friend working at the official base. We can ask them to come and exchange these for base points. Later, we can join the others leaving from the relief station. This way is also good." Zhu Yu thought about how tall Xie Ting, who is 1.9 meters, and Xie Yaoyao, who is 1.8 meters, are, compared to her own body, which is only 1.55 meters and looks weak and easy to fall over. Being with them means she will probably be bullied less, as a soft target. Zhu Yu remembered the bad people in the apocalypse novels she read at home. They often provoke the main character. But no one is really stupid. If someone keeps provoking her, it might be because others see her as weak. In the apocalypse, the strong survive, and the resources for the weak will become fewer over time. Zhu Yu doesn't want to go through that. She's not afraid of killing, but she doesn't want to live in chaos forever. Compared to truly good people, she's not pure enough. She's selfish and self-interested. But she also doesn't think she's as evil as the worst villains. In the hot, water-scarce environment, only a few big bases run by the authorities are safe. Everywhere else is chaotic. It's better to leave early, if possible. After the three of them agreed to leave early, the person Xie Ting contacted quickly came to their place. They received some supplies and a card, which had their ID information and points for exchanges. Zhu Yu wore long sleeves and long pants, carrying only a backpack with survival supplies she had prepared earlier. Xie Ting and Xie Yaoyao had similar gear. They headed toward the rescue point. In this climate, they couldn't ride any vehicles, only walk. They stopped and rested during the hottest hours. It took them a whole day to reach their destination. What do you need to live at the rescue point? The first thing to consider is the conditions there. Although official documents are polite, Zhu Yu knows some facts. The original owner of her past life lived there for a while. Rescue points are usually in open places like stadiums. The area is divided with spray paint. People or families are assigned to different sections. There are no walls, only tents, and no barriers between them, just fabric. The living conditions are very crowded. Maybe it was built too quickly or resources were limited. Behind the rescue point, there are some plastic partitions, but they are more symbolic than functional, offering little real separation. People who can afford it bring their own cloths to hang up and create small private spaces. The good thing is that the rescue point has electricity, so people need to go to a fixed charging station to scan their ID. The amount of electricity each person can use is limited. If they exceed it, they have to spend points. The rescue point also has a shopping area with food, water, and daily necessities. However, these items are limited, and everyone must buy them with ID and come in person. If someone wants more, they need to use points to buy. There is an official cafeteria, but it also requires points and is not cheap. People at the rescue point can cook for themselves, but it's a bit complicated. Besides these, the official shelter does not allow any illegal activities. If someone is caught stealing or causing trouble, they are immediately expelled. More serious offenses can lead to being sent to the labor camp, where all belongings are confiscated and the person has to do hard work every day. Currently, the labor camps are still short of workers. The death penalty is rarely used, only in very severe cases. Everything is sacrificed in the face of limited resources. For example, Xie Ting and Xie Yaoyao went to the shelter. One is a retired soldier, and the other is a fitness trainer. Both are stronger than ordinary people. If they want, they can be directly recruited into the patrol team. The official patrol team is somewhat dangerous, but the benefits are good. Zhu Yu did not go with them to the patrol team. Even though Xie Ting knew she was strong enough and recommended her, Zhu Yu politely declined. She went to the medical office. During this special time, there is a shortage of people everywhere, especially doctors. She proved her medical skills quickly and was sent to a local clinic. Currently, medical supplies are scarce. Many injuries are only temporarily treated. Wounds are cleaned with water to prevent infection, but there are no medicines. Even bandages are unavailable. In this situation, Zhu Yu didn't dare to take out her medical supplies from her space, as she couldn't find a good excuse. Luckily, she studied traditional Chinese medicine. She took out a set of gold needles, which can treat many conditions without medicine. Stopping bleeding and setting bones are easy for her. This is already impressive. Stopping the bleeding at least keeps the person from dying. For food, shelter, and daily needs, Zhu Yu prepared a small, inconspicuous single-person tent. It's simple, but enough for her to live in. She hasn't used much of her stored food, just eating the mixed grain buns provided at the rescue point. Honestly, they don't taste good and make her throat sore, but Zhu Yu still keeps eating. They have been at the rescue point for a week now. Zhu Yu looked at the official booklet and asked her colleague from the medical department. The official documents are quite simple. When can we go to the base? There are many conflicts and injuries at the aid station. The living space is small, and the environment is harsh. Many people can't control their tempers, and conflicts happen in an instant. Zhu Yu almost has no free time each week. She works overtime every day. There's nothing she can do because others are all Western doctors, without medicine, and can't help much. Xia Ting and Xia Yaoyao have already received news and will leave tomorrow. But she hasn't received any news. Her colleague, a young man in his 20s, pushed up his glasses and said, I haven't heard anything about going to the base recently. Zhu Yu couldn't help but frown and said, I'll ask about it. She went to the office of the head of the medical department. She knocked on the desk and looked into the middle-aged woman's eyes, who was reading documents. She asked, When can I go to the base? Fan Jingru was surprised at first, then her expression changed when she heard her question. She said calmly, You can't go now. Besides you, no one else can help everyone. Zhu Yu sneered coldly, her eyes icy as she said, Is this my responsibility? So I can never go to the base. Fan Jingru also frowned. She thought Zhu Yu clearly had the ability, so why didn't she want to use it to help everyone? It's just that you can't go now. Once the medical supplies from the base arrive, I will arrange for someone to send you there, but that was just polite talk. The aid station lacks medical supplies. Does the base have enough? Zhu Yu lowered her eyes in annoyance. She hated this kind of moral coercion. The so-called head of the medical department was just talking so grandly because she knew Zhu Yu would stay at the aid station, which would benefit her more. If she truly believed those words, she would be stuck here forever, unable to leave. Without her medical skills, what could she do? Injured people would follow their natural course. Some would die, and that was none of her business. She had never thought saving people was her duty, nor would she let herself become someone's habit of what is right. Zhu Yu was struggling to suppress the malicious feelings rising in her heart. This woman thought she was easy to bully. This probably wasn't the first time she had done such things. Zhu Yu had no intention of following her arrangements. Even if I can't go to the base, so what? I am capable of living alone. I could find a remote countryside spot where I wouldn't need to hide from people and could live better. I could eat whatever I want, and in case of a disaster, I could just hide in a shelter and come out when it's safe. Thinking about it, Zhu Yu even wanted to leave the crowd and hurt someone. A sudden shock hit her. She realized her emotions, which she hadn't noticed were about to explode, had been influenced without her knowing. The hot weather made people irritable from the heart, and seeing the frequent conflicts at rescue points made her even more annoyed. Now, she was so upset that she even wanted to kill someone over this matter. Zhu Yu looked at Fan Jingru, calmed down, and said coldly, That's your problem, not mine. I will leave tomorrow. Fan Jingru's face changed drastically. Her face turned pale as she said, I don't agree. Zhu Yu had already turned to leave. Your disagreement doesn't matter. She wanted to get out of this environment quickly. Living alone for a long time, she had become unaccustomed to being around crowds. At the rescue points, each person was allocated only 3 square meters of basic living space. If more people were in a household, they would get an extra square meter per person. This was the same at every rescue point. When Zhu Yu returned, Xia Yaoyao heard her footsteps and came out, asking, How did it go? When are you going to the base? Zhu looked at Xia Yaoyao, thought for a moment, and decided to tell the truth. If she and Xia Ting wanted to cut ties, she could accept that. It might be better to part ways early. Xia Yaoyao was surprised. Why not let you go? Don't worry, this is definitely your leader's decision. No one here has the right to stop us from leaving. We're not really part of the system anymore. The work we do now is very flexible, and many people leave at any time. The rescue points can't control us, and they wouldn't even try. Sure enough, Zhu Yu felt her previous suspicions confirmed. Looking at Fan Jingru, she didn't seem like a selfless, good person. Thinking about her brother, who only caused trouble and fought, she decided that if she kept protecting her little brother, she should also experience what it's like to be hit. Zhu Yu had already given the 2 siblings a bad luck charm she recently obtained from a cultivator, 1 each. Whether they could survive depended on their own luck. Thinking about how the extreme heat will last for several more months, even if I go to the base now, the living conditions are just okay. It's better to find a place to live alone, where I can also use the generator and air conditioner in the space. So, Zhu Yu said, It's okay. I don't plan to go to the base anymore. I have a relative in the neighboring city. I plan to find her. You guys can go ahead. Ah? What if your relative has already gone to the base? Xia Yaoyao doesn't want to be separated from Zhuyu. Since she got sick that time, she prefers to stay with Zhuyu. She feels Zhuyu is more reliable than her own brother. Zhuyu shook her head and said, "That won't happen." Before the internet was cut off, we kept in touch. She's definitely waiting for me. Xieting also came back. Hearing this, he understood something and looked at Zhuyu, saying, "We'll go with you. We'll go to the base after we find her." Zhuyu was surprised and looked at him. Seeing the expression in his eyes, she couldn't help but look down and avoid it. She softly and firmly said, "No need. I can handle it myself." In his eyes, she saw a few familiar feelings, admiration. She knew Zhuyu didn't want to expose this and make things awkward between them. She also didn't want to talk about love with anyone anymore, especially in this dangerous end-of-the-world situation. After firmly refusing both of them, she no longer looked at Xieting's stiff and lonely figure. That night, Zhuyu packed her things and left without saying a word to anyone. Nothing in the world stays the same forever. The cold spell ended half a month earlier than her memory of the original owner, and the heat wave came 2 months earlier than she expected. If future disasters don't happen as scheduled in her memory, Zhuyu isn't planning to stay in the base forever, just like at the beginning. Because the base might not be permanent either. All her belongings are in the space. No matter what accidents happen, she can take her home with her. But before, she didn't leave the crowd. She planned to go deep into the mountains alone, so she had to keep up appearances. Even if she was fully prepared, she couldn't enjoy herself in front of others. She could only endure the hardships together. If it weren't for the desire to stay safe, she wouldn't bother. Since the end of the world began, nearly half a year has passed. Countless small businesses have gone bankrupt, factories have been forced to shut down, and many residents are stuck at home. Zhuyu's destination is another large base. Although she doesn't plan to go to the base, she doesn't want to live too far away. The best distance is one where they won't interfere with each other but can still hear some news from time to time. Zhuyu took a bite of ice cream, just taken out from the space. The coldness made her feel very refreshed from head to toe. She instinctively looked toward the door and made eye contact with a small cat that had just entered. Meow, the kitten yawned casually at Zhuyu, then stretched lazily and walked in. Zhuyu saw the kitten sniffing around her, circling twice, and pawing at her foot. When there was no response, the kitten pawed again and kept rubbing against her with its tail. "Do you want me to follow you?" "Meow. All right, I'll see where you want to take me." Zhuyu put away her empty ice cream wrapper, wiped her hands with a wet wipe to remove the stickiness, and, with one hand in her pocket, followed the kitten outside. On the surface, she seemed unguarded, but her hand was actually holding a pistol inside her pocket. It had been a month and a half since she left the rescue point. She could already see the base buildings from here. She was about to find a quiet room to settle in when a cat appeared out of nowhere. Was this a gift from heaven? A pet for a heroine in a post-apocalyptic story? Zhuyu didn't believe that. After so long in the apocalypse, a helpless young kitten like this wouldn't survive without someone to care for it. Before the apocalypse, she might have felt pity. Now, she was completely on guard. This month of traveling alone had taught her many things. Now, she could calmly shoot and kill over 10 people in a minute without changing her expression. Her heart had become tougher than the fish at a large supermarket's seafood section. Watching the kitten's ears twitch, Zhuyu couldn't help but find it adorable. She reached out and stroked it. "I don't know which family you belong to. When your owner dies, how about you come with me and live well?" The kitten wagged its tail and strutted confidently, unaware of what this human was muttering about. While Zhuyu was still thinking about the kitten's owner, she suddenly heard a young male voice. "Dudu.
Dudu?
Where did you go?" Both Zhuyu and the kitten turned their heads at the same time. The kitten meowed a few times in that direction. After a few seconds of silence, the voice hesitated and asked, "Hello? Is anyone here?" At that moment, the cold soda Zhuyu was about to drink disappeared from her hand. She directly stored it into her space. From her pocket, she reached out her hand, gripping her gun, and asked softly, "Is there something you need?" The man outside seemed a little embarrassed and asked, Sorry, have you seen a cat? Zhu looked at the small cat in her hand, about the size of her palm, then thought about the man's words. She gently squinted and said, Yes, I do have a cat here. The man outside sighed in relief and walked around the corner to appear in front of Zhu. He had broad shoulders, a tall and strong build, and striking features. His eyes were dark and shiny like obsidian stones. His face was sharply defined, as if carefully carved. He looked so clean that he didn't seem like someone from the end-of-world environment. Zhu had been outside for a long time and had never seen anyone so clean. Even with her own space, she wore a dirty coat for disguise. The man saw Zhu's surprised look and suddenly smiled. That's my cat. Thanks for helping. Sorry for the trouble. He had a wide chest and a slender figure, looking like a masterpiece crafted by heaven. His black eyes sparkled brightly, like cat's eyes. His lips were thin and tight, showing confidence and courage. Zhu suspiciously looked at him. He didn't seem like someone who should be in this environment. This person must be very important. She picked up the small cat again and looked at it carefully. When close, she could even smell a faint fresh scent, probably from body wash. Sure enough, the cat was very clean. In the hot weather, water was almost not enough, yet this person still managed to bathe his pet. Say its name, so I can see, Zhu said to the man.
Fuxun smiled. Dudu, come here.
The cat meowed and ran toward the man. Zhu felt helpless. Well, it's someone else's cat. No matter how cute, it's not hers. All right, you can take it, she said. Fu Sun bent down, picked up the cat with one hand, and before leaving, looked at Zhu for a few seconds. I live in the 4th building in this area. If you need help, just come ask me. You can also talk to me about the base. Zhu was stunned, still thinking about what he meant after he left. She had observed this area before. Besides the 4th building, which was quite populated, the other places were empty, including the building she was living in now. No one was there. Earlier, Zhu wondered why, so close to the base and with intact houses, no one was living there. Now, it seemed she had found the reason. The man meant that this place was his territory. Zhu couldn't help but laugh. She didn't sense any malice from this person. So, there was no need to worry about his unusual behavior. As long as it didn't conflict with her goals, it was fine. The building was very close to the other 3, only separated by one building. Zhu chose to live on the top floor, the 26th floor. She first used tools from her space to change the lock, then reinforced the doors and windows with cement. She looked inside the house. It was a large 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment. Because it hadn't been lived in for a long time, it was dirty. Zhu only cleaned one room to live in, washing it a few times with water. The rest of the house remained untouched. She chose to stay in the innermost room. From her space, she took out a single bed with a cooling mat, a dining table, an air conditioner, a battery, a charging panel, a rice cooker, and a fully charged tablet. She turned on the air conditioner, played a new movie, and watched while eating ice cream. The outdoor unit of the air conditioner was in the living room. Recently, Zhu had been watching mostly disaster movies. If the tasks in the previous 2 worlds were level 1, then this world was at least level 3. She wondered if she would ever go to a fantasy world to do missions. With this hot weather, it took half a day for the air conditioner to feel cool. Zhu then took out 2 bowls of ice collected during the coldest times. Only then did she feel the burning irritation ease a little, enough to fall asleep. For some reason, since she left the rescue point and realized her mindset was off, even after so long, she still often got affected by sudden waves of irritation. She had noticed that maybe staying in the end-of-the-world situation for so long had affected her mental state. That was normal. Since the end of the world, everyone had some mental issues. Zhu considered herself mild. Many people had already broken down and committed suicide. Severe mental illnesses usually led to 2 outcomes. One was destroying others or destroying the world. The other was destroying oneself. Zhu thought that if she were more serious, she would probably be the first type. In essence, she wasn't the kind of person who constantly looked for problems within herself. If something annoyed her, she would solve it. like Hu Jiang, the Xie siblings, or many people who wanted to scheme against her, instead of adapting to these troubles. Of course, when problems can't be solved easily, people can only force themselves to adapt, like now during this global disaster. If they can't hide in space, they just have to endure it. In the 17th year of the disaster, after 2 days of slow snowfall, Zhu Yu once again had to use force to open the door. This time, after the door was forced open, Zhu Yu didn't plan to go outside. She directly slammed the door shut to avoid the freezing, biting wind outside. Quickly, she put on a thick down jacket, added a pair of warm pants, and wore a scarf and hat. Only then did she stick the thermometer out through the door. Wow, Zhu looked at the number on the thermometer. -80 degrees. She barely managed to clear the snow outside. Standing outside for a few minutes, she felt like she had been beaten up, specifically hit where it hurt. This cold snap was truly different from before. While shoveling snow, Zhu didn't dare let tears fall, because they would freeze on her face. At this temperature, if she didn't clear the snow before it froze solid, she might be frozen outside all day and night. Tomorrow, she might not be able to open the door at all. Finally, after shoveling a circle of snow, Zhu was starving. Her stomach was pressed against her back. Her phone rang at that moment. She didn't rush to check it. Instead, she took out a bowl of hot rice with spicy sauce and ate 2 bowls. Feeling the cold leaving her body, she regained some warmth before finally taking out her phone. The message was from Xie Yaoyao. In the 7th year of the disaster, the internet was restored by the authorities. By the 15th year, 2 years ago, they had also solved the problem of planting crops. Now, even the soil that had been damaged could grow things, similar to potatoes before the disaster. They produced a lot and were filling, but the taste was terrible, like eating plastic. Still, because they were abundant and filling, no one went hungry anymore. They could toss a few seeds anywhere and they wouldn't go hungry. It took only 20 days to grow. The authorities encouraged more farming of this crop, claiming it could purify the soil, albeit mildly. As long as they kept at it, someday their descendants might see the soil recover to its pre-disaster state. It might take about 200 or 300 years. There is also water. In the 5th year after the end of the world, a solution was found. When it is extremely hot, it becomes extremely cold. During cold times, snow falls all day long, trying to bury the whole world. Researchers developed a machine that turns snow into water. It doesn't need fuel and costs almost nothing. Since then, the authorities have stored large amounts of water during cold periods, using special methods to preserve it so it can last through the heat. Now, the basic supplies for human survival, water and food, are secured. This is already a great achievement. Zhu has seen the base improve day by day. Her once hopeless and restless mood has also gotten better. She feels that life now may never be as good as before the end of the world, but that's okay. Let's see the punishment from Blue Star as a test for humanity. Humans will accept everything and will surely change everything. Humans are the kind of people who believe that they can overcome anything through effort. The base is now studying satellite positioning to predict future natural disasters from the atmosphere. If we can know and prevent them early, maybe one day natural disasters will be as harmless as rain and thunder. Outside, it is snowing. There is no sun, so solar power is very low. Plus, batteries don't charge well in winter. Zhu has recently become obsessed with surfing the internet. More and more empty batteries are stored in the space. She also feels a bit urgent. Zhu now lives in a place that was changed to her residence during the 6th move. It's a transfer city at the intersection of 4 large bases. When she first moved in, there weren't many people. Over the past few years, with the traffic between bases increasing, the city has become more lively and crowded. From the outside, her place looks like a container. She placed it on the outskirts of the city, keeping a distance from the crowd, but still able to access the internet. This kind of house can be built quickly and dismantled easily. The materials used for the foldable shelter are sturdy. Usually, several soldiers work together to build it, but Zhu is alone. Fortunately, when she can't move things easily, she can cheat using space storage. But some places are hard to assemble. She doesn't insist too much. She just uses some tools to quickly pile things together. As long as it looks roughly right, that's enough. Once it's built, Jiyu decides not to dismantle it anymore. When she's done using it, she just stores it back in space. Rebuilding it again would be a real pain. Speaking of this, besides the system-bound space of about 300 square meters she uses, Jiyu also has a storage ring that is as large as a whole city, exchanged with a cultivator. She traded 50 blind boxes of containers to get this item. Later, she learned that the cultivator liked to open unknown gifts and was very fond of her container collection. Jiyu simply used this to make the exchange. While thinking about how the base had changed after the apocalypse and natural disasters, Jiyu suddenly heard a howling wind. Woo-woo. It was the sound of strong wind outside. The wind was fierce and seemed unstoppable. When she went outside, she had to be very careful, not daring to let her eyes show. She wrapped herself tightly and wore windproof goggles. The snow and wind pressed against her goggles, blocking her vision completely. It was no different from walking with her eyes closed. Jiyu dared not take off her goggles. She spent the whole afternoon clearing snow at the door. Sometimes she had to go inside to rest, or she would lose feeling in her hands. The sky was dark, the ground was white, and the wind was gray. With the strong wind, the snow piled up very quickly. Later, Jiyu figured out a way. She learned to move objects with her mind. She waved her hand and collected all the snow at the door into her space. When the snow finally stopped, Jiyu's mind was a bit numb. She had never hated snow so much before. Her body's instincts made her crave hot, nourishing food. She turned on the power and cooked hot pot from time to time. A bite of lamb roll, a bite of vegetables, and a cup of hot bubble tea helped her get through the extreme cold. The danger of natural disasters is uncontrollable and unpredictable. Just like this severe drought, when such things happen, I hope our first choice is to run and save the current human strength. Unlike previous droughts lasting over a year, the impact on people was significant. Mostly, it was a psychological shock. When everyone thought they had conquered some of nature, it suddenly changed again. People became afraid of nature like never before. Compared to earthquakes, tsunamis, and volcanic eruptions, disasters that strike and then end, this long drought felt like a dull knife cutting into all surviving humans, slowly and painfully. During the years of the apocalypse, survivors just learned how to live well in extreme weather. They learned to heat their homes with coal during cold times and store water and ice during hot times. Just as everyone was starting to adapt to these harsh conditions, nature showed them something new, a record-breaking heat wave and drought. It told them that their previous assumptions were wrong. If the heat and cold don't alternate, and if such extreme temperatures last more than 3 years, more people will die than now. Humanity is close to extinction. Jiyu thought that half a year of drought and intense daytime heat was already hard enough. But now, the sun has been shining for over a year. Her sense of safety is crumbling. If a drought can last a year, could it last 3 or 5 years? Or maybe it could happen again, and this time it might last 5 years straight. Or perhaps it might never rain again. She wonders if the world will really become like that. If, like during the age of dinosaurs, the environment causes human civilization to vanish, will they also sleep forever in time, turning into dust or fossils? The longer she lives in this disaster world, the less sure she is about anything. The memories of the original owner have long lost their foresight. Endless disasters really wear down people's minds. Jiyu reflects on her recent lack of respect for nature. No matter how many supplies she has, as long as she lives on this earth, nature can easily take her life. If things get worse, everyone's negative feelings will grow stronger. Jiyu wants to do something. She opens the long-unseen group chat. Quick travel temporary worker at Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader, 30 containers of ham, luncheon meat, and various canned fruits, all exchanged for water bricks. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader. Okay. Long time no see you speak. Chi Cultivator, fellow cultivator, I have spiritual water here. Drinking it can help mortals improve their health, beautify and strengthen their bodies. After my cultivation level increased, My master rewarded me with 30 gourd-shaped bottles of spiritual water. My mortal friends and yours, please take it. Refining Chi Cultivator, sending red envelope. Please claim. Wasteland Apocalypse Squad Leader, red envelope received. Chi Refining Stage Cultivator, received. Chi Refining Stage Cultivator, thank you.
I will use it well.
I don't lack water. These are for doing good deeds. Chi Refining Stage Cultivator, be sure to hurry up at Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. Wasteland End of World Squad Leader. Okay, I will have it ready for you tomorrow. The next day, she received these water bricks. Drinking only them would be enough to sustain her for another 6 months in the 4 major bases she knew. Zhuyu relaxed. Fortunately, she could exchange with the squad leader. Water was cheap there, and she had previously collected enough containers at the port. Now she had the strength to help the people of this world. Zhuyu thought that many of the things inside those containers were useless to her, and there were too many of them. She had exchanged nearly 100 containers, and her space still held hundreds, almost 1,000 more. She went to a well-known medium-sized port in the country. Inside Province A's base. Report to the leader. The Special Forces received a message during a mission. When they went to the designated spot, they found. What did they find? They found a lot of drinkable water. What? Take me there quickly. Have we figured out what technology this is? Does M country have this kind of technology? Base leader, this level of technology is unlikely for M country. This technology has great research value. Its source probably isn't from known Earth technology. The base leader thought for a moment and said, we'll study the technology later. These waters must be preserved well. Since they are in good condition for storage, use the already open ones for research. Don't touch the others. The dry season might last a long time. The same scene happened across the country. Night after night, Zhuyu, the water delivery person, was almost exhausted. Finally, she finished delivering all within a month. Returning to her house, she felt at ease and could continue to relax. In her free time, Zhuyu vacuum-sealed all her stored food, dividing it into small portions for 1 meal each. She packed these small portions together for a year's supply, then sealed the 10-year supply of single-person food in large vacuum bags once more. After organizing her supplies, Zhuyu looked at the vacuum-sealed food packages with a sense of achievement. A little bit of stockpiling, and these grains don't need to be worried about spoiling or lasting too long. This sense of satisfaction is unmatched. Zhuyu feels that living through a few years in this disaster-ridden world, everyone would develop a habit of hoarding. She didn't notice it much before, but now, even if she goes to another world, she will do everything possible to gather supplies. The process of collecting and organizing has become a hobby for her. All the previous stress, anxiety, and unease seem to have been healed during the packing process. There's no need to worry too much, just focus on working. After such a long drought, most survivors with limited resources have packed up and gone to the base. Those with more resources left even earlier. Now, very few survivors live outside the base. They are rare and precious. These few are probably small groups of close friends. Like her, they find a place to stay long-term, usually in areas with land and easy water access. These people are likely doing better than those inside the base. Most people have stored enough food and water for several years before feeling safe to stay outside. So, Zhuyu isn't worried about running into these people outside. She remembers that little cat and its unique owner. She only saw that man once and never saw him again. It seems he disappeared from this world. Zhuyu believes he's probably not dead, maybe like her, a tasker. Because he's strong enough, he doesn't need to hide himself. If that's true, his first impression of her, seeing her lost in thought, makes sense. Otherwise, how could someone with a dull, unwashed face fall in love at first sight? Outside, the hills are covered with dry, leafless trees, almost dying from drought. Zhuyu cut down many trees that were clearly dead and brought them home. She plans to dry them out and use the extremely cold ones as fuel, preparing for a possibly long winter. Some of the wetter wood she plans to study for carpentry work. Honestly, as long as she gets hands-on and focuses deeply, she easily loses track of time. Finishing a decent piece gives her a sense of achievement. Though her body gets tired, doing this kind of work makes her feel mentally relaxed. It's like giving her soul a spa treatment. She becomes so absorbed that when raindrops start falling on her face, Juyu initially thinks it's her imagination. Realizing it was raining, Juyu suddenly stood up. She absent-mindedly reached out her hand to feel the raindrops more deeply. The moist air rushed into her dry nose, like a gentle hand softly smoothing the cracks caused by the long drought. Spring rain is as precious as oil. Although it is not spring now, this rain is much more valuable than gold. It can truly save many lives. Fortunately, the drought ended after a year and 4 months. Within a few minutes, thunder kept booming in the sky. Juyu put away the wood and ran back inside, watching the rain fall heavily. The rain was so intense that anyone running slowly would have their face turned red from being hit. Juyu kept watching the rain, just like many others in different places, never getting tired of it. Since the rain started, people in the base kept laughing uncontrollably or crying loudly. Some cried because they wished the rain had come earlier. They mourned their family members who had died from thirst. Even though the base provided enough water for everyone to survive, some people still preferred to save their water and leave the chance of survival for their families. Where there is malice, there is kindness. Where there is destruction, there is new life. Juyu only started to eat when the sky was completely dark. That night, she fell asleep to the sound of rain. Elsewhere, as soon as the rain began, many people put pots, bowls, and buckets outside to collect water. They didn't know how long the rain would last. If it only rained for a day or two and then stopped, they wouldn't have enough water. The sudden rain disrupted many people's routines, but at first, everyone was happy. They could finally wash their dirty clothes and blankets they had kept for so long. Cloudy weather was perfect for growing mushrooms. People in the base started using points to exchange for mushroom spores and homemade water filters, hoping to harvest fresh mushrooms now, either to eat or exchange for more points. The base had prepared plenty of boats for this rain. After a big drought, floods were very likely, which many people agreed on. If this rain continues for a few more days, there will definitely be flooding, said the head of the A province base to his secretary. Have they found out who delivered the water bricks? The secretary shook his head and said, the other side is very cautious and left no clues. The base leader understood and was not surprised. Then don't waste effort on searching. Let them all come back. Come back early, so they won't get trapped outside the base after the flood. The secretary nodded in response. The heavy rain had been falling for a week. Streams of rainwater kept pouring down day and night. Juyu watched as the city was slowly submerged. A few days earlier, she had packed up the containers and was now staying on the top floor of the tallest hotel in the city. The rain was so heavy that everything looked dark and blurry, covered in fog. Juyu didn't know how the base was doing now. Sometimes she would take out her telescope to look in that direction. The base was in good shape. When it was built, they had considered this kind of situation and there were many tall buildings nearby. That day, the rain was still falling. Juyu was drinking fruit wine to match the atmosphere, and she used her telescope to look at the base from afar. Just then, she saw several kayaks approaching her hotel. She instinctively took out her flashlight and shined it in that direction. Despite the heavy rain and the curtain of water, the light didn't reach very far, and everything was blurry. But Juyu could tell that several boats were coming. At this moment, coming to the tallest hotel in the rain made it obvious. They probably couldn't stay at the base anymore. It was likely flooded. However, Juyu preferred to go farther away rather than risk going to the base. She slightly curled her lips, knowing that her background was probably not very clean. She didn't dare go to the base. Quickly, Juyu turned off her flashlight and pulled out her submachine gun, aiming and firing a burst toward the approaching boats. One kayak visibly deflated, and the person on it fell into the water. The moment they hit the water, they put on a life jacket and climbed onto a nearby boat. The other boats immediately changed direction. The man leading the group cursed under his breath. They arrived too late. The area was already occupied. Since the opposing group had heavy weapons, they dared not attack directly, especially on open water. Unwilling, They turned around and headed to another tall building. If they fired a few shots at the kayaks, their group would be instantly scattered and broken apart. The leader wiped the rain from his face and gritted his teeth. Let's go. There are other places to stay. We don't know how long this rain will last. Saving the boats is the most important. His subordinates followed and turned around to leave. Zhuyu had been watching them through the telescope until they left. Then she put down her submachine gun. They were smart enough to stop just half a meter ahead, which put them completely within her shooting range. By then, no one could escape. Right now, she was alone in the hotel, and the sound of rain was enough to hide any movement. Zhuyu decided to take out a generator, set up a projector, hang a screen on the wall, and play her favorite movie. She also took out a rice cooker, cooked a pot of marinated meat, added lots of chili peppers, and enjoyed the spicy, tasty food. After eating, Zhuyu relaxed on the bed, drinking cold beer and watching the movie. Her mood didn't matter. She still enjoyed a big meal. These days, after a rainy shower, taking a hot bath, eating spicy food, and watching movies while lying down felt so wonderful. Zhuyu thought that if she could stop worrying about human extinction, her life could feel like a vacation. Humans are all connected by fate. Even though she kept telling herself that this world wasn't her real one, no family or friends here, and it was even just a book, a poorly written one, she still worried and felt anxious sometimes. Every night before sleep, she would pray to the gods and spirits, hoping her world wouldn't go through a disaster. Just thinking about that made her shiver. She wanted to do more, but she preferred living in a civilized society, being an ordinary person, not a survivor fighting in a post-apocalyptic world. After watching some movies, Zhu took out a few guns from her space storage, practiced quick assembly and disassembly to the background music. No matter what happens tomorrow, I will try to become stronger today. After assembling the guns, she felt satisfied and checked them a few times. Then she turned off the movie and collapsed onto the soft bed behind her. She couldn't help but roll around on the bed. Why isn't this system intelligent? It's like asking questions. It would be nice if I could just chat casually. I've really had enough of this world. Seeing others suffering every day, Zhuyu felt she wasn't enjoying her own life as much anymore. After all, as a human, she had some empathy. She opened the system panel and suddenly noticed her remaining lifespan had appeared. Name: Zhuyu, human female, task progress. 89% remaining lifespan, 3 years. Zhuyu shivered and quickly sat up. What was going on? 3 years later, a natural disaster either caused her death or ended completely. Zhuyu remembers her task is to watch for the disaster's end, or if she cannot see the end, to live until her life is over as a form of completion. As expected, plans often don't go as expected. 3 years from now, what will happen? 3 years later. The B Province base has now become the B Province Water Center base. No one expected the rain to last 3 years, turning the entire planet blue. From now on, there would be no land anymore. In the second year of the rainy season, humans discovered they had changed. Some started with their legs turning into tails. Others began with their arms or their faces growing gills. These changes might be good or bad in the future, but for now, they greatly improved human survival. People's diets also changed. Now, everyone is eating fish in many ways. In the past, eating fish every day would have made people tired of it. But now, after evolution, no matter how much they eat, it still tastes good. If they don't eat for 2 days, they start to miss it. Evolved humans are much stronger. Except for some large fish, there are no predators in the sea. Even the big hunters from before can sense a special smell early and avoid or leave. Humans no longer try to change the environment. They are now adapting to it. The native creatures over millions of years are only hunted for small fish and are not harmed. Of course, their weapons are now mostly water-based and can't be used anymore. No one knows where human development will go next. But Zhuyu cannot see these future events. Evolution is not perfect. There will always be failures. Those who cannot survive the process will forever close their eyes. About 80% of people succeed in evolving, while the remaining 20% will lose their breath someday. Zhu Yu was one of those who failed in this evolution. She feels that her physical condition is much better than those who face disasters in the end times, but perhaps it is part of the design. Her lifespan in this world has already reached its limit, so failure was inevitable. What reassures Zhu Yu is that, like waking from a nap, she didn't feel much pain during the evolution process. She wonders if only she experienced this, or if the other 2/5 also felt the same. When she opened her eyes again, Zhu Yu found herself in a pure white system space. Before her, a light blue holographic screen appeared like in a sci-fi movie. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the task and joining our organization. Regular employee benefits are loading. Benefit 1. Cosmic insurance has been paid. Even if you fail future missions, you won't die. You can restart. Benefit 2. Your soul has been marked by the Time and Space Bureau. You will no longer get lost in chaotic space-time streams, and mission assignments will no longer have accidents. Zhu Yu twitched her lips, realizing that she had been quite lucky before. Nothing serious ever happened when she went to different worlds for missions. Benefit 3. The system space restrictions have been lifted. You can now release living creatures, and the owner can enter. The area is now unlimited. This one is great. It's really good. Zhu Yu immediately transferred everything from her ring into the system space. The time inside the system space is frozen, but the ring isn't. Things that are supposed to expire still will. Benefit 4. The System Mall feature is now unlocked. Employees can check it at any time during missions. Zhu Yu had been curious about the mall for a while, wondering why her system didn't have one. Benefit 5. The command to contact headquarters has been unlocked. It was detected that the linked system was incomplete, and it has been reported to headquarters. It is expected to be fully repaired within 24 hours. Compensation rewards will be sent to your personal space within 24 hours. Please check carefully. Every benefit was excellent. Zhu Yu felt completely satisfied. Next came the mission rewards. Loading mission rewards. Mission rewards loaded successfully. Received a Spirit Spring Eye. It has been added to your personal space. Please check. Received 1 chance for a lottery. Spirit Spring. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up happily. She waved and took out the spiritual water given by the cultivator, poured a glass, then took out the spirit spring from her space, tasted both, and felt that they were the same thing. Zhu Yu was very pleased with this reward. What others gave wasn't as good as what she had herself. And the gourd given by the cultivator wasn't very big. She used it for each world during her missions, and even if she saved, she could only use it in 2 more worlds at most. But now, the Spirit Spring Eye produces a bowl of Spirit Spring every day, and she could drink it daily. Thinking of this made her feel truly happy. Zhu Yu currently has no desire to draw prizes, so she sets that aside for now. Every time she returns, the system seals off the emotional memories of the task world. The memories remain, but the feelings gradually fade. However, Zhu Yu feels that she didn't have any deep emotions in the task world that needed to fade. But after the system has dulled her feelings, she feels a lightness from her soul, as if she can start working on her tasks again at any moment. Zhu Yu folds the peace talisman she got from the cultivator into a triangle and puts it into small sachets, planning to give one to her parents. She also plans to give some to her grandparents and her grandmother. She also has spiritual spring water, which she wants to share with everyone. Each person will get a cup. And her only friend, Prince Ming. She can't just secretly give him the spring water. She has to give him a peace talisman and scold him a bit. Most of the stamps Zhu Yu had previously sent to Prince Ming. Prince Ming is about to go abroad soon, so she plans to give him the peace talisman in advance. In the next month, Zhu Yu spends her time going back and forth between school, home, and outings with Prince Ming. Time passes quickly. After seeing Prince Ming off, a month slips by unnoticed. It's time for her monthly work again. Tall trees rise into the clouds, their leaves lush and sprawling, blocking most of the sunlight. The park feels a bit dim. Zhu Yu has become a lazy cat, lying on the ground feeling hopeless. Feeling the direct sunlight, she moves into the shade of a tree, even though her white fur stands out in the green surroundings. Suddenly, she feels a sharp pain in her body. Instantly, Zhuyu eats a rejuvenation pill. The pain gradually subsides, but she still feels weak and can't recover quickly. She can't help but lift her paw to lick her fur and wash her face. Suddenly, she is startled, realizing her current situation, and awkwardly puts her paw down. Zhuyu didn't expect that her identity in this world isn't human but a plush cat. At first, she thought she had turned into a tiger because of her furry, plump paws and her roar of howl. She was a bit excited at first. White tiger, more handsome than ordinary tigers. Maybe this world is a fantasy, and she turned into one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. Dreams are still worth having. Later, the pain in her body interrupted her thoughts. She wasn't waking up in this forest, where she now lies. When she woke up, she saw a young man in his 20s, wearing glasses and looking clean and fair. He was about to lift her body and throw her down the stairs. If he had really thrown her, she would have died instantly. Zhuyu was so scared that her hair stood on end. In a sudden reaction, she pulled out a talisman from her space, and she watched in shock as the man turned into ashes. 7 or 8 fireball talismans caused a big explosion. The noise was loud, and Zhuyu could feel the building shake. Someone would soon come to check what happened. Despite the intense pain tearing through her, Zhuyu noticed that the man had often beaten this small cat before. Her injuries were serious. If Zhuyu hadn't had a revival pill, the cat wouldn't have survived more than 2 days and would have suffered a painful death. The more her body hurt, the more Zhuyu hated that man. It would be a mercy for him to die. She thought he should experience this pain too. When she left, she ran past the glass door and saw what her body looked like now. Oh, it wasn't a tiger after all. Disappointed, she looked away and ran faster. Tigers are protected animals, and killing one would lead to serious punishment, not to mention a pet cat. Luckily, no one would suspect a cat of killing someone. Finally, she reached a quiet park. Her pain was unbearable, so she stopped under a shady tree, ate a revival pill, and waited to recover. While sitting under the tree, she began to absorb memories. She realized this must be a little cat sent by heaven to save its owner. The owner bought the cat from a pet store. Every day after work, they would take a walk outside. One day, when they reached a familiar intersection, the cat suddenly became agitated, running back and forth to stop the owner from moving forward. At first, the owner thought the cat was just playing. But then, the normally obedient cat bit her twice. Only then did she give up and turn back home with the cat. Later, she found out that there had been 3 women murdered nearby, one close to the intersection. The cat might have smelled blood or sensed something was wrong elsewhere. That's why it desperately tried to stop the owner from going there. After discovering this, the owner was so frightened she didn't dare walk that way for half a year. From then on, she loved the cat, as if it were her life. It is just like Zhuyu saw online before, taking good care of the little cat like a caring ancestor. This time, the man who hurt the little cat is also connected to the female owner. The female owner's company is pursuing her colleague. One day, a few colleagues had a dinner together. The colleague took her home, and she invited him in for a glass of water. By then, the female owner had already started to feel attracted to him and had developed some good feelings. Unexpectedly, when she opened the door, her little cat kept meowing loudly at the man, more intensely than before on the street, hissing and showing anger. The female owner felt a cold chill in her heart. She thought the cat was just upset and gently comforted it. Then she told the man it was late and he should go home. If there was anything, they could talk about it at the office. The colleague didn't think much and said goodbye before leaving. After he left and the door was closed, the female owner suddenly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. After that incident, she never doubted her cat's judgment. She already saw the man as a bad person in her mind. Since then, she kept her distance from the colleague at work. She never invited him home again and didn't give him any chance to get close to her. The colleague seemed to understand her rejection and quietly gave up. Some time passed, and just when she almost forgot about this, the man started to follow her. He learned her daily routines, and when she returned home, he planned to first get rid of the little cat, then wait for her to come back so he could deal with her. When Juyu arrived, she found the man in the act of harming the little cat. Thinking about the crazy look on the man's face at that moment, Juyu couldn't help but shiver. This kind of cruel, premeditated violence, the man was so skilled at it. It definitely wasn't his first time. Juyu didn't believe he had no victims before. The man showed no panic or confusion when he saw blood, which is unusual. Normal people, even when witnessing violence or animal cruelty, would feel sick. But Juyu only saw excitement and some fanaticism on his face. This person must be a very good hidden criminal. Now, the person has been turned to ash, and no one knows what crimes he had committed before. Thinking about the victims' families who are still hoping to find the killer makes Juyu feel sad. Also, it seems unnecessary for the police to keep wasting effort on a dead person. What should she do now? If she is still human, she could call the police. But if she turns into a cat, who would understand her meows? Juyu feels frustrated as she looks down at her white fur, then can't help but lick her paws and wipe her face. Her owner should have already gone home by now. She can't see the little cat's reactions or the thoughts about the explosion heard at home. The key point is, although she burned the man completely, the baseball bat he left at the door is still there. It's probably the murder weapon. She wonders if it's possible to find evidence of the man's crimes on it. Even if he's turned to ash, there would still be ashes left. It's likely some clues could be found during an inspection. At least, Juyu doesn't doubt that the investigation will eventually reveal that the man died at the owner's house. Although the owner isn't the murderer, this incident will definitely cause some gossip. Juyu can still feel the strong desire inside her to protect her owner. She definitely can't just watch her owner be investigated and criticized. Once her body recovers, Juyu starts running back to her owner's side to see how things are developing. Her owner's name is Wu Hui, 23 years old. She just graduated from university and started working at a company. Her major was business management. On the surface, she's an ordinary newcomer in the workplace, but she has other identities behind the scenes. She has a famous entrepreneur father and a brother who is the CEO of a powerful business empire. She is a true rich girl who disguises herself to experience life. Juyu doesn't know this yet. Actually, she doesn't need to worry about Wu Hui getting into trouble. The person who might get into trouble is her. Wu Hui looks shocked at the messy living room, which looks like it was bombed. Black here, gray there, stunned. The neighbors heard the explosion and already called the police. The police have arrived and are now examining the pile of suspected human remains, ashes, and the forensic doctor, wearing gloves, is collecting evidence. At this moment, the lead police officer approached Wu Hui and asked a routine question, symbolically inquiring if Wu Hui knew who might have come to her house. Wu Hui was stunned for a moment, then suddenly blurted out a name. Liangxin, the chief officer, Wei Zheng, was also taken aback. He picked up a nearby investigation form and began writing.
Liangxin.
What do those words mean to you? Why do you suspect it's him? Wu Hui suddenly regained her composure, looked around, and said, Wait, officer, I need to find my cat first. Rarin, meow, come out. Don't make sister worried, Rarin. Wu Hui searched around her house, becoming more anxious with each moment. Her face showed signs of panic she couldn't hide. Ms. Wu, can't you find your cat? Wei Zheng noticed that this cat might be important to the case. Wu Hui anxiously replied, Yes, my cat is very well behaved. She always waits for me at the door when I come home. Today, with all this noise, she hasn't appeared. She must be in trouble. Thinking about the previous conflict between Rarin and Liangxin, Wu Hui worried that if the person who came to her house today was indeed Liangxin, her cat might have been harmed. How could such a small cat fight off a big man with bad intentions? Ms. Wu, don't worry. Investigate what happened at home first, and you'll find your cat faster. Hearing this, Wu Hui calmed down a bit and said, I understand. I will tell you everything. Wu Hui first recounted how her cat had saved her 6 months ago, then mentioned the strange reaction her cat had when encountering Liangxin. She suspected that Liangxin, who came to her house today, was there for revenge, targeting her. She was worried her cat might have been harmed, and tears streamed down her face. As she spoke, she choked up and started crying. Everyone at the scene listened intently, feeling empathetic and saddened. "Don't worry, little Wu. The cat might not be in trouble," someone nearby, a girl about Wu Hui's age, said, also feeling a bit scared, realizing that the bad person might have been just a wall away. Most of all, she felt a bit envious, envying how wonderful other people's cats could be. Wei Zheng took note of the clues Wu Hui mentioned and remained cautious about the case. Could there really be such a clever cat in the world? Wei Zheng preferred to believe that all of this was just a coincidence. However, it is very likely that the man who entered the house is Li Yongxin. After organizing the scene, a group of people told Wu Hui not to stay at home or leave the city for now. They said they might need to question her at any time and then left. Wu Hui and the others left, and she immediately called her older brother. As soon as he answered, she started crying, saying, "Brother, I lost my cat. What should I do? I feel so sad. It's all my fault. Why did I bring that person home? If I hadn't, maybe nothing would have happened to Raren." On the other end of the phone, Wu Yu sighed and said, "Calm down and tell me exactly what happened." Wu Hui sniffled and repeated what she had told the police, including their recent suggestions. At first, she thought losing the cat was a small matter, so she relaxed and leaned back in her chair. But as she listened, her tone became more serious. "At first, when your cat reacted strangely to that man, why didn't you tell me? You believed it was just a bad person and thought setting boundaries was enough. But I didn't expect him to be so cruel to the cat." Wu couldn't hold back anymore and interrupted her. "Hurting the cat like that is bad enough, but I think his main target was you. The cat was protecting you. Stop crying now. Your cat might still be alive and waiting for you to find it. I'll have my secretary come to pick you up.
Stay here with me for a while. I will investigate this."
No matter if that man is dead or alive, he will pay for what he did. Wu Hui agreed, hung up, and sat alone on the cold floor at home, hugging her knees, lost in thought. She wondered if Li Yongxin was really dead. Is Raren still alive? If she is, why hasn't she come home? Did she get seriously hurt? Is she somewhere unable to return? An hour later, the secretary arrived. Wu Hui's eyes were swollen from crying so much, and her throat was hoarse. "Miss, come with me." When she saw Wu Yu, Wu Hui was about to hug him and cry again, but he pushed her away with a look of disgust. "When will you really grow up? How can you find your cat like this?" Wu Hui hung her head in frustration and leaned back on the sofa, saying, "I don't know why, but I always feel like Ran is already dead. There are signs of a struggle at the scene." The police said that the scumbag Li Yongxin also pushed Ran, and with all the blood at the scene, if it was hers. With so much blood, could she still be alive? Is it possible she's still alive? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Having just heard these details, he paused in silence before slowly saying, "Then, don't you want to avenge her?" Suddenly, anger filled Wu Hui's eyes. She said fiercely, "Yes, I want to avenge Ran. That scumbag." Wu Yu felt helpless. He had given up hope for his sister's intelligence. It seemed he would have to handle this himself. Still, Hui's luck was truly good. Such a clever and protective little girl was really rare. "Shaoli, ask the forensic team if the results are out yet." "Captain Wei, here are the results, just sent over." "Take a look." Wei Zheng opened the report. Sure enough, based on the remaining shoe prints and fingerprint information from the scene, all belonged to the same person. The person who died in Wu Hui's house was Li Yongxin. "Have you all checked Li Yongxin's data in the system? Did you find anything unusual?" Qin Yu, an intern in the criminal investigation team who had just arrived, hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. "Captain, the person who died. Do you think it resembles the profile of the serial killer the Major Crimes Unit is investigating?" When he said this, everyone in the office was stunned. Shaoli suddenly slammed the table in excitement, pacing around.
"Yes."
Young people think quickly. He's 178 centimeters tall, from out of town, living in the Linhai district. It's very possible. Wei Zheng pondered for a moment, then repeatedly examined Li Yongxin's life history from childhood to now on the computer. Xiao Qin's idea isn't impossible. Get Li Yongxin's DNA and fingerprint samples and compare them with the fingerprints from the first case of the serial killer. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. But if the killer really was him, how did he die? And in such a strange way? Yes, the forensic team examined the scene, and their conclusion was quite unbelievable to experienced detectives. The forensic report indicated that Li Yongxin's cause of death was most likely due to high temperatures. Because the temperature was so high in an instant, actually, even higher than the crematorium's furnace, it was enough to burn a person's body completely. In the end, only a pile of ashes remained of the living person. Every wall left at the scene showed signs of recent intense heat and scorching. But this doesn't make sense. How could such a temperature be reached? A flamethrower can't do that. And how is it controlled so precisely that only the person was burned, without damaging other things in the house? Wei Zheng couldn't figure it out. Then he suddenly remembered something. Many young people who keep pets install cameras at home, so they can check on their pets anytime via their phones when they are at work or out. Could Wu Hui have installed one too? Yes, Wu Hui did install a camera, but she forgot that Wu had already taken control of it. Wu Hui chose to live in this house, and Wu Yu had the installation done by the renovation company for safety reasons. After installing it, he specifically told his sister and installed software on her phone so she could check it anytime. However, Wu Hui wasn't used to watching the camera, and even after Raren came along, she didn't think about it. The camera only covered the front door and the living room. Wu Yu was the first to remember this camera when he saw it. He planned to check it first. If he saw anything useful, he would give it to the police. But before handing it over, he wanted to make sure it didn't reveal Wu Hui's privacy. Wu Hui was stunned when she saw the camera. There shouldn't be much privacy involved. I don't usually stay in the living room, and Raren and I are always in my room. Maybe I should just hand it over to the police? Let's check first, Wu Yu said noncommittally, not trusting Wu Hui's judgment. What else had she forgotten? The two of them opened Wu Hui's phone and launched the app. It started playing from this morning. The footage sped up to after Wu Hui left for work in the early morning. About 3 hours later, the door was unlocked with a key, and a man entered. Wu Yu pointed at the man and asked Wu Hui, "Is this Li Yongxin?" Wu Hui was stunned and instinctively said, "Yes, it's him." "Where did he get the key to my house?" Li Yongxin was dressed in black, wearing a baseball cap. He clearly didn't notice the hidden camera installed in the living room, so he acted very freely and without restraint. He even picked up some unwashed clothes that Wu Hui had left on the sofa and sniffed them carefully under his nose. Wu Hui's face turned even paler when she saw this. Wu Yu also looked very upset. Li Yongxin's movements quickly disturbed the small cat that was originally in the bedroom. In the footage, the cat came out of the bedroom and, the moment it saw Li Yongxin, it arched its back and growled fiercely at him. Seeing the cat, Li Yongxin just looked at it with a sneer and raised his eyes. After a while, he grabbed a baseball bat and walked toward the cat. Wu Hui couldn't hold back anymore and started to scream. "Ran, run. Li Yongxin, I will kill you. Don't move my Ran. Wu Yu slapped her hand to quiet her, saying, "Be quiet. Watch and then talk." The next 3 minutes showed Li Yongxin grabbing the cat, roughly hitting it on the floor several times. The cat visibly grew weaker, its struggling losing strength, and it closed its eyes. Li Yongxin seemed to realize the small life in his hand was about to die, so he casually threw the cat on the ground and continued to hold the baseball bat, heading toward Wu Hui's bedroom. At this moment, the cat, which had been still and with closed eyes, suddenly opened its eyes again. It lifted its head, looked around with a dazed expression, and seemed confused. Li Yongxin, who was walking toward the bedroom, stopped in his tracks. He noticed the cat's movement with his peripheral vision, frowned, and turned back to grab the cat. He lifted it high, about to throw it down. The next scene showed the cat struggling free from Li Yongxin's hand and quickly running toward the door. In the next second, several yellow talismans flew out from where the cat had just left. The talismans shot toward Li Yongxin. They transformed into dazzling fireballs that burned for 2 seconds before engulfing Li Yongxin completely. Wu Yu and Wu Hui watched helplessly as Li Yangxin was instantly turned to ashes. The scene then reverted to how Wu Hui had seen when she returned home earlier. Wu Hui pinched herself and muttered, "Brother, I must be too shocked and mentally disturbed. I actually saw a hallucination. Will you drag the video progress bar back to the moment when the cat reopened its eyes?" He watched the scene of the fireball being thrown out several times, over 10 times in just a few seconds.
This is not a hallucination.
You're not crazy. I saw it too. Wu Hui also watched the scene over 10 times, and her view of the world was greatly shaken. Brother, do you think it's possible that Raren is a cat spirit, and because I helped her in a past life, she came to save me this time? Wu Yu instinctively wanted to argue, thinking his sister's idea was silly, but before speaking, he realized it might not be impossible. This scene affected him even more than Wu Hui. Because of her feelings for Raren, Wu Hui believed that even if Raren had special powers, she was still her adorable little pet. Knowing Raren was alive made Wu Hui relax and even joke with Wu Yu. Wu Yu, on the other hand, had never even seen this cat. If it weren't for Wu Hui, he wouldn't have paid attention to what made a cat different. Seeing this, Wu Yu started to doubt the true nature of the world. He could no longer firmly believe that the world was entirely scientific. Now that you know the cat is alive, what do you plan to do? Wu Hui thought carefully, then reopened the app and completely deleted the video, beginning to pack her things. I'm going home to remove the surveillance cameras. This video must not be found by the police. What if they arrest Raren for murder? It's just a cat. Can they really put it in jail? Wu Yu said helplessly. Wu Hui glanced at her phone. Without this video, no one will believe us. But if they find out, things could change. They might capture her for experiments. To me, Raren was only defending herself. The people she hurt deserved it, but others wouldn't see it that way. Realizing Raren was alive, Wu Hui gradually regained her composure after her intense grief. She could now think more clearly. I must protect Raren. Wu Yu thought for a moment. This cat was very strange and hard to ignore, but she had saved Wu Hui at least twice, and she probably wouldn't hurt Wu Hui in the future. That seemed enough. But he was very curious about what exactly this cat was. Are you going to look for the cat? Wu Hui shook her head. I don't know where Raren is right now. But if she's okay, she'll come back to find me. Right now, the most important thing is to handle this matter and prevent the police from linking it to Raren. Wu Yu nodded and put down his laptop. Okay, go ahead. No matter what happens, Wu Hui has him and her father to back her up. After turning into a cat, Zhu Yu found that her hearing became very sharp. She could even precisely control her ears to hear sounds from 2 buildings away. Her sense of smell also improved. Zhu Yu discovered she could smell the trash can's foul odor from 500 meters away. That was quite difficult to deal with. When she returned home and stood outside the community, she could hear all kinds of voices from the crowd. Through conversations among the residents, she learned that the police saw the scene but didn't suspect Wu Hui. They just needed her to cooperate with the investigation, so Zhu Yu felt relieved. She hid nearby, watching how things unfolded. She also listened to Wu Hui's crying and sighed along with her. Wu Hui's instincts were right. The little life named Raren had truly passed away. Once she knew Wu Hui was safe, she watched for a while. When the police left, she also left. She wasn't planning to go back to her owner's side as a pet. Her heart was full of sadness because her owner's little cat was gone. Whether her owner knew or not, Zhu Yu didn't have a hobby of being a pet. This time, although she needed to fulfill the cat's wish and protect her owner, no one said protection had to be close by. In the past, she only spent time with her owner after work and on weekends. She only needed to check on Wu Hui's safety every 3 or 4 days. Zhu Yu saw Wu Hui being picked up by a luxurious Rolls-Royce and heard the word miss, which clearly indicated Wu Hui's status was not simple. That meant she didn't need to worry about helping this owner make a living. With her current hearing and smell, plus human thinking, Zhu Yu could be considered unbeatable in human society. She thought this was better than any special ability. She wanted to lock her senses to her current state. She didn't know if there was a way to inherit this in the future world. She could not run police cars, but with her sense of smell, she could follow people all the way to their destination. Zhu stopped at a spot where she could hear their conversation. Frowning, she listened to a group of people analyzing the case. She learned that the homicide team was investigating, that someone suspected Li Yongxin might be the culprit, and that they were already testing their fingerprints. As she listened, her little face lit up with a smile. Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? This mission was almost complete. She couldn't help but stretch lazily, shake her tail, and take out some cat food from her space. Before the results were out, she was not ready to leave. She was eager to know the outcome, feeling distressed after hearing about the tragic situation of the victims. She couldn't sleep peacefully until the suspect was caught. She even wanted to go to the police station to check the crime scene and smell around, believing her sense of smell could quickly find clues now. When humans eat, cat food doesn't taste special, but for a little kitten, it becomes very delicious. Zhu Yu couldn't stop eating, taking bites until she was almost full and had to stop. This is so tasty. Cat food without any seasoning is surprisingly good. During the day, she curled up in a ball on a tree to sunbathe. At night, she hid in a cozy space, lying on a soft mat. After getting used to this life, she felt very comfortable. The lifespan of a ragdoll cat is usually 12 to 15 years. If she lives the maximum of 15 years, Zhu still has 13 years left in this world. The next day at noon, the results came out. Li Xinyang is the serial killer behind the Qiqi case and the Linhai district case. It has been confirmed that he is now dead. The case here can be closed. Detective Fang Zhen, the team leader of the major crimes unit, frowned. Although catching the suspect was good, the case was not fully over.
How did he die?
Wei Zheng was flipping through the case files of Li Yongxin, looking worried. He said, based on this person's habits, he appeared at Wu Hui's house at that time to commit his fourth crime. What caused him to fail and be burned alive? There's no conclusion yet, and even the method of death is still debated. The forensic team and we can't agree. We questioned Wu Hui's colleagues and neighbors. Wu Hui lives alone, only occasionally visiting her brother's house. She usually leaves work on time and has no significant social contacts. Could someone have entered her home before Li Yongxin to commit a crime? Did they meet, and did Li Yongxin lose? This possibility can't be completely ruled out, but it's very unlikely. Li Yongxin also had contact with Wu Hui, and he checked her recent activities over the past 2 months. There's no other suspicious person around. Is random crime possible? Wei Zheng and Fang Zhen both denied this possibility. The strange way he died, with no evidence pointing to a third person at the scene. The method and motive of the crime are both unknown, so this case can only be left unresolved for now. Zhu Yu moved her ears, feeling relieved after hearing this. She still didn't realize that she had already been exposed to Wu Hui and Wu Yu. Now Zhu had left the police station and was gradually getting used to her cat body, playing happily. She also discovered a new hobby, playing with a yarn ball. She could play with it all day without getting tired. After a few days, she remembered Wu Hui and reluctantly put down her beloved toys. At this time, Wu Hui had already resigned and was waiting at home every day, opening the door for her little cat. Zhu Yu first listened outside the community to hear any sounds, sensing Wu Hui's presence. She was at home, but silent. After hesitating, Zhu Yu decided to enter the community, ran up the stairs to Wu Hui's 5th-floor apartment. As she stepped out of the stairwell, she saw the door wide open. Inside, Wu Hui was working at her computer in the living room. After watching for a moment, Zhu Yu was about to leave when Wu Hui, sensing something, looked up and saw her. "Raren? Is that you back?" Wu Hui excitedly stood up and suddenly tried to pick Zhu Yu up to hug her. Zhu Yu stretched out her paw, struggling to block her face from getting close. "Meow, I'm not Raren. Please let me go." But Wu Hui couldn't understand cat language. She held the cat and looked around outside, seeing no one, then finally closed the door with relief. She placed the cat seriously on the table in front of her, looked into her eyes, and said carefully, "Raren, I know who you really are. Don't worry, I will protect you. I've already deleted the videos." No one will know you are a special cat with unique abilities. What is this woman talking about? Who has special powers? She doesn't need this weak girl to protect her. She should be protecting Zhuyu herself. After calming down, Zhuyu finally understood the key message in Wu Hui's words.
What?
Was her killing process actually recorded? Wu Hui thought she was still the original Raren, just with some magical powers that allowed her to fight back and escape after killing Li Yongxin. No wonder Wu Hui seemed much better today. She had thought Wu Hui had moved on from the death of her kitten. It turns out she was overthinking. Meow, 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 she wanted to explain, but the meowing shattered Zhuyu's thoughts. Zhuyu thought for a moment, then jumped in front of Wu Hui's phone, patted it, and meowed at Wu Hui. Wu Hui was surprised and asked, Raren, what's wrong? Zhuyu continued to meow and kept tapping the phone screen with her paw. Before her patience ran out, Wu Hui finally understood her meaning and unlocked the phone for her. Zhuyu opened the Notes app and started typing. It's really hard to type with cat paws. It takes a long time to type one word. Zhuyu endured the trouble, typing one letter at a time, then pushed the phone to Wu Hui to read. I'm not Raren. She died before she came here. Since her being discovered during the space fireball spell scene, there's really nothing to hide anymore. Wu Hui knows, or others in this world know, and it doesn't really affect her. It's like how three-dimensional beings can't influence four-dimensional beings. Even if she dies now, Zhuyu can return to this world countless times from the beginning. Seeing these words, Wu Hui clearly looked distracted. She muttered to Zhuyu, You're not Raren. Why are you inside Raren's body? Are you a ghost? Raren died. Will she be reborn? Zhuyu thought for a moment. She always told the truth about what she knew when dealing with people in the task world. She continued typing. I don't know. She's a person. She truly didn't know where the originally deceased people went after arriving in this world. Maybe they live in another timeline where she doesn't appear. Zhu, you always like to think positively about this. She hoped the original owners of these bodies found good endings. Seeing Wu Hui's reaction after learning this, Zhu felt a bit helpless. She kept typing, She still hopes I will continue to protect you. I won't stay with you all the time, but I will protect you until this body's lifespan ends. Wu Hui's eyes turned red, tears falling like rain, feeling heartbroken. I don't want to be protected. Raren died because of me. I'm truly the worst owner in the world. Zhu kept struggling with the keyboard, gradually getting the hang of it. Once she found the right technique, her typing speed increased rapidly. Her death has nothing to do with you.
Don't carry guilt for bad people.
She liked you very much. You should live your own good life. This isn't really comfort. Zhu Yu doesn't know what to say to comfort her. She only speaks the truth. Ranan's death was ultimately Li Yongxin's fault. It was related to Wu Hui, but not her fault. Bad people can do evil without feeling guilty, while good people often feel guilty if they don't do something perfectly. Zhu Yu doesn't want Wu Hui to carry this burden in her heart. It's too heavy. She thinks Ranan wouldn't want her owner to always feel guilty. Ranan always did things willingly. Before leaving, Zhu Yu told Wu Hui she would visit once a week. Seeing Wu Hui looking so lost made her feel a bit sad. She didn't tell the full truth. She said once a week, but actually planned to visit at least twice. She was worried about Wu Hui's current state and also about Wu Hui finding out she wasn't Ranan. She didn't want Wu Hui to feel uncomfortable or refuse her help, which would be bad. If Wu Hui had problems, her rewards for the task would be cut by at least half. She thought Wu Hui was probably safe now. Meanwhile, Wu Hui was still lost in thought, remembering the little moments she shared with Ranan. Her Ranan, a small cat who was afraid of water, would endure her dislike of baths and stay by her door. She had already noticed that Ranan loved sticking close and watching her. Ranan often depended on her, rubbing against her. When she woke up at night, she would walk around her to feel at ease. Every time she woke up and saw her cat beside her pillow, Wu Hui felt very warm inside. She had always known Ranan might not live long enough to stay with her forever, but she didn't expect her to leave so soon. Thinking of this, tears welled up in Wu Hui's eyes. In her more than 20 years, she hadn't cried as much as she did in these few days. She didn't even want to think about why Zhu Yu's soul could enter a cat's body. It didn't matter to her. She didn't care about that. She only wanted to see Ranan sometimes, just that was enough. Wu Yu couldn't forget this cat. She secretly backed up videos on her computer and sometimes watched them late at night. The more she watched, the more she felt this cat was not simple. She even paused and took screenshots of the moment Zhu Yu threw out a yellow talisman, then researched and studied the talisman obsessively. She spent almost all her free time on this. Recently, I have noticed that my dark circles under my eyes have become very obvious during work. Since I couldn't get any news from Wu Hui for a long time, I finally couldn't wait and went to her house. Did your cat come back to find you? We sat in the living room, looking around, trying to see if there was anything different. Wu Hui had already recovered from her shock. Although thinking of Raran still made her feel a bit soft and painful inside, she no longer couldn't hold back her tears. She has come to accept that in this life, Raran protected her, and in the next, she hopes Raran will be a good person. She also wants to become a cat to protect Raran. When Wu Yu asked, Wu Hui didn't answer immediately. She hesitated and chose not to tell the truth. She felt it wasn't good if too many people knew about this. She trusted Wu Yu, but she was already determined to protect Raran. Even though her body now had a different soul, she understood that this soul was also her benefactor in a way. Raran had already died at Li Yongxin's hands. If it weren't for this soul's appearance, what would have happened to her when she returned home with no knowledge? Most likely, she would have already died, becoming a new victim in Li Yongxin's hands. She also knew about the police investigation later. When she went to the police station and saw the family members of victims who were crying so hard they almost fainted, Wu Hui truly realized she had once again narrowly escaped death. Raran had protected her twice, even losing her life, and she still wanted another soul to continue protecting her. Even close family members might not be willing to give such love and sacrifice for her. So, Wu Hui would never do something ungrateful. Besides, her body is her precious cat, and she doesn't want to see anyone hurt it. Wu Yu probably wouldn't hurt Raran if he found out, but his curiosity is too strong now. He is very eager to explore. Wu Hui knows nothing about the new soul inside Raran except the name Yeya. She worries that Wu Yu's curiosity might anger the other side. No. Raran might have left after realizing that being a stray cat is more fun and never come back. Wu Yu didn't believe a word of this. He focused on the sofa and table area and indeed saw a strand of white fur in the corner. He pinched it with his index finger, blew it toward Wu Hui, and lazily smiled. Do you think you can hide this from me? Instead of making me find out myself, I advise you to honestly tell me now. Wu Hui immediately felt guilty. Thinking about it, since this happened, Wu Yu had indeed helped her a lot. After all, she couldn't tell her parents. All right, I'll tell you, but you must promise that only the two of us know about this. Wu Yu nodded without hesitation. Why would he tell others about something so interesting? Wu Hui organized her thoughts and said, My cat did come back to see me a few days ago, but she paused before continuing, but it's not the same cat anymore. It's someone else inside. Do you understand? Wu Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, controlling his surprise well. During the days of repeatedly studying videos, he had already guessed quite a bit. The possibility Wu Hui mentioned, he had thought of it too. Yes, I understand. Keep going. Wu Hui shrugged helplessly. That's all. She said that Ranan's remaining wish was to see me safe and sound, so she comes to see me once a week. That's all I know. Wu Yu fell into thought, gently tapping the table. This answer satisfied part of his curiosity, but it also sparked more questions. He rarely felt such intense curiosity since becoming an adult. Wu Yu felt that he couldn't truly let go of this matter until he understood it. So, he thought it would be good to get to know that magical little cat better through Wu Hui and deepen their connection. By the way, did she tell you her name? Yes, she did. Her name is Yeya. Yeah? Wu Yu softly repeated the name, feeling a bit tender. When will she come to see you again? Wu Hui thought for a moment and said, Probably next Tuesday. On Monday, I'll come over and stay at your place. When the cat comes, I'll introduce us. Wu Hui twitched her lips, feeling very confused. She had never seen her brother so enthusiastic about anything before. What are you planning? Why do you want to meet her? No matter what, such a presence now is still non-human. Just because she wouldn't hurt Wu Hui doesn't mean she wouldn't hurt Wu Yu. She wasn't sure if her words would be effective with the other side. What should she do? Suddenly, she was a bit worried that her usually calm and reserved brother might hold her back. Wu Yu glanced at her and quickly understood her thoughts. He sneered and said, "Don't think so much. I know what I'm doing. You're really not smart having such a harmless, magical presence around." She didn't try to understand it or see if she could learn from it. She just went about her days without thinking. Wu Yu also couldn't understand why Wu Hui, who was busy every day, always missed the key points. He wondered who she inherited that from. Clearly, both her parents are very smart. Maybe, in this generation of the Wu family, all the intelligence went to him. Fortunately, Wu Hui doesn't know what Wu Yu is thinking now. Otherwise, she might jump up and hit him. She never thought she was stupid. She even thought she was wise enough to hide her true abilities. Her parents and brother want too much power, control. People who see her as lacking those desires think she's dumb. But she really understands everything. She just doesn't want to fight for it. She also feels that fighting over things that don't last or matter isn't worth it. It's better to raise cats, work part-time, and live a simple life like ordinary people.
That thought is naive, though.
Without a powerful father and brother providing a wealthy family background and a better-than-average living environment, she probably couldn't live an ordinary life. She might not even be able to express it. Living a normal life working every day can be quite good too. As the saying goes, you think time is just right, but really, someone is carrying the burden for you behind the scenes. Wu Hui's family gives her a monthly allowance in the millions, a sum that would take most ordinary people 10 years or more to earn. Everyone starts from different points. So, some people are outstanding because their environment gives them many opportunities. Others struggle so much that no matter how hard they try, they seem stuck in a mud pit, only able to look up at others' happiness. Maybe it's because their starting point was too low, and society offers them very few chances. Sometimes, being a lazy fish isn't really about wanting to be lazy. It's just that most efforts don't change much, and it's better to end things in one's own generation. The pressure of competition is too exhausting. When you're tired, you don't want your children to go through the same struggles. Maybe it's also a way of contributing to the harsh environment of survival of the fittest. Since a normal, simple life will only get worse, it's better not to start at all. These things have always existed. Whether something is fair or unfair depends on the perspective of the person speaking. Zhu Yu is currently downloading entertainment information from this world, movies, TV shows, novels. It's wonderful to discover new classics every time she enters a new world. Although many famous works are similar across worlds, entertainment cultures still differ a lot. Exploring these differences is part of Zhu Yu's fun. For example, she followed a novel in her own world that was left unfinished. In this world, the ending has changed and improved a lot. Zhu Yu thought the system explained that the author often has multiple endings in mind when creating a story. In her world, she chose one ending, but in other timelines, different endings were selected. This is very normal. Zhu Yu looked at this explanation and almost smiled until her face lit up. She laughed happily in her space for a long time. That's what makes it fun. All her favorite classics now have new endings, doubling her joy. During the day, Zhu Yu downloads and watches outside. At night, she returns to her space and stays up late watching dramas. Luckily, she's a cat now, so she can stay up late without showing dark circles. She only keeps this up for 3 days at most, then takes a day off to watch Wu Hui. Otherwise, she might be the first cat to die from staying up too late. That would be a real loss for her owner. Zhu Yu puts down her tablet, pauses the show, The Legend of Jin Huan, and plans to continue watching after she keeps an eye on Wu Hui. The path from her shady spot under the tree to Wu Hui's house isn't far. She's already familiar with it. Sometimes, she hears cats and dogs gossiping about their owners. Very amusing. When Zhu Yu reaches Wu Hui's door, she meows twice, then jumps up and taps the wall button vigorously. Wu Hui installed this button especially for her, at a height she can easily reach by jumping. Zhu Yu is very satisfied. Inside, Wu Hui hears the noise and immediately gets up to open the door. Meow, hello, Ms. Wu. Yeah, you're here. I prepared a fancy meal for you today. Come try it. Meow. Sounds good, I'll come and try it now. Although Wu Hui probably doesn't understand meow language, Zhu Yu mainly talks to entertain herself. If others could understand her, they might feel embarrassed and stop being so lively. Wu Hui picks up Zhu Yu and places her on the table, where a full plate of homemade cat food is ready. Watching Zhu Yu eat happily, she clears her throat and glances at Wu Yu, then says to Zhu Yu, Yeah, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Wu Yu. Brother, she is Yaya. Right now, we are friends. Wu Yu shows a slight smile to show friendliness. Hello. Thank you for saving my sister. Zhu Yu flicks her tail, sensing something. It seems she knows more people than just Wu Hui. Maybe this person also saw the video. Meow, hello. Wu Yu can tell this cat has a calm personality. If you don't bother her, she won't bother you. People like that are easy to get along with once you find the right way. He feels relieved inside. Can I ask you some questions? He silently pushes over a new phone with a memo app and input method open. This kid is really sensible. Zhu Yu can tell Wu Hui's brother probably isn't ordinary, as his aura is somewhat similar to Huijiang. Sure, I answer when I feel like it. Zhu Yu is now very skilled at typing. After scrolling through, she pushes her phone back. Wu Yu smiles and asks, Is this kind of situation common for you? Zhu Yu's tail pauses, then continues to sway slowly. Smart people ask smart questions. What do you think I am like? After typing, she doesn't bother to push the message. Instead, she taps her paw, letting him see for himself. Wu Yu moves closer, looks at the message, and thinks carefully before speaking cautiously. Do you have special abilities, or can you enter other people's souls? Zhu Yu considers the system's rules. Some things can't be said, but as long as they don't involve missions, it's okay to talk about them. Not many. To be precise, I am the only one in this world. She asked the system about it and learned that no mysterious energy could exist in this world within the next 30 years. She is now living as a cat because of a mission, and the yellow talisman she threw is exchanged with a cultivator. None of these are her own abilities. She doesn't even have special powers, let alone others in this world. Most people who claim to have special abilities are probably liars. Wu Yu is genuinely surprised. Why is there only one? She thought there might be a hidden group of people in this world, like superheroes in cartoons, each with unique powers. Almost 30 years old, her youthful spirit was starting to stir. I really can't believe it. One last question. What is your purpose for coming here? Zhu Yu rolled her eyes behind her back this time. She thought this person was really clueless. Why should she care about his purpose? She was in a good mood and answered a few questions, but now he's getting too greedy.
She found him annoying.
She pushed her phone aside, watching it fall to the ground, then gave Wu Yu a nasty smile. She made a meow sound at Wu Hui as a farewell, then leapt off the dining table and left. Her mission today was over. Now she could go back and enjoy her favorite shows. Following the Mission World's TV shows gave her a strange feeling of paid leave, which she found very delightful. Zhu Yu had already fallen in love with it. Meanwhile, Wu Hui watched Wu Yu look annoyed and couldn't help but laugh. She never thought she'd see her brother act so foolish in her lifetime. It was truly rare. She even considered taking a picture to send to their parents. Wu Yu glared at her irritably. Why didn't you step in and stop her just now? Wu Hui was truly helpless. She said, Brother calling us friends is just flattering me. We're not really close. She was willing to chat with you and answer your questions today. That's already very kind of her. I was surprised too. Don't push her. Wu Yu also noticed this. The magical cat now had no real feelings for Wu Hui. Although it claimed to want to protect her, it showed little concern, acting more like it was just completing a task. It seemed she really had to give up. Wu Yu felt regretful. He had been interested in these kinds of things since he was young. Over the years, whenever a famous master appeared somewhere, he would go to see if they were truly skilled. Unfortunately, after so long, He hadn't met anyone reliable. Most were just pretending or using vague language to scam money. Now, by chance, he met a real expert, but he was told that he himself couldn't have that ability. Wu was really disappointed. Luckily, he was now a mature adult and could control his emotions well. After sitting for a while at Wu Hui's house, he left. After watching shows and reading novels for a long time, it's normal to get tired of it for a few days. Ji was now in that tired phase. She curled up into a ball and lay in the shade of a tree, quietly basking in the sun, daydreaming. The September sun wasn't too hot, just the right temperature. This world felt so relaxed, like a vacation. After experiencing the disasters of the previous world and coming here, Ji even felt a bit unreal. She also felt a little anxious, worried that lying around all day might make her forget the fighting skills and survival abilities she had learned in her past life. Thinking about this, her tail couldn't help but hit the ground hard twice. It's really true. Success and failure both come from being a little cat. Should she find something to do? As a cat, what could she do? Ji thought carefully. Her strengths were typing, an incredible sense of smell, and sharp hearing. Maybe she could go to the police dog training center and try to get some work to do. Doing this would definitely broaden her horizons and help her improve, she thought. Gradually, she convinced herself, shook off her laziness, and patted her face with her paw to wake herself up and stay calm. Really, typing in front of them is just asking for trouble. What is this? An enlightened cat voluntarily turning itself into the authorities. How funny that was, Ji thought with frustration. She still couldn't think of a way to use her abilities well without making others suspicious that she's just a normal little cat. If she had to reveal herself, it would be best to do so to someone powerful and respected. The key was that this person must be just and upright. That way, her character wouldn't betray her, or at least, such a person would have high moral standards. If she were betrayed, she might be sold to a safe place, like being dedicated to the country. If it's not possible, that's okay too. So, for the next month, Ji stayed outside the police station day and night. She successfully found a good candidate, Qinyu, the new intern in the criminal investigation team. Qinyu was also the first to notice the similarities between Li Yangxin and the serial killer in the major crimes unit. Qinyu is 21 years old, from a family of police officers. Her father and grandparents are all detectives, known for solving many cases. Her mother is a leader in economic crime investigation. The family has a long history of achievements and many honors. Zhuyi respects such a family. Of course, she carefully followed Qinyu home and investigated her family members one by one, making sure they were all good people. Only then did she feel confident. She was very cautious. After choosing her target, Zhu Yu followed Qinyu home. Just as Qinyu opened the door and was about to go inside, a cat rushed in ahead of her.
Hey,
where did this cat come from? Qinyu was curious and chased after the cat into the house, instinctively closing the door behind her. Zhu Yu looked around the house as if inspecting her future territory, proud and confident. Qinyu was also curious and walked around with her. The house was a small one-bedroom apartment, bought by Qinyu's family. It was decorated warmly. Zhu Yu was very pleased. Suddenly, the cat jumped onto the table and started unlocking Qinyu's phone without hesitation. It then opened the Notes app and began typing. Qinyu's eyes widened, her mouth opening in surprise. She quickly covered her mouth to keep from making noise when she saw what the cat was typing. The message read, "I am a cat born from your family's sense of justice. My mission is to help you resolve your obsessions and assist in solving cases." This explanation was obviously made up by Zhu Yu, but she thought it would be enough to fool Qinyu's family. The Qin family is straightforward and idealistic. They once mentioned at home that they wanted a little partner to help solve cases, preferably like Doraemon, magical, and able to produce tools to identify the culprit instantly. This was something Qinyu's father said last week at home. Zhu Yu overheard it while watching from outside, and suddenly, she had an idea. It was the perfect excuse. After reading these words, Qinyu thought for a while. She didn't show any fear on her face. A kitten is just a kitten. Even if it becomes a spirit, it can't suddenly cause a big threat to humans. Previously, Wu didn't dare to offend Zhu because she saw Zhu's abilities in a video. The biggest truth is that truth is only within the range, which means that when a person has enough strength, everything around them will naturally cooperate. Qinyu went back to her bedroom to sleep, took out another phone, unlocked it, and placed it in front of Zhu. She took her own phone back and opened the camera, pointing it at Zhu. She said, "Record another video. I'll send it to my parents and grandpa. If I just say it, they'll think I'm crazy." Zhu then started acting for the video, typing with her paws in a more rhythmic way. Qinyu kept filming and kept praising her. "Great. So amazing. Meow, you're so cute." Zhu ignored the noise and focused completely. After finishing the video, Qinyu sent it to the family group chat. At this moment, the family was just finishing dinner and watching TV. Qinyu's dad was about 4 or 5 years away from retirement, and her mom was also close to retirement. They had already stopped working on the front lines. Qinyu's dad was now a provincial-level leader. When he saw the video with a cat on the cover and clicked on it without suspicion, Qinyu's mom was watching TV and heard her daughter's excited voice. She looked over. Both of them were stunned. They reacted the same way as Qinyu. They exchanged a quick glance, and Qinyu's dad almost instantly believed it. Qinyu's mom hesitated a little. Her materialistic worldview was shaken. Is this now like Qin family's version of Doraemon? Qinyu's dad looked at the kitten with a proud smile, feeling very pleased. Then he sighed a little and said, "Xiaoyu is really lucky. If I had a partner like this when I was working on the front lines years ago, I could have solved more big cases." Thinking of this, both of them thought of something and looked at each other instinctively. "You mean that case Dad was obsessed with? I thought of that case too." Qinyu's dad was very filial. Of course, he wanted to tell Grandpa Qin about this and make him happy. However, I think about an old case my father encountered before he retired. It still remains unsolved. At that time, the case caused a big fuss, with many victims and very cruel methods. The family still cannot forget or accept their loved ones' deaths because they cannot find the killer. Grandpa Qin has always been strong. Although he knows there are many unresolved cases across the country, many clues are missing, and these cases are now forgotten. That case happened in a time without surveillance cameras and when DNA technology was just developing. There were very few clues, and the criminal was very clever, leaving no valuable evidence behind. Investigating such a serious and disturbing case deeply affected him. Now retired, he still occasionally calls the current police detectives to ask if there has been any progress. But each time he is disappointed. Would telling Grandpa Qin about this now only lead to more disappointment? After all, they don't know much about this suddenly appeared family cat, nor its abilities. It might just be a companion animal, which is also possible. Dad Qin also has a big gap in understanding with young people. At least Qinyu immediately thinks that if the cat can talk, it can communicate with other animals. Humans usually don't worry about animals' presence, and this ability could be very valuable for detectives. Dad Qin hasn't thought of this yet. Mom Qin turned off the video and said to her husband, "Let's see you come home for a visit. You're also very familiar with that case. Talk to the cat and see if it can help. If it's useful, we'll tell Dad." Dad Qin nodded, thinking this was the best idea. He sent a message to Qinyu, asking her to bring the cat home quickly. Qinyu received her parents' message and happily picked up the cat, giving it a kiss. "My parents asked me to bring you home. Let's go." Zhuyu nodded, broke free from her arms, and ran toward the door. Qinyu immediately became anxious and said, "Hey, Ragdoll, do you have a name? Wait for me, I'll call a car, it's faster." Zhuyu meowed and jumped onto Qinyu's side, then typed 2 words. "Yeah." Qinyu's eyes sparkled as she watched her, full of admiration. "Yeah, that's a nice name."
Hello, yeah.
"I'm Xiaoyu." Zhuyu turned her head to the side, ignoring her. "Could you please be less overly eager? She is a lovely young girl, quite attractive, and a shining star in the police force. Now she looks more like a young troublemaker." When the car arrived, Qinyu carried her back to Qin's house. She saw a handsome middle-aged man with bright eyes, and Qin's father greeted her warmly. Qin's mother was more reserved, but her eyes also showed happiness. Zhu Yu felt truly helpless now. Their enthusiasm was a bit too much. She deliberately placed her phone in front of Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu quickly typed, "Is there any case I can help with?" Qin's father and mother saw this, and their eyes lit up even more. They said together, "Yes." Zhu Yu waved her hand to signal Qin's father to speak quickly. After some effort, they finally got to the main point. "Dad, is this about the scalp removal case from before Grandpa retired?" Qin's father nodded, looking serious. "Yes, that case. The killer would strangle the victim, then remove their scalp along with the hair, and also slash the victim's face. This happened 10 years ago. The killer was very cruel, committing 10 crimes in total. But the scene didn't reveal many clues pointing to him. The only clue was half a fingerprint, but there wasn't much to analyze. Generally, from the way the crimes were done, we could guess some things about the killer. But strangling someone to death and then removing the scalp usually requires a lot of strength, often more common with men. However, slashing the victims' faces made these crimes different from random acts. It seemed more like an act of anger. We believe the killer knew and hated these victims. Most victims were women, but there was no evidence of a typical male criminal. The face destruction seemed driven by jealousy, and the malice appeared to come from a female offender. And how could a woman easily strangle her victims? Only women who are very tall and strong could do that. We also checked the local population and outsiders fitting the profile during that time, but found nothing. My dad still can't let go of this case. Can I ask if you have any special skills? Qin's father looked hopeful. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and typed, "If the evidence is well preserved, I can try to help." She has a few more rewind charms from her exchange with a cultivator, which can show the scene of the deceased's last 10 minutes before death. This tool is very powerful for solving cases. However, for such cases, even if she finds the murderer after so many years, are there still enough evidence to convict them? Without solid proof to prove who committed the crime, current laws cannot convict anyone. It's like if you see the crime with your own eyes, but there's no weapon used by the suspect or evidence at the scene pointing to them, you can't accuse them. The law defaults to innocence unless proven guilty. Father Qin nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I'll take you to the police station tomorrow." With his status, checking any files is very easy. Zhu Yu nodded and typed a farewell message. "I'll come again tomorrow morning." After saying that, she disappeared in front of them. Actually, she entered her space. The Qin family's 3 members widened their eyes in shock, unable to react for a long time, completely stunned. Zhu Yu saw their expressions through her space and smiled contentedly. Although she had fabricated the story that the Qin family's obsession turned into a creature, she didn't want them to feel so comfortable using her. This relationship must be led by her. She wants to be their ancestor. Humph. Zhu Yu didn't expect that pretending to be a big shot would feel so happy. She's really curious about how wonderful life must be for truly powerful people. She's tired of saying she's envious. Right now, she really envies cultivators and really wants to go to a world where she can cultivate, learn all kinds of mysterious abilities, and live a different life. No matter how difficult the tasks, she's willing. Which Chinese person hasn't dreamed of cultivating immortality? She kept thinking about going to the cultivation world to do missions, but her system didn't respond at all. She didn't know if it received her message. Disappointed, Zhu Yu withdrew her thoughts, watched 2 episodes of Conan, then closed her eyes and fell asleep. The next morning, after finishing breakfast in her space, Zhu Yu quickly appeared where she had left yesterday. By then, Qin's mother and Qin Yu had already gone to work.
Zhu Yu only saw Father Qin.
When Father Qin saw her suddenly appear, he remained calm, though his eyes widened like bells. Zhu Yu wagged her tail and waited a moment before he recovered. "Meow, can I go now?" Father Qin gently placed a transparent, round-shaped backpack in front of Zhu Yu and said respectfully, "Look, I made this to help you get in secretly." Zhu Yu tilted her head and took a look. Wasn't that just a cat carrier? She happily walked over, crouched down, and nodded to Father Qin through the clear plastic, showing that she was ready. Smiling warmly, Father Qin carried the bag carefully in front of him and drove toward the police station. For some reason, even though he was holding a cat, he felt more nervous than if he were carrying something dangerous. If he had to describe it, he would say it felt like an honor. When they arrived at the police station, people kept greeting Father Chin along the way, glancing curiously at the cat in his arms. His full name was Qin Zheng, clearly a fan of the first emperor. It was quite unusual. In all these years, Director Qin had never brought a pet to work. He was always strict and professional, holding himself to high standards. Although some colleagues occasionally brought their pets, he never said anything, but everyone felt he wasn't the type to do that. His demeanor was always serious and proper. All the case evidence is here. Once inside the archive room, Jiu jumped out of the carrier. She walked up to the evidence bag. Even through the plastic, the strong human scent was still there. It amazed her how a person's scent could linger so clearly after so many years. Meow, she patted Qin Zheng, signaling that she was done, and he could put it back. How is it? Can you find anything? Qin Zheng looked both nervous and hopeful. Zhu had already touched the evidence bag lightly, with a tracing charm. Now she just wanted to send Father Qin away, so she could enter the vision space alone. But then she thought, she wasn't a professional. Maybe someone with real investigative experience could notice more details in the images. Meow, fine, she thought, might as well help all the way. She pawed through the carrier and pulled out a phone, planning to ask Father Qin to call Grandpa Qin and find a quiet place. Without asking questions, Qin Zheng immediately left the station and drove toward his father's house. Grandpa Qin lived nearby, just in the next neighborhood, where the facilities were a bit better. After buying his own place, Qin Zheng had moved his father there, while he and his wife stayed in the old house. When they arrived, Grandpa Qin was in the yard playing with his birds. Seeing his son, he didn't even look up from the cage. "What brings you here?" he asked. "Still bringing a cat? Be careful not to scare my bird. If something happens, I won't forgive you." Father Qin sighed helplessly and said, "Dad, don't talk nonsense. Show respect to the cat." The old man glared at him like he was crazy. Zhu also twitched her whiskers. "What kind of cat master is that? He's an adult, yet he looks more childish than my daughter." "Dad, I tell you, the cat is our Qin family's guardian. We should treat it like our ancestors." The old man ignored him, as if he thought he was just talking nonsense. Father Qin had no choice but to take out his phone, find the video Qin took, and show it to the old man. The old man adjusted his glasses slowly, pressed play, watched once, then again, and finally looked carefully at Father Qin and said, "Doesn't look like it's edited." "Huh? Of course not. Just wait, Dad. You're really stubborn." The loyal servant picked up the cat bag, unzipped it, and brought out Zhu. "Cat master." Zhu's mouth twitched. Too lazy to say more, she directly threw out a time reversal charm from her space. The yellow charm turned into a white water curtain in front of her. The screen was very dark. A man was following a woman. Grandpa Qin didn't bother asking more. His eyes fixed on the water curtain. He had already noticed some symbols flashing on the screen. Over the years, he had seen countless crime scenes and immediately recognized this as the last crime committed by the culprit. His entire focus was on the scene. He watched as the man gradually approached the woman in the dark. Both the woman and the cat furrowed their brows at the same time. The young woman seemed to hear something. She kept looking back, quickly noticing the man approaching from behind. She screamed in terror, but soon lost her voice. The man covered her mouth and nose with one hand, grabbed her neck with the other, and soon she started to roll her eyes from suffocation, finally closing her eyes and collapsing to the ground. At this moment, the man still hadn't let go of her. He loosened his grip on her mouth and nose, but pressed his hands tightly around her neck, as if trying to choke her to death. Zhu felt angry and wondered what she would do if a man suddenly attacked her from behind. No, she could always hide in her space. But what if a regular girl faced such a situation? She couldn't think of a strong solution at the moment. In such cases, the difference in strength between men and women is usually significant. If someone secretly attacked her at night, carrying pepper spray, she might be caught before even taking it out of her bag. Installing a loud alarm on her bag that sounds with a tap might help in less crowded places, but it could also be taken or destroyed quickly by the attacker. Perhaps an electric stun baton would be the most useful. The scene disappeared after the woman was truly dead. Exactly 10 minutes passed. Zhu mind was focused on what to do if she encountered such a situation, and how she might torment the attacker if she ever met one. Meanwhile, the old man was muttering to himself. Zhu moved closer to listen carefully. It turned out he was discussing the suspect in the scene with Qin Dad. About 1.88 meters tall, confirmed to be a man. Only half of his face was visible in profile. He looks around 20, very young. Qinzheng, did you see that?
If you saw it, draw it quickly.
Now is the clearest time to remember. Write down whatever comes to mind. Qinzheng looked serious, no longer playful. He took out paper and a pencil from the old man's study and started sketching. Half an hour later, a side profile of a man appeared on the paper. The face looked more like a woman's, with a charming look that didn't match his height of 1.88 meters. Zhu pushed her phone forward so they could see her discovery. He's wearing makeup, deliberately made to look like a woman. He might not actually look that charming in real life. The old man nodded, his face serious. Clearly, this sketch reminded him of something. These details make me think of one person. All these clues fit him. Qinzheng was stunned. He asked, "Dad, who are you talking about?" "I don't know of any suspect like that." He felt he knew this case almost as well as his father, and it was becoming a strong obsession. The old man did not answer immediately. He seemed to be recalling something and paused for a moment before saying, "He is not in the country right now. How can we make him unaware that we have discovered him and get him to return home peacefully?" Qinzheng frowned, feeling sure that the old man was talking about someone he also knew. Who could it be? Zhu felt relieved that they had already identified their suspect. However, even if they knew who the killer was, could they find enough evidence to convict him? It was impossible for her to use her special tracing charm in court to prove someone's guilt. While the two engrossed in the case remembered the cat who had done great work, Zhu had already left. Back at her usual hideout, under the shade of trees, she laid out a soft cushion and curled up comfortably for a good nap. Now it was time for the police to step in. She had already interfered, quite a lot. Unless the killer, like Li Yangxin, was reckless enough to run into her hands, she had no intention of taking over the police's work. In the scene, the man, though Zhu knew from the old man that he had killed many people, still seemed like a weak person to her. Every time he killed, he took advantage of the victim's unawareness, attacking from behind, strangling them, and only then venting his anger on the corpse. Each victim was a fragile woman under 165 centimeters. His crimes exploited the gap between genders and the victim's unpreparedness. After surveillance cameras became widespread, men like him stopped committing crimes. They probably lacked the courage to face the police. Some people, out of fear, mythologized killers, seeing them as incredibly powerful. If a killer happened to have a decent face and had experienced some misfortunes, they might even attract sympathy or admiration. Zhu didn't understand what these people admired. They were critical of police who maintained peace, but overly tolerant of killers. Would they only feel empathy when the killer raised a weapon against them? When she first saw a brutal scene, she was afraid for a few seconds. But what followed was intense anger. She remembered the disgusting people in the disaster world who wanted to hurt her. When she discovered them, her feelings weren't fear but a strong desire for revenge. Like, if you dare to hurt me, I will hurt you twice as much. Violence and crime are essentially the result of people who believe they are stronger and cannot control their desire to dominate others. Cruel methods are only used to scare people, and those who take pride in this are truly worthless. They find no excitement or happiness in anything else in life, only in hurting others. There is no need to fear such people. Zhu feels that when she encounters such individuals, she also becomes somewhat abnormal, like a frightened cat under threat, wanting to attack them with a burst of anger. Therefore, it is better for people to love peace, because violence only leads to more violence. After work, Qinyu went back to her parents' house. She called her father, but he didn't answer. She was very curious about how things were going. When she arrived, she found both her parents were not home. They had gone to her grandfather's house. At her grandfather's house, she saw her mother cooking, still moving her hands and feet excitedly, and her father arguing passionately, his face flushed. Chinyu hurried over, wanting to smooth things over. "What's wrong, Dad?" Seeing his daughter, Chinjung was momentarily at a loss for words, as he had been about to speak, but was interrupted. Still, the disbelief was clear on his face. "Xiaoyu, do you know who your grandfather thinks the suspect is?" Chinyu looked at the important notes written by her grandfather and father on the table, delicate face, with a strong dislike for women. Hearing her father's disbelief, her mind involuntarily pictured a face based on those descriptions. Before her father could say the name, her own face showed a look of disbelief. Qin's father saw her expression and sighed. Could it really be Xiaoyu? He's the one I watched grow up. Qinyu also thought of Fangyu, recalling all the moments since she met him. Her teeth started to chatter slightly, and her body shivered uncontrollably. Both Qin Zheng and the old man, who had been quietly thinking nearby, were stunned, looking at their daughter and granddaughter in surprise. Qin's mother also came out of the kitchen, supporting Qinyu's shoulders, helping her sit down on a chair as she felt weak. This reaction was clearly abnormal. The old man's face darkened, and he asked in a serious tone, "What did you think of? Say it." Qinyu held the hot water poured by her mother, taking 3 full minutes to feel her hands and feet again. "I did think about some things, Grandpa. Do you remember when I was in 3rd grade, my best friend Yusaran? I thought about that summer. She went to the reservoir with Brother Fangyu. Later, everyone said that Brother Fangyu saw Saran fall into the water. When they went to call someone, she had already drowned. And Qinyu lowered her eyes, speaking with mixed feelings. I remember when I graduated from high school, Brother Fangyu wanted to invite me to the beach. But I thought of Saran, who drowned. Even though I knew I shouldn't blame him, I still distanced myself from him and never went out with him again. Dad, if the real killer is Brother Fangyu, then was his first murder that you're connected to Aunt Fang?" For the first time, Qin Zheng heard his daughter's opinion about that incident. He had forgotten what her friend looked like, only remembering she was lively and always smiling, with faint dimples on her face. Qin Zheng was lost in thought, recalling Fang Ru's appearance. The old man clearly had already guessed. "I've studied the common traits of the victims for many years, repeatedly looking at the faces of those girls who died. Do you know? None of these 11 girls were over 25. All of them had dimples or smile lines when they smiled, and they were all petite." Thinking of Fang Ru, the killer's picture, and how skilled he was at avoiding detection. If it's not Brother Fangyu, who else could it be? The old man sneered. If the killer is definitely Brother Fangyu, no matter how pitiful his background is, that's no reason for him to hurt so many innocent people. I will catch him to give peace to the spirits of the victims. You're an experienced police officer. Don't you know that feeling sympathy for the killer is the most foolish thing? Or have your heart already lost the ability to be fair? Don't interfere with this case. I will hand it over to the Serious Crimes Unit. Qinyu looked at her father, who seemed lost and hopeless, feeling a bit sorry for him. Grandpa, Uncle Fang is still Dad's best friend. Dad has always treated Brother Fangyu like his own son. It's understandable that he's having a hard time accepting this now. I believe Dad will eventually understand. Since Fangyu is much older than her and is a boy, Qinyu does not have deep feelings for him. Her true affection is for Saran, who is a few years older but has been her childhood friend since they were young. Qinyu remembers that Fangyu was also introduced to Saran by her. If it turns out that Fangyu is the one who caused her death, she will never forgive him or herself in this life. The special investigation team discussed and contacted an old professor from Fangyu's school to lure him back. From the moment Fangyu stepped off the plane, he was immediately controlled. The evidence was much easier to find than Ji thought. One fingerprint matched Fangyu's fingerprint in the database by over 95%. This was enough to bring him in for questioning. A search warrant was issued, and they investigated Fangyu's home abroad and his residence in the country. They easily dug up a bag of women's hair in his yard, with some skin tissue still attached to the roots. Finding these items was enough to convict him, even if Fangyu denied everything. In the interrogation room, Chinyu strongly wanted to go inside but was refused, so she had to wait outside and watch. Fong Yu looked proper, wearing glasses, and appeared quite refined and gentle. His face, if posted online, might even attract some fans. Plus, he had a mother who conspired with a villain to kill his father, and she almost killed him too, if Qin Zheng hadn't saved him in time. After routine questioning, the officer asked, "Do you admit to your crimes?" Fong Yu looked at the bright light in the interrogation room, and in the glow, he seemed to see the struggling woman's face from those years, and also his mother's face, which he still thought of every night. When he missed his father too much, he often had hallucinations. It was as if he saw that woman, even though he knew the women he killed weren't her. But they all looked so similar, and she gave him that same feeling. Pretending to be innocent and always smiling, let them all die. Fong Yu took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. That's right, I killed them all. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. He only regretted not killing more of those women. Furthermore, Fong Yu paused and spoke to the questioning police officer. The first victim you think of was not actually the first. Before that, I already killed a woman. Fong Yu remembered the feeling of the first time he acted. He raised his left hand to examine the glow around him. That hand looked slender, white, and with prominent bones. He couldn't help but smile softly. I forgot her name, but you can ask a girl named Chinyu. She should be a police officer now. She knows who that girl was. When Chinyu heard this, she saw Fong Yu's calm and indifferent expression. She trembled with anger, her eyes reddening. She stared at him fiercely, wishing she could kill him right then. Her colleagues nearby tried to hold her back, comforting her. Calm down, calm down. He's provoking you on purpose. He wants Qin Lao to find and catch him. Qin Yu knew rationally that her colleagues were right. She also realized that Fong Yu's calm appearance was just a disguise. He was no longer the young man controlled by his emotions. Back then, he had nothing to lose and was fearless, which made him hurt others without hesitation. But now, Fong Yu had many things. He had been thriving abroad these years. He didn't kill because he wanted to, but because he was afraid or didn't want to lose what he had now. He even left China early to distance himself from the Qin family after some progress. Thinking of Yu Saran's last appearance that year, Qin Yu felt like she couldn't breathe. Intense grief and guilt threatened to swallow her whole. The interrogation was still ongoing. Is there anything else you want to confess? Am I going to get the death penalty? The police officer recording the interrogation looked up at him and wrote down this question. Another main interrogator, expressionless, asked, That's not what you should be concerned about now. The law will give the fairest result in the end. The interrogation ended, and Fong Yu was taken away in handcuffs. As he left the room, he saw Qin Yu outside with red eyes. He paused slightly and couldn't help but avoid her piercing gaze. The old man was there, comforting the family members of the victim who had come to the police station after the killer was caught. The gray-haired elder was soothing a group of emotionally charged, numb, and hateful people like a small community of relatives. In the end, Qin Zheng chose not to get involved in this case, opting to avoid suspicion. He has deep feelings for Fong Yu. He often can't help but think of his innocent brother, who died. He wonders if, had he not gotten into trouble, Xiao Yu might not have become the way he is now. Everyone must pay the price for what they do. A week later, Zhu Yu went to see Qin Yu again. First, she visited Wu Hui. After seeing Wu Hui, she remembered she hadn't visited Qin's family for a long time. Since she remembered, she decided to go see them. Although she wanted to help solve their case, Zhu Yu tried to do so, but found it hard to feel excited about it. So, she decided to visit Qin Yu once a week. She only wanted to help with simple, ordinary cases. Qin Yu was working on a robbery case at the moment. When she finished work and saw Zhu Yu, she was very happy. Yeah, it's been a while. Where have you been? Zhu Yu. Meow. Oh, I forgot you can't speak now. Sorry. Qin Yu handed her a phone. Zhu Yu typed, Whether I can appear depends on your family's attachment. Your grandfather's strong attachment has disappeared, so I will only come occasionally from now on. Qin Yu thought about it. Her grandfather did seem to have let go of a heavy burden recently. He looked much younger and no longer seemed so quick to argue. Maybe the attachment really disappeared. Is that so? By the way, Grandpa said he wants to thank you properly. He was so focused on the case before that he didn't get to know you. That's a pity. Zhu Yu shook her head and refused directly. No, he no longer has any attachment. Don't waste energy on him. If there's nothing urgent, don't contact me. I'm going into hibernation. If you want to reach me, go to the north woods of Westlake Park. There are many cats and dogs there. Just find one and say you're Chinyu looking for the white cat boss. Chinyu stared in surprise. Talking to cats and dogs. Can they understand human language? Zhu Yu nodded. Yes, they can. They don't understand everything, but they can communicate and repeat things. The animal world is simple. Usually they don't chat much. When hungry, they eat. When thirsty, they drink. If they want to fight, they yowl. And if nothing's wrong, they play by themselves. Talking isn't something they do. Zhu Yu also realized after becoming a cat that animals, not just cats and dogs, can understand each other's feelings. However, they think very simply, like young children who only express basic needs. A cat's perspective is very different from a human's. After turning into a cat, Zhu Yu found she was influenced by her new feline way of thinking. She loved licking herself, scratching posts, and chasing moving balls. When she saw fish, she would drool. She also noticed that when influenced by cat thinking, she just wanted to play and run around everywhere. Only when she suppressed these urges could she focus on solving problems, train herself, and gain experience. But soon, she would be affected again, feeling that nothing really mattered. Eating, sleeping, and playing were the most important. Solving problems was a human thing, not her concern as a little cat. So, Zhu Yu's actions sometimes seemed contradictory. One moment she was eager to improve herself, and the next she would suddenly relax and give up. In the Qin family, this was obvious. She would be excited about solving a case, but soon lose interest when the cat disappeared, and then she wouldn't care anymore. She would rather curl up into a big cat pancake than get involved in human affairs. Zhu Yu thought it was best to follow her body's instincts. Being a cat meant accepting the responsibilities that come with it. She had warned herself at the start of her mission that she should interfere less in the world of tasks and treat the people there as NPCs. But as she experienced more missions and met more diverse people, she couldn't help but help some of them, especially when they seemed genuine. Mostly, she helped to feel better inside. Now, she felt uncomfortable about interfering too much. There was nothing more to say. She might as well give up and stop caring. These things weren't really her responsibility anyway. Thinking this, Zhu Yu lazily wagged her tail, and her previously restless mood calmed down. However, the Qin family situation had changed, and she felt she had to get involved. She couldn't just irresponsibly ignore it. Zhu Yu decided she would help 1 or 2 more times, then say her energy was gone and disappear forever. That would be the perfect solution. Time passed quickly. Half a year later, a small black cat ran up to Zhu Yu, who was busy climbing her cat tree, and told her that a woman was looking for her. Zhu Yu remembered Chinyu. Had she encountered a difficult case? That's why she came to find her in just half a year. She ran to the park entrance, and indeed saw Chinyu waiting there. Chinyu saw her and looked a bit nervous and uneasy. I have something strange related to my friend. She refuses to report it to the police, and I'm worried about her. Zhu didn't ask much and simply asked Chinyu to lead the way. When they reached downstairs, before going upstairs to Chinyu's friend's house, Zhu couldn't help but notice a strange smell in the air. It was both sweet and foul at the same time. When they went upstairs, Zhu saw a young man come out and open the door. He seemed very familiar with Chinyu. At first, Zhu thought he was a man and wondered if they had a special relationship. But after watching for a while, she realized she was overthinking. They were just good friends, and there was no romantic feeling between them. Zhu thought the man looked a bit like a gentle, delicate type, lacking a strong, masculine vibe. But there was nothing unusual about that, so she wondered why Chinyu brought her here. Chinyu didn't tell her friend about Zhu Yu's special role. Although she was worried about him, this was a family matter, and it was quite strange. It was better if fewer people knew. Can you tell me again what happened? The young man was named Jiang Shihua. He and Qinyu had been old classmates. He didn't want to report it to the police, but was worried about his own safety. So he contacted Qinyu, who was a police officer, hoping for some help or maybe to have her help him after he passed away. Don't you believe me, Qinyu? If you don't, that's fine. I know what I said sounds a bit crazy. Honestly, I regret involving you in this. Qinyu sighed. I don't doubt you. I just didn't understand everything clearly. Please tell me again, so I can fill in the gaps. Jiang Shihua looked at her suspiciously but couldn't tell what he was thinking. He had no choice but to explain again. I told you, after I left Baiyun Temple last time, I met a group of bald monks selling jade charms. They said these charms are very powerful, dedicated to real spirits. If you sincerely worship them for 49 days, your wishes will come true. My biggest wish has always been to grow 2 centimeters taller. The jade charm wasn't expensive, so I thought I'd give it a try. Maybe it would work. So I bought one. Then, following the monk's instructions, I brought the jade tablet into my home and chose an auspicious day to perform the offering, hoping for better results.
Wait.
Qinyu interrupted, confused. What exactly is the offering method? Jiang Shihua hesitated for a moment and said, it requires fresh chicken blood and some cinnabar. Qinyu couldn't believe it. Are you really prepared with those things? Jiang Shihua looked awkward. I was momentarily confused and just wanted to complete the offering quickly. I kept imagining how successful it would be without thinking about how strange those items were. Now that I think about it, I was too naive. That's why I'm suffering now. Continue. It all started on the 7th day after I made the offering. I kept waking up in the middle of the night, and in my dreams, strange monsters appeared. At first, the monsters were far away, but day by day, they got closer. My body seemed to weaken as they approached. I went to the hospital for a checkup. Guess what the doctor said? He told me I was losing too much blood and suggested I eat more iron-rich food. He thought I had donated a lot of blood, which was true. When I heard that, I broke out in a cold sweat. That same day, I threw away the jade tablet, but soon after, it mysteriously reappeared on the offering table. Thinking about that strange scene, Jiang Shihua shivered uncontrollably. Now, he truly regrets trusting such absurd things. It was like his mind was bewitched, and he only followed the monk's instructions step by step, unable to think of anything else. After the offering, he finally regained his senses. Today marks the 14th day of the offering. Jiang Shihua feels very weak. He's so fragile now that he's afraid he might never wake up if he closes his eyes. Qinyu also noticed that he looked very unwell. When she first saw him, she was shocked. He looked almost like a skeleton. She thought her old classmate had gone through some major life change. Zhuyu had been quietly listening nearby. About the jade tablet and spiritual symbols, although they sound strange and unusual, they all seem like human-made tricks. Zhuyu always felt that this was just a hoax, and she was very sure that there's no such thing as supernatural energy in this world, except for her own talismans. Don't stay here anymore. Stay at my place in the guest room for 2 days while I think of a solution, Qinyu said. Jiang Shihua had long wanted to leave this house, but he found he couldn't go out. Every time he left the house, he soon felt like he couldn't breathe. He explained this to Qinyu as well. Qinyu instinctively looked at Zhuyu, then withdrew her gaze. Wait for me a moment. I'll go outside and check, she said. She carried the cat and went out. Qinyu asked, does this world really have ghosts? Zhuyu shook his head directly, indicating no. To prevent Qinyu from misunderstanding and thinking he meant he didn't know, Zhuyu even typed it out. Thinking about the face of the young man just now, he felt that his words might soon be of no use. He waved his hand, took out a peace talisman from the space. This talisman can block one attack from the host, an all-out strike from a 5th-level Qi practitioner. If the damage isn't too severe, it can be used more than once. In this world, this item can handle most situations. He typed on his phone. Have him carry this with him and he won't be in trouble. Trying a talisman spell might be good too. He was curious about what was really going on. The jade pendant disappeared and reappeared, which was hard to explain. Not being able to leave the house was also strange. Qin Yu obediently nodded and went upstairs. Zhu Yu waited downstairs for them. He also took the opportunity to smell that strange scent. He found that Qin Yu's friend's house wasn't the place with the strongest smell. The strongest seemed to be somewhere else, a bit farther away. Could this smell be related to what happened to the man? After Qin Yu went upstairs, she took a talisman from her pocket and handed it to Jiang Shihua. "Try this. See if it can help you leave the house," she said. Jiang Shihua looked curiously at the yellow paper with red characters on the talisman and asked, "You just went downstairs for a moment. Where did you get this?" Qin Yu snorted coldly. "It's none of your business where I got it. Just try it and see if it works. You're almost out of time, and you're still so curious." Jiang Shihua held the talisman in his hand and said, "All right, I'll try." He then headed downstairs. Surprisingly, he managed to reach the entrance of the community without any incident or feeling short of breath. He thought he was okay and wanted to return the talisman to Qin Yu. When Qin Yu took it from his hand, he suddenly felt suffocated again. "Forget it, no need to think anymore. This talisman really works." At this moment, Jiang Shihua wanted to stick the talisman to himself. Jiang Yu also saw his sudden choking reaction and fully believed what he had said before. He was even more impressed with Zhu Yu's abilities, feeling that everything seemed easy for her. The two of them and the cat arrived at Qin Yu's house. When they arrived, maybe because they left the environment or because of the talisman, Jiang Shihua's face looked a little better. He even felt sleepy after a long time. Qin Yu told him to go rest quickly, eat more when he wakes up, and not just pass away like this. She really didn't want to bury him. After Jiang Shihua went to sleep, Qin Yu asked Zhu Yu what to do next. Zhu Yu thought for a moment and replied, "Let's wait and see. If the talisman works, he will get better. If not, his condition will worsen. If it worsens, we'll tell her." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Zhu Yu was too lazy to go back to the park to sleep again. She simply went into another guest room. Jiang Shihua suddenly sat up, ran to the bathroom, and didn't forget to put the talisman in his pocket. He then vomited loudly into the toilet. After vomiting, he felt completely refreshed and the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. Just as he was about to flush, he saw his own. Instinctively, Jiang Shihua let out a sharp scream. The piercing sound immediately woke Qin Yu and Zhu Yu. They quickly came out to see what was happening. They saw Jiang Shihua with a pale face, about to faint, pointing at the toilet and trembling as he said, "There are bugs. I actually vomited bugs." Zhu Yu looked into the toilet and saw many black bugs wriggling and crawling around. It was very disgusting. Qin Yu hated bugs the most. She was the first to lose her patience and quickly flushed everything away. Only after the water was clear again did she breathe a sigh of relief. She patted Jiang Shihua's back hard to wake him up. She couldn't let him pass out like this. What if he didn't wake up? Jiang Shihua's face was as pale as if he had lost a soul, with no energy at all. "I feel like I am about to die. Why are there so many bugs in my body? Maybe I haven't vomited them all out yet." At this moment, Zhu Yu quickly opened the system panel while the two of them were still distracted. She entered the red envelope group to ask the cultivator about what it meant to use a peace talisman and then a bunch of bugs. The cultivator was nearby and responded quickly. "It's probably bug larvae you vomited. The peace talisman works well against bug larvae. Keep using it for a few more days and you can clear out the bugs. It will also harm the person who summoned the bugs. At best, they'll be seriously injured. At worst, they might be near death." After receiving the answer, Zhu Yu thanked the cultivator and closed the red envelope group. Now, besides exchanging items, they rarely chat in the group. After all, they are in different worlds, and everyone has their own things to do. Jiang Shihua, feeling a little better, looked at Qin Yu with hope. "The talisman you gave me really works. Do you know a powerful master? Can you ask them how much longer I have to live? Is there any hope?" Seeing Jiang Shihua no longer looked so hopeless, Qin Yu felt a bit more at ease. She promised, "Don't worry, I'll ask tomorrow. You should rinse your mouth and go back to sleep for a while. We don't know what tomorrow will bring. Rest more to regain your energy. When Jiang Shihua returned to his room, Zhu Yu signaled Qin Yu to follow her to the guest bedroom. She quickly typed out and explained the situation to Qin Yu. Bug larvae? Qin Yu looked at the word with confusion. So, bug larvae have these effects? Jiang Shihua felt breathless because he was controlled by someone using bug larvae. Even his devotion was affected. He was so weak because his life force was being drained to feed the bugs inside him. Once he vomits out all the bugs, he should be fine, right? Zhu Yu nodded. Qin Yu sighed in relief. Are there many of these bugs? It's terrifying. It's hard to defend against them. People could lose their lives without even realizing it. Definitely not many. If there were more, it would have been exposed already. It's obvious. People harmed by bug larvae will have residual pupae in their bodies. An autopsy can easily detect them. After explaining, Zhu Yu quickly grew impatient, drove Qin Yu away, and told her that she could only help once more. She would disappear after that. She warned Qin Yu not to bother her unnecessarily or waste her energy. Also, if she doesn't see her tomorrow, don't look for her. She might have already gone back. Jiang Shihua woke up the next day, but didn't notice that the cat was gone. Qin Yu asked him if he had offended anyone. You've been cursed by someone. Asked an expert, and he told me to keep wearing this good luck charm. But you should think about who might have cursed you, or else this kind of thing could happen again. Jiang Shihua frowned tightly. When he heard he was okay, he relaxed a little. How much does the expert charge? I want to buy a few more charms. If I've offended someone, it could be small fights or arguments. I don't even know who it is. Qin Yu laughed at him. Don't think it's just small trouble. The person might hate you deeply. Make a list of enemies and check it. Where's the charm? Jiang Shihua asked again. He wanted to buy a bunch to keep his collection. This charm is just one. I don't have more. I had to ask someone special for it. You must keep it safe. It's your life. The guardian spirit cat is very powerful. But Qin Yu also remembered the energy she mentioned before leaving, and she planned to use it only if something really big happened, like the sky falling. In a small neighborhood, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes, his face turning pale, and he started coughing blood.
Who?
How could they break my curse? The man looked very pale. If he hadn't put a substitute curse on himself, he might have died today. He thought it was a simple job, but it turned into a disaster. Now he suspects the buyer deliberately didn't tell him everything. If he can't give a convincing explanation, the seller might become his curse's target. The buyer quickly arrived after receiving his message. The buyer was a woman. She was dressed in high-end brands. Her face looked a bit unnatural from too much cosmetic surgery. She was also confused. She didn't think Jiang Shihua had the skill to make the master fail. But she knew what was most important now. She understood the rules. The master thought her information was not accurate, so she had to accept the consequences. Even if it wasn't her fault, she dared not offend the master. So she gave a different name, saying she was just helping someone. The real buyer was this man, and she was just paying him to do the job. The master was already very impatient. I don't care who the real buyer is, the master said, holding up a jade pendant. Someone must carry this pendant for more than 7 days. If not, the person who dies will be you. The woman looked terrified and immediately said, I don't want to die. I will make sure he carries it. Her name was Wang Lu. By chance, after meeting the master, she quickly realized that he was truly capable. After she met her current boyfriend, she accidentally told him about the master. He was instantly interested. He gave Wang Lu a large sum of money to contact the master and harm someone. Wang Lu thought she only needed to act as a middleman to earn a good reward. She believed it was worth doing. She never expected she would get involved herself. She believed she was not at fault in this matter, so now she plans to go to Huang Qingfeng's house and secretly stick the jade pendant under his bed. In the end, Jiang Shihua found out that Huang Qingfeng's death was caused by someone secretly plotting after the truth came out. Although the master was not caught, he dared not return to the country. He fled overnight to the border, which was a very dangerous place. He had many enemies there. He went there to avoid them. Now, injured and returning, his situation looked grim. This matter was finally over. Zhu Yu didn't think much of it but learned the details during a casual walk. She thought, so there really are bugs in this world. The effects are so amazing. Does the jade pendant contain insect eggs? After hatching inside a person, they can make the person see illusions. The reason they stay long and can't leave the offering table is because chicken blood was placed there, which the bugs like. These bugs are really hard to defend against, but the antidote pill should help with this too. When Zhiyu first arrived in this world, she checked the system shop. Although it was unlocked, her low points meant she could hardly buy anything. Most items were gray and unusable, and the few affordable ones were useless. She couldn't even click to see the gray items, which made her very disappointed. However, the system rules said she wouldn't get points for the first 3 tasks during her internship. Now that she has become a regular member, completing tasks in each world will earn her at least 1,000 points. Completing special wish tasks will earn even more. When thinking about her goals, Zhiyu always thought of Wu Hui. Every 3 days, he would visit her neighborhood to check on her safety and chat with the cats and dogs there. Last time he visited, a golden retriever in the community told him that Wu Hui was currently dating someone. He didn't know how it turned out, so Zhu started heading toward Wu Hui's home. As he reached outside the community, he heard Wu Hui's voice and Wu Yu. Wu Yu was the one bringing Wu Hui back. Brother, that guy is so arrogant. He says he can only promise not to let his illegitimate child appear in front of me after marriage, but I can't stop him from raising one. Even though it's an arranged marriage, he really doesn't respect the Wu family. Wu Yu's voice was calm as always. He's a fool. He probably hasn't discussed this with his father. But he's out of the picture now. A girl's father should be smarter. What will happen if he's not? Wu Hui's face darkened. Are you calling me stupid again? Listen, Wu Yu. I am your mother. We are all from the same family. My intelligence isn't much different from yours. If you insult me, you're insulting yourself. You can think I'm worried about you. Forget about today. I'll come to pick you up again next week. Let's go quickly. Wu Hui slammed the car door shut, leaving Wu Yu behind. Children from this family tend to have mature views on marriage. They see it as a kind of benefit exchange or partnership, like a more secure contract. Wu Hui was no different. She even thought getting married early was good because it gave her more freedom and control over money. She and her future husband wouldn't share their assets, but their children would be the heirs. So, generally, they kept lovers outside the marriage. Husbands could have several lovers without much criticism from Wu Hui. They spent their own money, and as long as they saved enough for their children's future, they could spend the rest freely. Wu Hui was unhappy with the person she met today. She also thought he wasn't very smart. Right now, her elders were supporting him, but once they were gone, she worried that this man wouldn't be able to support her children and might even cause the family business to fall apart, at least by half. Wu Hui still had expectations for her husband. There is no requirement for appearance. At least the person's wealth should be similar to the Wu family. Also, I don't expect them to be as strong as Wu Yu, but they should at least be able to manage the family business. This is the only requirement, and few in the second generation can meet it. Money really can spoil many people. When I heard a cat's meow, Wu Hui instinctively turned her head and saw Zhu Yu. She smiled and said, "You're here." Before Zhu Yu could speak, Wu Hui seemed to know what she wanted to ask. "Have you heard about my matchmaking date?" "Don't worry, I have a few good candidates. I'll tell you once I pass the first round with Wu Yu. The final decision is up to you." Zhu Yu wagged her tail happily. Meow. Wu Hui's home has plenty of cat food. Every time Zhu Yu visits, she leaves her a variety of brands, both domestic and international, famous or niche homemade cat meals and snacks. She often updates her supplies. When Zhu Yu shows she likes something, Wu Hui prepares even more. Zhu Yu thinks about her owner, Raren, who is always thinking of her. This little cat, originally born here, truly loves her owner, and the feeling is mutual. The bond between this person and cat is perfect. But Zhu Yu is thinking that her next task should not be to be a pet anymore. If it has to be a non-human, maybe she could be a fierce beast instead. Time flies quickly. About 3 months later, Wu Hui confirmed her marriage candidate and told Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu had been observing for 2 months and even mobilized nearby cats and dogs to gather information and watch the man. The conclusion was that there were no major issues. He is above average in intelligence, gentle in personality, emotionally stable, has had 3 ex-girlfriends with whom he parted peacefully, is currently single, and has no current lover. He is not a workaholic but is responsible for his work. This candidate is quite good. Zhu Yu shared her findings with Wu Hui. 6 months later, she attended their wedding. It was very grand and luxurious, with many prominent guests from various fields. Zhu Yu also saw many celebrities from this world, quietly attending. In this gathering of powerful people, they were not the main focus. Everyone was very tactful and didn't try to steal the spotlight. Hold my hand tightly. At the wedding, the person holding Wu Hui's hand was Wu Yu, showing that he would always be Wu Hui's support. Wu family had long been under his control, and even his own group was no less impressive than the old-established Wu company. In the future, its prospects looked even brighter. No one in the circle dared to underestimate Wu Yu. Likewise, seeing how close the two were, people paid more attention to Wu Hui. Therefore, Wu Yu was the one holding Wu Hui's hand as they walked the red carpet. Wu Dad was smiling proudly from the sidelines. Indeed, with such a successful son and such a sensible daughter, many big shots at the scene envied him. Of course, my dad himself was also a big shot. Time passed quickly. Especially after Wu Hui's wedding, 3 years later, she had a daughter and immediately started training her as the heir. Wu Hui's daughter was very smart, very much like her uncle Wu Yu. From a young age, she showed high intelligence and in many things, she thought more deeply than her parents. Wu Yu liked and valued her very much. He even once suspected that his son and his sister's daughter had been switched at birth. Wu Hui was proud. She had regained her lost dignity through her daughter. Wu Hui's daughter, Chun Chun, also liked the plush cat that occasionally came to their home. When Chun Chun was 10, Zhu felt that her own lifespan was running out. The system panel was indeed counting down. Zhu Yu thought for a moment. There was nothing more to say about Wu Hui. She could rest assured. She had truly dedicated her life to protecting her. Over 10 years, she kept a close watch on that husband. When she found out he had a lover, she immediately told Wu Hui. Within a few days, Wu Hui started to relax and enjoy life. Zhu Yu no longer interfered with the couple's issues. She could see that there was no love between them, but both loved their daughter, Chun Chun. At least in front of her, they paid attention to their image. Now Zhu Yu thought of the Qin family. She knew she had to bury the hatchet. She remembered that after she told the Qin family she could help one last time, they never bothered her again. She needed to settle this debt quickly, or else, when they truly needed her in the future, she might no longer be in this world. Seeing Qin Yu, she was no longer the inexperienced intern full of enthusiasm she once was. Now, she was the captain of the criminal investigation team. She looked like a brave and capable woman. Zhu Yu admired women who had their own careers. I asked her, "My energy is almost gone. If you don't have any urgent requests, I will leave you with 3 good luck charms." When Qin Yu heard this, she was slightly surprised but also understood what was happening. She said to Zhu Yu, "I don't have any urgent requests right now. If we rely on mysterious powers to solve cases, our detective skills will never improve. You probably wanted to tell us this back then, so we wouldn't bother you." Zhu Yu wagged her tail, but it was mainly because she was lazy and following her cat instincts. Qin Yu thought this explanation made sense, so it seemed correct. After leaving 3 charms, Zhu Yu said goodbye to Qin Yu. She quietly returned to the park where she first arrived, lying under a familiar big tree, basking in the sun, and slowly closing her eyes. Task complete. Returning to load. Loading complete. Congratulations. Your task rating is S. Task 1. Passing away peacefully. Reward. 1,000 points. Task 2. Protecting the cat. Reward. 1,000 points. Zhu Yu opened her system interface and saw her points had increased from 100 to 2,100. She had a small windfall. She quickly opened the system shop and saw that the previously grayed-out area was now brightly lit. There were pills, charms, and various cold and hot weapons. These items were very useful for her tasks. Even if she wasn't a cultivator, she could exchange points for them in the future. Thinking about the lottery she hadn't drawn last time, she opened the lottery panel. She clicked to start the draw. The round wheel spun quickly and stopped at a shiny spot. Congratulations! You received an SSR reward. Precognition. Zhu Yu's eyes lit up happily. Judging by the color alone, she knew this was a very good reward. She checked the precognition ability, which was indeed powerful. With this skill, she could see major events happening to a person over the next 10 years whenever she used her powers on them. The only limit was that she could only use it once a year. But even so, that was quite impressive. She had rested long enough in the task world. Upon returning, Zhu Yu began to study diligently. Every week during her days off, she would visit her grandparents. Sometimes, she would deliver food from the clinic or hospital to her parents, bringing delicious homemade dishes made by her grandparents. She enjoyed a lot of family love and attention.
Soon her next task arrived.
She was to travel to an ancient world. Although it is called ancient, there are many different dynasties, each with unique clothing styles like Tang, Song, Ming, and Qing. Zhu Yu doesn't plan to stockpile clothes because they might be different. Her space has many fabrics, so she can make clothes herself once there. When she opened her eyes again, Zhu Yu found herself transformed into a baby, lying in a small, drafty basket that was gently swaying. She looked around and realized she was placed in the basket floating on water. This was definitely a tough start. The baby was wrapped in thin clothes, and the weather was already a bit cool. If she continued to drift like this, her small body wouldn't last long. Just as Zhu Yu was about to ignore everything and enter her space, she heard footsteps approaching. She immediately gave up the idea of entering her space and started crying loudly. She thought she was making a big cry, but to Chen Yuanqing, her crying was very faint. If he hadn't been a martial artist with strong inner strength and good hearing, he might have ignored it. Chen Yuanqing walked into the water and picked up the baby. "Don't look, I already know you're a girl," he said to the baby. Zhu Yu secretly thought, "I also know I must be a girl." In ancient times, few people would abandon a boy. Zhu Yu closed her eyes. The baby had just been born and was very weak. She felt that after a brief moment of wakefulness and a couple of cries, she was already very tired and almost couldn't resist the urge to sleep. She quickly lost consciousness and fell asleep. Chen Yuanqing touched the baby's face and noticed it was a bit cold. He hurried into the martial arts hall, found an old, worn-out robe, folded it into 3 layers, and covered the baby with it. "Should I prepare a diaper? You must hold it in until I get everything ready." "Stinky girl," he muttered. The body was too small, and her memories were blank. Zhu Yu didn't know her background. Even if she had the ability to see the future, she couldn't use it against herself. So she looked at Chen Yuanqing, thinking that this man probably planned to adopt her. If they lived together in the future, understanding his future would also help her understand herself. Zhu Yu looked at Chen Yuanqing and activated her precognition ability. She closed her eyes, and a scene appeared in her mind. The main character was Chen Yuanqing. The big event in 5 years was that a person who looked like a fairy or a sage came to the Taoist temple. This person could be in their 20s or 50s. Her age was hard to judge. His aura made Zhu Yu think of the words, cloudy and breezy. Chen Yuanqing wanted her to dress as a man and become his disciple. It turned out that this person was the royal master of the kingdom where they were. Chen Yuanqing wanted her to become the next royal master and asked if she was willing. In the scene, Zhu Yu chose to refuse. A mortal body using divine powers. That was how they explained the role of the royal master. But in Zhu Yu's view, it was just a tool to help the ruler maintain control, born to serve as a better tool for the powerful. She thought such a royal master was unnecessary. Moreover, in this feudal society, they oppressed people and served the wealthy. What was she after? Was it just a little bit of power to oppress the common people? Could they give her the so-called wealth and honor? As long as she had space, Zhu Yu knew she wouldn't lack food or drink in her many lives. Even the emperor couldn't enjoy what she did. Of course, Zhu Yu didn't say this out loud in the scene. She only thought that royal masters were just mouthpieces for the powerful, and she didn't want to be one. Chun Yuanqing's junior brother, the current royal master Chen Yanqing, smiled and told her that royal masters weren't as weak as she thought. No one could control their will. Divine power was above imperial power. In the scene, Zhu Yu didn't believe him and still refused. Chun Yuanqing didn't want to force her, so he said goodbye to Chen Yanqing. Unexpectedly, right after the royal master left, a group of people arrived at the temple and started fighting. Chun Yuanqing was killed in the conflict. Zhu Yu saw herself in the scene, using various methods, throwing talismans, but none of them worked. The talismans couldn't reach the attackers. They were all skilled fighters. With a burst of internal energy, they shook off her charms. By the time Zhu Yu remembered guns, Chun Yuanqing had already been surrounded and killed. Zhu Yu only saw herself in the scene, crying in deep sorrow. Imagine, put yourself in the shoes of your grandfather or grandmother you raised, witnessing them being killed right in front of you. Suddenly, anger and sadness flood in. It seems that the world's strength is quite high. Those internal skills and lightness skills are probably real. It's best for her to learn them. Since these things exist, the national master must have some special abilities. The saying, divine power is greater than royal power, might be true. Maybe she can believe it. In 5 years, when she's asked if she wants to become the national master, she will agree. She will bring Chun Yuanqing and go to the capital with the national master. That way, the assassination attempt can be avoided. This incident also showed Zhu Yu the weaknesses of talismans. When she has more points, she must buy a set of martial arts to practice. Improving her skills is the most important thing. Weapons and talismans are just external help. Zhu Yu doesn't plan to hide her innocent baby disguise. The original owner's wishes are unknown in this world, but she has set a goal for herself. She wants to become a top expert. By 3 months old, she had taken the strength pill, enlightenment pill, and beauty pill. The beauty pill not only improves appearance, but also optimizes her body to be in the best condition. By 7 months, she could speak. When she could walk after a year, she started pestering Chun Yuanqing to teach her martial arts. First, she learned the characters of this world, then asked Chun Yuanqing to teach her martial skills. Initially, Chun Yuanqing thought that since she was a girl, raising her well and finding her a good family would be enough. He also planned to ask his junior to take care of her, and she could live a good life. But Zhu Yu's extraordinary intelligence at such a young age shocked him. Thinking of his junior, he realized that even at a young age, she showed signs of being different. As she grew up, she would surely be the most powerful. In his view, Zhu Yu's learning ability and intelligence surpassed even his junior. This made him interested in training Zhu Yu. He asked her 2 years early if she wanted to inherit the Taoist tradition. If she agreed, she would have to pretend to be a man for her whole life. Zhu Yu asked why she had to pretend to be a man. At that time, she didn't understand. Couldn't a female national master or a female Taoist priest be possible? Chun Yuanqing explained that it wasn't allowed. Unless she became stronger than anyone else, it was better not to let others know she was a girl, to avoid being targeted by malicious people. Zhu Yu thought about it and realized she couldn't fully understand. After all, it was a male-dominated feudal society. She decided to dress as a man. She was very confident in herself. Eating one enlightenment pill wasn't enough, so Zhu Yu took another one. If it weren't for the beauty pill, taking more wouldn't help. Everyone could only use one, but Zhu Yu still wanted to try again. Spending money to become stronger quickly was something she would definitely do. After Zhu Yu agreed, Chun Yuanqing disappeared for a day and returned with several small robes. They looked elegant on Zhu Yu, who was only 3 years old, and she looked very special. Chun Yuanqing sighed, thinking Zhu Yu was naturally born to be a Taoist. When she was 5, the Grand Master indeed came. This time, he didn't ask if Zhu Yu wanted to come. Since they were now fellow disciples, she had to listen to him even if she didn't want to. Zhu Yu and Chun Yuanqing then headed to the capital. The Grand Master's house in the city was very large. From the entrance, there were many traps and mechanisms. Anyone who entered without permission would risk their life. When they arrived, the Grand Master began teaching Zhu about the 5 elements and the art of face reading using the 8 trigrams. These were basic survival skills every Taoist needed to learn. Chen Yuanqing could also do it, but not as well as the Grand Master. So, he had only given Zhu a basic foundation before leaving the rest to the Grand Master. But these skills depended a lot on talent. Gifted people could understand them easily. For example, the Grand Master himself, who was taught by the same master as others, became much stronger than his peers and even surpassed his teacher within a few years, becoming the next leader of their Taoist tradition. If Zhu Yu didn't meet his standards, he would give up on her quickly and wait for someone more talented to appear. Fortunately, Zhu Yu's talent amazed the Grand Master. After digesting 2 enlightenment pills, her mind was sharp. She could remember and understand anything the Grand Master explained after just one reading. Once, the Grand Master threw her into a room full of books and told her she couldn't leave until she finished reading them all. He thought she might spend at least 10 years studying, but in just 3 years, she finished reading everything. Those books contained all the knowledge related to their Taoist tradition. The rest would depend on time and practice. After mastering Taoism, she was about to start learning other skills. Zhu Yu found the new knowledge she was learning very fascinating. The Taoist leader has been meditating for a long time, communicating with the natural energy between heaven and earth. He can feel the weather and the time spent in meditation. Some of this energy enters his body, improving his health. In some ways, this is similar to the spiritual power in the cultivation world. However, meditation also depends on talent. Only the Grand Master has reached a level where this energy can enter his body and improve him. He only achieved this after turning 30. Once he reaches this level, he will no longer age. Even if his lifespan ends, he will die looking young. This energy has transformed his body. 8-year-old Zhu Yu already has an impressive appearance. Her beauty remains unchanged even when dressed as a boy, with a divine and androgynous look. The Grand Master told Zhu Yu that her appearance would give her a big advantage in the Taoist world. Even if she were not very talented, people would still believe in her. Zhu Yu refuses to admit she is not talented. She is a genius, after all. In the cultivation world, she is a rare talent, and the Grand Master is even more exceptional. Since a year ago, she has been chosen as the next successor. Only her fellow disciples know she is a girl. Zhu Yu's family name is Chen. Chen Yuanqing gave her the name Chen Chen, and the Grand Master gave her the courtesy name Chen. Chen Chen is her name in this world. Practicing meditation is still difficult for Zhu Yu. Her body is strong and can quickly sense natural energy, but her meditation progress is slow. Her speed is about the same as the Grand Master's. She wants to reach his level quickly, so besides eating, she spends all her time quietly practicing inside her room. The Grand Master and Chen Yuanqing do not allow anyone to disturb her. Since he confirmed her as the successor, many people wanted to see her. But the Grand Master believes it is not the right time for her to appear. At 8 years old, she is still too young and has not fully grown. Under his protection, she is safe. He has blocked outside distractions, giving Zhu Yu a quiet environment to practice. This approach works well. As she immerses herself in her training, Zhu Yu feels her meditation speed increasing over time. It's as if she has found a better way to connect with natural energy. At the age of 17, she discovered she could successfully channel energy into her body. This cultivation speed is unprecedented in this world. Probably, no one will surpass it in the future. After Zhu Yu reached this level, the royal master no longer stopped others from visiting her. He even took Zhu Yu to meet the emperor of this kingdom. The meaning of this act was probably to show the emperor that she was the chosen heir. Look, this is the one I selected, so don't mistake her. Of course, this was Zhu Yu's own idea. In this world, whether men or women, everyone felt very different from the ancient people she knew. They all appeared very free and easygoing, and they seemed to respect the royal master even more than the emperor. Although Zhu Yu felt she had learned a lot, she still lacked common sense in many areas. Many times, she didn't know what the right response was. For example, now in front of her was a princess who stopped her. Young Master Chen, do you love Inger Xianyu?
Would you pity me?
Could a Taoist priest in this world really find a woman? Was this princess trying to make her a consort? If she became a consort, could she still be the royal master? Many thoughts flashed through Zhiyu's mind. Before she could refuse, the princess was pulled away by a prince. Before leaving, the prince apologized to Zhiyu. Brother Chunji, don't take it the wrong way. My sister was drunk and joking. Please don't take it to heart. Zhiyu nodded gently, her clear and bright eyes showing no emotion, and quickly left the place. She didn't want to be surrounded and watched. Her appearance was very striking, almost like a fairy. Everyone who saw her had no objections to her being the royal master. However, because of her style, few dared to stare at her for long. There was always a feeling of not daring to look up, as if they weren't showing enough respect to a fairy. Zhiyu didn't expect anyone to confess to her. It could only be said that she was truly the favored princess of heaven. What she didn't know was that many more princes coveted her than princesses. If it weren't for the royal master's presence, others wouldn't know her true strength, and she might have already been taken to some prince's residence. That was also why the royal master only took her out now. Back at the house, Ling Xiao, the attendant following the national master, delivered a letter. Previously, the national master wanted to choose a personal maid to care for Zhiyu, but she refused. Zhiyu felt she had too many secrets and didn't want to get too close to anyone. In ancient times, having a personal maid was normal for wealthy families. Given her current identity as a man, she should choose attendants like the national master did. He needed at least 4 attendants to match his status. Since the national master only had one, it was seen as simple and humble, showing he didn't seek power. This common sense was told to him by Chen Qingyuan. Zhiyu knew logically she should pick someone, but she still didn't want to. She used the excuse of dressing as a man to tell Chen Qingyuan and the national master that she didn't want her identity to be discovered, nor did she want to add someone to keep secrets. It was better to keep others at a distance from the start. Chen Qingyuan and the national master agreed, thinking it made sense. Ling Xiao had been with the national master for over 10 years. He was an orphan adopted by the master. His family had been wiped out by a famine, and he was the only survivor. He once sold himself on the street to survive. One day, he met the national master coming out of the palace, who initially wanted to give him money and help him through his difficulties. Ling Xiao refused. Although he didn't know the national master's identity, he could tell from the carriage that he was someone important. As a beggar, even with money, Ling Xiao knew he couldn't stay. So, at 13, he started working for the national master from that day on. Over the years, he learned a lot about the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. Sometimes, he would come to Zhiyu's place to help tidy her study. He was like a personal disciple. He also understood Zhiyu's personality well, knowing she disliked wasting words. So, he simply explained that the letter wasn't from the national master, but was a challenge from an old friend. It turned out the national master had a longtime rival, a master of Buddhism and Taoism from a neighboring country. They had been at odds since their youth. Zhiyu guessed the reason might be that both were very talented and born in the same era, like Tu Zhou or Zhuge Liang's, always being compared. They even compared themselves and, over time, became enemies. After comparing themselves, did they start comparing their apprentices too? Opening the letter, it was clear the sender was not friendly. It was a challenge letter. The disciple of the national master, Qin Chuanji, is challenged to a duel. Of course, the letter isn't just one sentence. It begins with a polite greeting, then introduces himself and also praises Zhiyu, mentioning that he has heard of her extraordinary talent and wishes to meet her. The words are very courteous and respectful, but to Zhiyu, it still feels like a challenge. The letter is signed by Ning Juanxi. This name probably belongs to the disciple of the national master's old rival. At this moment, Zhiyu feels both a bit helpless and excited. She's sure this person is also a skilled fighter. She really wants to meet him and see where her current strength stands. Although the national master has already taught her everything he can about knowledge, Zhiyu knows she still falls short of him in strength, combat experience, and skill. According to the national master, If Zhu Yu trains outside for 10 years, she might be able to hold her own against him. Zhu Yu thinks the national master really respects her. Even 10 years from now, she will only be 17 years old. The national master is already in his 50s, which Zhu Yu guesses. Just like Qin Qingyuan, who is nearly 70 but looks healthy and strong, appearing only in his 40s. Martial artists tend to have good health. Especially for Taoist practitioners, their diet habits are quite healthy and help them live longer. Her senior brother is 70, and her junior brother probably isn't much younger. Zhu Yu casually asked Qin Qingyuan about his age and got a rough idea. The national master thinks that Zhu Yu, in her 20s, could already compare to his current level, which shows he respects her a lot. After reading the letter, Zhu Yu asked Ling Xiao, who was waiting nearby, "Does master want me to go to the neighboring country?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "The national master suggests that you leave the capital soon. Until you are strong enough, don't come back." Although the national master can protect her, Zhu Yu knows she can't stay in the master's house forever. And once she leaves, there are many people outside interested in her. Many are not sincere, and even those with good intentions might be unnecessary for her right now. Just like the princess's sudden affection, her appearance will only bring more trouble than her status. Zhu Yu understands this well. "Okay, I understand what my master means." Ling Xiao then took out a package from behind and handed it to Zhu Yu. "This is something prepared for you by the master." When Zhu Yu received it, Ling Xiao left immediately. Zhu Yu opened the package, which contained some gold and silver, as well as a white jade stamp. The stamp was engraved with her small handwriting, Chunji. Touching it, she felt its coolness. This item must be expensive. It feels like warm jade that stays cool in summer and warm in winter. Zhu Yu carefully stored it in her space. She didn't prepare much else. Before dawn the next day, Zhu Yu left. She first walked out of the city gates of Jingzhong. After walking outside for a while, she saw a small town. She bought a carriage there and started driving toward the neighboring country. The neighboring country is called Qingping, while Zhu Yu's current country is called Chenxi. One is called Qingping, the other Chenxi. Zhu Yu thought these names sounded more like people's names than country names. Later, she found out that indeed, the country names are based on the founding kings' names. The two countries are about 3,000 miles apart. That is quite a distance, especially since in ancient times there were no maps, and the roads were rough. They could only travel by carriage. Zhu Yu guessed that her journey alone might take about a year. During the day, she drove the carriage, meditating silently. At night, she only slept a few hours to speed up her travel. She never entered deep sleep, always staying alert to her surroundings. Zhu Yu's cultivation hadn't made much progress. She realized that after reaching a realm where energy coexists, her progress slowed down. It seemed she wouldn't improve her realm for a while. Zhu Yu felt a bit disappointed. She couldn't get answers from the national master about her future progress. Even he didn't know. He had already broken through a long time ago. Zhu Yu was very curious about the next realm. Now, she could already keep her appearance forever. What would change in the future? Oh, besides eternal youth, reaching this realm would also extend lifespan by half. Currently, the national master's lifespan limit is 150 years. So, at over 50, he is still in his prime. Originally, according to the national master's plan, Zhu Yu's current age should be just right for finishing the books in her study, starting her studies, learning meditation, and reaching about 27 or 28 years old. She might not reach his current realm, but she would have some strength and be able to travel. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yu gave him a big surprise. He couldn't help but boast in his letter to an old rival, which clearly provoked the other person, leading to this challenge. The person who challenged Zhu Yu is not just a teenager. Ning Juanxi is also the crown prince of Qingping. Zhu Yu has heard his name over the years. It is the hot summer and sudden rainstorms often occur in the mountains. The carriage cannot pass easily here, so Zhu Yu stored her carriage in her space and walked on foot. Just as she was about to leave the mountain, a sudden heavy rain came. To avoid the rain, Zhu Yu had to hide in a mountain cave. Inside the cave, she found a statue of a deity. In front of it was a redwood offering table, But because no one had worshipped there for a long time, both the table and the statue looked a bit worn out. We need to hurry and leave the mountain before dark, she thought. It's not safe to stay in the mountains after nightfall. The scenery here is very beautiful. The first time Jiyu saw it, she thought of many poems written by scholars. But there are also many wild animals, so it's not very safe. Few villagers live around the mountain, and Jiyu couldn't ask for directions. It was almost dark, and if she stayed longer, she might have to spend the night in the mountain. Although she worked very hard in this world, her main skill was divination. Even without her foresight ability, her divination accuracy was quite high. Her talent in martial arts was far less developed. Internal strength requires steady accumulation. Now, her martial skills could only handle ordinary people and second-rate martial artists. Facing Chen Qingyuan, a top expert from the National Master's residence, she wouldn't last more than 10 moves. So, heading to Qingping was not just to meet Ning Juanxi and learn about his star chart skills. More importantly, Qingping's martial arts were thriving. Although both countries had about the same number of top experts, Qingping had more first-rate martial artists than Chenxi. Zhuyi wanted to learn from them and see if she could improve faster. Large wild animals in the mountains also posed a threat to her. Zhuyi carried a disguise bag on her back and was about to leave the cave, ready to brave the rain and continue her journey. At this moment, a group of 4 or 5 people approached from outside the cave. The leader was a very handsome young man, about 15 or 16 years old. Seeing Zhuyu inside the cave, he was surprised. One of them smiled and said, "You truly have a beautiful appearance, unlike an ordinary traveler." Hearing this, Zhuyu felt a bit embarrassed. This was a normal reaction for a man being praised for his looks. Leading Wei Zhao's gaze fixed intently on Zhuyu's face. He had a handsome face, a straight nose, deep eyes, and long black hair flowing like a waterfall, making him look like a young man from a classical painting. "Sir, I am Wei Zhao. We happened to meet here by chance during the rain. May I ask your name and background?" Behind Wei Zhao were his guards, all skilled fighters sent by his father. Wei Zhao himself was also a talented martial artist. Zhuyu had already reached the door, ready to leave. Seeing the heavy rain outside and this intense young man, she realized she had missed the best chance to go. "My name is Chen Chunji. I am traveling to meet friends in a distant place." Zhuyu thought her name was not something to hide, since she was not a national master. Others knew her as a disciple of the national master, but few would remember her name. The guards quickly lit a fire. Under the glow of the fire, Wei Zhao saw Chen Chunji becoming more elegant and refined, with a beauty that seemed almost unreal, unlike anyone from the mortal world. His gaze was too direct and obvious. If Zhuyu weren't trying to keep her composure, she would have glared at him. He was truly an impolite young man. Although his gaze was full of admiration and not disrespect, Zhuyu still disliked being looked at that way. She unfolded her cloak, sat cross-legged on the ground, and decided not to sleep tonight. She would practice her cultivation all night, as there were strangers here, and she had to be careful of any nighttime sneak attacks. At this moment, Wei Zhao took out a jade pendant from his pocket and placed it on the altar in front of the statue. The jade pendant was bright green and translucent, with 2 small green leaves carved into the hollowed-out center, giving it an extraordinary look. Before Zhuyu closed her eyes, she saw this. She held back her frown and softly asked, "Do you know what this statue is?" Wei Zhao paused, then carefully placed the jade pendant back and stepped back to the fire. He turned around and said, "I don't know, but my father told me I must do this." Then he looked at the statue again, examining it carefully as if seeing it for the first time. "Brother Chunji, do you know the origin of this statue?" Zhiyu closed her eyes, her voice lazy and relaxed. "I only saw that after you placed the jade pendant, the face of the statue darkened. It looks like a sign of bad luck or imminent death." Wei Zhao's expression changed slightly. He asked, "What do you mean?" "Please tell me honestly, brother. So, your father really didn't tell you anything? Kid, you don't seem honest when you speak, and now you're trying to trick her. You don't seem like a trustworthy person." Wei Zhao thought about how he noticed his father's strange behavior before leaving. His eyes turned deep for a moment, then quickly returned to clarity. To be honest with my older brother, my father does have some differences. About 2 months ago, his personality changed a lot. He went from being a vegetarian to only eating meat, and today he even ate raw blood food. Wei Zhao's eyes showed worry. I'm worried about my father. I asked many doctors, but none could help. Then my father suddenly took out a jade pendant and told me I must come to this mountain to worship. He said that if I follow his instructions, he will be safe and sound soon. Wei Zhao's words were partly true and partly false. He wasn't sent here by his father. He discovered something was wrong. His father's nervous muttering and strange behavior made him suspicious. He came here secretly, hiding from his family. He once saw an old painting in his father's secret room. The painting showed this cave, with a man kneeling and offering fruit to a statue. On the table in front of the statue, there was a green jade pendant. The jade pendant in the picture looked very real. Wei Zhao immediately recognized it as the same one his father kept in his study. Behind the painting, there was a place name written. Wei Zhao felt that his father's current situation might be related to that statue and the jade pendant. So he came here on his own. After hearing Wei Zhao's story, Zhiyu thought for a moment. He searched his memory for similar stories from books he had read and considered a possible explanation. You're right. Your father's change is definitely related to the statue. When he was young, he probably came here and made a wish to the statue. He must have said that if his wish came true, he would complete a certain task. The power of the statue made his wish come true. Now that he hasn't fulfilled his promise, he is being punished. Zhiyu thought for a moment and warned him, if he doesn't fulfill this vow, not only will your father lose his life, but his entire family line could also die soon. Wei Zhao was truly shocked by this fact. He realized that his father's current state was a result of his own actions. Older brother, is there a way to break this curse? The way to break it has always been there. Fulfilling the vow is the key to solving this. Wei Zhao thought about the matter his father mentioned, feeling conflicted. He began to understand why his father had been reluctant to act. However, if his father found out, the cost of breaking the promise would be the lives of all their family members. In the end, he might still choose to do it. Is there no other way to solve this problem? Unconsciously, Wei Zhao asked this question. Zhu Yu glanced at him, but did not give a clear answer. There is another solution. When your father first obtained something, he could repay it 100 times over. But ironically, this is the hardest to do. Wei Zhao forced a smile, knowing that this was impossible. Now he understood why his family had been so successful in the border town. Seeing his pale face, Zhu Yu remembered a saying. Indeed, the gifts that fate offers are all marked with a hidden price. There is actually another way. Zhu Yu sensed that the statue his father made a contract with was not truly a god, but a strand of spiritual energy formed from plants. Such spiritual energy usually dissipates quickly into the world. But if someone captures it and traps it in a painting tainted with evil energy, the evil spirit in the painting, combined with the plant spirit, can disguise itself perfectly. It becomes hard to detect, even making desperate people trust it instinctively. Wei Zhao's father was probably deceived during a low point in his life and made a contract with that evil spirit. This kind of contract Zhu thought was like a trick to get something for nothing. How could an evil spirit really grant wishes? It was just leaving a mark inside the wishmaker's body to facilitate future harvesting, slowly draining their life force. Wei Zhao believed that his father's wish was fulfilled through the statue, but in reality, it was his own inner desire that was the real cause. Evil spirits rely on the wisher's thoughts. When things go smoothly, they can absorb their life energy without resistance. When Zhu saw Wei Zhao take out the jade pendant, she sensed something was wrong. At that moment, the evil spirit, using the jade pendant, had already successfully left a mark inside him. If she had ignored this today, Wei Zhao, who took the jade pendant home, would have followed his father's path shortly after his death. Although solving this problem is not difficult for her now, it still takes time. Removing the evil spirit at least requires a week. She also needs to hurry to Qingping country and doesn't want to waste time on matters unrelated to her, especially if effort doesn't guarantee success. Moreover, if she destroys the evil spirit here, the grass and trees trapped inside the statue, which are close to being consumed by it, will also die. Zhu Yu doesn't want to be an executioner. If helping one person means destroying another's life, she would rather not get involved. But they are all passing travelers. She doesn't want to carry unnecessary karma. Zhu Yu closes her eyes and enters a cultivation state. She doesn't notice that the young man's eyes become deep after she closes her eyes. Wei Zhao's gaze keeps lingering on Zhu Yu's face, feeling sticky and not like a young person at all. He knows very well what she is about to say. Wei Zhao is not as simple as she thinks. Even when he secretly left home to find a solution during his father's worsening condition, it was just to show his loyalty and dedication in front of the family. He just didn't want to mourn his father's death. He chose to act in front of Zhu Yu because he immediately noticed that Qin Chuanji was not an ordinary person. Thinking of the Qin surname and his divine-like appearance, Wei Zhao guessed that Qin Chuanji might be connected to the Taoist sect. So, he couldn't afford any mistakes at this critical moment. What he didn't expect was that he thought this young Taoist would go to Chen's family for help, but instead, he only gave the most superficial explanation and showed no intention of helping. Even the statue in the cave, ordinary people might not notice the evil spirit on it, but practitioners of Taoism are very sensitive to such energies. He must have sensed it right when he entered. Then, why didn't he eliminate the evil spirit? The next morning, Wei Zhao opened his eyes to find that Qin Chuanji had already left. Suddenly, he felt a surge of green energy inside him, and his pupils contracted. She had discovered another presence trapped inside, and even passed some true energy to it. This was the reason she chose not to act. Wei Zhao lowered his gaze, hiding the intense emotional fluctuation he couldn't fully control just moments ago. The heart that had been cold for a long time suddenly felt a gentle breeze of warmth. This was a kindness he had never experienced in his short life. Zhu Yu didn't know that the so-called fragile breath of nature she believed in had long since gained its own awareness. Later, it even merged with and devoured the evil energy. Moreover, 15 years ago, it parasitized inside the body of the stillborn baby born prematurely from the Wei family. The breath of nature was born with strong vitality, which is why Wei Zhao could grow up like an ordinary person. After parasitizing the human baby, the breath of nature also found that its original power was gradually growing stronger, as if it was naturally meant to be Wei Zhao. His soul and this body fit perfectly. The evil energy was caused by the person who trapped him, Wei's father. This man was a complete villain. Wei Zhao didn't kill him, only because he didn't want to be contaminated with more evil energy. And doing nothing, he could see that this man was getting closer to death day by day. The backlash would eventually find him. Wei Zhao chose to wait. Coming here and meeting Qin Chuanji was an accident, but Wei Zhao felt like he had found the meaning of his life. He wanted to follow him, watch him, even if Qin Chuanji didn't want him to.
He just wanted to keep looking at him.
Not only because of the warmth he gave at that moment, but even without that, after dealing with the Wei family's issues, Wei Zhao would follow Qin Chuanji. He was obsessed with that face. Fortunately, Zhu Yu didn't know what was on his mind. Otherwise, she might have cursed loudly. "You pervert, stay away." She herself was also somewhat of a beauty enthusiast, but she admired beauty from afar and never wanted to disrespect it. Is it necessary to pick a beautiful flower and hold it in your hand? Zhu Yu didn't agree with such behavior. Sometimes, things happen beyond a person's control. Wei Zhao had a very strong talent for tracking and navigation, so he wasn't in a rush. He calmly walked to the statue, raised a torch, and started burning from the back, watching it gradually turn to ashes. In the early morning, the fog had not yet cleared from Little Bull Village. Usually at this time, the rooster's crowing was just beginning, and everything was very quiet. But now it was bustling with voices, crying, shouting, comforting, sounds never-ending. At the center of the crowd lies the lifeless body of a man, looking completely still. His face darkened, and he seemed to be on the verge of fainting. He clenched his jaw tightly to avoid passing out. The person lying in front of her is her newlywed husband, a kind and good man. She thought they had a happy life together, but in an instant, everything was shattered. Outside, many people gathered, talking loudly and chaotically. On the way down the mountain, he slipped and fell down His head hit a rock behind him. We didn't have time to carry him home, and he passed away. There were mushrooms and herbs from the mountain in the basket. I never expected this to happen. Lee Erniu is also pitiful. He just saved enough money to get married, but now they are separated, and he has no children. Lee Erniu waited until he was 25 to marry because he needed money for the wedding, which was considered old in ancient times. I heard Lee Erniu's mother also came. She wants to send his wife back to her family and give Lee Erniu's house to his brother. Someone lowered their voice as they spoke. Lee Erniu's mother? Everyone knows she's a ruthless woman, only caring about her eldest son. If we didn't see Lee Erniu come out of her own belly, we might doubt he's her biological son. Another person sneered. Lee Erniu's house was small, and these rumors were clearly heard by Yu Wunyang, who was sitting slumped nearby. Her heart felt cold and heavy. Her mind was a mess. She wished she could just go with her husband and end it all. No more suffering from her mother-in-law's nagging or being sent back to her parents' home to trouble her aging parents. Suddenly, she remembered how Lee Erniu had treated her well before he died, and the blessings her parents gave her before her wedding. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. At that moment, someone entered the room. Seeing her, they comforted her and said, "The spirit hall outside is ready. I know you're upset, but he's gone now. It's better to let Lee Erniu rest in peace sooner rather than later. Avoiding it won't help." Yu Wunyang understood what he meant. She wiped her tears, gritted her teeth, put on a rough cloth shirt, and left the room. Close relatives had already arrived, including her parents and 2 brothers. When they saw her, they stepped forward to comfort her. "I heard that the Lee family woman wants to take over the house and drive you out," asked her eldest brother, Yu Da. "What do you think?" Yu Wunyang shook her head. Her heart was empty and silent. She didn't want to say anything. Seeing this, Yu Wunyang's father, old Yu, spoke kindly. "Wunyang, come home. Your father will take care of you. Don't be afraid. Our Yu family is quite large, and if you need anything, just come to your father or your brother." Seeing tears well up again in Wunyang's eyes, several members of the Yu family felt sad inside. A woman who had just married and lost her husband had no support and was often talked about as unlucky. Her future would be difficult. But no matter what happens later, the most important thing now is to bury the person properly. Just as they were about to carry the body out for burial, suddenly, a small child ran in from outside. The child, panting heavily, hurried over and loudly said, "There is still hope. The person can still be saved." As soon as he spoke, everyone inside and outside the house looked at him. Inside, Wunyang's mother recognized her own child and felt embarrassed and angry. She scolded, "You little rascal, stop talking nonsense." "Are you waiting to get scolded?" The boy, called Go Xuanzi, looked very upset. He also looked at his mother and held up a yellow talisman saying, "I didn't talk nonsense. The fairy said that if we stick this on Uncle Ernio's chest, he will live." The fairy said Uncle Ernio is only pretending to be dead. "If you put him in a coffin now, it will kill him." He was about to stick the talisman on Lee Ernio's chest when a figure stopped him. It was Lee Ernio's mother, Mrs. Lee. She looked angry and pushed Go Xuanzi away. She said disdainfully, "What are you causing trouble for? No one will believe a liar's words. He's dead, so just bury him quickly. That's the right thing to do." Go Xuanzi was pushed back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Go Xuanzi's mother also got angry. She was not like Mrs. Lee, who didn't care about her son's life. She snorted and said, "What are you afraid of? If you have the courage, let Go Xuanzi try. Who knows? Maybe he will really come back to life." Everyone watching discussed quietly. Some looked curious, because trying wouldn't hurt. Li Daniu frowned and said, "No, a dead person can't come back. It's time to bury him. We shouldn't delay anymore." "That's right. No more trying." "I also disagree." Mrs. Lee agreed and looked at Old Lee and apologized. "Old man, you should say something too." Old Mr. Lee bitterly said, "Everyone, please be kind and help out. Let's bury Ernyo soon. This boy hasn't had much happiness in his life. I hope he can be reborn into a good family. Although he said this, he didn't really care much about his second son. Both he and his wife were cold-hearted people. The brothers from the Yu family nearby felt uncomfortable hearing this. You can't say that. What if something happens? There's no what if. Do you really believe such unreasonable words? Do you think my brother-in-law would rest in peace if he were a ghost? Lee Daeniu shouted loudly. What's wrong with you? He's my sister's husband. Compared to you, I truly hope he can live well. What do you mean? Am I pretending? Hee, who knows? The second brother of the Yu family sneered sarcastically. It was as if he had stepped on a sore spot. No matter how obvious it was, Lee Daeniu didn't want to hear others call him out on his hypocrisy. Do as you like. If you want to stay, stay. If you don't recognize good people, then bury him yourselves. I won't help anymore. With a cold laugh, Lee Daeniu called his parents and was about to leave. But soon, relatives from the Lee family persuaded him. How could they ignore their own kin's funeral? They told him not to be angry and to respect the deceased. After this commotion, Yu Wunyang, who had been silent all along, looked at the yellow talisman tightly held by Go Shuangzi. Her eyes sharpened, and she made up her mind. Even if hope was slim, she wanted to try dead horses as living ones. Determined, Yu Wunyang stood up quickly, snatched the yellow talisman from Go Shuangzi's hand, and rushed in front of her husband. Her trembling hands suddenly pressed the talisman onto him, holding her breath and waiting for fate's judgment. On the straw mat, Li Ernyo was lying stiffly, looking lifeless. But a subtle change occurred. People looked carefully and noticed that his chest was gently rising and falling. God bless. Was he really alive? To confirm, everyone crowded in, hurriedly feeling for a pulse and checking his breathing. I feel my brother-in-law's heartbeat, exclaimed Yu Erdi, the most agile. Yu Wunyang, beside him, couldn't hold back her tears of joy at her husband's revival. Oh my God, he's really alive? What's going on? Is he really not dead? The crowd's discussion grew louder. Could it really be that a divine being has appeared? Where's Go Shuangzi? Did he see the true divine being? Quickly, let that young man tell us. Go Shuangzi was pulled out and greeted by everyone's gaze. Among these eyes, there was also his mother's. Her original disappointment and frustration had now turned into surprise and pride, as if she herself had encountered a divine being rather than her son. Go Shuangzi muttered, It's the divine brother. I just finished talking about him. Since Go Shuangzi was still young, he was excited about meeting a brother like a divine being, but didn't feel truly surprised. At his age, he genuinely believed that divine beings existed. The villagers were even more amazed. Now, their doubts about spirits had turned into respect. So, there really are divine beings in this world. Go Shuangzi couldn't say more. The villagers only knew that the divine being had given a talisman and spoken of a way to save people before leaving. They didn't know which direction the divine being had gone, so they couldn't follow. When Wu Nyang finally regained her senses and wanted to thank the divine being, she had to give up regretfully and silently worship at a small ancestral shrine at home. Li Ernyo, after regaining his breath, was carried by the group to see the doctor. The doctor examined him and concluded that he was not seriously hurt. The bruises on his head just needed some medicine and time to heal. It seemed that the person had truly been saved. Such divine skills, Old Yu said with admiration. Wu Nyang's eyes welled with tears as she looked at Li Ernyo, who was waking up. She felt as if she were dreaming. If this really was a dream, she wished she would never wake up. But of course, this was not a dream. The person who saved him was Zhu Yu. That day, she came down from the mountain and saw one of the group fall to the ground. Based on her judgment, she believed that man was in a fake death state. Since she had encountered this, and it was an easy task, she was willing to help. She casually called over a child and gave him a talisman. Afterward, she continued on her way, not thinking much of the matter. From afar, seeing the flat official road, Zhu found no one around and directly took out her carriage. Riding in a carriage was indeed much easier. Zhu traveled along the official road, and after 7 days, she had already left the first small town far behind. Now, she could see the gates of the second small town ahead. When she reached the town gate, Jiyu didn't get out of the carriage. Seeing the guards blocking the way, she handed over the travel guide that Yunxiao had prepared for her, hidden inside a package. Yunxiao's travel guide was probably quite valuable. On the road, whenever she passed through small towns or larger cities, they all showed great respect when they saw her. They didn't even bother to check her, simply letting her pass. Once inside the town, Ji went to the biggest inn. She handed her carriage over to the clerk to store and then rented a room upstairs. She planned to rest well for the night. Although no one was following her, Ji was always cautious. She kept the necessary supplies, even if her space didn't require them. She preferred to stockpile extras in her space, just in case. If someone was tracking her or trying to find out her whereabouts, these supplies would make her look innocent and untroubled. She ordered water, washed herself thoroughly, wrapped her chest, and thought for a moment. She decided not to wear her old clothes anymore and changed into a Taoist robe instead. She hadn't worn it before because it was troublesome. In this world, the position of the national master was high, and Taoist priests also held respectable status because cultivation was possible here. Energy or power wasn't good or bad by itself. People could be selfish or selfless. Those who practiced martial arts or harnessed energy might stick to their beliefs, like Chun Qingyuan, a Taoist priest who trained for half a year and then traveled the Jianghu, fighting evil and helping others. Some people abandoned their original beliefs and, to gain more power faster, hurt ordinary people and stirred up trouble. These incidents were usually handled by righteous Taoist priests and Buddhist monks. So, many people instinctively turned to Taoists or monks when they faced problems. Jiyu didn't want trouble. After leaving the capital, she changed out of her Taoist robe. Now, thinking about it, she wondered if she could truly improve and advance by only avoiding problems, not seeing much, and escaping difficulties. To increase her chances of progressing, Jiyu reluctantly put on her Taoist robe again. Trouble was troublesome, but this was also something she didn't want to think about deeply. She always avoided getting involved in conflicts, just wanted to watch from the sidelines, and didn't want to be responsible for others' lives. But in this world, she was destined to be unable to do as she pleased. The responsibilities of a Taoist priest were there. Since Jiyu chose to become a member of the Taoist tradition and decided to be the strongest, she knew she would have to face certain challenges. She stopped thinking and put on her Taoist robe. Then she went downstairs. As she walked, many people looked at her with curiosity. It was then that Jiyu remembered she had forgotten to wear her hat when she left. Recently, while traveling outside, she had learned to wear her hat whenever she met people, to hide her face as much as possible. She realized her face was very striking and could attract both men and women easily, often leading to followers. Before she remembered to wear her hat, she kept trying to shake off the people chasing her. Wearing the hat made things better. Jiyu thought to herself that she wasn't like a hero in a story who needs followers. She didn't want any followers because she found them troublesome. Strong people usually walk alone, and Jiyu firmly believed this. Also, she found it hard to trust anyone, even close family members. She wouldn't share secrets like her space with anyone. She didn't doubt her family, but she didn't want to test human nature. Human nature is very complicated. From her past cases and disasters, she knew how dark human hearts could be. There are good and kind people, but compared to malicious ones, they are few and far between. Jiyu thought she might be naturally a bit dark. When she was young and first read the three-character classic, she didn't agree with the idea that people are naturally good. She always believed that people are naturally evil. But society's rules help contain that evil, and everyone learns to control their darker side. This is a kind of progress.